Xia Country Long City. Zhao Hao wandered down the bustling street like a lost soul, completely out of place amidst the noise and crowds. Just moments ago, his girlfriend of 3 years had called him to break up. Zhao Hao, let's break up. You can't give me what I want. Young Master Me gave me an LV bag and even took me for a spin in his sports car. Those are things you can only dream of. We're not suitable for each other, so let's part peacefully. Shinner, don't waste so many words on that loser. They'll take you to Junshin Hotel for dinner, and then we can get a room. A man's voice came through the phone. It sounded like Zhomi, the rich second generation from their class. Zhomi's family owned 2 companies and was worth tens of millions, making him a famous rich kid at school. During university, no one knew how many girlfriends Zhomi had cycled through, and he had even gotten many girls pregnant. Zhomi, you bastard, if you dare touch Gao Xian, I'll kill you. Ha ha, Zhao Hao, I should really thank you. Shinner has been with you for 3 years, and to think she's still untouched. Idiots like you are truly rare. Zhao Hao thought of what Gao Xian had once said to him, and a bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm very traditional. Before marriage, I won't give myself to you. Please understand. Thinking back on it now, he could only scoff. It had all been to deceive a love-struck fool like him. 3 years of devotion could not compare to a single LV bag. Was this what reality truly was? Young Master Me, let's not bother with him anymore. We still have important things to do. Yes. Zhao Hao, I owe you for this. They'll treat you to a meal someday, ha. The call disconnected. Zhao Hao stood there in a daze, unable to calm his heart for a long time. As he recalled every moment from the past, all that remained now was boundless bitterness. If I gain it, it is my fortune. If I lose it, it is my fate. Perhaps this is just destiny. Lost in dejection, Zhao Hao wandered the streets aimlessly. As he crossed the road with his head down, the traffic light switched to red. A whirling minivan shot toward him at high speed. The shrill blare of a horn snapped Zhao Hao out of his gloomy daze, but the van's front bumper was already less than 5 meters away. His mind went completely blank, and he even forgot to dodge. Bang! Zhao Hao spun 3 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he saw several flaming objects streaking down from the sky. Horns and panicked shouts roared in his ears. I've never been this unlucky in my life. At least it's almost over now. Just as Zhao Hao was about to lose consciousness completely, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Royal Clash Treasure Chest System has detected a host. Do you wish to bind? Zhao Hao thought he was hallucinating, and as his consciousness scattered, he simply blacked out. Do you wish to bind? Host did not respond. System binding initiated. 1-1942-71-100. Detected severe issues with host's physical condition. Commencing treatment. Zhao Hao slowly opened his eyes and examined his surroundings. It seemed he was in a hospital. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, and he was alone in the ward. He hissed in pain, clutching his head, as if it were about to explode, wishing he could twist it off and replace it with another. When the pain gradually subsided, Zhao Hao discovered that his body seemed largely unharmed, leaving him utterly stunned. Wasn't I sent flying by a car? Why does my body feel even better than before? Am I dreaming? He muttered, then ruthlessly pinched his thigh. Ouch, that hurts. It clearly wasn't a dream. So what was going on? The mechanical female voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding Ho, stop acting foolish. It was this system that saved you. System. As a veteran web novel reader, if he didn't know what a system was, he might as well go bang his head against a wall. So Zhao Hao surprisingly accepted the existence of the system with ease. System, you saved me. Yes, host. Explosions and panicked shouts suddenly sounded from outside. With doubts in his heart, Zhao Hao walked to the window. On the road below, he saw crowds fleeing for their lives. Some cars were on fire, others lay jammed in chaotic angles across the street. Zhao Hao was utterly puzzled. What on earth had happened? Suddenly, he noticed the crowd growing even more frantic. Focusing his gaze, he saw several people tackle those beside them, then lower their heads to do something unknown. Witnessing this, the others ran even faster. Women screamed themselves hoarse, while the elderly and children were knocked down and trampled. No one could spare a thought for anyone else. Everyone was desperately fleeing. Those who had tackled others suddenly jerked their heads up. What Zhao Hao saw were not normal faces, but visages smeared with blood, scraps of flesh clinging to the corners of their mouths. Twisted, ferocious faces. Only then did he realize something was terribly wrong. He pulled out his phone and saw that 3 days had passed since the accident. As he stared blankly, the TV on the ceiling switched on. This station reports regarding the worldwide meteor shower 3 days ago. Experts from multiple nations have reached a consensus that the meteorites contain a virus capable of driving humans insane and stripping them of consciousness. The infected possess immense destructive power and feel no pain. Once scratched or bitten, one will become one of them. As they resemble the zombies depicted in film and television, they have been named zombies. All citizens are advised to remain at home, store around 1 week's worth of food, and await rescue. Hearing this, Zhao Hao trembled all over. not from fear, but from excitement. The apocalypse he had dreamed of experiencing had actually arrived, and those infected were precisely the zombies from the movies. System: what functions do you have? Host: this system is called the Royal Clash Treasure Chest System. By killing zombies, you can obtain treasure chests. These chests contain summoning cards, and if your luck explodes, they may also yield large amounts of survival supplies. A newbie gift pack has been detected. Do you wish to open it? Open it, open it. Zhao Hao shouted excitedly. Thankfully, there was a newbie pack. Otherwise, in his current state, how was he supposed to kill zombies? Ding! Newbie gift pack opened. You have obtained 1 rare chest, 1 titanium alloy steel saber, 1 storage ring, and 1 vial of gene enhancement serum. Zhao Hao immediately drew the saber from the system space. Data about the weapon appeared before his eyes. Titanium alloy steel saber, length 1 meter, width 15 centimeters, weight 10 kilograms. A blade sharp enough to sever hair blown against it. An excellent tool for hacking down zombies. Gripping the saber, Zhao Hao revealed a satisfied smile. Then he took out the gene enhancement serum and directly raised it to his lips, draining it in one go. What a fine blade. Fortunately, there's the serum. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wield it. With my shooting physique, I'd be exhausted after a few swings. Gene enhancement serum grants you 10 times the physique, strength, speed, and mental power of an ordinary person. The very same kind of thing Captain America drank. Zhao Hao wholeheartedly agreed, for he felt his body now brimming with power, as though he could smash a car with a single punch. He reveled in this sensation of strength surging through every inch of him. Help! The shriek yanked Zhao Hao back to reality. He walked to the door and saw a pretty young nurse running toward his ward in a panic, with 2 staggering zombies lurching after her. Nurse Kai Wenji, who had been on her way to check on Zhao Hao, was scared half to death. Zhao Hao hefted the saber, opened the ward door, and quickly scanned the surroundings. Thankfully, his ward was on the 5th floor, and there was only 1 more floor above. This level had very few people. Otherwise, things would have been far more troublesome. Seeing Zhao Hao, Kai Wenji cried out, "Save me! There are zombies behind me!" Zhao Hao could not just stand by and watch her die. He immediately strode toward Kai Wenji, saber in hand. As she dashed past him, he swung the blade in a horizontal slash. The 2 zombies' heads exploded instantly, red and white splattering all over the floor. The sight sickened Zhao Hao so much he almost vomited up bile. After turning away to compose himself for a moment, Zhao Hao walked over to Kai Wenji. "You're a nurse at this hospital, right? You should know the general layout. What's happening downstairs?" Gasping for breath, Kai Wenji replied, "Of course I'm a nurse. Can't you see the uniform? This hospital has 5 buildings in total. 3 inpatient buildings, 1 outpatient building, 1 imaging building, and a cafeteria. We're in the 3rd inpatient building right now. There are tons of zombies downstairs, and many people have died. I ran up here in a panic without thinking. Also, thank you for saving me." Zhao Hao nodded at this, already pondering his next move. The most urgent matter now was to find food. In the apocalypse, sustenance was of paramount importance. "You haven't been grabbed by any zombies, have you?" Zhao Hao almost forgot this crucial point. Being scratched or bitten meant becoming a zombie, though he had no idea how long the transformation would take. No. The moment I saw zombies, I turned and ran. They never got their hands on me." Only then did Zhao Hao truly take a good look at the nurse before him. Her skin was like congealed cream, her cheeks slightly baby fat, which only made her cuteness stand out more. Large eyes and a high, delicate nose sat above small, rosy lips that looked enticing. Her nurse uniform outlined her figure in every alluring curve. What a devilish little temptress, all curves in the right places, Zhao Hao thought to himself. But it remained only a thought. Still trapped in the shadow of his breakup, he felt no strong desire. He then took out the storage ring from the system space. As soon as he slipped it onto his finger, he felt his mind connect with a separate dimension of space. With a single thought, the saber vanished from his hand and reappeared in that inner space, its cold gleam shining there instead. Seeing this, Kai Wenji covered her little mouth in astonishment. "You can do magic," she exclaimed. "Something like that. It's not important. With things so chaotic outside, our top priority is to locate survival resources. We can't waste time." Kai Wenji nodded in agreement. With a man like Zhao Hao by her side, her sense of security had grown considerably. Since Zhao Hao's ward was on the 5th floor, and there was only 1 floor above, he decided to check upstairs first for any useful supplies. He returned to the ward to change into a fresh set of clothes, then headed straight for the stairwell. "Hey, wait for me," Kai Wenji called out in a small voice. Zhao Hao led the little nurse Kai Wenji, his support tool, slowly up the stairs toward the 6th floor. He had discovered that zombies were extremely sensitive to sound. The moment any noise grew loud, they would swarm mindlessly toward its source. When Zhao Hao reached the 6th floor, he glanced to the left and right. Fortunately, there were only 2 zombies wandering there. Just now in the stairwell, Zhao Hao had received new information. The virus spread not only through zombie bites and scratches, but also through the air. Because of this, 70% of the world's population had turned into zombies. The survivors all possessed immunity, as long as they were not caught or bitten, they would not transform. The two zombies on the 6th floor, one male and one female, were clearly family members who had come to visit a patient. Now they were aimlessly wandering about. Zhao Hao turned around and instructed Kai Wenji, "In a moment, I'll rush over and cut down those two zombies. You go and see if there is any ward we can get into." Kai Wenji nodded obediently, clearly regarding Zhao Hao as her savior. "I'll count to 3 and then we rush in. 1, 2. Before he could shout 3, an accident occurred. The door of a ward suddenly opened and an old lady stepped out. Advanced in age, she was hard of hearing and her eyesight was poor as she had no idea what was happening outside. The two zombies, catching sight of a living human, instantly charged at the old lady, moving far faster than their usual shambling pace. Zhao Hao silently noted this detail, drew his steel blade, and rushed forward as well. The old lady had been planning to step out to bask in the sun. Seeing two figures running toward her, she thought something urgent had happened and hurriedly moved to the side. In the next instant, she was tackled to the ground by the zombies, a blood-curdling scream tearing from her throat. Seeing this, Zhao Hao felt deeply helpless. The distance was simply too great, otherwise the old lady would not have ended up being bitten to death. All he could do was grip his blade, step forward, and behead the two zombies one by one to avenge her, then sever the old lady's head as well to prevent any further disaster. Behind him, Kai Wenji had searched several rooms only to find that none of the doors could be opened, so she had no choice but to walk back to Zhao Hao. "None of those rooms can be entered. Also, you still haven't told me your name." "I'm Kai Wenji," she said with a playful little laugh. "All right, sorry. I'm Zhao Hao. You can call me Hao Gu or just Zhao Hao," he replied. "There's already a ward right here we can use. This old lady's room isn't bad. As for the other wards, we can break the locks with a knife later and go in. There's no need to rush that now." "Then let's hurry and go in." "After all this running around, I'm exhausted," Kai Wenji said. Zhao Hao followed her into the ward and surveyed the surroundings. He found several buckets of water and some snacks. Fortunately, the room had not been occupied by the old lady alone. It seemed a young man had also been staying there, otherwise there would have been no snacks to find. Unfortunately, the quantity was rather small. The two of them stared at the snacks, eyes wide, unsure how they ought to divide them. "Let's split them evenly," Zhao Hao suggested. "There isn't much, but it's better than nothing." Zhao Hao offered this suggestion, and Kai Wenji readily agreed. Zhao Hao had been lying in the hospital for 3 days. Although he had been injected with glucose every day, it could not compare to the satisfaction of real food. Now he felt ravenously hungry. Grabbing the snacks, he began devouring them like a starving wolf, while Kai Wenji ate slowly, taking small, delicate bites. Before long, most of the snacks were gone. Zhao Hao gulped down a bottle of mineral water in one go, finally feeling much more comfortable. Only then did he notice Kai Wenji watching him. He felt a bit embarrassed. His eating manner just now had truly been rather unsightly. I'm going out to look for more supplies. You stay in the room and don't come out," he said. "Okay. I'll keep searching to see what else in here can be put to use," Kai Wenji replied. With that, Kai Wenji turned and began rummaging through the ward, while Zhao Hao pushed the door open and stepped out. When Zhao Hao had woken up, it had already been afternoon, and after all this commotion, dusk was closing in. With night approaching, all he could do was first force open the doors of the rooms on this floor and try his luck. Zhao Hao had a strong feeling that zombies would become more dangerous at night, and he had no idea how much longer the electricity would last. He decided that he would not go out after dark. Just as he was about to break open the door of a nearby room, he suddenly remembered that he still had a chest he had not yet opened. Moreover, the system was named after a game he himself had once played extensively and knew very well, though in his excitement earlier, he had failed to notice. "Open rare treasure chest. You have opened a rare chest. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Valkyrie summoning card. Valkyrie. This card was powerful, near unbeatable when bullying minor foes in close combat. Use Valkyrie summoning card," he commanded. A flash of golden light erupted, and before him appeared a lithe young woman with orange hair wielding a double-bladed axe. Her fiery figure was fully revealed, and the heroic sharpness in her eyes clearly spoke of her martial prowess. "The Valkyrie greets the leader," she said. At this moment, the system chimed in again. Ding. Only 1 copy of any given summoning card may exist on the field at the same time. Mirror spells accepted. Card characters can be leveled up to a maximum of level 13. When a summoned character dies, the card temporarily disappears. If the host dies, resurrection is impossible. The host must be extremely cautious of both nearby zombies and surviving humans, the system warned. Zhao Hao nodded, acknowledging the system's words. This was just like the game he used to play. Only 1 copy of each card could be fielded at a time. The difference now was that there was no limit to the overall number. As long as he had enough cards, he could unleash a swarm and let them gang up on zombies. "System, how can I obtain more chests?" he asked. Host treasure chests are divided into common, rare, epic, and the highest tier legendary. Chests are obtained by killing zombies. Once a certain number has been slain, you will be awarded the corresponding chest, the system replied. Kill 100 zombies to obtain a common chest, kill 1,000 to obtain a rare chest, and so on. The system continued. TCH, that's outrageous. A legendary chest actually requires 100,000 zombies. How long would it take to rack up that many kills? Zhao Hao hissed. Given that the host is already familiar with the number of cards required for level-ups, the system will not elaborate, the system replied coolly. Zhao Hao understood. Early stage leveling was the easiest, 2 cards for level 2, then 4, then 10, 20, 50, and so on, until finally 2,000 cards were needed. Just thinking about it made his head ache. Looks like I'll have to grow stronger slowly and cautiously. Good cards won't be easy to come by, he muttered. And that was only the card count needed to upgrade a normal card. Although other card types might require fewer copies, those cards would be far harder to obtain. Zhao Hao shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. For now, he needed to continue gathering supplies. Valkyrie, help me search this floor for all usable food and materials, he ordered. He gave the Valkyrie her orders, and she nodded in understanding. The characters Zhao Hao summoned all possessed their own intelligence. With loyalty maxed out, he never had to worry about betrayal. The two of them then began going through the rooms one by one. The 6th floor held only wards and few were occupied, so there was not much to be found. In the end, they gathered only 7 bottles of mineral water, 5 buckets of instant noodles, 16 doses of cold medicine, and 10 doses of the antibiotic amoxicillin. The rest was just some clothing, which Zhao Hao casually tossed into his storage space. Night gradually fell, and by the time Zhao Hao and the Valkyrie finished searching, darkness had fully descended. Zhao Hao returned to the ward. Kai Wenji had also finished looking through the room. Aside from a few remaining bottles of mineral water, she had found only some candles. Kai Wenji lowered her head, not daring to meet Zhao Hao's gaze, afraid he would blame her. Seeing her with her head drooped and silent, Zhao Hao thought for a moment, then simply reached out and gently patted her on the head. How could I blame you for not finding more supplies? It just means this room is too poor and doesn't have what we were hoping for, that's all, he said. Kai Wenji lifted her face, cheeks flushed, and stole a glance at Zhao Hao. Only then did she notice there was another woman at his side. How good, who is the lady next to you? She asked. Zhao Hao thought it over and decided it was better not to tell Kai Wenji the truth. After all, they had only just met, and such secrets were better kept for now. Her. I just rescued her a moment ago. She'll be moving with us from now on, he said. He made up the explanation on the spot. I see. Well, welcome to the team, Kai Wenji said, extending her fair little hand toward the Valkyrie, who in turn reached out and shook it. Unmoved by this, Zhao Hao sat down and took out 2 cups of instant noodles. Using the electric kettle provided in the ward, he poured in 2 bottles of mineral water to prepare the meal. While waiting, Zhao Hao looked out through the window and noticed lights shining in other buildings as well. Looks like there are quite a few survivors nearby, he murmured, stroking his chin. He immediately drew all the curtains shut. Fortunately, they were thick and let no light through. Zhao Hao had no desire for others to know he was here. When the water had boiled, Zhao Hao soaked the noodles and asked Kai Wenji, if I want to look for medicine, where's the best place to go? Hugging her cup of noodles, Kai Wenji thought for a moment. The outpatient building is best. There's a large pharmacy there with a full stock of both Western and Chinese medicine, she said. But there's also a pharmacy in the inpatient building, just not as well stocked. I know where the pharmacy in this building is, she added. Hearing this, Zhao Hao pondered for a moment. The outpatient building would definitely be crawling with zombies. It would be better to first clear out this building and stay here for a while before making further plans. The two of them slurped down the instant noodles, then turned in for the night. Tomorrow they would have to clear out zombies, so they needed to rest and recover their strength. The Valkyrie stood guard at the door, keeping watch for them. Outside, the howls of zombies clashed with the sounds of peaceful breathing within the ward. No one noticed that the moon in the sky had taken on a faint red hue. The next morning, Zhao Hao rose early. He shook Kai Wenji awake from her dreams, and the two set out with the Valkyrie. Ah, so sleepy. Aren't you tired, Zhao Hao? Not especially. I'm accustomed to rising early. Besides, today promises a busy day. If we encounter zombies, stay behind me. Hee. Thank you, Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao led the way, the Valkyrie cleaving through the path ahead, while Kai Wenji trailed behind like a small reluctant shadow. When the group reached the floor where Zhao Hao had been the previous day, they found numerous zombies wandering the corridors. Zhao Hao deliberately lured several toward them to assess the Valkyrie's combat prowess. Hi there. With those words, Zhao Hao spun and sprinted away, then commanded the Valkyrie to advance and strike. She nodded silently and charged forward, axe in hand. As 6 zombies closed in, the Valkyrie pivoted on the spot, her axe whistling through the air with brutal force. In an instant, the creatures were bisected. She then moved among the fallen, delivering precise, decisive finishing blows. Ding! 6 zombies eliminated. Total kills 10. Continue your efforts, master. Sigh, killing wears me down. Still, the Valkyrie's efficiency is commendable. Zhao Hao mused inwardly before resuming his tactic of luring more zombies. Before long, the entire floor lay silent. stained with dark crimson blood and littered with grotesque corpses. With each kill, Zhao Hao's revulsion faded. By now he had slain 25 zombies in total, most by his own hand save for those finished by the Valkyrie. This was deliberate training, for resilience, for control, for strength. Poor nurse Kai Wenji, however, suffered terribly, retching all the way until her stomach emptied, her face pale as porcelain. Zhao Hao gently ruffled her hair. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough. Scenes like this will become ordinary in the days ahead. Kai Wenji stifled her discomfort and nodded. Her reaction was hardly surprising. Before the apocalypse, she had never even slaughtered a fish. Such visceral horror demanded time to absorb. Zhao Hao, by contrast, had long devoured horror films and zombie thrillers. Though unsettled at first, he had gradually grown desensitized, his mind adapting, his nerves hardening. The trio spent half an hour hastily scouring the 5th floor, gathering only a modest haul of provisions, which Zhao Hao alone claimed. Mineral water 6, sausage links 13, apples 14. Zhao Hao stared blankly. Instant noodles. But where was the boiled egg? What kind of hospital gifts were these? Without hesitation, he stored them within his spatial inventory and descended toward the 4th floor. Meanwhile, in a ward on the 4th floor, 3 figures huddled together. A nurse, a male physician named Wang Jie, and Su Bing, the original patient, residing there. They had not left the room since yesterday. Zombies paced just beyond the door, forcing silence upon them. Though the door was sturdy, no one dared test its limits, or their luck. Will anyone come to save us? I'm starving and so thirsty. The young nurse whispered, voice trembling with despair. Wang Jie shot her a sharp glance, then turned tenderly to Su Bing. Bing Bing, don't be afraid. I'll slip out soon to find food. We won't go hungry. Su Bing cast a calm, detached glance at Wang Jie. During her hospitalization, he had pursued her relentlessly, but she felt nothing. As the campus beauty of Shangbei University, Su Bing had countless admirers. Wang Jie held no place in her heart. When chaos erupted yesterday, he dashed up 4 flights, solely to protect her. He'd brought the nurse along as well. By yesterday's end, their meager supplies were exhausted, and hunger gnawed at them once more. Trapped and powerless, they could only whisper complaints, until suddenly distant thuds echoed from beyond the door. Zhao Hao meanwhile swept through the 4th floor with the Valkyrie and Kai Wenji, unaware that 3 pairs of eyes watched them intently from a hidden vantage point. Oh, people, we're saved. The nurse gasped in hushed elation, clapping a hand over her mouth. Su Bing stole 2 quiet glances before sinking onto the floor, lost in thought. How did that striking man fight his way here? After a fruitless search for answers, she gave up and simply sat still. Wang Jie, spotting the trio, leaned eagerly towards Su Bing. Bing Bing, we're saved. They look formidable. Surely they'll rescue us. While the 3 watched in hopeful awe, Zhao Hao and the Valkyrie completed the floor's cleansing. Indeed, the Valkyrie was extraordinary. One spinning axe strike felled 5 or 6 zombies at once. Zhao Hao merely followed, finishing off stragglers. Ding! 37 zombies eliminated. Cumulative kills 62. Keep striving, master. Zhao Hao sighed inwardly. The system's occasional whimsy left him utterly drained. Ignoring the system, the trio paused briefly. Kai Wenji handed Zhao Hao a bottle of water, then turned to search adjacent rooms. Zhao Hao drank half in one breath. The rest he sealed into his spatial inventory. He couldn't help but marvel summoned beings neither starved nor thirsted, only required rest. Flawless almost. So long as they remained intact, no dismemberment, no fatal rupture, they would not fall easily. Lost in thought, Zhao Hao tensed as a nearby ward door creaked open. His steel blade flashed into readiness. 3 figures emerged, 2 women, 1 man. Zhao Hao kept his guard high. In this new world, trust was the rarest currency of all. Please, don't be alarmed. We've been trapped here for a full day. We mean you no harm. Wang Jie spoke plainly. Zhao Hao shrugged. It mattered little. He had no intention of keeping them close. A perfunctory greeting passed between them. Zhao Hao called Kai Wenji from her search, then led the group downward to the 3rd floor, while the others exchanged glances and followed in silence. On the 3rd floor, Zhao Hao found no survivors. The virus outbreak is far worse than imagined, he murmured, brow furrowing. Kai Wenji drew near and whispered, Brother Hao, the pharmacy is on this level. Zhao Hao nodded. Bolstered by the gene enhancement serum, famed for empowering heroes, he felt no fatigue. Truly, it lived up to its legend. The 3rd floor zombies met swift ruin, outmatched by the terrifying synergy of Zhao Hao and the Valkyrie. Many never even reached them, crumpling mid-lunge, howling in futile agony. Had they possessed reason, they might have cursed aloud. But even if they did, Zhao Hao would have remained unmoved, carving his path forward without pause. In moments, the floor lay empty, save for 6 living souls standing amid absolute stillness. Ding! 46 zombies eliminated. Cumulative kills 108. Reward 1 common chest. At that chime, Zhao Hao groaned inwardly. Hours of relentless slaughter yielded only a common chest. Even if much of the work had been done by his subordinate, it was still his command, his responsibility. Recalling the staggering number of cards required for upgrades, he shuddered. No choice, I'll have to play it safe. My strength simply doesn't permit grandstanding. He resolved to open the chest later, and first inspect the pharmacy. Guided by Kai Wenji, they arrived swiftly. The pharmacy door stood ajar. Inside, bottles and boxes lay scattered across the floor, blood staining the tiles. Clearly the place had already endured a savage assault. Fan out. Check for uncontaminated medicines. At Zhao Hao's order, the others dispersed. He stepped outside, focusing his intent inward. Open the common chest. Opening common chest. Congratulations. You have obtained goblin card. Zhao Hao's expression fell instantly. A goblin. This feels utterly useless. Kai Wenji, noticing his gloom, assumed it stemmed from the pharmacy's devastation. She clasped his hand with her small, soft fingers, warmth blooming where skin met skin. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Did you find medicine? Kai Wenji shook her head. Don't be upset, Brother Hao. Though many medicines were ruined, what remains is sufficient for our needs. Zhao Hao smiled faintly and tousled her hair. I understand. Let's search once more, then descend. She nodded and kept hold of his hand until the others emerged. Only then did he gently release it. How much did you find? The three shook their heads. Very little remains usable, mostly cold remedies and anti-inflammatories. A few odds and ends too. The young nurse offered quietly. Zhao Hao nodded, entered the pharmacy, and transferred every salvageable item into his spatial inventory, now holding only food and medicine. System, can this storage space expand? It's barely large enough for essentials. Master, yes, it may be upgraded. Currently, at 1 cubic meter. Each rare chest acquired increases capacity by 1 cubic meter. This system is truly insufferable. At this pace, I'll wait until the apes evolve before expanding my inventory. You wretched system. Master, please maintain decorum, or disciplinary measures will follow. You wretched system. Zhao Hao smirked. Go on, try me. If I flinch, I'm your grandson. Instantly, a searing jolt of lightning surged from his crown. His hair exploded outward, his handsome face charred black. Master, enjoyable. Shall we continue? No, no more. Never again. Zhao Hao scrambled for mineral water, dousing his face and smoothing his singed locks, determined not to parade about as a walking thundercloud. The others, witnessing his sudden transformation, assumed a storm had broken, yet the sky bore no clouds, no thunder. Their expressions froze. Pale, bewildered ghosts struck. Kai Wenji merely smiled. Everyone has secrets. And just as tension eased, chaos erupted downstairs. Thud. A heavy object struck the ground downstairs, drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Hao glanced down to see several burly men on the second floor hurling zombie corpses over the railing. The bodies slammed onto cars below, triggering shrill, ear-piercing car alarms. A horde of zombies, drawn by the noise, converged upon the vehicles, circling them in search of the source. Grr. After luring the zombies away from the stairwell exit, the men callously tossed a woman down. Dazed and battered from the fall, the woman erupted into furious curses. Wang Ming, you wretched bastard. You used me, and now you throw me to the zombies. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you rest. The scent of living flesh, and her screams, drew nearby zombies instantly. Within moments, she vanished beneath a writhing tide of gnashing jaws, leaving only wet, guttural swallowing sounds. Let's go, let's go. Wang Ming led his men swiftly downstairs, treading with deliberate silence. Before the apocalypse, Wang Ming had owned a logistics company, and before that he'd run with a street gang commanding dozens of loyal underlings. To survive, he'd assembled his crew into a logistics business, not as thrilling as his old life, but stable enough. When the virus broke out, he'd been at the hospital for a full-body checkup, flanked by 20 or 30 men. That was why Wang Ming found himself on the second floor. The hospital's second level housed numerous departments, second only to the lobby in terms of human density. True to his ruthless past, Wang Ming remained razor-sharp. The moment the virus erupted, he executed infected individuals nearby and seized several rooms with his surviving men. They dismantled furniture and fixtures, turning every usable object into a weapon. Slowly but surely, Wang Ming and his men slaughtered every zombie on the second floor. Yet the cost was steep. Most of his men fell, leaving only 5 or 6 alive. As Wang Ming's group began descending, Zhao Hao's party followed closely. Any such opportunity was too precious to waste. In the stairwell, the two groups met, but no clash ensued. Wang Ming gave Zhao Hao a curt nod and continued downward. Zhao Hao, unwilling to provoke conflict, followed silently. Both groups assumed the car alarms, and that woman's screams would buy them time. Reality, however, delivered a brutal rebuke. The moment everyone burst into the first-floor lobby, they found not only the noise-drawn zombies, but also 40 or 50 more aimlessly wandering nearby. Suddenly, those zombies stirred, surging forward with unnatural speed, encircling the stairwell entrance. Young brother, Wang Meng said, do we fight our way out, or retreat upstairs to regroup and break through later? Fight now? The chance is rare. I disapprove of your methods, but I'll admit they're brutally effective. With that, Zhao Hao strode forward with 5 companions. After hours of searching upstairs, each of his group now wielded crude but serviceable weapons against the undead. Wang Meng nodded and advanced with his men. At the vanguard, the Valkyrie cleaved a path. Zhao Hao followed close behind, zombies falling like wheat before a scythe. Wang Meng's men barely landed a blow before the stragglers were all slain. As for the women, they were mere dead weight forced to match Zhao Hao's relentless pace. The wet thuds of collapsing zombies and the unmistakable scent of living flesh drew yet another wave of undead. Damn it, these things never end. Wang Meng cursed under his breath. Break through now? If we're surrounded, we'll be torn apart alive. Zhao Hao, guided by the Valkyrie, charged toward a chosen flank. Common zombies stood no chance against her massive axe. One after another, they crumpled like rotten fruit. A cacophony of chimes rang incessantly inside his skull, but Zhao Hao ignored it entirely. His focus locked solely on slaughter step by step beside the Valkyrie. Wang Meng's group surged forth in turn. In an instant, the hospital's first floor became a river of blood, thick with the stench of iron and decay. At the cost of 5 lives, they broke free of the hospital. Only 2 of Wang Meng's men remained. Among Zhao Hao's group, Wang Jie had been devoured whole by the undead. Su Bing spared Wang Jie's corpse only 2 glances before turning away to follow the others. Young brother, we owe you everything. No words can repay this debt. I must reach my company to reunite with my men, but I swear I'll return the favor one day. Zhao Hao waved dismissively. His indifferent demeanor riled Wang Meng's men, who bristled ready to strike. Wang Meng restrained his man, offered Zhao Hao a humble apology and a swift farewell, and hurried away with his remaining followers. Brother Hao, why did you ignore him so coldly? Kai Wenji sensed Zhao Hao's aloofness and wondered, in this apocalyptic world, shouldn't survivors help one another? Kai Wenji never trusts anyone easily. He threw a woman off a building to lure zombies. That speaks volumes. In this world, men like him are dangerous and must be watched. Kai Wenji nodded, realizing her naivety. Let's go. Find shelter for tonight. We have somewhere to be tomorrow. The group followed Zhao Hao toward a nearby commercial strip. Zombies wandered sluggishly along the streets, so Zhao Hao steered them deliberately toward a supermarket. It was only day 3 of the apocalypse, and few survivors dared venture out to scavenge or fight. That scarcity granted Zhao Hao a rare advantage. They drew near the supermarket, 10 meters, 5, 2. Then, sudden chaos. The zombies detected them. Shambling, groaning, the undead closed in from all sides. Zhao Hao charged straight into the store, leaving the Valkyrie to hold the rear while the 3 women rushed in behind him. Inside, blood stained the floor in broad drying pools, and dozens of zombies lurked within. It was a medium-sized supermarket, 2 stories tall, spanning over 200 square meters. Within plain sight alone, 40 or 50 zombies turned and shrieked, surging toward the 4 intruders. Though slower than a walking adult, their sheer numbers rendered them lethal, and more kept pouring in from afar, swelling the tide relentlessly. Zhao Hao swung his steel blade, cutting down the nearest zombies, then decided to fortify the 2nd floor. He led the 3 women up the escalator, where thankfully fewer zombies roamed. Moments later, the Valkyrie joined them. Stay close. Don't say I didn't warn you. The 3 women nodded and tightened their formation behind him. Zhao Hao stationed the Valkyrie at the escalator entrance, then led the women across the 2nd floor, slaughtering zombies as he went, his target the staff lounge. It was a modest room where employees napped at noon. Small, yes, but for now ideal for concealment. The 2nd floor held mostly toiletries and electronics, which explained why far fewer zombies haunted it than the ground floor. There's little food here, but gather what you can. Tonight's rations depend on you 3. The women acknowledged his order and fanned out behind him, while Zhao Hao cut a path forward, steel biting deep into rotting flesh. Screams, wet impacts, and clanging metal filled the air. With his extraordinary physical prowess, Zhao Hao dispatched ordinary zombies effortlessly, 1/1 collapse. Within minutes, not a single zombie stood upright on the 2nd floor. Only corpses littered the floor. Zhao Hao approached the lounge door. No growls echoed from within. He pushed gently. Fortune smiled, it was unlocked. He ushered the 3 women inside. Not a drop of blood marred the room's interior. Summoning the Valkyrie telepathically, he barricaded the door with a sofa and bed from within. A temporary sanctuary was secured. Relief washed over the 3 women, exhausted from hours of tension, and they collapsed gracelessly onto the floor. Don't catch a chill. It's not summer. Go lie on the beds over there. Zhao Hao gathered their hall bread, 8, potato chips, 5, bottled water, 14. It wasn't much, but sufficient for 4 people. If needed, they could always fight their way back out. He divided the food among the 3 women, took his own share, and retreated to a corner to eat quietly. System. How many zombies have I killed today? It's time for my reward. Host, I'd nearly forgotten, if not for your reminder. You've slain 513 zombies, thus far earning 4 common chests. Open them now. System, can I choose which cards appear in the chests? Given your current developmental lag, card selection is permitted. Then open all 4 chests. Please specify your desired cards. What should I pick? An undead legion would aid reconnaissance, but 2 archers would deliver strong, elegant damage. This indecision is maddening. In the end, Zhao Hao chose barbarians. 5 hulking warriors sounded perfect. A flash of white light shimmered, and 5 level 2 barbarians materialized within his system space. Each stood bare-chested, muscles corded and powerful. Their lower bodies were wrapped in crimson beast-hide emblazoned with cobalt blue shield motifs. Thick red hide bracers adorned their wrists, studded with vicious needle-like spikes, and each gripped a gleaming meter-long sword. Zhao Hao was deeply satisfied, finally proper subordinates. Sated and weary, the group drifted into deep slumber. Zhao Hao, however, lingered in thought. School awaited. His closest friends were there. He wondered how they fared. And slowly Zhao Hao too sank into sleep. The next day, Zhao Hao woke up early, casually grabbing a piece of bread to nibble on, feeling as though he had something left undone. Suddenly he remembered he still had a goblin card that he hadn't used. System, can I place the goblin outside the door? Yes, host, as long as it is within 5 meters of you. Then I will use the goblin card and place it outside the door. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared and a goblin materialized outside the door, but it did not attract the attention of the zombies. The goblin was small in stature with green skin, wearing blue overalls, and wielding a short blade. It was currently Zhao Hao's only suitable summon for scouting. Zhao Hao commanded the goblin in his mind to scout around the supermarket to ascertain how many zombies were in the vicinity. The goblin turned and left to scout. Even if it was discovered by zombies, it wouldn't be a big deal, as its small size and quick speed made it difficult for zombies to catch. Gradually, the 3 women also woke up. After hastily eating something, Zhao Hao expressed his thoughts. I need to go to the school to check the situation and find my brothers. What do you think? Should you stay here or come with me? The 3 women fell silent for a while until Kai Wenji finally replied, How go I want to stay here? I've already caused you enough trouble. Su Bing and another nurse nodded in agreement. Zhao Hao understood and took out some food, water, and medicine from his space to give to the 3 women, lightening his burden. Zhao Hao and the Valkyrie moved aside the obstacles at the door, and the 2 walked out of the lounge, followed by the 3 women who were preparing to look for more food. The Valkyrie led the way, each person carrying a backpack, cutting and collecting food along the way. Soon the backpacks of the 4 were filled, and Zhao Hao's space was also stocked with food and water. All right, I'm off. Good luck to you all. Zhao Hao waved his hand, charging out of the supermarket with the Valkyrie, while the 3 women returned to the lounge. After leaving the supermarket, Zhao Hao summoned 5 yellow-haired followers. Now he felt much more confident, as long as he didn't encounter a horde of zombies, he could almost walk through the streets unhindered. Zhao Hao took out his phone and saw there was no network or signal. Of course, it was the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and he wondered when the power would go out. Fortunately, before leaving the supermarket, he had found plenty of batteries, flashlights, candles, and lighters, otherwise he wouldn't know how to spend the night. Shaking his head, dismissing those meaningless thoughts, Zhao Hao led his followers toward the university. At this moment, in a dormitory building at the university, several haggard-looking men gathered together. Second, do we have any food left? Boss, we ran out yesterday, and there isn't much water left either. Fourth, how's the situation outside? The situation is grim. The outbreak happened right on the weekend, and now zombies are wandering all over the dormitory building. Fortunately, zombies can't open doors, so many of them are trapped inside and can't get out. After saying this, everyone shook their heads and sighed. I wonder how the 3rd one is doing. Is he still alive? It's a pity about the 5th one. He was devoured by zombies right in front of me. 6th, calm down. The 5th one is dead and can't come back to life. We must avenge him, the boss Zhang Ji said to Zhao Wei. The other 2 also expressed their agreement. These 4 were Zhao Hao's roommates, and among his few good brothers. During the 4 years of college, Zhao Hao as the 3rd received a lot of care from the 5. When Zhao Hao was so poor he couldn't afford meals, the 5 took turns helping him. The kindness of a meal compelled Zhao Hao to find them and lead them out of danger. Unfortunately, what Zhao Hao didn't expect was that the 5th one was already gone. At this time, Zhao Hao was on his way to the school, leading the Valkyrie and the yellow-haired followers forward. When they encountered small groups of zombies, they directly slaughtered them while avoiding large hordes of zombies. Ding! Killed 245 zombies with a total of 758 zombies killed, and obtained 2 ordinary treasure chests. Please keep it up, host. A rare treasure chest is not far away. System, open the 2 ordinary treasure chests. I want 1 undead army card and 1 rain of arrows spell card. Host, please note that spell cards are consumables. After use, they will temporarily disappear and can only be used again after obtaining them next time. Zhao Hao nodded in understanding. If the spell cards weren't consumables, that would be great. With fireballs and arrows raining down, what would be the difference between killing zombies and killing children? Use the Undead Army summoning card. A flash of white light appeared, and 6 identical undead appeared in the sky. The undead were entirely blue with 2 horns on their heads covered in red sleeve-like coverings on their claws, and they had small wings on their backs. Zhao Hao noted that although they didn't look impressive, their ability to take down zombies was a significant advantage, especially since zombies couldn't fly. He casually sent the undead army out to kill zombies while continuing on his way. If you ask him why he wasn't driving, the answer was simple: he couldn't. Moreover, since the distance wasn't too far, it was better to push through while also farming zombies. Zhao Hao felt that the zombies today seemed a bit different, as if they were slightly faster than before, but he didn't pay much attention and continued to send his followers to kill zombies while he leisurely drank his soda. Ah, this is delightful. After 4 hours of this, Zhao Hao finally arrived near the school. His followers did not disappoint him, having killed quite a number of zombies. Ding! Killed 857 zombies with a total of 15 zombies killed, and obtained 1 rare treasure chest and 9 ordinary treasure chests. Storage space increased by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 2 cubic meters. The undead army is impressive. The 6 little undead had killed over 500 zombies much faster than the combination of the Valkyrie and the yellow-haired followers. Upgrading the storage space is really difficult. Forget it, I won't think about that anymore. Opening chests is the most important thing. Open the 9 ordinary treasure chests, and I want 5 undead army summoning cards. The rest should all be bats. Ding! Obtained 5 undead army summoning cards and 4 bat summoning cards. The bats are not much different from real bats, just not as dark. Ding! Congratulations. The undead army has upgraded to level 3, and the bats have upgraded to level 2. Now the efficiency of the undead army in killing zombies will be even faster, and with 5 bats, Zhao Hao's air force was quite impressive. Open the rare treasure chest and get a mage. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 mage summoning card. The mage wore a blue robe and had a handsome beard. Zhao Hao thought he looked rather flashy, but thankfully, he wasn't as good looking as Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was quite pleased. This mage was a fire mage capable of burning a whole area with each attack, making him an excellent monster-slaying tool. Zhao Hao felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. As white light mingled with golden light, the bats and the mage appeared before Zhao Hao. Come with me, little ones. Oh, let's go bully some small zombies. Zhao Hao first sent the bats and the undead army to scout the situation, suddenly remembering that he still had a goblin. In his mind, he contacted the goblin, discovering it was desperately running away, pursued by thousands of zombies. Zhao Hao remarked, "You are amazing, even surrounded by so many zombies you haven't been taken down." He then directed the goblin to slowly approach Zhao Hao while he and his followers moved toward the school gate. Just as they were about to enter the gate, a few zombies burst out of the guard station. Zhao Hao focused and saw, "Oh, isn't that the security guard? He's still wearing his usual uniform, but it's all tattered now, clearly bitten by zombies." Recalling the security guard's attitude towards students in the past, Zhao Hao swiftly dispatched the guard to meet his demise. After entering the campus, Zhao Hao stored the Valkyrie and the yellow-haired followers in the system space, leaving only 1 mage with him, as having too many people would easily attract the attention of zombies. As Zhao Hao strolled across the once vibrant playground, he saw blood everywhere which had long since dried. The virus outbreak occurred over the weekend, and there were many boys and girls on the playground, resulting in numerous zombies. Zhao Hao did not pass near the playground or choose to walk through the teaching building, as there would be a large number of zombies in those areas. Instead, he led the mage along the commercial street directly toward the dormitory building. Although this was a small path, there were still quite a few zombies. The fire mage held a fireball to clear the way for Zhao Hao. The areas they passed through were left charred. At this moment, the undead army and the bats flew back, and Zhao Hao gained insight into the current situation at the school. The playground, teaching buildings, dormitories, canteens, and libraries were all filled with zombies. Zhao Hao decided to rescue his brothers first before considering those places. "I really am foolish." Zhao Hao laughed at his own stupidity. "I could have sent the undead and bats out to help me kill zombies. I was so focused on rescuing my brothers that I forgot about this," Zhao Hao lamented. He then commanded the undead army to go to the playground and slay zombies. Zhao Hao led the fire mage into the dormitory building where his brothers were. The dormitory where Zhao Hao lived had 6 floors with more than 40 rooms on each floor and 6 people in each room. The number of zombies in this building was still unknown. Although the virus outbreak occurred on a weekend, many were out studying while others were sleeping in the dormitory or playing games, making it difficult for Zhao Hao to gauge the number of people. As he slowly entered the building, he saw bloodied student ID cards and toiletries scattered on the ground, indicating the chaos that had ensued. Zhao Hao looked up towards the dormitory supervisor's room, but saw nothing. He cautiously peeked left and right, discovering that there were not many zombies in the first floor corridor, only a dozen or so. Zhao Hao stored the fire spell in his system space as the narrow space was not suitable for its use and could easily attract more zombies. The building had 2 staircases. Upon entering, he decided to take the one on the left. Holding a titanium alloy knife, Zhao Hao made his way to the stairwell. Before he could enter the corridor, he encountered several zombies. The zombies howled as they charged at him. With swift movements, Zhao Hao struck down several zombies in an instant. Taking advantage of the others not noticing him, he climbed the stairs. Nothing unusual happened along the way, and he successfully reached the 6th floor. Since Zhao Hao took the left staircase, he still needed to pass through more than 20 dormitory rooms to reach his own, which posed quite a challenge. Zhao Hao peeked out and saw over 20 zombies wandering in the corridor, which made him feel slightly troubled. So he summoned the Valkyrie, thinking this is much better. As soon as they stepped onto the 6th floor, the zombies noticed them and instantly turned to charge at Zhao Hao. Come on, let's see if I can't cut you down. Zhao Hao, accompanied by the Valkyrie, moved through the zombies like a wolf among sheep, cutting them down one after another. Zombies continually rushed out from the open doors, and sounds of zombies banging against closed doors echoed from many dormitories. However, this did not hinder Zhao Hao's advance, and the sounds of battle drew the attention of the survivors on the 6th floor. Before long, no more zombies appeared in the corridor. The black-red blood flowed all over the ground as Zhao Hao wrinkled his nose and walked towards his dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Sounds of rustling came from inside the dormitory. Is that you, Lao-san? It's me. Open the door quickly. Great. Lao-san is still alive and has come to save us. Lao de Zhangji said excitedly while opening the door, and the other 3 looked towards the entrance. Zhao Hao quickly entered the dormitory and locked the door behind him before taking stock of the others. He saw 3 people lying on the bed, all craning their necks to look at him, with Lao de Zhangji standing at the door. When the 3 saw it was indeed Zhao Hao, they jumped off the bed and hugged him tightly. My dear sons, I'm so happy to see you all alive. Hey, let's not hug for now. Lao-san, how's it outside? Lauda, who had been squeezed outside, finally spoke. Right, Lao-san, is it still safe outside? Is there any rescue? The 3 began to chatter with questions. Zhao Hao waved his hand. All right, the situation outside is grim. I just escaped from the hospital and came to find you. Where's Lao Wu? Zhao Hao only saw 4 people upon entering, and he did not see the shadow of Lao Wu Wangyi. He didn't make it. He was devoured right in front of us. We hate ourselves for not being able to save him. That's right, said Lao Jiao Bing with a tone of resentment. The group fell silent for a moment. But let's not be too sad, or we need to avenge Lao Wu. Yes, Lao-san is right. We will avenge Lao Wu. The 4 shouted in succession, provoking the roars from the neighboring dormitory. Brothers, there's no rush for revenge. I see you all are hungry. Let's eat something before we think about anything else. After saying this, Zhao Hao took out a pile of food and water from his backpack. The 4 of them divided the food among themselves. Zhao Hao took a bottle of mineral water, drank half, and casually tossed it back into his bag. Once the 4 were full and satisfied, Zhao Hao shared his thoughts with them. Before entering the dormitory building, I surveyed the situation across the school, and it is not optimistic. Lao-san, just tell us what to do. Well, follow your lead. Yes, we will follow your lead. Calm down. Here's what I think. We cannot stay here for long. The question now is whether to go to the classroom dormitory or to the village behind the school. After thinking for a moment, the 4 agreed that heading to the village behind was a good idea. There were fewer people, and the houses were sufficient, plus there was a supermarket, which was much better than being surrounded by zombies in the school. Lao-san, let's go to the village behind. You can command us. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Before heading to the village, we need to stock up on supplies and try to save as many people as possible. I want to establish a survivor base. What do you think? That's a good proposal. Let's first rescue our classmates. We have a bond as classmates, so we should help where we can. The 4 agreed, and Zhao Hao turned to open the door and enter the corridor. First, they needed to scout the surrounding dormitories and knock on each door. If there were sounds of growling, they would break in and kill the zombies. If there was no response, they would move on. Zhao Hao didn't have the heart to care about the lives of so many people. It was already good enough to save a few classmates. After some time, they rescued over 10 people from other dormitories and gathered them in their own dormitory for a meeting. At that moment, information about the undead and bats emerged in his mind, indicating that the zombies in the playground and surrounding areas had been wiped out, having taken down quite a few zombies in this round. Ding! A total of 539 zombies killed, cumulative kills 2397, obtained 7 common treasure chests, 1 rare treasure chest, storage space expanded by 1 cubic meter. Aside from the previous kills, nearly 800 zombies had already been defeated since entering the school, indicating that there were indeed a lot of people here. There was no rush to open the treasure chests. Dealing with the pressing matters was the priority. Ahem, classmates, the apocalypse has come, and we do not know where the National Rescue Team is, so we need to save ourselves. We cannot sit and wait for death. Don't you all agree? Yes, Lao-san is right. We can't just wait to die. Even if we die, we must take down a few zombies with us. The 20 people present began discussing among themselves, expressing that this suggestion was good and worth trying, but there were also those who were unwilling to take risks and preferred to wait for national rescue. I won't take the risk. I think I'll just wait for the rescue team. Instantly, 2 others expressed similarly. Zhao Hao understood, as this was quite normal, though everyone had their own aspirations. If you don't want to take the risk, you can go back to your dormitory now. The 3 stood up and hurried out, drawing looks of disbelief from the others. Now let's discuss our next plan. We currently have 17 people, and I will assign tasks shortly. First, I will give you a certain amount of food. After you are well fed and rested, we will set off tomorrow. Zhao Hao poured out all the food from his backpack and casually took out a pile of food. The crowd stared wide-eyed at Zhao Hao, sensing that something was off with him. Ahem, since the apocalypse has come and zombies are everywhere, isn't it normal to conjure up some supplies? Lao Zhang, Ji said, which made everyone understand and look at Zhao Hao with envy. Don't look at me like that. Who knows, maybe each of us can gain superpowers like this. If only that were the case. I want to breathe fire. I want to have the power of lightning. The Lightning King is so cool. Just you. The Lightning King belongs to me. The crowd began to bicker because of Zhao Hao's words. All right, let's not think about that too much. I will start assigning tasks now. What Zhao Hao said in a moment of inspiration unexpectedly came true not long after, but that is a story for another time. The group holding food perked up and focused intently on Zhao Hao as he spoke. We will split into 2 groups of 17 people. I will lead one group, and you will lead the other. Zhao Hao pointed at the person who had just expressed the desire to awaken lightning powers. Zhang Chun understood and said, you lead 10 people to clear this building. Here are your weapons. Zhao Hao casually took out several baseball bats and iron rods which he had grabbed before and were now proving to be very useful. The remaining 6, I will take you to the school supermarket to replenish supplies. I have no weapons left, so you can dismantle beds in unoccupied dormitories to use the bed frames as weapons. The 6, including Zhang Ji, nodded in understanding. All right, everyone go back. I will notify you to gather tomorrow morning. Make sure to get enough rest. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison, which triggered a series of zombie roars and banging noises. Once everyone left, Zhao Hao lay on his bed. Although his body was not too tired, his mind was overwhelmed. As a homebody, having to manage them was quite taxing for Zhao Hao. He felt he needed to find someone suitable to manage the team. Inside the dormitory, a few people were chatting. This was the most relaxed moment they had experienced in the past 3 days. Not because of anything else, but simply because Zhao Hao was there, giving them a sense of security. They felt that Zhao Hao had changed a lot, becoming much stronger. Time passed quickly and night fell. Everyone lay in their beds, drifting off to sleep. Zhao Hao looked at the treasure chests in the system space and fell asleep contentedly. At dawn, Zhao Hao awoke with an urgent need to urinate. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped up to the window and relieved himself outward in one unceremonious motion. Afterward, he roused his roommates. The 5 of them ate a light meal. Then the moment Zhao Hao opened the door, he found over a dozen people waiting outside. Not bad, you're quite prompt. Indeed, brother Hao, replied squad leader Zhang Chun with an awkward smile. It's only right we gather ourselves without troubling you to call us one by one. Zhao Hao nodded and let the group inside. Carry out yesterday's assigned tasks to the best of your ability, and above all avoid casualties. The others nodded in unison. Zhang Chun then led a team of 11, including himself, to clear the unopened dormitory rooms on the 6th floor. Let's move out. The target is the supermarket inside the 2nd dining hall. Zhao Hao led his roommates and 2 others down the stairwell. Nothing unusual occurred along the way. Upon reaching the 1st floor, only a few zombies lingered in the corridor, likely stragglers who had escaped their dorm rooms by chance. With swift, precise strokes, the zombies fell. The group exited the dormitory building. The 2nd dining hall lay close, just 200 meters away, and soon they approached the supermarket's outer perimeter. Brother 3, there must be quite a few zombies inside. Likely so. It's Saturday morning. The supermarket would have been bustling with shoppers, not to mention the surrounding shops. Everyone prepare yourselves. I'll lure out a few and you eliminate them swiftly. Zhao Hao could have slaughtered every zombie in the campus single-handedly, yet he chose to train those beside him. After all, survival in the apocalypse demanded bloodshed. Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Hao dashed into the underground supermarket. At the entrance, over a dozen zombies blocked his path. He cut down most in rapid succession, then turned and fled. The remaining zombies showed no fear at their fallen kin. Instead, they roared and charged after him. Zhao Hao noticed these zombies moved slightly faster than those from the outbreak's earliest days. He resolved to compare their speed again in a few days. Something he sensed was quietly shifting beneath the surface. Where there's a will, there's a way. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Within seconds, he rejoined his companions. Your turn. Take one each and practice. The 6 nodded and advanced. Though their movements lacked fluidity, none sustained injury. Aim for the head. If the brain is destroyed, the zombie falls instantly dead. They raised their steel rods and struck hard at the zombies' skulls. In moments, the creatures lay motionless upon the ground. Not bad. We'll go inside now. Breathing heavily and exhilarated, the six felt reassured. The zombies weren't as fearsome as imagined. Yet they knew full well this ease stemmed from Zhao Hao's prior efforts in thinning their numbers. Advancing steadily, the seven dealt with scattered zombies themselves. Only when clusters formed did Zhao Hao intervene. Within 15 minutes, all but those inside the supermarket had been largely eradicated. Inside the supermarket, goods were strewn across the floor, shelves toppled askew, and dark trails of blood dragged across the tiles. Zhao Hao casually gathered the cigarettes behind the checkout counter into his spatial storage, a space that had expanded considerably. Though he didn't smoke himself, his comrades surely would. I'll clear the zombies. Fill your backpacks quickly and leave one person on watch at the entrance. As Zhao Hao strode deeper into the supermarket, a voice echoed in his mind. The goblin has arrived at last. Though many zombies scattered en route, fresh waves joined along the way. Roughly 1,000 remain. Zhao Hao gleaned more than mere numbers from the goblin. He learned precisely how it drew aggro, slipping silently behind a zombie and striking its rear. The image made Zhao Hao flinch instinctively. Truly, the goblin was no gentleman. Then again, it wasn't human to begin with. Mentally contacting the creature, he commanded it to lure the zombies toward the school's central plaza. He intended to stage something grand. Within 15 minutes, Zhao Hao had cut down every zombie inside the supermarket while simultaneously gathering supplies. King Shui Fu instant noodles, tomato and egg flavor. No, spicy strips yes. Though I won't eat them myself. Lao Gan Ma fermented bean curd. Excellent. A perfect side for rice. Take it all. He felt eerily like shopping as he once had, except paralyzed by indecision, overwhelmed by choice. Before long, all 6 backpacks were brimming. Let's go. See how Zhang Chen's team fared. They retraced their steps to the dormitory, dispatching a few reckless zombies along the way, chatting and laughing as they climbed the stairs. From across the way in the girls' dormitory, several pairs of eyes watched Zhao Hao and his group in silence, desperate to signal their presence yet terrified that even a whisper might draw zombies to their door. Wang Xian tried waving a brightly colored towel from the window, but her gesture went unnoticed below. She then hurled a stool from the upper floor. Yet Zhao Hao and his companions had already ascended. Did something just hit the ground? Or was it my imagination? Zhao Hao dismissed it as auditory illusion and followed the others upward, quiet and cautious. They left so quickly. They didn't spot us. We'll wait for another chance. Perhaps they'll venture out this afternoon and notice us. Otherwise, we'll either starve or be devoured. Xueqi spoke weakly beside Wang Xian. The other girls nodded in weary agreement. Though they'd hoarded snacks initially, 4 days had depleted their stores entirely. Their dorm housed not only classmates, but also students from neighboring classes, accelerating consumption. They'd gone 2 days without water, surviving only on their own urine. Zhao Hao, come save us. Quiet. You'll trigger a frenzy, and we'll all die. Wang Xian clapped a hand over her mouth, bowing her head, murmuring wordlessly. Back at the dormitory, Zhao Hao re-entered undetected. No zombies from other floors stirred at his passage. Inside, Zhang Chen's squad stood assembled, blood spattered across every uniform. 10 men stood shoulder to shoulder, the stench of decay thick in the air, yet none seemed to notice or care. How did it go? Brother, how the 6th floor is fully cleared. We've also secured much of the 5th. No casualties. Thanks to the weapons you provided, slaying zombies became far smoother. Good work. We continue this afternoon. For now, let's eat. A relaxed lunch passed swiftly, and then with disciplined calm they prepared to depart once more. In the afternoon, Zhao Hao and Zhang Chun departed with their respective squads. Zhao Hao instructed Zhang Chun to check on any survivors still alive inside the building. Those wishing to join would undergo assessment, while those uninterested could be left undisturbed. Zhang Chun nodded in understanding and led his squad toward the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao headed to the library with 6 others, not for any particular purpose, but solely to eliminate zombies and simultaneously train his team. Just as they stepped out of the building's entrance, Zhao Hao spotted a stool beneath the opposite building. I don't recall seeing that here this morning. Did I misremember, eh? He shook his head and dismissed the thought, pressing onward toward the library. As Zhao Hao prepared to leave, another stool plummeted from above with a thunderous crash. This time he was certain someone remained inside the building, and rescue would be necessary. He looked up and recognized a familiar face. Drawing nearer, he confirmed it was a classmate. Zhao Hao pointed first to himself, then toward the girls' dormitory, silently signaling he would ascend immediately. Wang Xian, watching from above, understood his gesture instantly and relayed the message to the women gathered inside the dorm room. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. They would no longer starve. Zhao Hao entered the girls' dormitory with his 6 companions, a place he had long yearned to enter before the apocalypse, yet one that now revealed none of its former charm. The 1st floor corridor teemed with zombies. Even the dorm supervisor, now transformed, lurched from her room and shrieked at the group. Zhao Hao regarded the scantily clad zombies with indifference. Their exposed skin was a sickly crimson drenched in blood, many bore grotesque wounds, or missing limbs. Truly nothing worth lingering over. Go ahead, call me if you're overwhelmed. I'll go have a word with the dorm supervisor. With that, he kicked open the supervisor's door, sending the zombie staggering into the corner with a single blow. The sharp crack echoed unnervingly through the silent corridor, drawing every female zombie on the first floor toward Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, he had already begun his conversation with the supervisor, leaving the 6 others to fend for themselves. Fight. If you can't overpower them, kite them, but do not flee. Fight. The 6 plunged into a grueling battle, gradually surrounded as they fought and retreated step by step. Inside the supervisor's room, Zhao Hao pummeled the zombified woman relentlessly, not killing her outright, but leaving her dazed and disoriented. Every time I brought a date here, what was that look you gave me? When we boys came seeking permission from teachers to enter, did your gaze upon us truly differ from how you'd view a pervert? The zombie, of course, understood none of his words. Though had she been capable of comprehension, she might well have died of sheer indignation. At last, Zhao Hao delivered a crushing blow that shattered the supervisor zombie's skull. His pent-up fury had surged anew. Memories of that contemptible woman and the wealthy heir, Zhou Mi, had resurfaced. Though survival had consumed him earlier, now that conditions had eased, Zhao Hao resolved to build his influence first, and then settle scores with both. He flung open the door, dispatched the nearby zombies with his blade, and strode forward, seething. You'll have to suffice as my outlet, for now. Swish, swish, swish. Not a single zombie survived more than one strike. In near instantaneous succession, over 50 fell beneath Zhao Hao's blade. His 6 companions appeared within his field of vision. Continue upward. Seeing his dark expression, they said nothing, merely followed him in silence. As Zhao Hao ascended, his anger began to subside. He decided to forego external zombie hunts for the day. Clearing these 2 buildings and rescuing survivors within would be enough. Others could wait. Zhao Hao was neither a saint nor a villain. He would do all he reasonably could, and let the rest be. Today's mission is to cleanse this entire building. Do you have confidence? Yes. Good. You 6 will clear the 6th floor. Proceed with caution, lest you fall prey to ambush. I'll handle the lower levels myself. The 6 gripped their steel rods and climbed slowly. Zhao Hao had yet to inspect the first floor survivors. He would begin from the top and descend, saving himself unnecessary backtracking. Zhao Hao summoned his undead legion to purge the 2nd floor. The Valkyrie and the Mage were assigned to the 4th. Huang Mao and the Bat took the 5th. Zhao Hao's current summoning cards were as follows. Level 3 Valkyrie Rare, Level 3 Mage Rare, Level 2 Barbarian, Level 3 Undead Legion, Level 2 Bat, Level 1 Goblin. Several treasure chests remained unopened. He planned to open them all that evening. Clutching his blade, Zhao Hao advanced to the 3rd floor, where zombies instantly detected him and charged, snarling wildly. TCH. Just you lot. Merely walking offerings, aren't you? He cut them down effortlessly and began checking each dormitory door. Open up, we're checking water meters. Hey, you dare growl at me without paying. Die. Anti-pornography operation. Hands on your heads, squat down. Yes, you. I said stop yelling or I'll twist your neck. Soon he reached Wang Xian's dormitory. This time he knocked politely, no kicking required. The door swung open instantly. Zhao Hao stepped inside to find over a dozen young women gazing at him with plaintive, reproachful eyes. So much so that he felt genuinely embarrassed. Ahem, let's not dwell on such trivialities. The women exchanged glances, then turned expectantly toward Wang Xian. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Hao and Wang Xian had shared a close bond, making her the natural choice to speak for them all. Zhao Hao, do you have food? We've starved for days. Don't worry, we won't take it for free. We'll work to repay you. Now that's unnecessary. A little food is nothing. After all you've done for me, this is only fair. Over 4 years of university, Wang Xian had quietly handled countless small tasks for Zhao Hao, favors he remembered well. Eat quickly. I'll escort you out shortly. Wonderful. There's nothing left here. We'll follow your lead. Zhao Hao appended his backpack, spilling provisions onto the floor. The women rushed forward, eager to claim their share. Stop. Anyone who grabs out of turn must leave immediately. At once they halted, formed an orderly line, and carried their rations to designated spots. Wang Xian, impressive. You've got them obeying you in just a few days. Hee. Zhao Hao, we had no choice. 2 days ago, one girl refused to comply, so we escorted her outside. She'd been strutting around pretending to be some pre-apocalyptic heiress. She'd hoarded far more food and drink than anyone else. After her expulsion, her 2 sycophants grew markedly subdued. Exactly. That arrogant fool deserved her fate, dead or alive. Zhao Hao smiled faintly, saying nothing, merely watched the girls eat. Days of hardship had scarcely dimmed their beauty. Several deliberately bared generous swaths of pale skin, prompting Zhao Hao to avert his gaze and retreat inward, to bicker with his system instead. System, how many zombies have I slain so far? Time for my reward. Ding. Zombie kills 681. Total accumulated kills 3078. Rewards granted 7 common chests, 1 rare chest, and 1 cubic meter of inventory space. Current capacity 4 cubic meters. Not bad at all. Opening them all tonight will be exhilarating. Zhao Hao turned back to the women. Finding them satiated and refreshed, he nodded. Let's go. Pack your bags, gear up, and take only essential clothing. After all, girls valued cleanliness, so he granted them a few minutes. Meanwhile, zombies on the 2nd, 4th, and 5th floors had already been eradicated by his subordinates. Zhao Hao needed only shout periodically. No need to verify headcounts room by room. Within moments, the dozen young women were ready. Zhao Hao led them toward the 6th floor to see how Zhang Chun, Jiao Bing, and the others were faring. They reached the 6th floor without encountering a single zombie. The creatures on all lower floors had already been eradicated by Zhao Hao's summoned cards. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, they found several people lying on the ground gasping for breath, surrounded by heaps of zombie corpses. A few surviving girls stood nearby, tending to them. Luzi, how are you holding up? In Laosan, we're fine. Killing zombies has become second nature. It's just exhausting. Let us catch our breath. Seeing that the 6 were unharmed, Zhao Hao dispatched the women to gather usable supplies and to seek out anyone else willing to join their group. An hour later, Zhao Hao gazed upon the more than 60 survivors before him and smiled with quiet satisfaction. He led them first to the male dormitory for shelter that night, postponing relocation until the following day. By the time they returned to the dormitory building, dusk had fallen. Zhao Hao instructed the women to prepare over a dozen rooms for everyone to spend the night. He then distributed food, called Zhang Chun aside, and asked, "How did it go? How many did you clear, and did anyone join us?" "Brother Hao, we've cleared up to the 3rd floor. 10 new members joined us, but 2 brothers were scratched by zombies. I ended their suffering swiftly and mercifully." Zhao Hao clapped Zhang Chun on the shoulder. "You did well. No one will blame you. Rest now." Zhao Hao tallied his numbers: over 80 souls under his command. Not overwhelming, but sufficient. It was time to begin training the women. After all, most of those he'd saved were female. He couldn't afford to treat them as idle princesses. Zhao Hao tossed several packs of cigarettes to the others, sending them into delighted relief after days of abstinence. Alone atop the rooftop, Zhao Hao let the wind wash over him as he mentally interfaced with his system. Open the treasure chests. In, please select your desired cards. In, I currently possess 14 common chests and 2 rare chests. What should I draw? Zhao Hao stroked his chin in thoughtful silence, then made his decision. System, summon 1 cannon, 2 barbarians, 2 bats, and fill the rest with skeleton armies. For the rares, I'll take 1 Valkyrie and 1 wizard. Congratulations, barbarians leveled to rank 3, bats leveled to rank 3, Valkyrie leveled to rank 4, wizard leveled to rank 4. Keep striving. Ah, blissful. Tomorrow I'll upgrade the skeleton armies further. Then things will truly get exhilarating. With deep satisfaction, Zhao Hao descended the stairs, humming lightly, striding with unwavering confidence. The night passed swiftly. At dawn, everyone gathered their belongings, preparing to relocate to Hotsuan village. Everyone well-fed and hydrated. This morning we seize Hotsuan. Do we have confidence? Yes. In. Excellent. March out. In. Zhao Hao pulled Zhang Chun aside. Take your original squad to the 2nd cafeteria's convenience store. Fill every bag. Our food supply for the next few days depends on you. Don't worry, Brother Hao. We'll handle the zombies easily, so long as there's no full-scale horde. In. Zhao Hao had yet to reveal his abilities publicly, not because he doubted his people, but because the timing wasn't right. For now, rigorous training would suffice. Let's go. In. Zhao Hao led over 70 people toward the rear gate, and as he glimpsed the commercial street beyond, his eyes lit up. This strip is dominated by eateries. There must be ample provisions left behind. Why leave them? Let's take it all. We'll rely on what Zhang Chun brings back for the next few days. This stockpile stays reserved. After all, rice and flour last far longer than snacks. And before heading to Hotsuan, we'll make one final thorough supply run. Following Zhao Hao into the alleyway, the group encountered only scattered zombies, swiftly neutralized by Zhang Ji and his team, while the women assisted in hauling ingredients from the shops. These vegetables have long since rotted. The power's been out for 2 days and the meat in the freezers must be putrid by now. Grab anything still viable. Nothing gets left behind. The women began systematically looting each shop, after Zhao Hao's scouts had first purged the premises of any remaining zombies. An hour later, a vast mound of supplies lay amassed on the ground. This would become their strategic reserve, guarded and conserved with utmost discipline. Zhao Hao ordered the group to carry the goods away, and strode ahead, clearing the path. They meandered slowly, taking half an hour to finally reach Hotsuan village. Set everything down. You. Take charge of guarding these supplies while I clear the village. In. Zhang Chen nodded and stationed himself and several dormitory mates as sentinels. Armed women followed Zhao Hao inside. From this moment onward, he resolved to rigorously train them. As they entered the village, zombified villagers wandered listlessly through the streets. No other humans had set foot here since the outbreak. Zhao Hao advanced toward a cluster of a dozen zombies. Sensing him, they shrieked and charged forward in frenzied unison. My earlier hypothesis appears correct. Zombies are evolving. Their speed has increased again, nearly matching that of a healthy adult walking at pace. But it mattered little. A few precise strikes severed their legs, leaving them to writhe and snarl helplessly on the ground. Step forward and kill them yourselves, or be deemed unworthy to remain among us. A dozen women gripped iron rods, hesitating before the crawling horrors. Then one woman stepped forward from behind, seized another's rod, and drove it straight through a zombie's skull. Act now. If you wish to survive, you must act. In her words jolted the others awake. All but the most paralyzed with fear lunged forward, each impaling a zombie with grim resolve. Crimson blood and pale matter splattered across the ground, prompting several girls to stagger away, retching violently. Leave now, you're dismissed. I harbor no place here for the weak. Don't waste my time with half-hearted gestures. I won't indulge you. The few who lingered, mouths half open in protest, met only Zhao Hao's cold, unyielding gaze, and lowered their heads in silent retreat toward the school. At least their shelter remained. Your performance was acceptable. You especially stand out. In Zhao Hao addressed by Wei Wei directly, few women possess such decisive courage. You're exceptional. Rest assured, brother Hao. I'll keep pushing myself. In Zhao Hao gave a curt nod and led the remaining women deeper into the village, to hunt more zombies, sharpening their resolve with every strike. By noon, Zhao Hao had led the women in eradicating every zombie within Houtsuan. Of those who'd initially balked, none remained hesitant by the end. Fear instilled by Zhao Hao's unflinching standards had forged their will. Wei Wei, you'll oversee the women. Discipline them when needed, but temper authority with wisdom. Crush no spirit, only awaken it. Thank you for your trust, brother Hao. I swear, I will not disappoint you. Zhao Hao nodded, then organized lunch, before calling Wang Xian aside for a private briefing. Wang Xian, you now assume leadership overall. In 2 days I depart. For matters concerning the men, consult Zhang Chun and Zhang Ji. For the women, turn to Bai Weiwei. Return to find this group intact, not scattered like dust. Leave it to me, Zhao Hao. Go without doubt. I'll hold this team together. Zhao Hao nodded once more, and turned to oversee the midday meal. Zhang Chun and his team returned early, having diligently guarded the provisions alongside Zhang Ji. Zhao Hao silently acknowledged their reliability, truly commendable conduct. After a relaxed lunch, the group prepared to scour the village thoroughly. Zhao Hao summoned Zhang Chun and the others to brief them on the afternoon's operations. This afternoon, Zhang Chun led a team to survey the village exits and assign personnel to patrol the surrounding area. Bai Weiwei organized the women to clean out the houses thoroughly. We'll surely welcome new members soon. Wang Xian, take inventory of our supplies. Determine how long they'll last. The group dispersed to carry out Zhao Hao's orders while he headed toward the railway station just outside the village. There must be countless zombies inside. I'm free this afternoon. I'll clear a way for fun. Zhao Hao summoned his mage Valkyrie and approached the station. Suddenly, a zombie hound lunged from the shadows, baring its fangs and snarling fiercely at him. Humph, so even dogs have turned into zombies. Could plants mutate too? As Zhao Hao mused idly, the zombie hound launched itself in a flying pounce straight for his head. Zhao Hao cleaved the beast cleanly in two with a single stroke. The severed halves collapsed lifelessly beside him. Little pest, do you really think mutation makes you invincible? He kicked the corpse aside and peered through the shattered glass into the station, where the floor was thick with shambling corpses. The virus outbreak had struck during peak travel hours, packing the station with infected. Blood stained the ground everywhere, a grim testament to the carnage that had unfolded here. Zhao Hao entered the station flanked by his Valkyrie and mage. A security guard zombie charged first, swift to appear, swifter still to fall silenced before it could even roar. Shut your mouth, your stench offends me. With a flick of his wrist, he dispatched several reckless zombies near the entrance, then drew a deep breath. Kill. He surged into the horde. His Valkyrie fought at his side. The mage, already conjuring a blazing fireball, hurled it straight into the densest cluster of zombies. Boom. The fireball detonated, incinerating over a dozen zombies in an instant, leaving only charred remains scattered across the floor. Zhao Hao and his Valkyrie carved through the swarm like storms through night. No zombie breached their perimeter. Those who drew near were hacked down instantly, while others trampled their fallen comrades into pulp, rendering them incapable of rising again. Half an hour passed. Except for a few trapped in sealed compartments, the station stood silent, every zombie slain. Panting heavily, huff, 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 Zhao Hao felt genuine fatigue. Even with his enhanced physique, the sheer number of zombies had taken its toll. Leaning against a pillar, he tilted back a bottle of water, then turned toward the station's convenience store. Food was never excessive, especially when stocking up for future expeditions. His earlier stored provisions were nearly depleted. Only some medicine remained. Sustained excursions would be impossible without replenishment. He wandered the aisles, finding little edible fare. The store was small, and much had been contaminated or spoiled by the outbreak. As Zhao Hao gathered supplies, a door in the store's partition swung open, and several men emerged. "Don't move. This is ours. Get out, before we lose our patience. And before you go, hand over every scrap of food on you. Or don't go at all." Their arrogance amused Zhao Hao. These fools truly had no sense of their own mortality. "Oh, you claim this belongs to you. Call it, and see if it answers. Kid, you're asking for death. Ergo, hold your temper." The leader restrained Ergo. This young man entered from outside. "He's no ordinary survivor." Then turning to Zhao Hao, "Brother, the food here is scarce. Take what you need, just leave us a portion." "Brother, there are 5 of us. What's one guy to fear?" "Yeah, look at him. Slim arms, slender legs. I could handle him alone." "Silence, now?" The leader gestured toward a modest pile. "How about these for you? The rest stays with us." "Unacceptable. Stop pretending. If you intend to kill me, why bother with pretense?" "Huh, so you saw through us. Then I'll drop the act. Brothers, take him down." The 5 encircled Zhao Hao. In swift succession, he cut down 4, leaving only the leader standing. The man dropped to his knees instantly. "Young sir, spare me. I beg you. Take all the food. Just spare my life." "Who the hell are you calling brother? Go splash some water on that face. See how grotesque you look." "Grandfather. Master. I don't want to die." Too late. With one clean stroke, Zhao Hao sent him to join his fallen comrades. They were local thugs, idle, cruel, preying on the vulnerable. When the outbreak struck, they'd fled into the station's storage room and survived by sheer luck. Scum of society, none deserved mercy. Without glancing back at their bodies, Zhao Hao emptied the store and departed. Nothing of value remained. He decided to return and check on the others' progress. Upon re-entering the village, he nodded to the sentries stationed at the gate and walked inward. He called Wang Xian, the supervisor, to brief him. "Zhao Hao by Weiwei's team has cleared many houses. Current capacity meets our needs. Full clearance should be complete before dusk." Zhang Chun deployed 2 rotating patrols around the perimeter. "Our food reserves will last over 4 months. Additionally, Zhang Ji's group located over a dozen survivors. Most wished to join us. Those who refused were escorted away." "Well done. I'll go inspect their work." Zhao Hao turned toward Bai Weiwei's group. Wang Xian resumed her oversight duties. "Weiwei, here, drink some water." Zhao Hao unscrewed a bottle and offered it. "Thanks, Zhao Hao. Phew. Hard work does make one thirsty." She drank hastily. The water trickled down her chin, vanishing into the subtle curve of her collarbone. Zhao Hao felt his throat tighten. He quickly looked away. Bai Weiwei noticed his flustered expression and smiled, warm and captivating. His reaction was understandable. Though he'd once had a girlfriend, their intimacy had barely extended beyond holding hands. He'd always considered himself inept in such matters, so succumbing even briefly to such beauty was entirely natural. Add to that Bai Weiwei's fair skin, striking features, long legs, shapely figure, and easygoing charm, and she aligned perfectly with Zhao Hao's ideal. He snapped back to composure just in time, avoiding further embarrassment. "Ahem, Weiwei, how much longer until all the houses are cleared?" Bai Weiwei, shifting seamlessly into professionalism, replied, "Only a few remain. We'll finish within the hour." An awkward silence settled between them. Zhao Hao feigned reaching into his pocket, but secretly drew forth a pack of white rabbit candy from his spatial storage, pressed it into her palm, and hurried away. Bai Weiwei gazed at the candy, and at Zhao Hao's retreating figure, her eyes crinkling with delight. How did he know white rabbit is my favorite? A quiet fondness bloomed within her, rooted not merely in attraction, but in growing trust. Having escaped from Bai Weiwei, Zhao Hao located Zhang Chun, who was conducting training. "How is the village faring?" "Brother, how the village has 3 exits. We've barricaded the gaps between houses with timber, and I've assigned over 20 brothers to patrol the perimeter in rotating shifts. Each exit is guarded by a fixed team, rotated daily." "Did you devise all this yourself?" "And, partly. Some ideas came from my own thinking, the rest I picked up watching TV. And applying knowledge practically. Impressive. I look forward to more surprises from you." Zhao Hao clapped Zhang Chun on the shoulder and wandered off to inspect the surroundings. And soon after, Bai Weiwei returned with the other women, and Zhao Hao organized rest and meals for everyone. A monotonous day drew to a close. Zhao Hao lay alone in a room that had been cleared for him. While others shared quarters 4 or 5 to a room, he alone enjoyed this privilege. "And system appear. I want to talk. And master, I am here. And do you think this world still has hope? And this system lacks such data. Please ask something else. You're not very helpful, are you? I've noticed the zombies seem slightly faster than they were a few days ago. What's causing that?" "Master, your question strikes at the heart of it. This system has detected that zombies will undergo evolution 7 days after the viral outbreak. Yet, this evolution also presents an opportunity for survivors. Some will awaken latent abilities. So that's how it is. My earlier assumptions weren't far off after all. And indeed, Master. Strengthen your faction and carve out your own domain in this apocalyptic world. Hey, I think that's the only decent thing you've said so far. End system, settle today's rewards. I'd like to savor them before sleep. Ding, you have slain 9527 zombies, bringing your cumulative total to 12605. Rewards 96 common chests, 9 rare chests, and 1 epic chest. Whoa, I didn't even realize I'd killed so many. Truly only I could pull that off. And Zhao Hao rolled ecstatically across the bed, nearly tumbling onto the floor. At that moment, Bai Weiwei pushed open the door and found Zhao Hao mid-roll. Their eyes met in awkward silence. The air itself seemed to stiffen with embarrassment. Zhao Hao sprang upright in one fluid motion. He adopted his usual composure, convinced that as long as he remained unflustered, she would be the one left flustered. And Weiwei, what brings you here so late? Well, look who's playing cool. She chuckled, then burst into laughter. Zhao Hao stared, utterly entranced. And ugh, why does her laughter always leave me dazed? Snapping back to awareness, Zhao Hao inwardly questioned himself, then shook his head baffled. And me? I came to chat. Nights are pitch black, nothing to do but sleep. These past days nearly suffocated me. I see. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? And yes. Sister Xin controls the supplies. These days we only get basic rations. Nothing extra. Pouting playfully, Bai Weiwei complained to Zhao Hao. He smiled gently. And from now on, if you crave something special, come to me. I'll prepare it just for you. And overjoyed, she impulsively embraced him, leaving Zhao Hao frozen rigid as a statue. Bai Weiwei blushed and released him. Her flushed cheeks lent her an irresistible allure. Zhao Hao felt his pulse surge. And, at this rate, I'll surely hemorrhage from sheer infatuation. Zhao Hao sighed wryly at her. Bai Weiwei offered an apologetic smile. And brother Hao, I'm truly sorry. I got carried away. She knew full well how precious gourmet food had become in this apocalypse. Her elation was genuine, overwhelming enough to spark that spontaneous embrace. It's all right, take these. Just keep them hidden from the others. Zhao Hao withdrew a portion of the provisions he'd reserved for his own excursions and placed them into Bai Weiwei's arms. He couldn't explain why he treated her with such uncommon generosity, even though his wounds hadn't yet healed. And no, I must stay composed. After accepting the gifts and expressing her gratitude, Bai Weiwei left the room. Zhao Hao exhaled deeply in relief. And phew, there's truth in that old saying, women down the mountain are tigers. I simply can't withstand them. Zhao Hao drifted into a troubled slumber. And meanwhile, Wang Meng, who had also been hospitalized at the outbreak, had with 2 underlings evaded danger through narrow escapes. After sacrificing one subordinate, he finally reached his company headquarters. After resting, Wang Meng tallied his remaining men. Barely 30 stood beside him. And this virus is terrifying. I nearly became a commander without a single soldier. Stroking his bald head, Wang Meng mused idly and resolved to recruit anew. With resources at his disposal, attracting followers would pose no difficulty. My logistics company proves invaluable in times like these. All its cargo is now mine. With these assets, rapid expansion is assured. And I'll need more young women, not only for my own pleasure, but to reward my loyal brothers. Wang Meng dispatched a subordinate to audit inventory at the logistics warehouse while plotting his next moves. Send word. Arm the brothers and proceed with caution. Scour the surrounding area first. Secure every resource within reach. The underling nodded and turned to relay the orders. Over the following days, Wang Meng's men stripped the vicinity of all usable supplies and absorbed fresh recruits. Though Zhao Hao had selectively recruited street thugs and violent types, Wang Meng's forces swelled by more than double. His growth pace rivaled Zhao Hao's closely. Just as Wang Meng reigned over his territory like a petty warlord, a messenger was ushered in, one claiming to bear a verbal message from Wang Meng's friend. Wang Meng waved dismissively, instructing his men to bring the man in. A woman seated upon his lap began to rise, but he pressed her firmly back into place. Brother Meng, perhaps I should step aside. I shouldn't hear what's meant for your ears alone. And Hong, stay right there. As my woman, nothing is off limits for you. Ignoring her protest, he turned sharply toward the messenger. You claim to be sent by my friend. Then tell me, who is my friend? Brother Meng, I serve young Master Zhou. He knows you'd never fade into obscurity in this apocalypse. And so he sent me to pay respects and to deliver his words personally. Oh, it's that brash youngster Zhou. What does he wish to say? Young Master Me says he possesses goods you'll find irresistible. He wonders whether you'd honor him with a visit. How delightfully intriguing. Since young Master Me extends such courtesy, I cannot afford to slight him. Tell him, I'll call on him tomorrow. Let him prepare those goods, and welcome me properly. You too. Escort this guest out. Confirm young Master Mi's location so I may pay my respects tomorrow. In. Yes, brother. We'll accompany you now. The two guards bowed and followed the messenger out. Recalling his prior dealings with Zhou Mi, Wang Ming judged the invitation sincere. Though Zhou Mi came from wealth, he'd repeatedly relied on Wang Ming's enforcers to resolve thorny matters. Over time, their alliance had solidified, forged by mutual opportunism and shared temperament. Wang Ming dismissed thoughts of tomorrow's meeting, and cradling Chu Hong strode into his chamber. There behind closed doors, scenes of raw, visceral intensity unfolded, unwitnessed, unshared, and utterly private. The next day, Wang Ming drove his modified vehicle toward Zhou Mi's location, accompanied by a group of underlings. Meanwhile, Zhou Mi, having abducted Zhao Hao's girlfriend Gao Xian, had been sequestered in a hotel with her, indulging in pleasures of his choosing. It was only when the zombie virus erupted that Zhou Mi's father dispatched men to retrieve him. Son, the apocalypse has arrived without warning. What shall we do? Father, where there's a will, there's a way. Don't we own a food export company? Its inventory is the very foundation upon which we shall rise. Yes, yes. How could I have forgotten in my panic? You truly are brilliant, Meyer. Zhou Mi merely smiled, as if the solution were self-evident. Though Zhou Mi indulged in hedonism and pursued women relentlessly, his intellect was undeniable. A cunning, ruthless mind perfectly suited to thrive amid the chaos of the apocalypse. Father, I'll leave the family affairs in your hands. Our immediate priority is consolidating all usable resources and then expanding outward. The apocalypse is both catastrophe and opportunity. The Zhou family must seize this moment and carve out our dominion within the ruins. Ha ha ha, truly, my son. Go forth and attend to your own matters. The household rests with me. Zhou Mi nodded, turned, and departed the Zhou residence for his private stronghold. No sooner had Zhou Mi stepped from the vehicle than he was flanked by 2 rows of black-clad figures, men he had secretly assembled over recent years unbeknownst to his father Zhou Ji. Having once faced insurmountable challenges, yet unwilling to beg Zhou Ji for aid, humiliated by dependence, he instead sought Wang Ming's help. That sense of subjugation had festered until he resolved to build his own power. Thus the Shadow Squad was born. These men were bound to him like sworn retainers, each hailing from fallen families, each owing Zhou Mi profound gratitude. Though he cultivated a reputation for debauchery and recklessness, it was mere theater for public consumption. In truth, he honored loyalty above all, treated his inner circle with unwavering fidelity, and possessed admittedly a volatile temper. Greetings, boss. The entire Shadow Squad saluted Zhou Mi. He waved dismissively. Brothers, no need for such formality. Call me young Master Mi. Yes, young Master Mi. Zhou Mi selected his recruits with exacting discernment. Mostly veterans save for a few strategists, every operative possessed formidable combat prowess. This is Uncle Wang. He oversees all your training provisions and daily sustenance. When I am absent, he commands you. Understood? Understood. From behind Zhou Mi emerged a middle-aged man whose stride exuded martial discipline and whose gaze burned with fierce, unblinking intensity. Meeting Uncle Wang's stare, the Shadow Squad members instinctively lowered their heads, as though pinned beneath the predatory gaze of a wild beast. Greetings, everyone. In the days ahead, let us unite in steadfast cooperation to advance young Master Mi's vision. Uncle Wang spoke with a gentle smile, but all present knew this smiling man was terrifying. We swear fealty to young Master Mi. The squad roared in unison. Excellent. Rest today. Fine wine and sumptuous fare await you all. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The men dispersed instantly. Zhou Mi turned to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, they're entrusted to you now, my hidden blade poised to strike enemies with lethal precision at the decisive hour. Rest assured, young Master Mi, I shall never betray your trust. Zhou Mi nodded, relinquishing concern for the squad, and returned to the Zhou residence, resuming without hesitation his guise as a dissolute scion. The day of Zhou Mi's rendezvous with Wang Ming arrived, both sides bristling with mutual suspicion, each having prepared contingencies. Wang Ming intended to capture Zhou Mi outright. Given Zhou Ji's doting devotion, extracting exorbitant concessions from the patriarch would be effortless, or so Wang Ming believed. If he failed, he'd be a fool indeed. Zhou Mi, however, viewed Wang Ming differently, an aging schemer commanding numerous men and crucially operating a logistics network. Within it surely lay assets vital to strengthening the Shadow Squad. As for the goods promised to Wang Ming, those existed too. After all, even the most cunning fisherman requires bait. Zhou Mi had assembled 50 women and 10 kilograms of a potent euphoric compound. Some women were those he discarded after personal use, others had been recently rescued by Zhou Ji's agents during resource sweeps. I've saved your lives. Now is the time to repay that debt. Do not fear, you will not truly be handed over to that bald lecher, Wang Ming. Zhou Mi addressed the trembling women before him with practiced reassurance, yet their terror only deepened. His disreputable exterior rendered every word he spoke utterly unbelievable. Soon a convoy entered his field of vision. Wang Ming alighted from his vehicle flanked by underlings and strode forward with a booming laugh. "Ha! Young Master Me, how fares your health these days? Missed me terribly, haven't you, big brother? Old brother, I've missed you just as much. Come, let's go inside and share a drink first." Though Zhou Mi inwardly recoiled, he offered a gracious smile. One does not strike a laughing man. They entered Zhou Mi's villa, Wang Ming's men and the shadow squad standing sentinel behind them. "Here, old brother, tell me, does this romanicani suit your palate?" "Exquisite. Only young Master Me could possess such a vintage." "Ha!" Wang Ming took a measured sip. "How could I compare to old brother's prowess? I merely dabble in trivialities." "Ah, don't be modest, little brother. Your broad forehead and strong jawline foretell extraordinary destiny. Old brother studies physiognomy too. Then I'll gladly borrow your auspicious words. A passing familiarity, nothing more. Come, let's drink." Their camaraderie deepened, so convincingly that bystanders might well mistake them for devoted brothers. After half a bottle, Wang Ming, growing impatient as Zhou Mi avoided the subject entirely, finally asked, "Little brother, your messenger claimed you possessed exceptional goods. Would I dare deceive you, old brother? The goods are real, and right there, secure and unmoving." Zhou Mi gestured toward a warehouse behind him, then firmly detained Wang Ming's eager hand, urging another toast. Wang Ming, notorious for his lust, nearly lost composure at the confirmation. So feverish was his urge to inspect the merchandise that only Zhou Mi's physical restraint prevented immediate brutal violation. His mind already racing toward the warehouse, Wang Ming sipped the romanicani as if it were ash, offering perfunctory replies while his spirit wandered far beyond the banquet hall. Sensing Wang Ming's distraction, Zhou Mi rose and led him directly to the warehouse. Wang Ming was beside himself with excitement. Since emerging from the hospital, he'd taken only a handful of women, his men proving inept, returning few captives, and those who did fall into his hands rarely survived his attentions. Chu Hong had died under his brutality the previous night, an unequivocal testament to Wang Ming's ferocity, living up to his name in every terrible sense. Inside the warehouse stood 50 bound women, maidens and matrons alike, whose presence sent Wang Ming's pulse surging and saliva pooling. This bald lecher truly is a ravenous satyr. Even my own performance pales beside his depravity, Zhou Mi mused, inwardly masking his revulsion with silent contempt. "Old brother, how do you find it?" "Perfect. Utterly perfect." Wang Ming gazed upon the array of women and the vials of stimulant beside them, his grin stretching ear to ear. "Old brother, several here remain untouched. Shall you indulge first?" "Splendid. Step outside. I'll join you shortly after." He lunged toward the women, face twisted in lewd anticipation, prompting shrieks and pallor. At that instant, Zhou Mi's expression hardened. "Humph. Let you savor one final pleasure. Your death will be no less justified." Without glancing back, Zhou Mi turned away from Wang Ming and went to meet his underlings. An hour passed. Wang Ming emerged with a refreshed air, smiling broadly. "Truly invigorating. Younger brother, you've gone to great lengths. Those newcomers were genuinely exceptional. I'm delighted you enjoyed it, elder brother. What then would you offer in exchange for these goods?" Zhou Mi entered the storage room and glanced around. Pools of blood stained the floor, the women huddled together trembling. Fortunately, none had perished under Wang Ming's rough handling. After all, this was Zhou Mi's territory, and Wang Ming dared not overstep. He had merely sampled, then withdrawn hastily. Younger brother, your stock is impressively abundant. So much so that for the moment I'm at a loss as to what to offer in return." "No rush, elder brother. Take your time to consider." "Then my deepest thanks, younger brother." Wang Ming feigned deep contemplation, yet with a subtle glance he signaled one of his men, who nodded and slipped outside. Zhou Mi pretended not to notice while secretly instructing Uncle Wang to prepare. "Elder brother, truth be told, I possess nothing of value to offer. Therefore I've decided I shall give you nothing at all." "Elder brother, surely you jest." Clap, clap. With a sharp double snap, Wang Ming summoned his men, who burst in brandishing weapons and encircled Zhou Mi and his companions. Outside, most of the security guards had likely already been neutralized by Wang Ming's forces. As for the shadow squad, Zhou Mi had quietly replaced them days earlier, substituting ordinary guards in their stead. Zhou Mi stared at Wang Ming, his face a mask of feigned terror. "Brother Ming, what does this mean? Don't frighten your humble younger brother." Instantly, Zhou Mi's performance became flawless, embodying the utterly inept, spoiled air down to the last nuance. "What do I mean? I'll let my brothers make their meaning clear to you. That is my meaning. Attack. Spare only." Zhou Mi cut down all who resist. No sooner had the words left his lips than his men charged forward, weapons drawn toward Zhou Mi and his entourage. Zhou Mi's guards fought desperately to shield him, holding firm for now, yet clearly unable to endure much longer. "Wang Ming, you'll meet a wretched end. Even as a ghost, I'll never forgive you. Think you can use me to blackmail my father? Dream on. Oh ho, didn't expect such backbone from you. Let's see how rigid you remain with a blade pressed to your throat. Press on, faster. Have you forgotten how to eat? Wang Ming barked the order at his men, failing to notice the furtive glances exchanged among several of them, still urging them onward blind to the brewing treachery. Just as his men neared victory, on the verge of slaughtering Zhou Mi's last defenders, an unexpected upheaval erupted. In an instant, several of Wang Ming's own men drove their blades into their comrades beside them. A wave of carnage swept through Wang Ming's ranks, dead and wounded falling in rapid succession. What's going on? Do you fools wish to die? Spit on you, bald tyrant. We're done enduring your abuse, your insults, your beatings. You hoard every scrap of profit while we get not even a single hair's worth. It's time you step down. Exactly. Secretly, young Master Zhou contacted us, and today we'll carve you down, you bald wretch. The mutineers rained scorn upon Wang Ming, then swiftly formed a protective cordon around Zhou Mi. So you dare betray me? Brothers, seize these traitors and Zhou Mi immediately. Yet the rebels were few. Wang Ming had brought overwhelming numbers, not only those first seen, but many more concealed outside now surging forth. Within moments, most rebels lay dead or gravely wounded, the tide turning perilously against Zhou Mi. Zhou Mi, your fate is sealed after all. Oh, sounds awfully certain, yet entirely unsubstantiated. Seeing Zhou Mi stand calm, an unruffled Wang Ming felt a prickle of unease stir within him. Yet he quickly dismissed it. I'll have him in chains any moment. What trick could possibly matter then? Urging his men onward, he pressed the assault with renewed fervor. Wang Ming's assumption was correct. Zhou Mi did hold a hidden reserve. Suddenly, a volley of crossbow bolts shattered the windows, piercing dozens of men. The survivors writhed, clutching grievous wounds and screaming in agony. What in blazes is happening? Who did this? Wang Ming. Wang Ming, what should I say about you? Very well, I'll drop the pretense. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by me. Surprised, delighted. Zhou Mi, you've long concealed your true nature. That spoiled heir act, a masterful deception. Glad to hear you've grasped it, just barely in time. Furious, Wang Ming stomped in rage, ordering his remaining men to charge once more. He knew, only by seizing Zhou Mi could he nullify any contingency. Kill. At Zhou Mi's single command, 30 black-clad figures stormed in from outside, crossbows in hand, gleaming steel sabers strapped across their backs. A chilling aura of lethality flooded the chamber. The black-clad warriors unleashed a disciplined volley, then drew their sabers and closed in, cutting down Wang Ming's men with ruthless precision. In short order, Wang Ming himself was bound and dragged before Zhou Mi by shadow squad operatives, his followers reduced to lifeless heaps upon the floor. Well, elder brother Ming, do you still believe you may act with impunity? Zhou Mi, I underestimated you. Kill me or torture me. I accept either fate. Brave words, elder brother Ming. Guards, confine him and the female zombie together. I intend to witness your legendary combat prowess firsthand. Wailing, Wang Ming was dragged away by the shadow squad. Zhou Mi gestured, and a squad leader stepped forward. Take our men and reclaim all of Wang Ming's supplies. Leave no survivor behind. This must be done swiftly. Delay invites disaster. Understood. The squad leader turned to execute the order. Zhou Mi, however, decided first to observe Wang Ming's performance before attending to more pressing matters. Zhou Mi, you bastard, you'll rot in hell. These were Wang Ming's final words. Zhou Mi sighed inwardly. So this is the famed Ming. Not so formidable after all. Wasn't he supposed to be unstoppable? Yet here he lies, ridden by a zombie shrieking like a wounded animal. One couldn't truly blame Wang Ming. Bound hand and foot, he could only utter, if you're so capable, why don't you try? Helpless, he was torn apart, dying in bitter, agonized silence. Boring. Sever the head and discard the corpse. Its very sight offends the eyes. Zhou Mi turned and departed, returning to the Zhou residence by vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, having learned that zombies were evolving and humans awakening latent abilities, had temporarily suspended all expeditions. Consequently, Zhao Hao bore the brunt of Bai Weiwei's nocturnal interruptions, leaving him exasperated beyond measure. Over the next 2 days, Zhao Hao led rescue missions from the school and nearby villages, extracting over 100 survivors. His group swelled to more than 200, approaching 300, leaving Wang Xian and others overwhelmed with logistical demands. Zhao Hao, the ultimate absentee leader, spent his days idling through the village, provoking Wang Xian to the point where she nearly kicked him. With numbers growing, administration grew complex. Zhao Hao promoted his dormitory mates to squad leaders, each commanding 20 men. Zhang Ji and Jiao Bing oversaw village security. Lao Si Zoming assisted Wang Xian with logistics. Lao Lu Zhao Wei handled intelligence gathering. The remaining men fell under Zhang Chen's command. The young man possessed remarkable aptitude, Zhao Hao entrusted him with training new recruits, holding him in high regard. All women were placed under by Wei Wei's authority, tasked with selecting trusted subordinates to assist in governance. Thus, Zhao Hao perfected the art of delegation, effortlessly, completely. He casually placed a previously acquired cannon card at the village entrance. A flash of white light illuminated the air, and there upon the earth stood a fully assembled artillery piece. The cannon rotated a full 360 degrees, boasting a 2-kilometer range. As a defensive structure, it required no ammunition. So long as it remained intact, it fired endlessly. Zhao Hao resolved to acquire more such cards. Soon, the 7th day since the zombie virus outbreak arrived, and with it the dawn of a sweeping transformation. On the 7th day of the viral outbreak, at precisely midnight, a global metamorphosis unfolded. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Humans, zombies, flora, and fauna alike underwent radical transformations. The world itself boiled with upheaval. Zhao Hao listened to the system's countdown without lying down to sleep. Beside him, Bai Weiwei breathed steadily in slumber. Over these days their bond had deepened steadily. Only the final veil remained unbroken. Yet neither rushed it. Both cherished simply being together. Weiwei, wake up. Something's happening outside. Bai Weiwei yawned drowsily and murmured, what is it? Have zombies arrived? No, get up first. Zhao Hao gently pulled her out of the room. He instructed the patrol squad to rouse everyone and assemble here. Soon all gathered. Zhao Hao began to address them. A great transformation is imminent. Humans and zombies alike will change, and even flora and fauna will become existential threats to our survival. Look up, the blood moon hangs above us. At midnight tonight, some among us will awaken latent abilities. I've summoned you all to deliver this truth. The world ahead holds no comfort. A murmur rippled through the crowd, stunned by the revelation. Abilities. If only I awaken, I'll be effortlessly magnificent. More like lightning sovereign. I'd outshine you any day. Zhang Chun and Zhao Wei bickered fiercely, nearly coming to blows over whose power would look more impressive. Silence. Don't dwell on fantasies. Those who awaken, report to Wang Xin for registration. Those who don't despair. No one will belittle you. And should any awakened dare oppress the unawakened, I, Zhao Hao, will strike them down first. Yes, sir. They acknowledged his words and stood quietly awaiting the hour. Midnight struck. The blood moon bathed the earth in crimson light, and chaos erupted. Zombies surged violently. Even the weakest now attained first-tier strength. In certain regions, second- and third-tier variants emerged, testament to their terrifying potential. Flora and fauna mutated in turn. The most striking change was sheer scale. Rats swelled to the size of compact cars. Other creatures were far more formidable. Plants too developed a thirst for blood, hunting humans, animals, and zombies alike. Humans also transformed. Gasps rose across the crowd. I've awakened. I can exhale fire. So have I. I command earth. Haha. I truly am the lightning sovereign now. I'll char every zombie black as soot. Zhang Chun laughed exultantly. The jest he'd once made had crystallized into reality. Fortune indeed favored him. Human awakenings fell predominantly into 5 elemental categories, though rarer affinities included lightning, light, and wind. Some possessed utterly bizarre abilities, such as Zhao Wei's X-ray vision. Zhao Hao himself awakened, with the power to replicate another's ability lasting 1 full day. This ability defied simple classification, formidable in certain contexts, fragile in others. Awakening statistics were swiftly compiled. Fewer than 300 people present, yet nearly 150 had awakened, roughly a 50% rate. Not bad. I'd assumed only 1 in 5 might awaken. Zhao Hao beckoned Zhang Chun, who idly toyed with arcs of lightning. Take the awakened, Zhang Ji and the others, to form squads. 30 per unit. Leave me a few behind. Understood, Brother Hao. Also, we must intensify training. Everyone must master their powers swiftly. The world has fractured beyond recognition. Hesitation means death. Yes, sir. Zhao Hao nodded, dismissing him to select his team. Then he turned and sought out Wang Xin to chart their next course of action. Wang Xin, what ability did you awaken? Our tasks ahead will be many. Brother Hao, I seem to possess psychic domination, the ability to briefly control others, animals, or even zombies. Duration depends on the target's tier. Not bad, a uniquely potent ability. Brother Hao, what do we do next? Last night, I intercepted a broadcast via radio. Authorities have established a massive survivor sanctuary in the city's southern district. It will soon draw crowds. I suggest we scout it in a few days. Also, assign watchers. Anyone who seems unwilling to abide by our order, eliminate them immediately. We tolerate no dissenters. Understood. I'll begin assignments at first light. Zhao Hao nodded and went in search of Bai Weiwei. Returning to their quarters, he found her seated on the bed, her gaze fixed upon the distant darkness. Weiwei, what are you thinking? You're back? I was wondering, can humanity survive? Don't dwell on it. So long as I draw breath, I will never let you fall. By the way, What ability did you awaken? Ice manipulation. For now I can only conjure ice spikes. Ice. Your temperament and your power couldn't be more opposite. Zhao Hao shook his head incredulous. What's wrong with that? Now I can protect myself too. Fine, fine. Even if you'd awaken nothing at all, it wouldn't matter. Zhao Hao chuckled, gently pulling Bai Weiwei into an embrace. She returned his embrace and whispered, "It's so good to have you here. For all of you, I will grow stronger. For you alone, I would slaughter the entire world." Tears welled in Bai Weiwei's eyes. She felt the sincerity of his devotion raw and unwavering. "How take me?" "Not yet. Not until I've slain that treacherous wretch, and that accursed Zhou. I will not touch you." A bittersweet ache filled Bai Weiwei's heart. Sorrow at his restraint, joy at his profound reverence for her. Hand in hand they lay down and drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou camp underwent its own metamorphosis. Uncle Wang led the drowsy Zhou outside, where 40 or 50 shadow squad members stood in silent formation. "Uncle Wang, did you drag me out at this hour just to see the brothers?" "Not at all, young Master Zhou. Look to the heavens." There the blood moon blazed crimson, its scarlet light spilling across the land, while distant zombies howled in frenzied chorus. Before him the squad transformed, flames engulfed one man's limbs, another summoned a colossal sphere of water, a third sank silently into the earth, vanishing without trace. Zhou eyes widened, not from shock at the spectacle but because he too had awakened. He probed his newfound power and burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha, heaven itself aids me. This world will be mine. Zhou shall claim it all." "Young Master Zhou, what extraordinary ability has you laughing so?" Uncle Wang asked reverently. "Ha ha ha. Uncle Wang, my power will make your knees tremble when you hear it. I command a pocket dimension. Within it I am absolute. Their fire, their water spheres, they dissolve at my whim, erased, as if they never existed." "Congratulations, young Master Zhou. Our faction's ascension is assured." "Congratulations, young Master Zhou," all shouted in unison. "Return to rest, brothers. Those who did not awaken, do not lose heart. Zhou abandons no one." The dozen or so unawakened men fell to their knees, voices trembling. "We will follow young Master Zhou into fire and flood, without hesitation. Rise, brothers. Tonight I rejoice, tomorrow at dawn we feast." "Thank you, young Master Zhou." Dismissed. In an instant the shadow squad dispersed. Zhou turned and returned to bed, where in dreams he reigned as sole sovereign of the world, dancing atop mountains of fallen enemies. The next morning Zhao Hao awoke from bed, gently shifted Wei Wei, who lay sprawled across him, and stepped out of the room. She remained fast asleep. The past few days had utterly exhausted her, so he decided to let her rest a while longer. He found Zhang Chun, who had already risen early, and assigned him his duties. "For the coming week your sole responsibility is to train those who have awakened their abilities. If you lack personnel, request female recruits from Wei Wei first." "Understood. I'll organize the training team immediately." Zhao Hao then sought out Wang Xin to brief her on the training arrangements and inform her of his impending departure. "Wang Xin, I've delegated the awakened individuals' training to Zhang Chun. As for staffing shortages across the village, please coordinate with Wei Wei. I'll leave those matters entirely in your hands." Wang Xin cast Zhao Hao a graceful, knowing glance. His virtues were many, yet indolence was his most conspicuous flaw. "When do you plan to leave?" Zhao Hao had no desire to burden her further, not only because of his own laziness, but more importantly because he possessed no natural aptitude for administration or leadership. "I'll depart tomorrow. Today I must finalize all arrangements. Otherwise I simply cannot rest easy." Wang Xin nodded. "Go wake Wei Wei now. It's time she got to work." Zhao Hao nodded and returned to his room, where Wei Wei lay curled beneath the quilt, a soft smile playing upon her lips as she slept. What a silly girl. What dream could possibly be so sweet? After savoring her peaceful slumber for a moment, he gently roused her. "Wake up, little sleepyhead. You've work to do. Wang Xion's waiting for you." Rubbing her eyes and yawning, Wei Wei slowly rose. "I want a hug." Zhao Hao sighed, wryly lifted her from the bed and carried her out, shoes in hand. At Wang Xion's residence, they found her gazing at them with theatrical exasperation. "I've already swallowed a full meal of dog food before breakfast, completely stuffed." Wei Wei behaved playfully only with Zhao Hao outside. She swiftly reverted to her bold, fiery self, brandishing a fist at Wang Xian before slipping on her shoes and joining her in discussing staffing logistics. Zhao Hao turned away and walked to a secluded spot to summon the system. "System, open the treasure chest. State your request plainly. Don't disturb my sleep." "What? You actually sleep? Truly impressive." "Humph. Beauty sleep isn't exclusive to humans. Even this system requires it." "Fine, fine. Then grant me 35 Earth cannons, 36 Tesla electromagnetic towers, 21 legions of the undead, and 21 goblins." During his recent rescue mission back at school, Zhao Hao had lured and slaughtered the zombies drawn by the goblins, earning numerous treasure chests in return. Congratulations, host. Earth Cannon upgraded to level 5, Tesla Electromagnetic Tower upgraded to level 5, Legion of the Undead upgraded to level 5, Goblin upgraded to level 440 complete. Gazing at the newly upgraded electromagnetic tower, Zhao Hao deployed it at another village entrance. A flash of white light pierced the air, and the tower vanished underground, leaving no trace upon the surface. Though its appearance remained unchanged, the upgraded Earth Cannon delivered significantly greater damage and improved durability, altogether a reliable asset. Goblins are best suited for reconnaissance, using them to lure enemies. I'd fear they'd be devoured whole by mutated zombies. That precisely was why Zhao Hao had prioritized upgrading the goblins, costly though it was. They retain niche utility in certain scenarios. Next, summon 4 Valkyries and 4 mages, 3 bomb towers, and for an epic tier unit, a stone catapult. Ding! Congratulations, host. Valkyrie and mage upgraded to level 5, bomb tower upgraded to level 425 complete. Zhao Hao casually placed the bomb tower beside the village's final entrance. A golden radiance flared, and there it stood, a towering structure crowned by a grinning skeletal figure clutching a live bomb. Any foe drawing near would receive an immediate explosive lesson in consequences. The electromagnetic and earth cannons shared identical range, whereas the bomb tower extended slightly farther. As for the stone catapult, Zhao Hao nicknamed it Blue Chubby for its cerulean hue, massive frame, and the colossal boulder it cradled. Chubby was hardly inaccurate. With these defenses now anchored, the village's security was vastly reinforced, granting Zhao Hao the confidence to venture forth. Zhao Hao resolved to carry Blue Chubby with him. It proved an exceptional tool against zombies. You charge forward. One boulder sends you flying backward. You charge again. Another boulder, and another reversal. How infuriating. The sudden appearance of the towers left villagers baffled, until someone spotted Zhao Hao installing the bomb tower, confirming his authorship. Zhao Hao made no effort to conceal his ability. He claimed it merely allowed him to summon card-based constructs. His true power, the ability to replicate abilities, remained a secret known to no one, not even Wei Wei. The villagers marveled at the skills such a talent. No need to fight personally, subordinates handle everything. Zhao Hao merely smiled enigmatically and strolled leisurely through the village. He inventoried his supplies, ample rations, a modest reserve of medicine, sufficient for emergencies only. The remainder he entrusted to Wang Xing. His cards floated serenely within the system's spatial domain. He fondled one, examined another, delight dancing in his eyes. The next day arrived, the day of Zhao Hao's departure. He informed only Wang Xing and Wei Wei. This expedition would include Zhao Wei, nicknamed Sixth Son, whose awakened ability excelled at intelligence gathering, stealth, and reconnaissance. Lately, several female team members had complained to Wang Xing that Zhao Wei habitually loitered near the bathhouse when off duty, sparking widespread unease among the women. Wang Xing reported this to Zhao Hao, who decided to take Zhao Wei along, both to test his aptitude and to spare his own people from further voyeurism. Wei Wei, take care of yourself while I'm gone. Don't worry, Hao. I'm no longer the Wei Wei I once was. Now I too possess strength enough to protect others. Zhao Hao reluctantly released Wei Wei, only to find a glaring, eye-rolling human lamp standing nearby, expression so exaggerated one might suspect a seizure. Guard the village well. I'll return soon. With that, Zhao Hao departed with Zhao Wei. En route to South City, Zhao Wei groaned, "Third brother, why drag me out? I hadn't finished watching yet." Zhao Hao instantly delivered a sharp knuckle rap to Zhao Wei's skull. "Enough. Stir up collective wrath, and every villager will land a punch, leaving you flat even after healing." Zhao Wei chuckled sheepishly and fell silent, obediently following Zhao Hao along the road. Since their evolution, zombies no longer roamed haphazardly. They now marched in coordinated swarms commanded by elite variants. Clearly, higher-tier zombies had developed rudimentary sentience. Should they evolve further, they might rival, or even surpass, human cognition. The prospect chilled Zhao Hao to the bone. Yet Zhao Hao wielded the system. No demon specter or abomination could withstand it. After hours of winding travel, the two finally glimpsed the silhouette of the official survivor base on the horizon. We'll infiltrate disguised, gather intelligence thoroughly, then decide our next move. Roger, third brother. They donned ragged garments, smeared grime across their skin, and merged with the stream of refugees heading toward the base. After passing inspection, the two followed the others through the base's main gate. Newly constructed walls lined the entrance, many still under reinforcement and renovation. A fortified bunker stood outside the gate, mounted with heavy machine guns. Along the completed perimeter wall, sentries stood every 3 paces, patrols every 5, soldiers armed with assault rifles, magazines chambered ever ready to repel waves of zombies and mutated beasts. Zhao Hao murmured in awe, "This is our Xia state military, truly the most beloved people." Beside him, Zhao Wei nodded, deeply moved in silence. Once inside, over 1,000 survivors were visible at a glance. evidence of the base's massive concentration of humanity. The compound was divided into 3 distinct zones: the civilian zone, the affluent zone, and the military garrison zone, where troops were stationed. Though currency had lost all value in the apocalypse, gold remained the universally accepted hard asset, pending the introduction of a new official tender. Wealthy survivors surrendered their gold reserves to Zhou Zemin, the base's deputy director, in exchange for essential supplies and superior living accommodations. Zhou Zemin was closely tied to Zhou Mi. He was Zhou Mi's paternal uncle and Zhou Zi's younger brother. Before the viral outbreak, he had served as a district governor in Longqing City. When senior officials perished, Zhou Zemin stepped forward to assume leadership, co-founding this official survivor enclave with Colonel Ning Hai, who commanded the garrison stationed in Longqing. A benevolent and devoted public servant, Zhou Zemin cherished his people like his own children. Though his relationship with Zhou Zi was strained, he held deep affection for his nephew Zhou Mi, despite the youth's wayward nature, especially as Zhou Zemin himself bore no heirs. Later, Zhou Mi would drag Zhou Zemin into corruption, pulling the diligent official irrevocably into darkness, until his tragic death at Zhao Hao's hands. But that lay far ahead, no need to dwell on it now. Zhao Hao and Zhao Wei were directed to the civilian zone, a natural consequence of their ragged, unkempt appearance. Yet this very dishevelment proved advantageous, granting them greater freedom to gather intelligence, though deeper secrets remained beyond immediate reach. The civilian zone teemed with every walk of life: merchants, vagrants, artisans, outcasts, each pursuing survival by whatever means they possessed. Vendors hawked food, clothing, and weapons as streetwalkers beckoned passers-by with bold, revealing attire, their snow-white skin drawing glances and patrons alike. Clients emerged moments later, relaxed and reinvigorated, returning to labor with renewed vigor. Those lacking trade skills could still labor for the administration in exchange for rations, but positions were scarce, fiercely contested. The unsuccessful turned to thievery, the rest resigned themselves to fate. Each day brought starvation, deaths, and executions of thieves caught red-handed. Zhao Hao remained indifferent. He himself lacked for nothing. Zhao Hao suddenly recalled how large was his spatial storage exactly. The system refused to volunteer such information, forcing him to ask outright. System, what is my current storage capacity? Ding. Current storage volume, 14 cubic meters. You fool. You expect me to announce it unprompted? Zhao Hao scratched his head, then paused. Wait, wasn't it you who failed to disclose it, yet blamed me for asking? This system was utterly irredeemable. Detected host rejection of system. Initiating disengagement, 1-3. Hey, wait. I'm sorry, I meant no disrespect. Please return, my dearest system. Magnificent system, spare your humble servant, Zhao Hao. Fine. Disengagement aborted. Reverting to active status. One more complaint, and I vanish for good. If I ever slight you again, may I be crushed by swine, torn apart by hounds, struck down by lightning, and damned to eternal oblivion. Enough. I forgive you. Now I'm sleeping. Do not disturb me. Yes. Zhao Hao nearly dropped to his knees. This system possessed an ego of truly legendary proportions, untouchable, unassailable. Henceforth it would be enshrined, not questioned. He inspected his storage space. Its dimensions matched the system's claim. Satisfied, he nodded. A bit larger, and I could fit an automobile. Then I'd travel with a driver. No more walking. As for fuel, I'll scout gas stations soon. Zhao Hao continued touring the civilian zone, with Zhao Wei eventually arriving at the bustling trade district, where marvels both strange and wondrous awaited. Fresh mutated giant cucumbers, whether for eating or other uses. One is all you'll ever need. Cheap today. Potatoes the size of automobiles. Bulk discount supply. New high-strength alloy just arrived. Ideal for forging weapons. A cacophony of vendors' cries filled the street, dazzling Zhao Hao so thoroughly he couldn't decide where to begin. Snapping back to awareness, Zhao Hao sighed inwardly. Look at them. Then look at our tiny village. No comparison. They've already discovered edible mutated flora and novel mineral deposits, while we remain huddled in place. We must accelerate exploration immediately. Lu Zi, find an opportunity to scale the wall and instruct Wang Xian's team to seek out mineral veins and edible mutated plants. Zhao Wei nodded and slipped away to locate a discreet exit point. Zhao Hao continued browsing, occasionally purchasing unfamiliar items. Boss, where did you source these ores? May I ask? Buy a few pieces, young master, and I'll tell you. The vendor rubbed his palms together with a sly grin. Then, what do I offer in exchange for these? Meat is ideal. If unavailable, salted provisions will suffice. In the apocalypse, acquiring meat demanded either scavenging processed goods, canned meats, cured cuts, or hunting newly mutated beasts. Both were perilous undertakings. Mutated animals grew exponentially stronger and larger. Even the weakest, mutated rats, required coordinated assaults by over a dozen fighters to subdue. Consequently, meat prices soared. Salt, equally vital, Was even scarcer. Prolonged deficiency induced debilitating weakness, often fatal in the wasteland. Those hoarding salt wielded feudal power. Yet salt-rich regions teemed with zombies, too heavily infested for human forces to seize. Thus salt had become a luxury beyond reach. And how about this? Zhao Hao feigned reaching into his chest, then produced from his spatial storage a can of luncheon meat. The vendor's eyes bulged wide with disbelief. Where did you get this? A true delicacy, salted meat. Only high-ranking officials enjoy such fare, and now I've seen it with my own eyes. He lunged for the can, only for Zhao Hao to tuck it securely into his coat. Tell me, how many or samples does this fetch? Take all of these, and if it's not enough I have more. Deal. These ores began appearing last night. Someone spotted them this morning. I brought them here to sell, touting their extraordinary properties, though truthfully, I know little of their actual use. Zhao Hao nodded thoughtfully. So the Blood Moon's influence extended beyond living beings, altering the very earth. The world grew stranger by the hour. As for luncheon meat, Zhao Hao had ample supply. His spatial storage held at least 5 cubic meters of neatly stacked cans, not due to personal preference, but because Bai Weiwei adored them. He'd amassed them without foresight, now realizing their staggering worth. Zhao Hao tossed the can to the vendor, who flinched violently, nearly dropping it, then clutched it tight and vanished in a blur. Zhao Hao gazed upon the heap of, or before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He wheeled a cart to a secluded spot, and with a casual sweep of his hand the entire pile vanished into his spatial storage. Surveying his dwindling storage volume, he sighed. Looks like I'll need to hunt zombies soon. Otherwise I'll run out of space before I've even begun filling it. He resumed wandering, so absorbed he failed to consider lodging, until dusk approached and vendors packed up to return home. As Zhao Hao pondered where to spend the night, he noticed a man surrounded by a hostile crowd. Opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he strode forward. Boy, it's time to pay today's protection fee. What protection fee? This base isn't your private property. What gives you the right to charge? Oh ho, got quite a temper, don't you? Brothers, let's help this young man loosen up his muscles. Oh Jian braced himself for the beating. Though he was a master swordsmith, his martial prowess was undeniably lackluster. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Only the sound of something crashing heavily onto the ground. Opening his eyes, Oh Jian beheld a man standing before him, sharp, arched brows, starlit eyes as vast and deep as the ocean, a carefree, roguish smile playing upon his lips, strikingly handsome, even dust-streaked cheeks unable to dim his charisma. For a moment, Oh Jian stood utterly spellbound. Cough, snap out of it. Hurry and leave now. Once they arrive, escape will be impossible. Right, let's go this way. Coming to his senses, Oh Jian led Zhao Hao toward his residence, leaving the groaning thugs sprawled on the ground behind them. Hurrying forward, Oh Jian set a brisk pace, and Zhao Hao had no choice but to match it, both soon arriving at Oh Jian's dwelling. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than Oh Jian drew a short sword and pointed it at Zhao Hao. Who are you? What connection do you have with those thugs? Zhao Hao smiled faintly. Me. My name is Zhao Hao. I have no ties to those thugs. I intervened solely out of moral conviction. If you distrust me, you'll simply take my leave. With that, he turned toward the door. Moments earlier, Oh Jian had glimpsed sincerity shining in Zhao Hao's eyes, and surely a man so extraordinarily handsome could not possibly be a fraud. Hey, don't go. I believe you. Zhao Hao halted, shaking his head in quiet exasperation. What do you do, and why were they extorting protection money from you? Oh Jian, my family has forged swords for generations. You've likely already guessed my lineage. Could you possibly be a descendant of Oh Yezi? Yes, but alas, our family fortune has crumbled. I am now its last surviving heir. Before the apocalypse, I could only craft ceremonial blades to scrape by. My refined artistry left no outlet, and I stand deeply ashamed before my ancestors. Don't get worked up. The apocalypse is your stage. Consider joining me. Besides your exceptional combat skill and striking appearance, what can you truly offer me? I will provide to the best of my ability every material you need for sword forging, including newly emerged minerals. Truly? Then I'll accompany you. For one consumed by mastery of his craft, fulfilling his deepest professional needs instantly wins his loyalty, and Oh Jian's decisive acceptance surprised even Zhao Hao. Do you have ready-made forging tools on hand? Yes, but sadly I lack raw materials, so I cannot forge any blades. With a casual flick of his wrist, Zhao Hao scattered a cascade of unfamiliar ores across the floor. These are yours. Show me your skill. I'll take you to my base the moment your craftsmanship satisfies me. Rest assured, but I'll need time. At minimum 7 days. Zhao Hao nodded in understanding. After all, a fervent master swordsmith held blade quality in sacred regard, inevitably extending the timeline considerably. Zhao Hao decided to remain here for the next 7 days. That night, he would lodge with Oh Jian. Out tomorrow, he'd scout for nearby accommodations. After evolving zombies have spawned elite variants. Scouts report over 30,000 zombies massed outside the base, led by 3 third-tier zombies, expected to launch their assault tomorrow. A middle-aged man in olive-green military uniform, silver, threading his temples, wore the insignia of Ning Hai, the base commander of the survivor settlement. Indeed, this will be our base's first major trial. Now is the moment to test our true strength. The speaker was Deputy Commander Zhou Zemin, refined and scholarly in bearing, yet harboring a fierce battle-ready heart beneath. Though our base shelters over 100,000 souls, only a fraction are combat-capable. We possess merely a few thousand awakened individuals, and even with my troops our fighting force barely exceeds 10,000. The disparity is staggering. Still our soldiers wield firearms, and ammunition remains plentiful. Against low-tier zombies our firepower proves highly effective. Every round expended is irreplaceable. Even if we survive this wave our reserves will dwindle severely. What then? Sigh. Let us first weather the present crisis, then consider the future. They debated until dawn, neither sleeping, instead marshalling forces and reinforcing defenses for the coming onslaught. At first light, Zhao Hao rose hastily, and found Jian already immersed in work. Zhao Hao couldn't help but muse, a laziness truly has its merits. Boom! A deafening explosion rattled the air, followed instantly by the wail of air raid sirens, plunging the base into chaos. Soldiers stationed at the perimeter marched against the fleeing crowd toward the main gate. Civilians instinctively parted ways, knowing full well that without these defenders their fragile peace would vanish. Zhao Hao also made his way toward the gate. He'd initially intended to stay aloof. Others' fates meant nothing to him, yet Jian remained indispensable. So he resolved to assess the situation beyond the walls. A grim, lethal stillness hung heavy in the air. Beyond the gate stretched a dense, seething mass, zombies unmistakably. Yet they held their ground motionless, as if awaiting a signal. Zhao Hao had never witnessed such disciplined restraint, and curiosity stirred within him. Moments later 3 figures emerged from the horde, distinct in both form and presence, abnormally large craniums, towering physiques. Host, these 3 are third-tier zombies. Their ability is psychic domination, enabling them to command lower-tier zombies and temporarily subjugate other beings. At that moment his system interface flashed into view. Zhao Hao gazed upon these creatures for the first time, fascinated, intrigued. Roar! The lead zombie bellowed, and the teeming horde surged forward en masse. At the vanguard charged hulking muscle-bound brutes, pure physical power incarnate. Behind them darted agile variants poised to exploit openings created by their stronger brethren. The remainder, countless ordinary first-tier zombies, followed in relentless waves. The 3 third-tier zombies remained motionless at the rear, observing coldly. This was merely a probing assault, a calculated sacrifice of expendable underlings. Their true malice simmered, far more devastating plans brewing beneath the surface. Open fire. Bullets and awakened abilities tore through the air, detonating amidst the zombie ranks in violent bursts. The frontline brute zombies proved formidable, barreling ahead even under gunfire. Yet relentless volleys and concentrated energy assaults overwhelmed them, sending them howling in agony before collapsing mid-charge. Aim for the head. Do you have no concept of ammunition scarcity? Cease wasting rounds on frontliners. Target those swift ones in the rear. The frontline commander barked orders at his troops. Awakened individuals likewise redirected their attacks toward upper torsos, still unrefined in control, understandably so given their recent awakenings. Rat-a-tat. Boom. Under the withering crossfire the zombie advance crumbled. Soldiers fought with redoubled ferocity. Awakened individuals, heedless of exhaustion, hurled their abilities without restraint. Commander Ning Hai watched the 3 third-tier zombies from afar, brow furrowed. Though the tide was turning, though retreat seemed inevitable, an ominous premonition gripped him that a far greater wave loomed just beyond the horizon. As predicted, the 3 third-tier zombies issued a silent command, and the horde began withdrawing, leaving behind only scattered remnants. Ning Hai surveyed the celebrating soldiers, awakened individuals, and civilians, and shook his head, sighing deeply. Though the assault had been repelled, the base sustained significant structural damage. Casualty figures remained unknown, but Ning Hai suspected losses were relatively light. His greatest anguish, however, lay in the staggering depletion of ammunition. His hands trembled at the thought. Alas, if only I possessed heavier ordnance. Tanks, armored vehicles, attack helicopters. With sufficient quantities our confidence would soar. Sighing, Ning Hai retreated to his tent to deliberate his next move. Zhao Hao, having observed the entire engagement, shook his head in quiet dismay. Without external reinforcement this base won't last long before succumbing to the zombie tide. Better to extract Jian and return to my own domain, while there's still time. And with that he turned, heading off to discuss departure with Jian. Jian, stop forging for now. The plan has changed. This base may fall to the zombies at any moment. Is that true? Have so many soldiers and awakened individuals already been killed by the zombies? If you leave with me now, we depart immediately. You're probably chasing shadows. Let's wait and see. I still have a sword to forge. Oh, fine. Let's stay a few more days. We'll figure out an escape later. Zhou Dashe also learned of the official base's establishment, but Zhou Mi took no action, remaining at home to indulge in leisure with Gao Xian and the others. Perhaps this was a sign of Zhou Mi's growing arrogance. Believing his awakened ability rendered him invincible, he sank deeper into hedonism. Uncle Wang said nothing. In truth, he was no ordinary man, trained in martial arts since childhood, born into a lineage of martial masters. Legend held that his ancestors had been direct disciples of Zhang Sanfeng himself. By Uncle Wang's generation, however, traditional martial arts had declined. His formidable skills found no outlet. For over a decade, he wandered destitute, yet never broke the law, not even when hunger and cold gnawed at his bones. It was then by sheer chance that he met Zhou Mi. Moved by Zhou Mi's compassion, who offered him food and money, Uncle Wang, long numb from years of hardship, felt his heart stir for the first time in years. He silently vowed to protect Zhou Mi. When the apocalyptic virus erupted, Uncle Wang sought him out once more, pledging his service. Zhou Mi welcomed him joyfully and entrusted him with great responsibility. Uncle Wang declared on the spot that he would serve with unwavering devotion. Your abilities have awakened. You must now adapt to them fully. When young Master Mi calls upon you, you must stand ready. No failure will be tolerated. Yes, we shall strive without fail. Uncle Wang dismissed them to train, then withdrew to acclimate himself to his own awakened ability. Phasing immunity to all damage for 10 seconds, cooldown period 24 hours. Used at the right moment, this ability could tip the balance of any battlefield. Coupled with his mastery of Tai Chi, Uncle Wang had become an exceptionally formidable opponent. While both factions pursued their separate paths, deep within an unremarkable house, some dozens of kilometers from Longqing, sat a towering, broad-shouldered man. Outside, 5 figures huddled around a campfire for warmth. This man was no minor figure. He was Wang Hu, the younger brother of Wang Meng, the man long presumed dead. Wang Hu had served in a Southeast Asian mercenary organization, rising to become its elite combatant before the apocalypse, leading it to absorb rival factions and expand its dominion. When the cataclysm struck, Wang Hu thought only of his elder brother Wang Meng, far away in Longqing. He gathered several comrades eager to return home, and together they commandeered a helicopter bound for Xia country. Among the 5, only Wang Hu and Zheng Xian, a bespectacled, scholarly young man, truly yearned to reunite with family. The other 3, though also natives of Xia country, had lost all kin before taking up mercenary work. They returned merely to gaze upon the land of their birth. Zheng Xian, we're nearing your hometown. Once we arrive, you'll treat us to a proper feast, won't you? Ha ha ha. Amid laughter and light-hearted banter, the helicopter touched down in an unnamed village in Xia country's southwestern reaches. The whirring blades drew nearby zombies, and the 5 were no pushovers. Weapons drawn, they charged forward without hesitation. Within moments, zombies lay strewn across the ground. Fortunately, the village was sparsely populated. So too were its undead. Zheng Xian, lead the way. Let's rest at your place. Sleeping aboard that chopper was agony. Wang Hu spoke to Zheng Xian, who nodded and guided them toward the small house etched in his memory. Dad, Mom, I've returned too late. I am unfilial beyond measure. Rest assured, I swear upon my life, I will hunt down the monster who murdered you, and I will make him suffer until his last breath. With that, he carried the bodies into the courtyard, dug graves in the backyard with a shovel, and fashioned a crude wooden marker. Afterward, Zheng Xian stepped out of the house. The 4 others said nothing, only followed. The 5 combed through the village house by house, and discovered several survivors, one of whom Zheng Xian recognized. Uncle Yang, is that you? Zhao Xian. Truly you. Come in, bring your friends to my home. Uncle Yang ushered them inside. After brief pleasantries, Zheng Xian could contain himself no longer. Uncle Yang, do you know what happened to my family? I came home only to find my parents' corpses. His fists clenched, veins bulging at his temples as he ground out the question, teeth bared. Ah, you poor boy. Listen carefully, and do not act rashly. Zheng Xian nodded, his posture easing, but his fury remained undimmed. He had noticed the wounds on his parents' necks were clean, precise slashes, not the ragged bites of zombies. It began the day the virus broke out, just 2 days ago. Thugs from a neighboring village descended upon ours demanding grain. Fierce and brutal, they overwhelmed us elders, so we surrendered much of our stores just to survive. When they came to your home, your parents gave them grain. Yet as the thugs prepared to leave, your sister emerged unexpectedly from the house. Struck by her beauty, they lusted after her. Your parents fought desperately to shield her, enraging the thugs who slaughtered them on the spot and abducted your sister. My sister, I still have a sister. Uncle Yang, where is that gang's village? Zhang Xian seized Uncle Yang's shoulders, nearly crushing him. His gentle scholar's demeanor utterly gone. Zhang Xian, snap out of it. Wang Hu delivered a thunderous slap that sent Zhang Xian sprawling to the ground, and instantly his rage receded. I'm sorry, Uncle Yang. I acted too hastily. At the group's swift pace, they reached the outskirts of the village in no time. Wang Hu instructed one of the others to scout ahead. Brother Hu, there are over 50 thugs inside the village, currently indulging in debauchery. I also spotted several abducted women. Excellent. Let us in silently. The five drew their daggers and crept toward the village. Inside, aside from a few sentries posted around the perimeter, the thugs had gathered en masse, squatting on the ground, devouring looted grain and meat. Boss, where do we raid this afternoon? A punk thug with neon green hair asked the red-haired gang leader seated at the center. This afternoon, we hit the village to the north. We've never been there. Arm the brothers well, and while we're at it, slaughter those revolting zombies. Better yet, bring back a few more girls. Roars of laughter erupted as the red-haired leader finished speaking. These past few days had felt like the apex of existence for them. A post-apocalyptic paradise where every forbidden desire could now be indulged without restraint. Murder and arson had become routine. Countless young women and married girls had fallen victim to unspeakable cruelty. In a secluded room, Zhang Qian, Zhang Xian's younger sister, was bound hand and foot, imprisoned within. She had been held captive for 2 days. At first, terror gripped her, but gradually she grew accustomed to her plight. Whether from stoic resilience or quiet confidence remained unclear. The thugs had refrained from touching her only because the red-haired leader had claimed her for himself, planning a grotesque, collective slumber, with 10 girls her age, each a delicate teenager like Zhang Qian. More girls her age had since been dragged in one by one, stirring deep anxiety in Zhang Qian, who feared being dragged out for that very purpose. Brother, are you still alive? Avenge me, and Mom and Dad. Zhang Qian resolved to dash her head against the wall rather than submit. But just as despair clouded her thoughts, the 5 infiltrators launched their assault. Jiangzi, you take the thugs on the left. Yang Su, you handle those on the right. Meet me at that building. Wang Hu pointed toward a 2-story structure in the distance. From its rooftop, the entire compound below would lie exposed, fully visible, fully vulnerable. Understood. Both men vanished into the shadows, daggers drawn. Zhang Xian, once we regroup with Jiangzi and Old Yang, you and Jiangzi will flank the thugs from behind. Old Yang and I will strike Heaton. Zhang Xian nodded, his calm exterior masking a maelstrom of fury. His beloved sister had been seized, or worse, she might already have suffered unspeakable violation. Rage surged through him like wildfire. Only Wang Hu's iron command had kept him from charging in blindly. Hey, what about me? Everyone else gets to kill someone. What's my role? Here, take this. You'll provide covering fire from the rooftop. Wang Hu withdrew a high-grade alloy crossbow and a bundle of bolts from his pack, so impressing Hei Megawei that her eyes widened in astonishment. Once I hold this, it's mine. No objections, Brother Hu. Wang Hu simply waved assent, then turned his gaze toward Jiangzi and Old Yang, waiting poised for their signal of success. Moments later, both men scaled the 2-story building with silent precision. Let's go. The trio ascended swiftly. From above, the 5 surveyed the scene. 40 to 50 thugs feasting below, some already retreating to their quarters to sleep once their meals ended. Execute the plan. Attack in 3 minutes. Now move out. Each assumed their designated position with practiced efficiency. Watching the seconds tick away on their watches, the 5 sprang into action the instant the time arrived, for bursting forth simultaneously toward the unsuspecting thugs mid-meal. Hei Megawei lay flat atop the roof, her chest pressed so tightly against the tiles that its contours warped beneath her, yet her aim remained flawless. 1 bolt, 1 life extinguished. A cold, predatory smile curled her lips, utterly at odds with her earlier levity. Help! Help! 1 thug screamed upon spotting the attackers, but before his cry could finish, Hei Megawei's bolt pierced his skull, dropping him instantly rigid and lifeless. Yet the cry had already roused the rest. Thugs scrambled from their rooms, weapons in hand. Those still eating flung down their bowls and rushed forward, brandishing whatever arms lay nearest. Damn, it's blown. Listen up, if any of you lets a thug land a single blow, you'll answer with your own life. I'd be ashamed to call you brothers. Impossible, just watch us. The 4 charged forward, Zhang Xian leading the charge. Steel met steel in brutal, close-quarters combat. Though outnumbered, the thugs stood no chance against battle-hardened mercenaries. Their ranks shattered in an instant. Blinded by bloodlust, Zhang Xian surged ahead, leaving the others behind, and found himself encircled by over 20 thugs. Was it you who killed my parents? Die! His dagger plunged again and again into the thug he held, blood spraying across Zhang Xian's face. Unflinching, uncaring, he kept stabbing the corpse long after life had fled. The thugs recoiled, momentarily paralyzed, not daring to advance. "Come on, cowards. Is this all you can do? Prey on the weak, the elderly, the defenseless." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several enraged thugs lunged forward, steel rods raised, only to fall one by one beneath Zhang Xian's blade. Outside, the remaining thugs were swiftly cut down by the other three, leaving only a dozen survivors and the red-haired leader. The red-haired leader stood frozen, terrified beyond reason. He had killed before, yes, but always the helpless, the frail, the voiceless. Never had he faced true reapers, men forged in war's crucible. "Elders, please, what offense have I committed? I beg your forgiveness. I'll make amends however you demand." Trembling, he stepped forward from the huddled remnants of his gang and bowed low before the four. "So you know why you die. One among you murdered my parents, and thus all of you must perish." Before the final syllable faded, Zhang Xian drove his dagger deep into the red-haired leader's throat. Eyes wide with disbelief, the man collapsed, lifeless, unrepentant. The surviving thugs dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. While the three others methodically dispatched them, Zhang Xian began searching desperately for his sister. Qian, brothers here. Can you hear me?" Zheng Qian heard the chaos outside and dared hope rescue had arrived. To discover it was her own brother filled her with overwhelming relief. Yet her mouth remained gagged, leaving her only able to emit muffled, desperate whimpers. Having secured the outer perimeter, the three joined the search, Hei Meiguei leaping down from the rooftop to assist. Room by room, they combed the village, until only one door remained unopened. Dozens of abducted women were found and gathered together, Zhang, who directed them to stand as a group awaiting further instructions. The women huddled together, shivering, convinced they'd merely traded one nightmare for another, their nerves fraying at the edge of collapse. "Zhang Xian, don't lose heart. Go in and see." Wang Hu spoke gently to Zhang Xian, who stood head bowed, hollow-eyed. After searching so many rooms, finding no trace of his sister, he was nearly unhinged. Numbly, Zhang Xian nodded and slowly pushed open the final door. The moment he entered, a soft, muffled whimper reached his ears. He lifted his gaze, and there she was, Zheng Qian, tears streaming down her cheeks, gazing at him with trembling, tear-filled eyes. In an instant, he rushed forward, pulling her into a crushing embrace. A grown man, he wept uncontrollably, great shuddering sobs tearing from his chest. Hearing his cries, the four outside entered, and found Zheng Xian cradling a young girl, sobbing as though his heart had shattered. A rare, tender smile touched each of their faces, then quietly they withdrew. MMPH. Only then did Zheng Xian remember, the cloth still stuffed in her mouth. Gently, he loosened his grip, removed the gag, and Zheng Qian looked up at him, exasperated yet tender. "Brother, untie me first." "Oh, yes, right away." In moments, Zheng Xian led his sister out, followed closely by several frightened young women glancing nervously at the armed figures around them. "Qian, this is Brother Hu. That mischievous one is Qiangzi. Call him Elder Brother Chang. This is Old Yang, Elder Brother Su. And this elegant lady, call her Sister Meiguei. Hello, Brother Hu. Hello, Elder Brother Chang. Hello, Elder Brother Su. Hello, Sister Meiguei." Zheng Qian greeted them timidly, each replying warmly in turn. "Welcome, little sister. What a lovely girl you are. Stay with sister, and I'll guard you with my life." Zheng Qian nodded solemnly, her gratitude unspoken but absolute. "Enough greetings. For now, let's decide what to do with these women." Wang Hu's words brought everyone back to the pressing reality before them. We're mercenaries, not monsters. Let them go and forge their own paths. "I agree. Don't look at me. I'm with them." Qiangzi ambled off to smoke a cigarette. Wang Hu turned to the women and said, "You're free to leave. We'll take only what we need for our journey. The rest remains yours. Old Yang, go with Qiangzi and gather enough rations for the road." Old Yang strode off to find Qiangzi, who was already puffing thoughtfully on his cigarette. "Zheng Xian, your sister's safe. Where do you intend to go next?" Zheng Xian, still whispering softly to his sister, replied at once, "Brother Hu, I'll accompany you and the team. I have no family left here. It's better to walk this path together." Then we depart at dawn tomorrow. For tonight, ask the women to prepare a proper meal. Compressed rations have long lost their charm. "Understood, Brother Hu. I'll organize them at once." That night, they shared a hearty communal meal, then sought rest wherever they could. "Brother, wait for me. I'm coming for you." With that quiet vow, Wang Hu drifted into deep, sorrow-tinged sleep. In a dream, Wang Hu relived fragments of his childhood with his elder brother Wang Ming, tough men weeping softly. When Wang Hu was 7, calamity struck their family. Both parents perished, leaving only the 10-year-old Wang Ming and his younger brother to face the world alone. From that day forward, the two brothers clung to each other for survival. At 16, Wang Ming ventured into the harsh realities of society. By the time Wang Hu reached adulthood, Wang Ming had already risen to lead a small gang of street toughs. Determined to spare his younger brother the same suffering, Wang Ming enlisted him in the military. Until the apocalypse erupted, the brothers met only a handful of times. The next morning, the six of them rose early, packed their supplies, and boarded a helicopter bound for Longqing City. Midway, the helicopter malfunctioned. Forced to continue by road, they navigated winding detours around hordes of zombies. A slow, grueling journey that consumed precious time, culminating in the scene just described. Knock, knock. Brother, who may I come in? Enter. Doors unlocked. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and said, Brother, who, we're nearly at Longqing City. We'll arrive tomorrow morning, find Brother Ming. And for now, let's eat. All right. I admit I've been too impatient. Let's go eat. After dinner, they took shelter in a crumbling building for the night. At dawn, they set off again by vehicle toward Longqing City. As Wang Hu approached Longqing City, the official base was under brutal assault. That very morning, he arrived in the city with his companions, light-armed and moving swiftly toward the company where he remembered Wang Ming working. An hour later, travel-worn and dust-streaked, they finally reached Wang Ming's logistics company, only to find not the bustling hub they'd imagined, but ruins, shattered walls, and splintered beams strewn across silent ground. When Wang Bolai seized Wang Ming's supplies, he stripped the compound bare. Not a single item remained. The buildings were razed, the survivors slaughtered and strung up on walls by the Shadow Squad, drawing swarms of zombies that gnawed and shrieked hungrily around the corpses. Almost no one escaped. The zombies drawn to the site were uncontrolled level 1 abominations. Yet all 6 travelers had awakened during their journey to Longqing. Even the young girl Zheng Qian had manifested abilities. Had Zhao Hao witnessed this, he would surely have called it utterly preposterous. Spotting the group, the zombies surged forward at speeds surpassing those of healthy adults, only to be seized, twisted, and decapitated in mere moments, collapsing lifelessly onto the cracked earth. Wise Brother Who frozen in place. We'll check on him. Not me, I dare not. When Brother Who fights, he's merciless. Xiangzi shrank back, neck tucked tight, refusing to budge. I'll go, said Zheng Qian, stepping forward with quiet resolve toward Wang Hu. Brother Hu, are you all right? Her gentle voice pulled Wang Hu from his daze. He forced a smile, tight, brittle, more sorrowful than joyful, and replied, Don't worry. Brother Hu won't break so easily. He ruffled her hair gently, then walked silently to a corner to smoke in solitude. Well, how is he? Is Brother Hu all right? Zheng Qian shook her head. Not well. He's heartbroken yet too proud to show it. Let him be. We'll give him space. And first let's scout for shelter. Zombies grow far bolder after nightfall. Right. We should eat lunch too. Old Yang, you think of nothing but food. Get to work. Old Yang grumbled as he went off to gather firewood. 3 days passed swiftly. During that time, Wang Hu gathered vital intelligence. Wang Ming had led an expedition outside the city once and never returned. His destination remained unknown. Wang Hu resolved to follow this fragile thread step by deliberate step. Researchers at the official base discovered that a crimson crystal, provisionally named the corpse essence, sometimes formed within zombies. This substance accelerated the evolution of human awakeners. Similar crystals also appeared in mutated animals and plants, exerting identical effects. Crystals likewise formed inside awakeners' bodies, though most remained unaware. These inner crystals proved far more alluring to zombies, beasts, and flora than ordinary flesh. Upon learning this, Zhao Hao dispatched Zhao Wei to deliver the intelligence to Wang Xian and her team, instructing them to organize expeditions targeting zombies and mutated creatures alike. Meanwhile, the official base faced a new wave of assault. Over 100,000 zombies now led not only by prior commanders, but also by 4 newly emerged level 3 abominations. The base teetered on collapse. Ning Hai and Zhou Zemin paced anxiously, heads heavy with dread. Old Zhou, has the envoy you sent to contact the neighboring city returned yet? No, not yet, Commander. I fear our odds are grim this time. Prepare, every soldier. This will be our fight for survival or extinction. Yes, sir. I'll issue the order immediately. In moments, the entire base mobilized. Over recent days, numerous residents had awakened, and now stood atop freshly reinforced walls, gazing solemnly at the distant tide of undead. Zhao Hao stood afar, draped in a black robe, observing the chaos unfold. He shook his head slowly. It seems this base cannot be saved. The robe possessed an extraordinary property. Unless one possessed exceptional spiritual perception, Zhao Hao became virtually invisible, like mist dissolving before the eye. This was Zhao Hao's hidden reward from opening his first epic treasure chest. Alongside mundane provisions he dismissed without a glance, tossing carelessly into his spatial storage. Only recently idle and curious had he retrieved it. Why did no notification appear? No matter. It exists, and its timing, though late, is still timely enough. With that, he turned and strode toward O Jian's residence. O Jian, how fares the sword? 1 more day, and it'll be complete. But I'm working alone, so progress is painfully slow. Stop forging, for the base falls within hours. Truly, you're not jesting. Zhao Hao wasted no words, grabbed Jian by the arm, and dragged him outside. There beyond the main gate stretched a legion of over 200,000 zombies. Jian's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood Zhao Hao had spoken no lie. Then how do we escape? The perimeter is sealed with zombies. Return and gather your things. I'll extract you shortly. Understood. Jian dashed back to his quarters. Zhao Hao sought out Zhao Wei to discuss the optimal escape route. Brother 6, where do you recommend we break out? Brother 3, I suggest the southeast sector. It's farther, yes, but far fewer zombies congregate there. With your prowess, breaking through will pose little difficulty. Ahem, flattery aside. Ready your gear. I'll fetch Jian now. After agreeing to meet at the southeast corner, Zhao Hao departed to retrieve his companion. Are you ready? All packed, but there's too much to carry. Leave it to me. Let's go. With a flick of his hand, Zhao Hao vanished every item before him into his spatial domain, then seized Jian's arm and strode briskly toward the rendezvous point. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, Zhao Wei had already betrayed him, succumbing to Zhou Mi's calculated coercion and inducement, choosing instead to feed critical intelligence about Zhao Hao to his rival. For now, that treachery remains unspoken. Returning to the trio's flight, Brother 6, lead the way. Follow me. Zhao Hao avoided deploying his summoning cards outdoors, fearing discovery by rivals. His current strength remained insufficient. Discretion for now was his sharpest weapon. After bursting from the base and cutting down hundreds of wandering zombies, the three found momentary safety and raced toward the village. The three of them walked along the way, stopping and going, avoiding large groups of zombies and directly pushing through small groups of zombies. At present, Jian was still an ordinary person and could not keep up with the speed of the other two, causing their pace to slow down considerably. Zhao Hao simply carried Jian on his back. After more than 3 hours of continuous running, the three finally saw the outline of the village. At first, Zhao Wei could barely keep up with Zhao Hao's speed, but later he could no longer run, so Zhao Hao had to carry both of them, which was exhausting even for his physical condition. Not long after the three left the base, it was besieged by zombies. Brothers, now is the moment of life and death for us. Everyone must fight with all their might. Behind us are our family and friends. If we are to die, let it be in front of them. With a command, the soldiers and awakened ones on the walls fired bullets and skills at the zombies. Ning Hai sent people to set up more than a dozen mortars, and several soldiers carried over 2069-style rocket launchers, followed by others transporting ammunition, while armored vehicles and tanks roared out of the warehouse. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers fired shells at the horde of zombies, causing explosions that took away tens of thousands of zombies. This is my lifeline. If we can't hold out after using all this, we're finished. Ning Hai was shaken as he watched the soldiers keep firing shells. Soon the ammunition ran out, and the vanguard of the zombies was completely wiped out. This wave alone took away at least 100,000 zombies, primarily because they were so concentrated, making the shells highly effective. Brothers, it's our turn next. Hold the line. An officer commanding from the wall raised his sword to the soldiers. Fight to the death. The soldiers and awakened ones shouted in unison. The following zombies charged forward over the charred bodies of their fallen comrades. This time, not only the agile and strong zombies were present, but also several third-tier psychic zombies commanding from the back, putting the base in a precarious situation. Quick, kill him. As soon as the third-tier psychic zombie appeared, it controlled several soldiers, forcing them to aim their guns at their comrades, resulting in heavy casualties, with those controlled being reluctantly killed by their companions. Concentrate fire on the big-head ones. Skills and bullets flew towards the psychic zombies, but they were all intercepted by the strong zombies, rendering this wave of attacks ineffective. Casualties continued to appear within the base, and the zombies surged to the walls, launching attacks on the humans. The strong zombies violently slammed against the walls, while the agile zombies looked for opportunities to breach the walls, and the cannon fodder zombies could only huddle together, roaring in an attempt to scare the soldiers. Crack! The wall was breached, and a large number of zombies rushed into the base. In an instant, screams, shouts, and cries for help echoed, turning this place into a hell on earth. The agile zombies that rushed in mercilessly slaughtered the civilians in the rear, and Ning Hai immediately mobilized personnel to intercept them. Zombies have breached the civilian area. You all go provide support. Without considering the ammunition, those zombies that broke into the rear were slaughtered, but the pressure at the front increased even more. With already insufficient manpower, pulling more out was undoubtedly the last straw. Defeat was only a matter of time. Ning Hai charged towards the zombies with his men. He could not be a coward and let the civilians die. If they were to die, he would go first. Just as everyone prepared to fight desperately, the sound of explosions came from behind the zombies. Several third-tier psychic zombies suddenly disappeared, causing the zombie horde to scatter in confusion, and the remaining psychic zombies panicked, trying to lead the zombies to escape. It was the rescue team from the neighboring city, and the tanks ruthlessly gunned down the fleeing zombies, while those mindless zombies were also completely surrounded and exterminated. Ning Hai also had tanks. Although there weren't many, he could still bring out a dozen. However, there was a shortage of ammunition, and this time only 4 or 5 were brought out, but they had run out of ammo. The tanks stopped at the dilapidated entrance of the base, and a major stepped down. Reporting, comrade. Colonel, the commander of the J-City garrison, is here to report. The two saluted each other and entered the command center. Xiao Liang, you arrived just in time. Oh, otherwise you wouldn't have seen me again. Ha. What the old commander said is nonsense. How could you encounter danger? Even without the people I brought, you would surely turn misfortune into fortune. I don't believe in those things. I only trust the weapons in my hands. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, as there were few things to trust in the apocalypse, and the weapons in hand were undoubtedly the most reliable. Xiao Liang, how much ammunition did you bring this time? I was in a hurry this time, and didn't bring a lot, but it's enough for you to use for a while. 50 boxes of mortar shells, not much for rocket launchers, 150 armor-piercing rounds, and 150 armor-piercing shells for the tanks, along with some other bullets and grenades. That's enough, more than enough. I wish I had a weapons depot by my side. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled silently and chatted for a bit before leaving to report back. Ning Hai looked at the pile of ammunition in front of him, smiling so much that his face was wrinkled. The crisis at the base has been survived, and next we need to repair the base and compile a list of sacrifices to ensure the soldiers' morale. Ning Hai issued a series of orders, and the base began to operate at full speed. Zhao Hao had people continuously monitoring the news from the base, and upon learning that they had been rescued, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Hao still wanted to do business with the base. He didn't want it to be destroyed, but helping them was out of the question. He wouldn't do something that offered no benefit. Upon returning to the village, Zhao Hao first asked Wang Xian to find a house for O Jian to forge swords in, and then dumped all the strange items he had bought onto Wang Xian before turning and running away. Wang Xian, furious, gritted her silver teeth and angrily arranged for O Jian. Zhao Hao saw that the team members were each fulfilling their roles and had made progress during his absence, and he smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Chun led everyone in becoming familiar with their abilities and could perform some simple coordination. Several brothers in the dormitory had also awakened decent abilities. Zhang Ji awakened fire-based powers, Jiao Bing had metal attributes, and Zhao Hao decided to let O Jian forge a good sword for him. Zhou Ming awakened earth-based powers, which were all very helpful for Zhao Hao. After inspecting for a while, Zhao Hao sneaked into his room only to find Bai Weiwei sitting on his bed in a daze. Every day after completing her daily tasks, Bai Weiwei would come to Zhao Hao's place to daydream, sitting there for hours. After eating, she would lie on Zhao Hao's bed, falling into a deep sleep while inhaling his scent. Zhao Hao quietly approached Bai Weiwei from behind, without making a sound, then hugged her tightly. Startled, Bai Weiwei was about to scream, but Zhao Hao covered her mouth, whispering in her ear, "It's me, Zhao Hao, you silly girl, I'm back." Bai Weiwei immediately froze, and Zhao Hao released her. She quickly turned around and hugged Zhao Hao, exclaiming, "Oh, you finally came back. I thought I would die missing you." "I missed you too. Come on, let's go eat." Zhao Hao hugged Bai Weiwei and walked out. They fed everyone a mouthful of dog food, but neither of them cared. After a few days apart, the two held each other and fell asleep that night. Early the next morning, Zhao Hao rose at dawn and convened the group to discuss their upcoming plans. Our current priorities are threefold: gathering mutated edible plants, hunting zombies to harvest corpse essences, and recruiting new members to expand our base's capacity. Zhao Hao is absolutely right. Our available housing is already insufficient. We should incorporate surrounding areas into our base territory. I agree. Seconded. Several squad leaders voiced their support, and consensus was swiftly reached on Zhao Hao's proposal. Zhang Chun, step forward. Present. You will continue your training regimen and simultaneously cultivate team coordination among the others. Zhang Ji and Jiao Bing, step forward. Present. You two will lead your squads on reconnaissance missions, locate survivors, and awakened individuals seeking to join us, then conduct rigorous evaluations before final selection. Zhou Ming and Zhao Wei, step forward. Present. Zhou Ming, you are responsible for camp security and patrol duties. Zhao Wei, you will lead a team to gather intelligence beyond our perimeter. Bai Weiwei, step forward. Present. Weiwei, assist Wang Xian in managing administrative affairs. Oversee all female personnel and organize responsibilities as you see fit. He understood. Very well. Everyone return to your duties. The group dispersed, leaving only Zhao Hao, Bai Weiwei, and Wang Xian behind. I won't be staying at the base for the foreseeable future. It's now in your hands. You're leaving again. Yes. Only by slaying more zombies can I evolve rapidly. Lingering here would dull my edge in this tender haven. Zhao Hao gently ruffled Bai Weiwei's hair and sighed wryly. Rest assured, we'll guard the base steadfastly in your absence. Wang Xin replied with unwavering resolve. When do you depart? Tomorrow. Not urgent, but I'll wait until operations stabilize before I go. With that, Zhao Hao gave Wang Xin a quick nod and strolled off with Bai Weiwei. Here, take this, he said, handing her a card bearing an elegant portrait of a woman. What is this? A personal secret of mine, Zhao Hao whispered conspiratorially into her ear. Hold this card in peril and focus on summoning. It will answer. Though truthfully, I hope you never need to use it. I'd rather not imagine you in danger. I'll safeguard it carefully. Bai Weiwei blushed faintly as she tucked the card away, drawing a quiet chuckle from Zhao Hao. Stop grinning. You're practically drooling. Not at all. It's simply that my Weiwei is breathtaking. No wonder I can't look away. Enough teasing. Come, let me show you the fruits and plants we've gathered. Hand in hand, they walked toward the warehouse. The so-called warehouse was merely two adjacent rooms merged and reinforced into a single storage space. Take some with you. Sister Xin dispatches scouts daily to collect these. We're nearly overflowing. I'll just take a little then. Zhao Hao selected only one peach, larger than an automobile, then ceased browsing. His spatial storage capacity was already exhausted. The following day, he waved farewell to the group, shared a tender moment with Bai Weiwei, and strode resolutely toward the city's commercial center. As Zhao Hao prepared to hunt zombies, Zhou Mi had already set his own plan in motion. Uncle, I paid little heed to the official announcement of the base's establishment, until my men informed me you were its director. Only then did I hasten to pay my respects. Surely you won't fault your nephew for such tardiness. Nonsense, Mir. How could I ever blame you? Your visit alone brings me great joy. Uncle, I confess, I've come both to conduct business with the base and to see you. Oh, what sort of business did you have in mind? Salt. I possess substantial reserves. I know the base has seized salt processing facilities, but such operations consume precious ammunition, don't they? You raise a valid point. Ammunition remains scarce. What then do you wish to trade for? Women and minerals. Minerals are negotiable. We're actively researching them and can allocate a portion. Women, however, present complications. Zhou Zemin sighed inwardly. His nephew's lecherous tendencies remained unchanged. Uncle, I asked for few. Primarily minerals, a dozen women would suffice. Surely this is within your capability. Zhou Zemin nodded. Among a population of over 100,000, losing a dozen women would hardly register. Very well. I'll deliver both women and minerals tomorrow. Then my men shall deliver the salt to you at the same time. Zhou Mi exited the room, his lips curling into a cold, calculating smile. Dear uncle, your integrity leaves me no choice but to drag you into darkness. Returning to the Zhou residence, Zhou Mi ordered several tons of salt retrieved from storage, some acquired from Wang Meng, some drawn from family reserves, and most from a salt depot previously discovered by his subordinates. Uncle Wang led the shadow squad to clear zombies near the depot. Zhou Mi accompanied them, eager to test his abilities on his first field assignment. Upon reaching the depot, Zhou Mi beheld a dense horde of zombies encircling the facility. With a thunderous roar, he activated his ability. The air shimmered as his domain enveloped scores of undead. With a casual sweep of his hand, rows of zombies collapsed in unison. Within moments, the entire horde lay slain. Impressive, utterly invincible, though limited to a single use per day with strict temporal constraints. An infuriating constraint indeed. The remaining zombies fell swiftly beneath the blades of the shadow squad and Uncle Wang. Inside the depot, mounds of refined salt glittered under dim light. Zhou Mi's heart swelled with elation. Brothers, load it all up. Tonight I'll reward you handsomely. Transporting the haul consumed considerable time. Upon hearing his men's report, over 10 tons secured, Zhou Mi hurried off to relieve his exuberance. The exchange proceeded smoothly. Minerals were handed over openly, while the women were discreetly delivered by Zhou Zemin's trusted aides to Zhou Mi's subordinates. Both parties departed satisfied, each bearing their hard-won spoils. Uncle Wang and the shadow squad began analyzing the mineral samples, convinced they held extraordinary properties, ideal for forging weapons. As for metallurgy, Uncle Wang possessed the mastery. Himself a scion of a martial arts lineage, he excelled in every discipline. The dozen women were installed in Zhou Mi's secondary villa, a private sanctuary already housing nearly 100 women he had amassed. Zhou Mi visited whenever desire struck, fortunately awakening enhanced physical resilience across the board. Otherwise, such unrestrained indulgence might well have claimed him long ago. Meanwhile, as Zhou Mi negotiated supplies, Zhao Hao arrived at the city center. Zombies, your overlord has arrived. Alone, Zhao Hao strode into the commercial district. Sunlight stretched his shadow long and solemn across the desolate pavement. System, is there a difference between killing a first-tier zombie and an ordinary one? Host, there is a difference. For example, a first-tier zombie is equivalent to 2 ordinary zombies, and a second-tier zombie is equivalent to 2 first-tier zombies, and so on. Oh, so it's a multiple of 2. Got it. Zhao Hao stopped asking as he had already entered the commercial area. This was the largest commercial district in Long City, located on the east side of Long City. It combines dining, clothing, leisure, and entertainment, making it one of the top 10 commercial streets in the Summer Nation continent. Here, the daily foot traffic reaches over 200,000, resulting in a large number of zombies, including many high-tier zombies. No one has entered here since the outbreak of the virus, as the number of zombies is overwhelming. Even if you were made of iron, you would be bitten to death by zombies. As soon as Zhao Hao entered, he attracted the attention of the zombies, with thousands of them charging toward him. Bold one, come and fight. Flashes of white light mixed with golden and purple light appeared as a heap of summoning cards emerged beside Zhao Hao, from which his little brothers walked out. Charge! Zhao Hao gripped his steel knife and rushed toward the horde of zombies along with the summoned troops, the general term for those cards. With a single stone thrown by the blue fat one, at least 40 or 50 zombies were knocked back, the ones in front crushed into a pulp, which was utterly disgusting. The undead and bats mercilessly slaughtered the zombies in the air, causing the zombies to howl in anger, yet they were powerless against them. On the ground, the 5 yellow-haired men formed a circle fighting the zombies, while goblins stood inside the circle, occasionally poking at the zombies. Although it didn't inflict much damage, it was annoying for the zombies. The fire mage stood beside Zhao Hao, providing him with fire support from time to time. Zhao Hao discovered that his physical fitness was comparable to Captain America, allowing him to deal with these zombies with ease. It seemed that it would take a considerable effort to feel challenged. Coupled with his awakened abilities enhancing his physical attributes, Zhao Hao was now the pinnacle of human physical prowess. Roar! A strange howl echoed as strength zombies and agility zombies appeared in the horde. Zhao Hao realized he had drawn the attention of high-tier zombies, as he saw a particularly large zombie appear in the back. If you want to kill me, you still have a long way to go. While fighting, Zhao Hao moved in one direction, preparing to dodge the spotlight. Although these low-tier zombies couldn't harm him, a swarm of ants could still bring down an elephant. Zhao Hao did not want to be worn down and killed by the endless tide of zombies. The cards followed Zhao Hao as he moved. The big head zombie was agitated, saying, "You killed so many of my little brothers, and now you want to escape. I have no face left." The speed of the zombies increased again, surrounding Zhao Hao and his companions. Zhao Hao found it difficult to break free, and the big head zombie wore a smile that only a human would have. Surrounded, it seems I have no choice but to use my secret weapon. Zhao Hao retracted the cards, leaving only the undead army and bats. The big head zombie was taken aback, not understanding what Zhao Hao was planning. The undead bats flew to Zhao Hao's side, grabbing him and lifting him into the air, while Zhao Hao even gave the big head zombie the middle finger. Although the big head zombie didn't know what that meant, it was furious, jumping up and down in place, roaring continuously in the direction Zhao Hao had fled. The undead and bats flew Zhao Hao to the rooftop of a building, where Zhao Hao instructed them to scout the situation of the nearby zombies, while he sat on the rooftop communicating with the system. System, calculate the rewards for killing zombies. Ding, killed 6338 first-tier zombies, a total of 2700 killed. Ordinary first-tier received 127 ordinary treasure chests, 12 rare treasure chests, 1 epic treasure chest, and the current storage space is 27 cubic meters. A wave of riches, how delightful. Let's not open them, yet let's save up and open them all at once. Soon the undead and bats returned, and Zhao Hao also learned about the nearby zombie and resource situation. The resources here haven't been touched since the apocalypse began, so I can take my time collecting them. First, a look for food. Zhao Hao led the flying squad bats and undead down the building. The ground floor of the building is the dining area, above it are luxury goods and clothing areas, and the top floor is the entertainment area. Zhao Hao decided to check out the entertainment area first. Holding his knife, Zhao Hao arrived at the entrance of the 6th floor, took a deep breath, and pulled open the door. Contrary to his expectations, there were not many zombies. Instead, there were severed zombie limbs everywhere. Black blood covered the ground, and not a single clean spot could be seen, revealing how many zombies had died here. As Zhao Hao stepped inside, he felt the floor was somewhat sticky. He sensed something was amiss. There should be something far more dangerous than the zombies present. Zhao Hao's intuition was correct, as at that moment in a corner of the ceiling a massive spider with 8 crimson eyes was watching the intruding Zhao Hao. This was a second-tier peacock spider, and Zhao Hao was still unaware of its presence. Zhao Hao sent the bats to scout for abnormalities on this floor, while the undead were recalled to the system space, as they could not exert much influence in this enclosed area. Despite its size being comparable to a small car, the giant spider was fast, skillfully dodging the bats, scouting and echolocation, indicating that it had already begun to awaken its intelligence. The bats returned from their scouting, having found nothing. Zhao Hao remained vigilant, moving nonchalantly through the arcade. These game coins are quite good. Oh, I can take them back to have Ojian melt them into weapons. Zhao Hao summoned the yellow-haired ones to help collect the game coins. In no time, all the game coins were gathered. Zhao Hao casually stored them in his space and took out a few coins to insert into the arcade machine. Fortunately, this arcade machine had its own independent power source, unlike others that had long since broken down. Zhao Hao was putting on a show for whatever unknown entity was lurking deliberately, letting his guard down to create an opportunity for an attack. Zhao Hao recalled the yellow-haired ones and pretended to play the arcade machine without any caution. After a while, he used up quite a few game coins, but he still hadn't seen the spider make a move. Could it be that I was overthinking it? Forget it, let's go downstairs. Just as Zhao Hao was about to leave and head downstairs, the spider moved. A strand of web shot toward Zhao Hao's back, causing his hair to stand on end as an extreme sense of danger enveloped him. Instinctively, Zhao Hao rolled to the side and the web landed on the ground. Zhao Hao looked up and saw a gigantic spider, sending chills down his spine. This spider had bizarre patterns on its body with 8 robust legs embedded in the walls, and its massive mandibles had 2 sucking tubes that were genuinely terrifying. Zhao Hao felt fear upon seeing the spider, mainly because he had been bitten by one as a child. With so many spiders standing on his shoulders, who wouldn't feel dizzy? Squeak! A sound like leather rubbing against each other rang out as the spider launched another attack on Zhao Hao. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will definitely not let you go. Zhao Hao was chased around by the spider as the giant spider grabbed the arcade machine and hurled it at him, causing Zhao Hao to leap back and forth in fright. After chasing for a while, the spider grew impatient, shooting webs from its rear end raining down on Zhao Hao. Damn, you can't play nice, huh? Then I won't hold back either. Suddenly, the fire mage appeared before Zhao Hao, launching a large fireball toward the webs. The webs, as hard as steel, vanished instantly upon contact with the fireball, like a mouse in front of a cat. The spider hesitated for a moment, and Zhao Hao immediately charged toward the spider, holding back his disgust as he beheaded it. I truly couldn't stand this thing. Thankfully, I had the fire mage. Zhao Hao dug out the crystal from inside the spider's body, and just as he was about to leave, the system spoke up. Detected second-tier rare material. Please proceed to collect it. Host. Material? What material? It can't be this spider's corpse, right? That's correct, host. You are truly clever. If I'm this smart, is there a reward? After Zhao Hao descended from the 6th floor, he wandered around the 5th floor, which mainly featured clothing. The well-known brands from before the apocalypse were everywhere. If not for the zombies inside the shops, one might think they were shopping in a normal mall. As Zhao Hao strolled and eliminated zombies, he casually collected the attractive, unpolluted clothes. This dress is nice. That would definitely look good on Wei Wei. He'll take it. This outfit is so alluring. I love it. He'll take it all back. Zhao Hao gradually made his way to the lingerie store, where he was dazzled by the variety of undergarments. Lace. He'll take it. Leopard print. He'll take that too. Cartoon designs. He'll take those as well. Zhao Hao lost track of how many undergarments he had collected until he spotted a specific type that made him stop. Wow, no need to take it off? And there are so many. I'm scared. He'll take them all. Oh, I can't let the kids see these. I'll just handle it myself. Feeling satisfied, Zhao Hao exited the lingerie store, having also taken a good number of men's boxers, ignoring the briefs since he wasn't a fan of them. Zhao Hao continued to collect clothes until he was pleased and headed to the 4th floor. Upon arriving, he discovered a mysterious machine. Zhao Hao smashed the machine with a punch and dispatched the zombies that came running with a few swift strikes, retrieving everything from the machine. Good stuff? Although I can't use it right now, it will be useful eventually. This counts as strategic resources. Gentlemen readers, can you guess what this is? Zhao Hao continued to scour the 4th floor, summoning Huang Mao and the goblin to help him collect items. Soon everyone, including the goblin, was carrying a large bag gathering goods, as per Zhao Hao's instructions. They picked up shoes and socks as well, but Zhao Hao lamented the lack of space, wishing he could take everything, but settling for just a few of each. Finally, they descended to the 3rd floor, which was the luxury goods area. There were stores for Hermes, LV, and Chanel right next to Zhao Hao. Although he had been poor before, he had at least heard of these brands. The atmosphere in these shops felt different from elsewhere. After all, the ones who could enter were either wealthy or noble. Apart from a few pretentious individuals, the number of zombies was pitifully scarce, mostly just the store clerks. Zhao Hao felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, examining this and that. Although these items held little value in the apocalypse, he thought Wei Wei might like them. Recalling the woman who had run off with Zhou Mi over an LV bag, Zhao Hao felt anger at the sight of LV. He summoned a fire spirit to burn down the LV store, no longer caring about it, and walked into the Hermes store. Wow, so many good things, I can't take them all. Zhao Hao tossed aside the clothes he had previously collected, except for the lingerie. Although those clothes were nice too, compared to these they were trash. The barbarian emptied his bag of clothes and began collecting items according to Zhao Hao's requests. Give me a few belts, I'll choose these myself. You all grab men's and women's clothing, just take the standard sizes. You get the bags, that take whichever looks good and is expensive. The 5 Huang Mao entered a frenzied shopping mode, while Zhao Hao wandered to the perfume section, feeling a bit troubled. He'll take a portion of this, the rest can go to Chanel. Zhao Hao then turned and walked towards the Chanel store. As expected, is this how the wealthy live, so unassuming? Looking at the items in the Chanel store, Zhao Hao felt stimulated. They'll take all the perfumes, Wei Wei can wear a different scent every day. Just thinking about it is exciting. The 5 barbarians each carried a large backpack filled with items that Zhao Hao needed, and he walked down with satisfaction. On the way down, he casually picked up a dozen watches, including Rolex Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Zhao Hao didn't know much about them, but he grabbed whichever looked expensive, not letting the women's watches slip by either. All went into his bag. The next 2 floors were the dining area filled with restaurants and snack shops, also the layer with the most zombies. A glance revealed countless zombies. Zhao Hao attempted to return the Huang Mao carrying the bags to his space, and was pleasantly surprised to find that 5 bags were floating next to the Huang Mao card in the system. It seemed like he had discovered a blind spot. He also recalled the goblin, which had a small bag floating next to its card. Zhao Hao was so happy he almost jumped. Finally, there's a way to alleviate my storage space issue. Host, is this really okay? Oh, what's wrong? You're treating this system like a tool, and I have to manage these external items for you. No way, you have to give me something in return. What do you want? Zhao Hao sighed in resignation, realizing this system wouldn't let him off easily. You need to get me good food as much as possible. What? You can eat. This is ridiculous. What's wrong with that? Is it a problem? All right, whatever you want to eat. I want candy, preferably milk candy. Okay, I'll go find some for you right now. Zhao Hao was quite helpless. This system actually wanted candy. Would it transform in the future? He obediently went to find candy while also grabbing some of his favorites. Everything stored in the space would be consumed by the system, so Zhao Hao decided to put the milk candy in the backpack on his back with some set aside in the storage. Nom nom. The sound of chewing echoed in Zhao Hao's mind, and he felt a headache coming on. Sigh, the system has come to life. Nom nom. Zhao Hao ignored the animated system and gathered some long-lasting rare items into his space. Thankfully, the system didn't eat those, otherwise he would have to find a corner to cry. While Zhao Hao was frantically shopping, a big-head zombie had already noticed him. This time it wasn't alone, it had shaken the zombies, and 4 or 5 big-head zombies followed behind it, making it feel very pleased. After Zhao Hao finished collecting food on the first floor and stepped out the door, he saw a dense crowd of zombies outside, extending as far as the eye could see. Zhao Hao gasped, questioning the situation until he spotted the big-head zombie and understood what was happening. What the hell, this zombie is not following the rules, it can actually summon others. Ugh, I advise you to suffer the consequences. After saying that, he gave the big-head zombie the middle finger and turned to run back into the mall. Roar! The furious roar echoed out, and the zombies charged towards the mall. Zhao Hao had just summoned the undead and bats, intending to escape using his old method, but the big-head zombies weren't giving him a chance. They quickly controlled the undead and bats, but due to the level difference, he couldn't maintain control for long. However, it was enough time. Zhao Hao instantly lost control of the cards and fell straight towards the horde of zombies below, which opened their mouths wide like bears in a zoo waiting for food, staring eagerly at Zhao Hao. In a moment of crisis, Zhao Hao shouted to the system, "System, don't eat, yet help me. Alright, I'll consider it since you brought me candy. What do you want to do? Open the epic treasure chest for me. I want balloon troops." Opening the epic treasure chest, you obtain a balloon troop summoning card, a set of soft armor, and 10 tons of salt. Zhao Hao had no time to check the rewards since he was about to fall into the zombie pile. Although he wouldn't die from the fall, he wasn't sure if the system would save him if a zombie grabbed him, so he immediately used the reward. Using the balloon troop summoning card, and throw me a rope. A purple light flashed, and a giant balloon appeared in the sky underneath, which was a basket containing a skeleton holding a bomb. A rope was thrown to Zhao Hao's side. He quickly grabbed it, and was lifted up by the balloon. Zhao Hao's call to the system happened in an instant where time felt particularly slow, otherwise he would have been gone. Seeing Zhao Hao ascend, the big-head zombies went into a frenzy, using their abilities against the balloon troops. However, since the balloon's level was 6, equivalent to a 6-tier zombie, it merely trembled a bit before continuing to fly forward, leaving the big-head zombies helplessly enraged as they watched Zhao Hao disappear from sight. Phew, him saved. Zhao Hao excitedly hugged the little skeleton, but he exerted too much force and completely scattered the skeleton. The green fire in the little skeleton's eyes held a look of resentment as it glanced helplessly at Zhao Hao, starting to search for its body parts. Cough cough, let me help you. The little skeleton, now restored to its original form, didn't say anything and continued to pilot the balloon. Head to the rooftop of that tall building. The little skeleton nodded and flew towards the tall building against the sunset. Soon the balloon descended onto the roof of a high-rise. Zhao Hao climbed down and returned the cards to his space. Host, you have not thanked me yet, the system chided. Oh, I forgot. My apologies, system. These sweets are for you. Zhao Hao stowed a packet of candy into his space as the smack of chewing sounded again. Zhao Hao shook his head and sought a place to sleep. Today he had nearly been killed by zombies. He needed to find a way to break those big-head zombies' psychic control. The next morning, Zhao Hao rose early, ate a little, and sampled a mutated peach. I must confess these mutated fruits are delicious and filling. Having finished breakfast, Zhao Hao asked the system to settle the rewards from yesterday's treasure chest. System, open the chest. Go ahead and open it, I will not stop you, the system replied jokingly. Give me 50 undead legion, 30 bats, 30 barbarians, the rest, as volley of arrows spell cards. Congratulations, simple-minded host. Undead legion upgraded to level 6. Bats, to level 5. Barbarians, to level 5. A volley of arrows upgraded to level 410. If the rare one, the Valkyrie, is not in hand, then upgrade the mage instead. For mages, leave the rest. Can you finish a sentence without pausing? Gasping, the system continued. Congratulations, you foolish host. Mage upgraded to level 5. Zhao Hao ignored the system, summoned balloon troops, and boarded the basket. He put on the soft porcupine armor he had found yesterday. Indeed, it was the very garment owned by Huang Rong. And now my upper body is invincible. Combined with my high-level cards, those big-head zombies will no longer be able to control my troops. Zhao Hao chuckled. Xiao Keluo scratched his skull, convinced this man was mad. If not for Zhao Hao being their leader, Xiao Keluo would have kicked him out long ago. Come on, today we finish off those zombies. I will avenge yesterday. Zhao Hao directed the balloon troops toward the same direction as before. Them few big-head fools, I will wrench your heads off. Zhao Hao summoned bats and the undead legion as well. If one is to play, one must play big. If the basket had room for the mage, he would have made the zombies feel the scorch of fireballs. Before long, the balloon drifted to the mall from yesterday. Only scattered zombies remained on the ground. Zhao Hao knew he had to lure the big-head ones out. You stupid big-heads, your uncle is back. If you disagree, fight me. A thunderous sound rolled outward through the air. Zombies surged toward the noise. Their pace was slow, but the heaving mass was terrifying to behold. The commotion not only drew zombies, but also attracted a few awakened scavenging supplies in the commercial district. Boss, I think I hear someone shouting loudly. Whether he shouts or not, the louder he is, the better. That means fewer zombies for us here. Our boss is clever. Quick search for supplies. There is so much here we cannot let others walk away with it. These men belong to the newly formed Zhulong camp of awakened survivors. Following the establishment of the official survivor base, Longqing sprouted dozens of camps. Zhulong was one of them, led by a water element awakened, and the camp was dominated by water awakened. Zhao Hao, having drawn a swarm of zombies, could not come down to fight, so the zombies could only gnash their teeth impotently at him. Hey, big head, if you want to show yourself, I'll start with your underlings. Zhao Hao ordered the undead and the bats to slaughter zombies at a distance, while he lurked overhead, delightfully and scrupulous. Xiao Keluo tossed bombs down at those hideous things. Xiao Keluo nodded, hoisted a bomb, and hurled it down. Explosions rose like pillars of fire. Each bomb swept a swath of zombies away and shattered storefront glass. This is fun. Can I throw a bomb? Xiao Keluo wondered dumbly and handed his bomb to Zhao Hao. My dear fellow. Zhao Hao patted the skeleton's head, noting its dry, rough texture. Fire in the hole. Zhao Hao hurled the bomb downward. The zombies could only endure the blows. Their lack of wit made them easy prey. Zhao Hao delighted in inventing new throwing styles, much to the zombies' misfortune. Endless zombies were drawn by the blasts. Zhao Hao was so pleased he felt tears of laughter welling up. Before long, several big heads emerged into Zhao Hao's sight. Well, I thought you wouldn't come. He once more sent his middle finger to direct his forces. The big heads fumed, but did not attack. Hey, doing nothing. What's your plan? A zombie with a head even larger than the big heads emerged slowly behind them. The colossal one. Doesn't your neck ache from carrying such a head? The fourth-tier psychic zombie roared. The big head zombies and the fourth-tier big head unleashed their psychic powers toward Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao felt his skull pierced by needles. Although his spiritual force was 10 times that of an ordinary person, even he could not withstand such a concentrated psychic onslaught. Ding detected that the foolish host is under psychic attack. Immunity to mental control has been granted to the foolish host. In an instant, the pain vanished. So the system does care about me after all. Buffed vain fellow. Zhao Hao ignored the system and glared at the big heads with mounting rage. You dare assault me with psychic attacks. Prepare to die. The big heads hesitated at Zhao Hao's composed demeanor. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hao threw down a card. Rain of arrows. Within the area, countless shafts of arrow light appeared, whistling as they tore toward the big head zombies. Because Rain of Arrows was a level 4 spell, the third-tier big heads could not resist and fell beneath the blades. The fourth-tier big heads reacted quicker and only partially avoided the damage, but they were grievously wounded. The fourth-tier big heads, smarting from the strikes, turned and fled. Trying to run. Come here. Zhao Hao chased the colossal one, tossing bombs. Many missed the target, but felled the lesser zombie ranks. It's so hard for me. Being low level means getting bullied, eh? Zhao Hao said dismissively. No more games. Undead, smash its big skull. The undead at a distance immediately flew back to Zhao Hao and pummeled the colossal one until its head exploded. It was dead beyond redemption. So you think you are mighty because your head is large? Zhao Hao continued to lead the undead against zombies. Every kill brought resources. Humming Zhao Hao and Xiao Koluo kept hurling bombs while the undead and bats butchered zombies at the periphery. Gradually, the balloon drifted not far from the Julong camp's small scouting party. They spotted Zhao Hao on the balloon, while Zhao Hao remained oblivious, merrily bombing the zombies. Boss, that balloon looks good. Let's trick the fellow down and take the balloon and bombs for ourselves. Het Erge, today you are finally clever. All credit to the boss teaching. The leader Wei Su accepted the flattery and signaled his men to approach Zhao Hao's direction. As for Wei Su, he had little real talent and fancied himself a strategist after reading a few manuals. Upon awakening a water power, he deemed himself destined, and in the camp, he answered only to the leader. This outing was both to gather supplies and to fulfill a wager with the leader. If he returned with enough goods, the deputy leader post would be his. Seeing Zhao Hao's balloon, Wei Su felt opportunity knocking. Capturing that balloon would mark the beginning of his good days. As the men approached Zhao Hao, he finally noticed them in the distance. Someone has intruded here. I must speed up my looting. I lured the zombies, and you few plan to freeload. If I do not flay you, then may I be cursed. Zhao Hao steered his balloon troops toward the men. Zhao Hao drifted lazily downward, hovering above the group. They waved for him to descend. Lowering the balloon slightly, he asked, "Anything wrong?" "Young man, we mean no harm. Seeing you travel alone, have you considered joining our Jiulang camp?" Jiulang? What kind of camp is that? And after the official base was established, numerous camps sprang up across the region. Ours is one of them. Oh, I see. I'll think it over. Zhao Hao stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, while inwardly weighing whether to kill them. Brother, I feel an instant kinship with you. Come down and share a drink. We just unearthed some fine wine. Wine. Really? I haven't tasted alcohol in ages. Will you truly let me drink it? Absolutely. Rest assured, little brother. Then many thanks, big brother. Zhao Hao assumed the mannerisms of a hardened drunkard, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable hungry desire at Wei Sua's words. Wei Sua mused inwardly, this kid is actually a full-blown alcoholic. Yes, luring him down carries a cost, but once we seize that balloon, every sacrifice will be worth it. He tossed several bottles of red wine into Zhao Hao's hands to dispel his last sliver of suspicion. Yet he vastly underestimated Zhao Hao. Any rational person would sense ulterior motives. He remained lost in his own delusion that he was brilliantly cunning while others were as dim-witted as pigs. Well then, little brother, didn't I tell you the truth? Let's drink together. Come on down. Then I accept your generous invitation. Many thanks, big brother. Zhao Hao gently lowered the balloon, temporarily recalling the little skeleton. No one must witness a moving skeleton. Even in this apocalyptic world where the impossible had become commonplace, discretion remained wise. He casually tethered the balloon to a lamppost, then cheerfully strolled toward the group, cradling the wine Wei Su had given him. Wei Su advanced with equal warmth. Any outsider might mistake them for lifelong brothers. Here, brother, today I'm in high spirits. We won't stop until we're both thoroughly intoxicated. A man of honor. You have my full respect, elder brother. Everyone, raise your glasses to our new brother. From now on, he is my sworn younger brother. Treat him as you would treat me. Understood? His underlings nodded vigorously, each performing with theatrical deference. Second elder brother, greetings. We humbly beg your guidance and patronage. No. I'm but a minor figure. I rely entirely on elder brother's support. Zhao Hao exchanged polished flattery with them until unnoticed the wine vanished. A rosy flush bloomed on every face. Zhao Hao, now drunk, lay sprawled on the ground, feigning deep slumber. When they saw him motionless, they cautiously tested his consciousness. Hey brother, wake up and drink more. You're not even trying, fishing for compliments. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Help me up. And he collapsed again. After repeated calls yielded no response, they moved in. Boss, do we go through with it and spare his life? He trusts me so completely. I'll merely strip him bare. Now act. Just as they lunged toward Zhao Hao and the balloon, he shot upright like a carp leaping from water, startling them into stumbling backward. You weren't supposed to be drunk. Zhao Hao regarded Ergo, the speaker, with the pitying gaze one reserves for fools. Who said I was drunk? I told you plainly I wasn't, and yet you refused to believe me. Attack. Stop talking. Wei Su sensed something deeply off about the youth and resolved to end it swiftly. Their awakened abilities flared. Fireballs and water projectiles surged toward Zhao Hao. Let's fight. In an instant, a blazing fireball materialized in Zhao Hao's palm, far larger than theirs, empowered by his system. What the hell? Why is yours so huge? Wanna know? I'll teach you. With that, the fireball slammed into Ergo's face. His final conscious thought before blacking out. You lying bastard. You hit me instead of teaching me. Zhao Hao evaded every assault, then hurled several counter-fireballs, knocking all but Wei Suo unconscious. He spared the rest, for now, leaving only the leader standing. How are you so strong? Still, you'll fall to me. And dozens of water projectiles streaked toward Zhao Hao, but the imagined collapse never came. Instead, Zhao Hao launched his own water projectiles, colliding midair with Wei Suo's, shattering into dazzling, drenching sprays. You're a fire affinity awakened. How can you conjure water? Wei Suo stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this some kind of monster? A dual affinity awakened. And of all people, he'd stumbled upon one. He raged inwardly, wishing he could beat his past self to death for such misfortune. Who told you I was a fire affinity awakened, and you may die now? Zhao Hao drew his steel blade and severed Wei Suo's head in one clean stroke. The skull soared skyward, crimson gushed from the ragged wound as the body collapsed, twitching twice before falling still. With swift, precise strokes, he dispatched the remaining underlings, then boarded the balloon once more, resuming his hunt for zombies. Over the next few days, Zhao Hao slaughtered countless zombies, so many he grew weary of counting. System, tally my rewards from these past days. I plan to return tomorrow. This haul should suffice, for now. Ding. Killed 54321 level 1 zombies, 4956 level 2 zombies, 23 level 3 zombies, 1 level 4 zombie. Total kills 155706 plus 1224 unverified. Enough, I'm going to sleep. Count it yourself. Zhao Hao sighed in utter exhaustion. Other protagonists boasted omnipotent systems brimming with perks, yet his was lazy, gluttonous, and touchy about criticism. And fine. I'll count it myself. He crouched wearily on the ground and began calculating. Hadn't realized. So many zombies slain in just a few days. If Longchunk's zombie population has been eradicated, perhaps I should scout other cities. In common chests 1286, a rare chests 128, a epic chests 12, a legendary chest 1. Storage capacity currently 155 cubic meters. And truly an abundance of chests. Time to try some new cards. And with storage space multiplied several-fold, I'll never again fear running out of room for what I need. This is nothing short of phenomenal. This haul dwarfed everything he'd accumulated before. Zhao Hao could barely contain his elation. He longed to fly straight back to his base and sweep Bai Weiwei into his arms for a passionate embrace. The balloon soldiers bore primary credit for this windfall. In a world where most zombies remained level 1, 6th-level balloon soldiers were like max-level veterans annihilating novices in a beginner's zone. Ding. System alert: zombies are about to undergo their second evolution, as will flora and fauna. Humans, however, show no signs of further evolution. Zhao Hao's smile vanished. His brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a mosquito. Though it changes nothing for me, Weiwei and the others aren't immune. I wonder how far their evolution has progressed. The zombie essence system may not recognize them, but I've collected enough to sustain them surely. Zhao Hao gazed silently into his storage space, where tens of thousands of vials of zombie essence shimmered under the dim light. Zhao Hao decided to return to the camp the next day. While time was still early, he resumed his tedious scavenging. Thus Zhao Hao and the barbarians activated their rampage mode, gathering every usable item they encountered. A chaotic assortment of supplies flooded into his system space until it brimmed to capacity. I'm utterly satisfied. This haul will sustain our people for a long time. With deep contentment, Zhao Hao summoned a balloonist and floated serenely toward the camp aboard the drifting balloon. While Zhao Hao conducted his sweeping raid, Wang Hu, the younger brother of Wang Ming, finally uncovered the truth behind his brother's death. Damn it! That despicable Zhou Mi lured my brother under the pretense of trade, then murdered him without mercy. Wang Hu clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. Brother Hu Zhou Mi is no ordinary foe. Over the past few days I've learned he commands a ruthless faction, cold-blooded killers who take lives without hesitation. We must not rush into vengeance recklessly. Xiangzi urged caution and the others echoed his warning. Reluctantly, Wang Hu suppressed his seething rage. Though we cannot confront Zhou Mi now, surveillance on him must continue, uninterrupted and vigilant. Xiangzi and Lao Yang nodded solemnly and departed to resume their watch over Zhou Mi. At that moment, Black Rose spoke up. Zheng Xian, scout the surrounding area for survivor camps. We must gather intelligence on this city as thoroughly as possible. Yes, sir. Zheng Xian turned at once to investigate other encampments. Brother Hu, take a few days to rest and regain your composure. I must tend to Qianqian. Very well. My thirst for vengeance blinded me. I'll restore my clarity and strength. Black Rose departed with Zheng Qian, leaving Wang Hu alone to cool his temper. Zhao Hao drifted lazily through the sky, leisurely eating a peach from his basket, while teasing the little skeleton perched beside him. Hey there, little one, how old are you? Where's home? Got a sweetheart yet? A rapid-fire barrage of questions left the tiny skeleton utterly bewildered. Speechless, it could only shake its head helplessly. If I could speak, I'd curse you into oblivion. Even the system couldn't save you now. Zhao Hao, truly bored out of his mind, launched into yet another absurd ramble with the skeleton. So much so that the exasperated little creature spun around, turned its back on him, and covered its skull with both bony hands. Seeing the skeleton ignore him, Zhao Hao sighed and retreated into quiet self-muttering. Soon after, the silhouette of the village emerged below, its inhabitants appearing as mere specks upon the earth. Zhao Hao guided the balloon into a slow descent. Fortunately, the camp possessed no anti-air weaponry. Had it done so, his sudden aerial appearance would surely have drawn immediate fire. He landed without incident. Even during descent, camp members had spotted him, and now stood fully armed and battle-ready below. Wang Xian by Wei Wei and Zhou Ming led the line, weapons drawn, spells coalescing, prepared to eliminate whoever emerged from the airborne vessel. Zhao Hao, seeing the crowd gathered below, assumed they were welcoming him, and smiled warmly as he strode forward. The moment they recognized him, their readiness collapsed. Fireballs dissolved midair, water projectiles evaporated, and tension melted away. Phew, it's just you, Zhao Hao. We thought it was an enemy attack. Everyone stand down. Back to your duties. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Wang Xian and Bai Weiwei behind. Weiwei, I've missed you terribly. Give me a kiss. Behave yourself. You'll get all the kisses you want later. Right now, let's focus on what matters. Bai Weiwei pushed Zhao Hao's face away with visible effort. Fine, fine. Zhao Hao, after such a long absence, what did you bring back? Oh, the spoils. Too many to count. I might frighten you. I'd rather be frightened than starve. You have no idea how dire things are. We're drowning in shortages. Food is plentiful, but everything else desperately scarce. Though Zhang Ji and Xiao Bing squads regularly deliver supplies, it's nowhere near enough. Hear that? I've descended like an angel to rescue you. They entered the warehouse, where shelves held mostly mutated fruits, vegetables, and previously gathered grains. Little else remained besides scattered minerals. This warehouse is so empty mice could race through it. Zhao Hao was stunned by how impoverished his camp had become. No wonder Wei Wei lit up at my gifts. Poor fellows. I've led them through hardship far too long. Watch closely. You're about to witness magic. Zhao Hao struck a dramatic pose, spinning on the spot, eyes flaring, wide hands weaving a mystic seal. Instantly, mountains of supplies materialized within the warehouse, filling it to bursting. Yet this was only a fraction of what he'd stored. Holy hell. Zhao Hao, where the hell did you rob a fortress? Rob? Try scavenging. Every last item was earned through sheer grit and sweat. Now we finally have proper supplies. These oversized mattresses, these thick quilts, we won't have to cram together for sleep anymore. How? Did you bring me anything delicious? Zhao Hao chuckled and gently pinched Bai Weiwei's delicate nose. My little glutton, don't worry. I might forget my own meals, but never yours. Hee, you're the best. Smiling, Bai Weiwei looped her arm through his, and Zhao Hao felt his arm sink into soft, warm comfort. This feeling, I wish it would last forever. Just as Zhao Hao drifted into reverie, Wang Xian snapped him back to reality. Wake up, no daydreaming. I need to assign someone to inventory these supplies. You too, go flirt elsewhere. It's blinding. You'd better build more storage rooms. I've got far more waiting. Honestly, it's exhausting. Without waiting for Wang Xian's reply, he tugged Bai Weiwei away. More. Then I'll mobilize construction immediately. Finally, no more poverty. Wang Xian alternated between tears and triumphant laughter. Others backed away, convinced she'd lost her mind. Dispatch workers. Build 2 larger warehouses. Zhao Hao, if you fail to fill them, I'll kick you myself. Wang Xian's order spread instantly. Construction crews rushed to renovate the warehouse, while Zhao Hao, already pulling Bai Weiwei toward his quarters, locked the door, barred it, and shuttered every window. Bai Weiwei's cheeks flushed crimson. Is he going to? Oh, I've never done this before. They say the first time hurts, but for how? I'll endure it. As Bai Weiwei began unbuttoning her blouse, Zhao Hao approached holding a lantern and paused. Weiwei, are you ready for bed already? Not yet. Let me show you something wonderful. Her blush deepened to her very neck. She'd assumed he meant that, only to learn it was something else entirely. Mortified, she wished the floor would swallow her whole. Though bold in spirit, she remained at heart an innocent girl. Weiwei, are you overheated? Your face and neck are burning red. Did something embarrassing cross your mind? Zhao Hao gazed at her tenderly, her cheeks aflame, her breath quickening. He stopped teasing, drew her close, wrapped his arms gently around her waist, and whispered, My foolish girl, don't overthink it. It's not time yet. Close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Bai Weiwei steadied her pulse and obeyed, eyelids fluttering shut. Zhao Hao nodded, withdrew from his spatial storage a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg and a bouquet of rare vivid flowers, then dropped to one knee before her. The ring had been taken from a luxury boutique. Zhao Hao felt he owed Bai Weiwei a proper proposal. As for the flowers, only mutated blooms remained in this world. He'd encountered flower demons at a florist shop, dispatched them, gathered whatever blossoms survived, and harvested their crystalline cores for storage. Wei Wei, you may open your eyes. She blinked awake and saw Zhao Hao kneeling, smiling softly, cradling fresh flowers in one hand, holding a velvet box in the other, inside a radiant diamond large enough to steal any woman's breath. By Wei Wei, will you marry me? I vow to cherish you for all my days. Yes, I accept. Before he could finish, she lunged forward, hand outstretched. Zhao Hao slid the ring onto her left ring finger. The moment it settled, she threw herself into his arms, nestling against his chest. How? I will wed no one but you. I'll wait for you, riding across the heavens upon 7-colored clouds to claim me as your bride. Zhao Hao's heart swelled with profound emotion. This innocent girl loves me with such pure devotion. If I ever betray her, I'll never forgive myself. He held her tighter, drawing her fully into his embrace, until their heartbeats synchronized, steady and strong. My foolish girl, I will marry you. And when I do, it will be grand, glorious, and unforgettable. Just as their lips neared, poised for a passionate kiss, a sharp cry shattered the moment. Zhao Hao, the new warehouses are ready. Get out here and fill them. If they're not overflowing, I'll kick you into next week. Zhao Hao groaned, rubbing his forehead in rueful disbelief. Bai Weiwei pressed a soft kiss to his cheek and laughed. Go on. Hurry back, and I'll kiss you properly then. Then, overcome with shyness, she burrowed beneath the quilt, leaving only 2 dainty feet peeking out. Wait for me. Grinning, Zhao Hao patted his cheek and stepped outside, only for his smile to vanish the moment he saw Wang Xian, his expression shifting to one of wounded grievance. Wang Xian lowered her gaze, mortified. Why does this always happen? Every time he's about to. I barge in. Wang Xian, someday he'll hang you upside down and beat you soundly. Let's go to the warehouse. Zhao Hao broke the silence, easing the tension. Head bowed in apology, Wang Xian led the way, genuinely ashamed. They walked side by side, she ahead, he behind, toward the warehouse. The two soon arrived at the warehouse, where 2 haphazardly constructed sheds stood before Zhao Hao. Is this what you call a storage facility? He asked. I swear it looks like it could collapse any moment. As soon as he spoke, a large section of roof tiles crashed down. An awkward silence hung thick in the air, and both men were left with dark, exasperated lines across their foreheads. Ahem, don't dwell on trivial details. Fine. I'll leave it to you to repair properly. Just look at those holes in the wall. Understood. Just hand over the supplies first. Zhao Hao shrugged nonchalantly and flicked his hand, summoning a massive pile of goods that instantly filled both warehouses to the brim. This time, Zhao Hao had brought mostly clothing and daily necessities. Only modest quantities of food, though he had also retrieved 10 tons of salt. Salt. Zhao Hao, you've actually found this much salt. This is truly salvation in the midst of a blizzard. The camp's existing salt reserves had nearly run dry. While short-term salt deficiency posed little immediate threat, prolonged deprivation would cause edema, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and in severe cases, coma. For survivors in this apocalyptic world, such a shortage was nothing short of catastrophic. Wang Xinla bounced gleefully on the spot. Zhao Hao shook his head, ignoring her childlike euphoria, and went off in search of Bai Weiwei. Weiwei, my love. He swept her into his arms and kissed her passionately. Both lay breathless upon the bed, Zhao Hao cradling her gently, tenderly stroking her hair. Weiwei, I've prepared so many beautiful outfits for you. Will you wear them for me? Of course. I want you to see my beauty too. Zhao Hao smiled, lifted her up, and with a wave of his hand scattered an array of garments across the bed. Upon seeing these exquisite pieces, each masterfully designed, impeccably tailored, and crafted from luxurious fabrics, Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled with unrestrained delight. No girl can resist mountains of stunning clothes. If one claims, she can simply pile on more. Wow, these are Hermes and Chanel pieces. I've only ever seen these online. Never imagined I'd hold the real thing in my hands. How are all these really for me? I could never wear so many. They're all yours. Everything I have is yours, even me. I'm almost worried these won't be enough. Starting tomorrow, you will wear a new outfit and carry a different bag each day. Always radiant, always breathtaking. Oh, and here are cosmetics and perfumes too. Zhao Hao produced yet another heap of bottles and jars. Though baffled by the sheer variety, foundation, toner, and countless other products, he'd simply gathered all of them, preferring to avoid the headache of selection altogether. Bai Weiwei leapt joyfully in place, darting to Zhao Hao in one ensemble after another, asking each time, do I look lovely? Repeating the ritual endlessly until the afternoon melted away in a whirlwind of dressing and undressing. Zhao Hao admitted inwardly that he was utterly spent. Bai Weiwei looked stunning in every garment. After she finished trying them on, he thrust a bundle of delicate undergarments into her hands and fled the room without a backward glance. She unwrapped the bundle to find an assortment of daring minimalist lingerie, some adorned with zippers at the back, others featuring open crotches designed for effortless intimacy. Bai Weiwei blushed deeply, yet quietly accepted them all, astonished but unresisting. No wonder Hao bolted right away. He must have feared I'd punch him. Just wait till I smack his bottom. She raised a tiny fist, its surface shimmering with frost. A single strike would shatter an ordinary person's pelvis, but Hao's rugged physique, she mused, could probably withstand dozens. Dinner arrived soon after. Zhao Hao sat flanked by Bai Weiwei while Wang Xian, Zhou Ming, and others took their places below. Zhang Ji's scouting team remained absent, still days away from returning. Brothers, we've endured this apocalypse side by side for so long, yet never paused to celebrate our survival. Today I've brought back treasures. Let's throw a party. Yes, we've held back for far too long. We finally get to unwind. Absolutely. I intend to savor every joyful moment tonight. Brother Zhao, do we have wine? Yes. Every soul present, except Zhou Ming's patrol squad, receives one bottle. A roar erupted among the crowd. With 500 or 600 people now in camp, that meant hundreds of bottles. A clear sign Zhao Hao's latest expedition had yielded extraordinary spoils. During Zhao Hao's absence, 200 to 300 newcomers had joined the camp, infusing it with fresh vitality. Wang Xian had integrated them seamlessly across various squads. To us, to survival. Cheers. They drank heartily, feasting on meat from mutated beasts and fruit from mutated flora, bliss incarnate. Patrol squad, bear with us a little longer. When Zhang Ji returns, your share will double. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Zhou Ming's team cheered, eagerly awaiting their comrade's return. Weiwei, have some wine too. When you're done, I'll carry you to bed. All right. She seized the bottle and drank deeply, tears stinging her eyes from the fiery burn. Seeing her boldness, and noticing the diamond ring glittering on her finger, the others teased, sister-in-law is legendary. Let's raise a toast to her. In the end, after downing 1 bottle of baijiu and 3 of beer, Bai Weiwei slumped motionless onto the table. Brother Zhao, sister-in-law's out cold. Take her home. We'll keep the celebration going. All right, don't stay up too late. You've work waiting tomorrow. Zhao Hao hoisted the sleeping Bai Weiwei and staggered toward his quarters. As the camp's pillar, Zhao Hao had been toasted relentlessly. Though his constitution was extraordinary, even he felt the haze of intoxication, muddled yet still lucid. After laying Bai Weiwei upon the bed, he splashed water on his face and lay beside her. Gazing at her serene profile, his eyes held no lust, only boundless tenderness. It wasn't that Zhao Hao couldn't, it was that he wouldn't. Not until he'd eradicated that vile woman would he allow himself such intimacy. Foolish girl, why drink so recklessly? Now you lie there helpless. Lucky you found me. In another's hands you'd already be devoured whole. He gave her sips of water, massaged her temples, gently kissed her cheeks softly, and holding her close drifted into sleep. In his dreams, he walked hand in hand with Bai Weiwei down the aisle, toward the altar, toward forever. The next morning, Zhao Hao gently pushed away Bai Weiwei's leg, which had draped across his body as she slept, and gazed helplessly at her provocatively slumbering form. This girl is perfect in every way, except her sleeping posture, which truly defies description. He rubbed his face and stepped out of the room. Fresh air feels remarkably crisp today. After the apocalypse erupted, humanity's population plummeted, and all industrial activity ground to a halt. Discounting the airborne pathogens, the air quality had never been purer. Such a radiant morning. Time to draw some cards and make myself even more formidable. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao immediately contacted the system. System, activate the card drawing protocol. Don't tell me you're still asleep. Stop nagging. I need 5 more minutes. Duh. The sun's already scorching your backside. You're lazier than Bai Weiwei. Hurry up and draw. Then I'll go back to sleep. For now, I'll skip consumable cards and spell cards entirely. Let's begin with military cards. Having no loyal troops at hand is genuinely unbearable. Zhao Hao pondered which common cards would be most useful right now, but after long deliberation, he remained undecided. Enough. I'll simply upgrade what I already possess. At most, I'll add a few archers. Common cards, 150 cannon cards, 150 Tesla tower cards, 150 hooligan cards, 150 bat cards, 18 multi-arrow cards, 12 goblin cards, 300 skeleton army cards, and fill the remainder with archer cards. Rare cards, 34 Valkyrie cards, 30 wizard cards, 32 bomb tower cards, and allocate the rest to giant cards, the chubby variant. Epic cards, 5 balloon cards, 5 blue giant cards, and 2 witch cards. That's settled for now. Legendary cards can wait until I've made up my mind. Ding. Congratulations. Multi-arrow has ascended to level 5 goblin, to level 5 barbarian, to level 7 a skeleton army, to level 8 bat, to level 7 cannon, to level 7 out Tesla tower, to level 7 archer, to level 785 complete. Ding. Congratulations. Wizard has ascended to level 7 a bomb tower, to level 7 o giant, to level 7 2 complete. Note: Valkyrie card is currently absent from system inventory. Level progression remains suspended. Ding! Congratulations! Mortar has ascended to level 8, Balloon Troop to level 8, Witch to level 7. Given that the user's current card levels far surpass those of existing zombies and mutated flora and fauna, the system recalibrates treasure chest acquisition rates. One common chest requires slaying 1000 zombies, one rare chest demands 1000 slain zombies, and so forth. Zhao Hao was basking in the euphoria of his upgraded cards when the system doused him with an icy bucket of reality. I regret it. I should have conserved my cards instead of overleveling them. Zhao Hao stood utterly dumbfounded, seething inwardly. You brilliant system. Are you deliberately sabotaging the underprivileged during festival season? Humph, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm ignoring you now. I'm going to sleep. Though grinding his teeth in frustration, Zhao Hao, powerless against the system, could only retreat crestfallen to his chamber. Since the Valkyrie card remained unupgraded, Zhao Hao needed to retrieve it first from Bai Weiwei. He entered the room to find her still deep in slumber. Her long legs entwined around the quilt sprawled across the bed with utter abandon. Zhao Hao thought, phew, thank goodness. Her posture may be dreadful, but at least she didn't kick me onto the floor. He approached the bed, recalling that she'd tucked the card into the valley between her bosom, and felt a sudden pang of trepidation. Though Bai Weiwei's figure was statuesque, and light to hold her bust was undeniably exceptional. Zhao Hao had scaled those twin peaks before, albeit through layers of fabric, and estimated their magnitude at an cup. Now confronted with their profound depth, he found himself at an impasse. Sigh, no choice but to press forward. First, he carefully adjusted Bai Weiwei's posture, loosening her grip on the quilt so she lay supine. Then he unfastened the buttons of her sleep top, revealing delicate lace beneath. His mouth went dry, though they were deeply affectionate, kissing, hugging, lifting each other effortlessly. This was his first time doing something so intimate. Even prior caresses had been muffled by cloth, nothing had prepared him for this raw convergence of sight and touch. Damn, it must be swift. True Weiwei waking wouldn't be catastrophic, but I'd surely die of embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Hao slid 2 fingers into the valley. Instantly, warmth and softness enveloped his fingertips. God, this is lethal. His hand trembled, he inhaled again, and sank his fingers deeper, brushing against the card. Just as Zhao Hao prepared to grasp the card and withdraw, Bai Weiwei's eyes fluttered open. Their gazes locked, and he froze, uncertain whether to pull away. Bai Weiwei merely smiled tenderly. Weiwei, let me explain. I needed to upgrade the card without disturbing your rest, so I took matters into my own hands. If you strike me, I won't raise a hand in defense. She lifted his hand from her bosom, along with the card, and gazed at him, eyes luminous with quiet affection. I am yours, wholly and irrevocably. Whatever you desire, I will give freely. There's no need for apology, you foolish man. They both laughed softly. A golden radiance flared as Zhao Hao held the card. Valkyrie ascended to level 7. He slipped the card back into its resting place, then gathered the blushing Bai Weiwei in his arms and escorted her outside for breakfast. After the meal, everyone resumed their duties. Bai Weiwei departed to attend to her own tasks, leaving Zhao Hao, the sole idle soul, to wander aimlessly about the camp. The camp had absorbed nearby villages and shops, vastly expanding its territory. Its population now exceeded 600 and resources remained plentiful, thanks to the substantial haul Zhao Hao had brought back. Ugh, how tedious. I could really use a good fight to burn off this restless energy. After several circuits, Zhao Hao paused to admire his summoned defensive towers, striking imposing and undeniably magnificent. Over the following days, Zhao Hao alternated between lingering tenderly with Bai Weiwei and assisting Wang Xin with camp administration. It chafed at him terribly. Though he'd once been a homebound recluse, he now bore responsibility for an entire community. Survival could no longer hinge on idleness. And above all, his vengeance remained unfulfilled. Just as Zhao Hao contemplated, another scouting sortie, Zhao Wei returned bearing intelligence. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, Zhao Wei had already betrayed him, turned by his archenemy Zhou Mi. Lao Lu, you're back. Any news? Lao San, I've located Zhou Mi. I rushed straight back to inform you. Zhou Mi, that accursed wretch. I never imagined he'd still be breathing. Then again, a rich heir doesn't perish easily. Eyes blazing crimson, Zhao Hao seized Zhao Wei's shoulders. Where is he? What else did you uncover? We've only confirmed his current residence. The rest remains unknown. We discovered him purely by chance. Dispatch your men to gather intel on other camps, and Lao Lu, you'll accompany me personally. Zhao Wei nodded and began assembling his gear. As he turned away, a cold, mocking smile flickered across his lips, unseen by Zhao Hao, whose heart burned too fiercely for clarity. Zhou Mi, this time I will have your blood. The next day, guided by Zhao Wei, Zhao Hao walked step by step into the trap Zhou Mi had meticulously laid, utterly unaware. Rage had eclipsed reason, composure, and caution had long since abandoned him. Zhao Wei's betrayal had been underway for a long time, ever since the days when Zhao Hao and Zhao Wei were stationed together at the official base. At that time, Zhao Hao dispatched Zhao Wei to return to the village and instruct Wang Xin and the others to gather minerals and mutated edible plants. En route, Zhao Wei was recognized by Zhou Mi's subordinates. He was captured and brought before Zhou Mi. "You look familiar. My men say you know Zhao Hao." Zhao Wei recalled that Zhao Hao's girlfriend of 3 years had been taken by a wealthy second-generation heir, but he knew only her name, never having met her in person. At that moment, he still did not know who had seized him. "Who are you? What business is it of yours whether I know him or not?" "Me? That's no secret. I'll tell you plainly, I am Zhou Mi, the man who stole Zhao Hao's girlfriend." "You? Oh, you've heard of me." "No, I've never met you. But your sordid deeds are common knowledge." "Scum. Huh. Well, feisty little fellow. Give him a thorough beating, but leave no visible marks." "Yes, sir." 2 members of Zhou Mi's shadow squad stepped forward and struck Zhao Wei without mercy. He didn't even groan, standing rigid, unbroken. "Halt. I must admit, you do possess a certain grit. I underestimated you. Join me. From now on, you'll feast on delicacies, drink fine wine, and have your pick of beauties." Zhao Wei dismissed the first part with contempt, but at the latter his head snapped up sharply. Zhao Hao treated those close to him fairly. Food was always plentiful, yet he had never arranged companionship for his men. Adhering to the principle of self-selection, he left such matters untouched. Privately, some grumbled, suspecting he reserved women solely for himself. Until after Zhao Hao proposed to Bai Weiwei, resentment gradually faded. For Zhao Hao had sworn eternal devotion to Bai Weiwei alone, a silent signal to his men they too were free to seek companionship. Zhao Wei, ever drawn to beauty, would often stroll through bathhouses after awakening his abilities. "Is this true? Can you truly give me countless women?" Seeing Zhao Wei's hesitation softened, Zhou Mi pressed his advantage. "Of course. To me, brother, what are mere beauties compared to our bond? My women are yours. Take them as you please." Though temptation stirred within Zhao Wei, loyalty to Zhao Hao still held firm. Noticing his lingering doubt, Zhou Mi delivered a decisive blow. "Do you have women waiting for you under Zhao Hao? What's that got to do with anything?" "Ha, nothing at all. Just checking on my brother's personal well-being." Zhao Wei's gaze dimmed. Zhou Mi watched closely and smiled. Zhao Wei, is this how Zhao Hao treats his sworn brothers? Hoarding women for himself while leaving you empty-handed? How selfish." Of course, Zhou Mi had no idea whether Zhao Hao actually kept many women. He was simply fabricating. True enough, so many women live in camp, yet none of us has claimed one. Only Zhao Hao walks surrounded by admirers. Does such a man, favoring beauty over brotherhood, still deserve my loyalty? Zhao Wei pondered, inwardly torn, while Zhou Mi, sensing success, signaled his men to bring forth dozens of women. "Brother Wei, nod once, and all these women are yours. Do with them as you wish. And if more are needed, I've plenty more." Zhao Wei lifted his eyes to behold 50 or 60 women, each radiant, each voluptuous. To hell with Zhao Hao. No women offered. Why not join Zhou Mi instead? Wasn't this the very pinnacle of life? "Fine, I'll join you. But I must return to camp now. If I'm late, suspicion will surely arise. Welcome, Brother Wei. These beauties shall remain here, yours whenever you wish to indulge." "Many thanks, young master Mi. I'll take my leave now." With that, Zhao Wei departed Zhou Mi's compound and returned to Zhao Hao's encampment. Ha. Zhao Hao, so you're still alive. A wretched insect dares defy me. I could crush you with a flick of my finger. Zhao Wei played his role flawlessly while ostensibly gathering intelligence for Zhao Hao. He secretly relayed every detail of the camp to Zhou Mi and indulged freely in women along the way. Before luring Zhao Hao into the trap, Zhao Wei had already divulged the full layout and disposition of Zhao Hao's camp. Zhao Hao, meanwhile, knew nothing of Zhou Mi, except for the false intelligence Zhao Wei fed him. Indeed, hatred clouds judgment. The 2 men walked toward Zhou Mi's residence, a villa specially prepared for Zhao Hao's demise. Around its perimeter, Zhou Mi stationed several lackeys on patrol, expendable in his view should they fall. After awakening his ability, Zhou Mi's temperament warped profoundly, growing increasingly brutal. His elder retainer Uncle Wang watched helplessly, unable to intervene, and thus found himself complicit in Zhou Mi's misdeeds. Uncle Wang often questioned the righteousness of his own actions. Guided by Zhao Wei, Zhao Hao arrived, after over 2 hours, at the rooftop of a villa adjacent to Zhou Mi's prepared stronghold. "Lao Lu, how many inside?" "I know. This is Zhou Mi's private villa. Aside from him, only a handful of guards remain, plus his harem." Zhao Wei nodded, delivering the intelligence to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao scanned the villa. Indeed, only a few figures patrolled, while others sat idly chatting, appearing utterly lax. Yet something felt wrong. Zhou Mi, after all, was a scion of wealth. Could his secret base truly be so poorly guarded? Still suspicious, Zhao Hao followed Zhao Wei silently into the villa. Inside Zhou Mi's villa stood dozens of Shadow Squad operatives, everyone an awakened cultivator, each on the cusp of ascending to the second tier. Such depth of cultivation revealed the extraordinary extent of Zhou Mi's investment in his subordinates. Fueled by abundant resources, Zhou Mi himself had long since ascended to the second tier, emerging as a regional powerhouse. Zhao Hao, to send so many to escort you into oblivion, you die with distinction. Ha ha. By then Zhao Hao and his companion had already eliminated the lackey guards. Pressed against the villa's outer wall, they prepared to strike. Zhao Hao sensed an unnatural silence, but hatred drowned out caution. So long as Zhou Mi was within, the cost of vengeance mattered not. Lao Lu, you take the first floor. I'll ascend to the second. Blow the whistle the moment you spot Zhou Mi. Zhao Wei nodded, understanding perfectly, and slipped quietly inside. Zhao Hao leapt upward, seized the second floor railing, and vaulted over in one fluid motion. Pressing himself flat against the wall, he glimpsed Zhou Mi watching a film. Beside him, a diesel generator hummed steadily. Humph, impressive soundproofing. The life of a wealthy heir certainly has its luxuries. Zhao Hao allowed himself a wry remark, then steadied his breath, kicked open the glass pane, strode inside, and blew a sharp whistle. At the shattering of glass, Zhou Mi slowly turned, meeting Zhao Hao's gaze across the room. Long time no see, green hat hero. Zhou Mi, you bastard. You're asking for death. Ha ha, come kill me then. Zhao Hao noted Zhou Mi's unnerving calm, and sensed danger. Damn it, Lao Lu hasn't appeared. It seems I've been betrayed. Impressive, Zhou Mi. You've seduced Zhao Wei into treason and laid this trap just for me. Modest. Outwitting someone as foolish as you injures my intellect. It's almost insulting. Ha ha. Zhou Mi laughed wildly, unrestrained. Zhao Hao stared back coldly, neither moved nor blinked, locked in silent, lethal appraisal. If you have any tricks, show them now. Today we settle both supremacy and fate. Very well, step forward. From within the villa emerged dozens of black-clad figures, all awakened cultivators, each breathing with deep, measured rhythm, clearly trained. Under Uncle Wang's tutelage, the Shadow Squad's combat prowess had markedly improved, especially in respiratory control. Each breath drew deeper oxygen, fueling greater endurance and explosive power in battle. I must say, your subordinates are formidable. Shall I take that as your final words? Even a dying man speaks truthfully. Ha ha, with them alone you cannot hold me. Oh, then, Uncle Wang stepped forward. A middle-aged man emerged, his bearing unmistakably that of a lifelong martial artist, a master of profound skill. As Uncle Wang's gaze fell upon Zhao Hao, he felt like prey locked in the sights of a ferocious beast, chilling primal terror. I hadn't expected such a master among your ranks. Truly formidable. There's much more you've yet to imagine. Attack. Capture him alive if possible. If not, kill him without hesitation. Yes, sir. They surged forward, Uncle Wang among them, hands already gathering the volatile energy of their awakened abilities. The instant Zhou Mi gave the command, Zhao Hao whirled and fled, leaping straight down from the second floor. Battle erupted, inevitable, immediate, and absolute. Thud, 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 thud. After Zhao Hao landed, the Shadow Squad and Uncle Wang's entourage swiftly followed in his wake. Zhou Mi stood upstairs holding a glass of red wine, silently observing Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, you won't be leaving here today. I'll defile Gao Xian before your very eyes. Ha ha. Go ahead. She and I are already strangers. Oh. I heard from Zhao Wei that you've got a new girlfriend. By Wei Wei, isn't it? None of your business, ugly bastard. I want you to watch me crush your woman Bai Weiwei to death. Attack him now. Zhao Hao's expression instantly hardened. To him, Bai Weiwei was the light of his life. The dragon's inviolable scale, touch it and death follows without mercy. She was his ultimate taboo. Zhou Mi's words had ignited an inferno of fury within him. Die. Zhao Hao raised his blade and charged into the encircling Shadow Squad. In an instant, crimson splattered across the battlefield. Tomato sauce, yes. But most of it stained Zhao Hao's body only because it belonged to fallen Shadow Squad members. Though Zhao Hao possessed tenfold the physical prowess of an ordinary man, the Shadow Squad was no mere collection of amateurs. Under their coordinated assault, he gradually lost ground, and his wounds multiplied with every passing moment. And this was before Uncle Wang or Zhou Mi had even lifted a finger. Alone, Zhao Hao could not overcome so many trained fighters. His lack of combat experience proved a devastating liability. Before long, Zhao Hao had slain nearly every Shadow Squad member on the ground. The few who survived lay gravely wounded, staring up at him with burning, hate-filled eyes. Zhao Hao himself was battered and bleeding. One more onslaught like that, and he would surely fall here. Impressive indeed. Never imagined such skill hidden beneath that fool's exterior. Yet ultimately, it's still not enough. Today you will die. I'll take that as hot air. And what a foul stench it carries. Zhao Hao retorted, bracing himself upright. Uncle Wang, finish him. Yes, young master me. As Uncle Wang advanced slowly toward him, Zhao Hao's gaze held no fear, only an unquenchable blazing will to fight. Come then, let us fight. In an instant they clashed, steel ringing against steel, sparks flying. With each thunderous impact, two warriors locked in furious combat. Zhao Hao's raw strength far surpassed that of ordinary awakened beings. As the saying goes, one supreme force overpowers 10 arts. In earlier battles, his overwhelming power had allowed him to cut down countless Shadow Squad members. Yet Uncle Wang practiced Taiji, the art of yielding, to overcome rigidity. And therein lay Zhao Hao's torment. His injuries hampered his reflexes. Taiji's elusive coiling resistance wore him down further. He retreated step by step, spitting blood again and again. You're fierce, but killing me. You're not up to it. Oh, still standing tall. Even if you die, I won't. Seems you're all talk now. Uncle Wang, cripple him quickly. I wonder whether Zhao Wei's forces have breached the camp yet. I'm eager to play with by Wei Wei. You dare? Why shouldn't I? This apocalypse is my stage. You're nothing but a stepping stone. No, less than that. A worthless nobody. Looks like I've no choice. I must call upon my card powers to escape today. A golden light flared, and Zhao Hao summoned the mage. Oh, an ability. Another wave of Zhou Mi's shadow squad surged forward, larger than the last, nearly 100 strong. Fire mage, cover me with fireballs while I make my exit. Charging in alone was clearly a mistake. The fire mage nodded, gathering a blazing orb in his palms, then hurled it screaming toward the crowd. The shadow squad retaliated instantly. Fireballs, water projectiles, earthen spikes, and ice shards filled the sky, clashing violently until even the 7th rank mage's mighty blast dissolved into vapor. Winds shifting, time to flee. Zhao Hao summoned the balloonist, scrambled aboard the balloon, and prepared to ascend. Preoccupied with the fire mage, the shadow squad couldn't reach him, so Uncle Wang stepped in once more. Have you no end to this? You mistake my restraint for weakness. Zhao Hao summoned the giant, a flash of gold, and the towering figure intercepted Uncle Wang. The giant stood over 10 meters tall, clad in coarse brown cloth armor, a belt cinching his waist, his bald head crowned with vibrant tawny fur. Though lumbering, the giant wielded immense reach. Each swing felled swathes of enemies. A single blow meant certain death or crippling injury. Uncle Wang dared not underestimate him, and was thus momentarily pinned. Seeing Zhao Hao's strange abilities, Zhou Mi mused inwardly. This youth is unnerving. Cannot let him rise. Shadow Squad, full assault. Zhou Mi leapt down from the balcony and entered the fray, his first true battle. Perfect, he'd test his ability on Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, witness my power. A sinister aura emanated from Zhou Mi, enveloping everyone present within his spatial domain. He wrenched Zhao Hao from the ascending balloon midair. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled both the giant and the fire mage to the periphery of his domain, where they lay stunned and unable to rise. Zhao Hao stood utterly exposed. How do you find my ability? Sending you to death is hardly an unworthy fate. Zhao Hao, sprawled on the ground, glared up at Zhou Mi. What a twisted power, to waste it on trash like you. Swine. Zhao Hao strained desperately for an opening. Zhou Mi's ability was truly monstrous. Unbeatable, so it seemed. Just as his thoughts threatened to fracture under pressure, the system spoke. Host, the system recommends deploying the spell card Rain of Arrows. Though loadier, it is sustained, granting crucial time to escape. A spark of clarity flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. He knew exactly how to flee. Just as Zhou Mi reached for him, countless arrows pierced the air, hurtling straight toward him. Zhou Mi abandoned Zhao Hao instantly. He sensed these arrows could kill him without hesitation. Zhou Mi's hands blurred, deflecting incoming shafts with impossible speed. Uncle Wang drew his sword, joining the defense against the relentless barrage. Yet sheer volume overwhelmed them. Both were temporarily immobilized. Zhou Mi, still parrying arrows, ordered the shadow squad forward to surround and eliminate Zhao Hao. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hao recalled the mage and giant, then under heavy fire scrambled onto the balloon and ascended into the sky. As the balloon rose, Zhao Hao wielded his blade to fend off attacks surging upward, while the skeleton bomber hurled explosives downward. The clash of steel and spell, punctuated by concussive blasts, rang ceaselessly. Though his blade work formed an impenetrable shield, the sheer area he needed to protect left gaps, leaving the balloon itself vulnerable to relentless assault. The 8th rank balloon, battered beyond endurance, finally ruptured, tearing open a gaping wound, and sent Zhao Hao and the skeleton tumbling away into the void. Zhou Mi and Uncle Wang had just deflected the final arrow, only to watch helplessly as Zhao Hao vanished into the distance aboard the shattered balloon. Zhao Hao, I will kill you. Fuming, Zhou Mi stormed back to the villa, determined to drown his rage and indulgence lest it consume him entirely. Zhao Hao tumbled through the air disoriented. No one knew where the balloon flung him. Upon crashing to Earth, the balloon dissolved, returning to his system space to mend slowly. Bruised and broken, Zhao Hao collapsed unconscious onto the cold ground, unresponsive even to its icy bite. As if in his fading vision, loved ones beckoned to him from the heavens above. Zhao Hao's consciousness encountered his long-departed loved ones. Just as he reached out to clasp their hands and soar away together, a brutal kick struck him squarely, flooding his entire body with searing pain. Huff, huff, huff. Where am I? Didn't I just ascend to the heavens? Why do I feel like I've been violently dragged back down? Zhao Hao jolted upright in bed, gasping for air. Zhao Hao sat bewildered, unable to discern whether what had just experienced had been a hallucination or a descent into madness. Setting aside those disorienting sensations, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The modest room held only a single bed and nothing else, yet it was immaculately tidy. Zhao Hao half-expected had somehow traversed time and returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. As Zhao Hao drifted into reverie, a system interface abruptly materialized before him. You're awake. You nearly gave me a fright. I was about to detach and seek a new host. Hearing the first part, Zhao Hao felt a flicker of warmth. So the system actually cared, but by the end his face darkened with exasperation. This system was undeniably unreliable. System, how long have I been unconscious? Idiot, you've slept for 3 full days. 3 days? Disaster. Wei Wei and the others are in danger. At the news, Zhao Hao threw off the covers and bolted for the door, only for his bodous agony to send him crashing face first onto the floor. Oh, is anyone there? Zhou, they'll slaughter your entire bloodline. His guttural, soul-rending roar laid bare the storm raging within him. Zhao Hao feared that during his unconsciousness, both before and after collapse, Zhou might have already slaughtered everyone at the campus, especially by Wei Wei. He hadn't even granted her the dream wedding head vowed in his visions. Damn it, has everyone perished? Someone answer me. By the end, this hardened man's voice cracked into choked sobs. A man sheds tears not lightly, but only when grief pierces the very core of his being. Prostrate upon the floor, Zhao Hao's fists bled from furious pounding against the ground, but he paid no heed to his wounds, urgently turning to the system instead. System, you're powerful, aren't you? Do you know Wei Wei's condition? Master, I'm merely a treasure chest. System, my functions are severely limited. System, I beg you. I'll trade half my lifespan for news of Wei Wei and the others. Fine, fine. Given how pitiful you look, I'll make an exception. Half your young life amounts to 5 years. By Wei Wei and the others remain temporarily safe. Your camp is fortified with defensive towers you deployed earlier. Zhou Mi's forces cannot breach them easily, though prolonged siege remains perilous. Relief washed over Zhao Hao upon hearing Wei Wei was safe, for now, but the revelation that he now possessed only 10 years of life left him stunned, and having bartered half that for intelligence, he faced just 5 years remaining. Zhao Hao teetered on the edge of collapse, his thoughts spiraling. I'd imagined the apocalypse as my ascent, yet I did ascend, only to discover the price is my own imminent demise. Cradling his head, Zhao Hao felt the world itself radiate malice, cold, suffocating, and absolute. Ah, well then, at least I still have 5 years. Should I grant Wei Wei that dream wedding before I die? Or would that be profoundly unjust, to marry her, then vanish forever from her arms? Zhao Hao wavered, torn between two inner voices locked in fierce debate. A white-winged angel urged, to love her is to offer your most precious gift, your final breath. Leave no regret unhealed. A black-winged angel retorted, Pa, to love her is to release her. Vanish quietly before death claims you. Yes, she'll grieve, but isn't that kinder than watching you expire in her embrace? The two warring figures raged inside his skull until his temples throbbed. Stop, both of you get out. When mountains loom ahead, a path will appear. Right now my sole imperative is to return to camp, strengthen myself, and slay Zhou Mi. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hao slowly pushed himself upright, sweat drenching his brow. Only then did he notice his torso swathed in bandages. His frantic struggle tore open fresh wounds, blood welling anew. His grievous injuries stemmed largely from neglecting to wear his soft quill armor, a relic he'd stored in his spatial ring, dismissing it as uncomfortably restrictive. Ugh, I regret it bitterly. A rustling of footsteps approached. Zhao Hao knew his rescuers had arrived. Tap. The door swung open, revealing several young, strikingly beautiful women. One stepped forward and spoke. Handsome young man, why such fury the moment you awaken? Your roar carried clear across the compound. Indeed, you're wounded head to toe. You must remain still. A girl of serene, crystalline purity leaned toward Zhao Hao, concern softening her voice. My apologies, I lost control. I urgently need to locate someone, yet I don't even know where I am. I deeply regret disturbing you, and thank you sincerely for saving my life. Don't thank us. Our elder sister found you while scavenging outside. She saw you were gravely injured and brought you back herself. May I meet her? And if your group lacks anything, name it. I'll provide whatever lies within my power. The women exchanged glances skeptical. He'd spoken as if conjuring items were effortless, so they dismissed his words as light-hearted jest. Enough chatter for now, rest and heal. Susu, you'll tend to him. A young woman named Susu nodded, none other than the gentle, clear-eyed girl who'd earlier voiced her concern. The others withdrew, leaving Susu alone with Zhao Hao. An awkward silence settled, until Zhao Hao broke it. I'm Zhao Hao. Thank you. You're welcome. It's our elder sister's command. I'll care for you diligently. Her large eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Zhao Hao froze, not entranced by her beauty, but struck by a haunting familiarity. Her gaze mirrored that of his long-lost younger sister down to the very shape and light within them. Yet Zhao Hao resolved to observe her closely. Though her age aligned with his sister's decades had blurred his memories, only those luminous eyes remained vivid in his mind. Susu, where exactly is this place? May I call you Brother Hao? Hee. We call this the Rose Camp, founded by our elder sister. So, this camp is composed entirely of women. How did you guess? Susu's eyes widened in astonishment, while Zhao Hao smiled faintly. Rose, a name evoking grace and femininity. And since only women entered just now, I deduced this must be a sanctuary for women alone. You're absolutely right. We are all women here. Our elder sister distrusts men, and many of our sisters bear deep scars inflicted by them. In fact, you're the first man ever admitted alive into Rose Camp. Does that mean I'll soon be chopped into pieces and fed to the undead? No, not at all. Otherwise, elder sister wouldn't have saved you in the first place. Phew, that's a relief. Zhao Hao had assumed the enigmatic elder sister who founded Rose Camp must herself have suffered profound betrayal by a man, yet her motives for rescuing him remained utterly inscrutable. Rest well, I'll come if you call. All right, goodbye Susu. Goodbye Brother Hao. Gently guided back onto the bed, Zhao Hao lay still, his mind churning over how to depart this place. After all, safety was illusory here. Who knew when he might be dismembered and cast to the shambling dead? Lost in thought, Zhao Hao gradually slipped into slumber. When Zhao Hao woke up, it was already noon of the next day. He couldn't help it, his injuries had caused him to be excessively drowsy. You're awake. Do you want something to eat? Yes, something light will do, thank you. It's no trouble, it's my duty. I'll go make you some plain congee. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat anything else. All right, Zhao Hao said, continuing to lie down while contacting the system. System, do you have a way to help me recover my body faster? I can't just lie here. They are in danger at any moment. Host, there is a way, but the cost is something you cannot afford. What kind of cost is required? Please choose a cost 1. Shorten lifespan by 2 years 2. Decrease little Hao's height by 10 centimeters 3. Reduce height by 30 centimeters 4. All cards in the space will disappear. Damn system, are you sent by heaven to take my life? Sigh, it seems I can only shorten my lifespan. I'd rather die completely than half-heartedly. Choose 1. Zhao Hao shouted through gritted teeth. He didn't have many years left anyway, and now it would be even faster. A Holy Mother Maria, wait for me. After Zhao Hao made his choice, a warm current flowed through his body, and all his wounds healed completely. Zhao Hao felt fantastic. How could it not feel great given that it was exchanged for his life? Zhao Hao threw off the blanket and stood up from the bed in one swift motion. At that moment, Susu entered with the plain congee, and just happened to see Zhao Hao's vigorous movement, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Brother Hao, how can you move around like that? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hee Susu, look at me, my body has already recovered. I don't want to lie in bed anymore, I want to go out and take a stroll. Really? Brother Hao, let me see your wounds. Susu set down the congee, walked in front of Zhao Hao, and began to tug at his clothes. When she saw that he had no wounds on his body, not even a scar, her face was filled with astonishment. Brother Hao, how did you do that? Don't ask, just know that it cost me my life. Susu stopped questioning how Zhao Hao had recovered and turned to offer him the congee. Brother Hao, although you've recovered, it's still best to eat some plain congee. Zhao Hao accepted the bowl of congee from Susu, thanked her, and began to gulp it down. Slow down, don't choke. Finished, here's a bowl for you. Susu, take me to find your elder sister or the camp manager. All right, Brother Hao, follow me. Zhao Hao followed Susu out to find the elder sister. He looked around at the Rose Camp as he walked behind her. During the time it took to reach the villa where the elder sister was, Zhao Hao had observed the camp thoroughly. The main area was centered around a cluster of villas covering an area of about 30 to 40 acres, with a population surpassing his own camp, exceeding 1,000. Most importantly, Zhao Hao hadn't seen a single man along the way. No wonder this is a women's camp. Zhao Hao couldn't help but sigh. Ding ding ding. Come in. A cold voice came from inside the door, and Susu led Zhao Hao into the villa. When Zhou Qing saw Zhao Hao coming to find her, she couldn't help but ask, you've recovered so quickly. Yes, I came specifically to thank you all. While we are currently short on clothing, I was wondering if you could provide us with some. Sure, I can give you some right now. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hao filled the floor with neatly folded clothes of various styles, and sizes even including underwear. Su Su's eyes widened, unable to comprehend how Zhao Hao had done it, while Zhou Qing believed it was Zhao Hao's ability taken out from his storage space. This is enough, thank you, Zhao Hao. Zhou Qing had learned Zhao Hao's name from Su Su earlier, while Zhao Hao still knew nothing about her. Elder sister, can I call you that? Yes. Elder sister, I also need to thank you for saving me. This is nothing worth mentioning, consider it a gift of gratitude. Zhou Qing nodded in acceptance, and Zhao Hao stated his ultimate purpose for finding her. Elder sister, I have to leave, my friends are in danger, and I need to go back to help them. Alright, safe travels. Su Su, please see Zhao Hao off. After Zhou Qing finished speaking, she returned to her own matters, and Zhao Hao followed Su Su out of the villa. Su Su, has the elder sister always been this cold? No, elder sister, Zhou Qing wasn't like this before, as she was deceived by a scoundrel who cheated her of money and affection, which is why she's cold towards men. But she is very good to us. Seems she's also a person with a tragic fate. Zhao Hao shook his head, not wanting to dwell on Zhou Qing's past. Speaking of which, Zhou Qing was indeed a stunning beauty. Nearing 30, her appearance had not suffered at all. Her complexion was smooth and delicate, and her figure was striking. If the score was out of 10, Zhou Qing could easily score 9, making her one of the most beautiful women Zhao Hao had seen, second only to Bai Weiwei. Thinking of Bai Weiwei, Zhao Hao felt anxious and wished he could fly back to the camp immediately. However, there were still matters to attend to here, so he could only resolve these issues before considering returning to the camp. Su Su, besides lacking clothing, do you need anything else in the camp? Well, let me think. Currently, we are only lacking clothing. If there's anything else we need, it's just salt. Salt. I don't have much, but it should last you for a while. Zhao Hao took out a ton of table salt and placed it in front of Su Su along with a pile of snacks, potato chips, spicy strips, and jerky. Brother Hao, these things are too precious, but we can't accept them. Su Su was well aware of the importance of salt in the apocalypse. With Zhao Hao offering so much salt, the gesture felt overwhelmingly generous. Including snacks for himself, which also contained jerky, meat was hard to come by. Every time they hunted mutated animals, the team members in the camp would get injured, and some even lost their lives. Just accept it, Su Su, this is what you deserve. If you don't accept it, I'll be unhappy. Zhao Hao said, patting Su Su's little head and putting on a stern face. Seeing Zhao Hao's serious expression, Su Su dared not refuse and could only hug the snacks. That's more like it. Su Su, I'm leaving now. Oh, Brother Hao, you are leaving now? Yeah, it's time to go. Well, goodbye then, Brother Hao. Come visit Su Su to play when you have time. Okay, goodbye, Su Su. Zhao Hao waved to say goodbye to Su Su and turned towards the camp gate. Soon Zhao Hao had already left the Rose camp, but he was faced with a new problem. Where the hell is this? I forgot to ask Su Su earlier. Psi, what a blunder. Zhao Hao, being a homebody, was completely unfamiliar with the road and landmarks. Apart from places he had been to before, everywhere else was a blur. Before the apocalypse, it was fine. He had a phone with a map, and he couldn't get lost. Now, with nothing available, Zhao Hao felt utterly lost. System, can you point me the way home? You really are a fool. You don't even know the roads. Are you a fake resident of Longqing? Hey, how do you know? I consider myself a fake Longqing resident. I'm done with you. Just walk in the direction of 8 o'clock, and if you get lost again, I won't hesitate to berate you. Alright, I'll leave you be. Zhao Hao walked in the direction of 8 o'clock, but turned around and headed towards 2 o'clock. As he walked, he felt something was off, as if he were being watched. Zhao Hao heightened his vigilance, but continued walking without showing any signs. Suddenly, he was ambushed. 2 men suddenly lunged at Zhao Hao from either side, striking relentlessly. Each blow aimed precisely at his vital points. What grudge do you hold against me? You attacked to kill me on sight. Relax, we'll make your death swift and painless. With that, the 3 clashed fiercely. As the fight raged on, the 2 assailants grew increasingly alarmed. This youth is no ordinary foe, he's dangerous. Brothers, the wind's shifting, let's withdraw. Retreating, while still exchanging blows, the 2 men attempted to flee, only for Zhao Hao to ignite in genuine fury. Damn it, I was walking peacefully. Out you pop to ambush me. Now you think you can just run after losing. Dream on. He intensified his assault, forcing agonized cries from them. Realizing they couldn't overpower him, they unleashed their innate abilities against Zhao Hao. Fiery orbs and metallic spheres hurtled toward Zhao Hao at blinding speed. In response, he launched a searing fireball, shattering both projectiles, and simultaneously summoned Huang Mao, who swiftly encircled the 2 attackers. These 2 were none other than Qin Chong and Yang Su, underlings of Wang Hu. While gathering intelligence, they'd encountered Zhao Hao alone and seized the opportunity to commit murder and robbery, thus igniting the confrontation above. Trapped between Zhao Hao and the savage brute Qin Chong, and Yang Su had nowhere to flee. Just as they prepared to take their own lives, Zhao Hao intervened with a sharp command, "Hold. Tell me, what business brings you here attacking me without warning?" We were just passing by and saw you were alone, so we thought we'd see something." "Nonsense. You came to kill me, and now claim you only wanted to rob me. Are you mocking me?" Bind them. 5 of Huang Mao's men rushed forward, tightly restraining the pair. After struggling fruitlessly, they ceased resistance and began answering Zhao Hao's questions. We're mercenaries. We came to Longqing with brother Hu to find brother Meng. Brother Meng. Who is he? He's brother Hu's elder brother Wang Meng, owner of a logistics company here in Longqing. Unfortunately, we never located him. Only recently did we learn he'd been murdered by someone named Zhou. Wang Meng, the bald giant with dozens of underlings. I don't know. I've never met him. Brother Hu handles such matters. We're merely sent to surveil targets. We know nothing. Then lead me to brother Hu. I'm certain I know this Zhou you mentioned. Truly, we've endured countless hardships these past days and uncovered not a single useful clue. Zhao Hao seized the 2 men and marched them onward as they grimaced in reluctant compliance. Over an hour later, the trio arrived at Wang Hu's temporary stronghold. Summon everyone. Yes, Black Rose. Brother Hu. Everyone. Someone claims to know this Zhou fellow. Moments later, 3 figures emerged, a burly man, a stunningly alluring woman, and behind her a young girl. Why are you 2 bound? Did you do this? Indeed, I did. They attacked me unprovoked, so I subdued them. What brings you here? Strongman said you know Zhou Mi. Direct, I like that. Zhou Mi is my sworn enemy. I cannot sleep until he's dead. Wang Hu frowned, deeply studying Zhao Hao in silence, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Very well, release my brothers first. Then we'll speak inside. Agreed. Unflinchingly, Zhao Hao followed Wang Hu into the compound. This time he'd learned his lesson. His soft-spined armor was already donned. He would not be overwhelmed in a brawl. Inside the chamber, Zhao Hao sat directly across from Wang Hu while the others stood silently behind him. Might we ask your esteemed name, young sir? Zhao Hao. You know Zhou Mi. I'd recognize him even if he were reduced to ash. Our enmity runs deep. I was ambushed and nearly slain by his gang just days ago. Oh. And do you know Wang Meng? Wang Meng. Yes, I met him at the hospital just before the cataclysm. I saved his life. Is that true? Absolutely true. Wang Hu gazed steadily into Zhao Hao's eyes and saw only sincerity, utterly devoid of deceit. With a quiet sigh, he spoke. Young sir, I'll speak plainly. I am Wang Meng's younger brother Wang Hu. I've been in Longqing for some time hunting clues to my brother's murder. All evidence points to Zhou Mi, but his faction commands formidable strength. With only our small band, direct assault is impossible. We've had no choice but to lie low. I see. Then it appears we share a common goal. Brother Hu, I command a secure camp. Would you and your men consider joining us there? It would allow us to coordinate strategy effectively. We'll deliberate, especially since one of our brothers remains outside scouting other camps. Once he returns, we'll give you our answer. I cannot linger. I must return to my camp, but I'll provide you its coordinates. Should you decide to join us, come find me. Agreed. After a few more exchanges, Zhao Hao departed Wang Hu's stronghold. Brother Hu, can we trust him? Trust or not, what choice do we have? We've hit a dead end. Zhao Hao may well be the breakthrough we need. Wait for Zheng Xian's return, then we'll decide together. For now, you 2 resume surveillance on Zhou Mi. Understood, Brother Hu. Chen Chang and Yang Su resumed their reconnaissance duties, while Wang Hu conferred closely with Black Rose. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao neared the village, cutting down every zombie blocking his path with ruthless efficiency, carving a straight line through the ruins. Seeing no signs of disturbance, Zhao Hao exhaled in relief and strode straight into the village. Where is everyone? I'm back. His repeated calls echoed unanswered. A cold dread seized him. Something had gone terribly wrong. He sprinted toward his own dwelling, only to find it ravaged, furniture shattered, dust swirling in the air, and Bai Weiwei nowhere in sight. Where is she? Zhao Hao felt his mind teetering on the edge of madness, returning to emptiness, especially the absence of Bai Weiwei, the one he'd longed for most. Then, a deafening boom shattered the silence. Instantly, Zhao Hao bolted toward the source. At the sight, a figure clawed his way up from beneath the earth. Zhou Ming. Zhao Hao seized his shoulders and demanded urgently, Fourth brother, what happened to the village? Where is everyone? Third brother, you finally returned. Not long after you vanished, sixth brother came back, with armed men. We assumed it was his squad, until they began slaughtering indiscriminately. We realized sixth brother had betrayed us, so those who could fight held the line while the rest fled into this underground passage. An underground passage. Was it Wang Xian's doing? Yes, it was built in absolute secrecy by Wang Xian. No one knew, yet thank heaven for it. Without this tunnel, our entire camp would have been massacred. Are Weiwei and the others safe? They're all below. I heard shouting above, and recognized your voice, so I climbed up to check. Ah, thank the heavens they're unharmed. Call them all up. Zhao Hao collapsed onto the ground, half his anxiety dissolving, though only when he saw Weiwei would his heart truly settle. Soon dozens emerged from the tunnel, Bai Weiwei and Wang Xian among them. Only Zhang Jijiao Bing and their entire squad were missing, otherwise nearly the whole camp had survived. Wang Xian, what's the extent of our losses? The moment fighting erupted, I ordered all supplies relocated here. None of us sustained serious injury, but over 200 members were killed or wounded. Worse still, Zhao Wei has defected. He led the assault himself, hunting down and executing hidden members without mercy. Fortunately, Jian's earlier research revealed the properties of those rare ores. Most were forged into weapons by him, while the remainder, uniquely dense, were used to reinforce the tunnel's ceiling, rendering it impervious to psychic or technological scanning. You've borne tremendous hardship. What matters is that you're alive. I too was betrayed by that wretch, and nearly died at Zhou Mi's hands. Who would have guessed such an unassuming face could so easily be bought? Zhao Hao clenched his teeth in fury, yet for now vengeance against Zhou Mi and Zhao Wei remained out of reach. He swallowed his rage, biding his time. By the way, your defense towers didn't engage Zhao Wei's forces, so they rampaged freely through the village. Another cleanup awaits. Understood. Send people to restore order. I'll determine our next course of action. Yes. Wang Xian led the others away, Bai Weiwei included. Though she longed to seek Zhao Hao, she knew this wasn't the moment, and resolved to speak with him later. System, why didn't the defense towers activate against Zhao Wei's group? Current protocols restrict tower engagement exclusively to zombies and mutated flora-fauna. Hostile humans trigger defensive retaliation only upon direct attack, not preemptively. Zhao Hao's face darkened. After leveling so high, what use were these towers? When his home was invaded, they stood inert, mere ornaments. What good are they truly? A notification flashed. Reminder: tonight zombies will undergo mass evolution. 5th and 6th tier variants may emerge. Additionally, sporadic beast swarms and zombie tides are imminent. Survive at all costs. Damn it. Why does the worst always happen? Ugh. Exhausted, Zhao Hao resolved to upgrade his camp's defenders first. Zhao Hao summoned Wang Xian and instructed her to assemble the survivors. When the gathering concluded, only 400 souls remained. Those fallen had been respectfully laid to rest. Among them were survivors brought back by Zhang Ji's team. Otherwise, fewer than 300 would have survived. Brothers, sisters, please, silence. The crowd stilled, instantly turning their full attention to Zhao Hao. Tonight, zombies will evolve to tier 2, and higher tiers will follow. Soon, waves of corpses and beasts will crash upon us. Our era of peace is ending. Gasps rippled through the crowd, then erupted into chaos. Damn, zombies are evolving again, and I'm still stuck at level 1. Oh please, like anyone here isn't level 1. How do we even stand a chance? It's over. This is the true apocalypse. Panic surged, until Zhao Hao raised his voice, commanding calm. Listen. Yes, the zombies rise, but so do we. I possess corpse essences. Line up. Distribution will be based on merit. At the mention of corpse essences, murmurs ceased. A disciplined queue formed instantly. Wang Xian, distribute these. Prioritize contributors. Slackers receive less, or none at all. Understood. Zhao Hao retrieved tier 1 zombie essences from his spatial storage and entrusted them to Wang Xian, whose competence he trusted implicitly. Several faces paled instantly. Habitual idlers realized, too late, that merit-based allocation left them with nothing. Regret washed over them. Soon distribution concluded, plenty remained. Wang Xian ordered the surplus secured, and the crowd dispersed to absorb their essences. Having entrusted the essences to Wang Xian, Zhao Hao turned toward Bai Weiwei. She sat quietly on his bed, the room immaculately restored. She hadn't joined the queue for essences. She knew Zhao Hao would save hers for her, and waited patiently seated on his mattress. Zhao Hao entered, saw her instantly, and moved behind her, drawing her gently into his arms. Neither spoke, yet in that silence lay deeper understanding than any words could convey. At last, Zhao Hao broke the stillness. Weiwei, I almost never saw you again. How? Promise me you'll stay by my side. Forever, won't you? Zhao Hao hesitated deeply. Should he tell Bai Weiwei the grim truth about his dwindling lifespan? After a long inner struggle, he resolved to speak honestly. Weiwei, there's something I must tell you, Zhao Hao said firmly, gazing down at Bai Weiwei nestled in his arms. I have only 3 years left to live. I cherish every single day of this life. Bai Weiwei froze, stunned. Her beloved would vanish in just 3 years. What then would become of her? How? You're teasing me. This isn't real, is it? It is real. I've already resigned myself to this cruel truth. Wah, don't leave me. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Bai Weiwei's cheeks, soaking Zhao Hao's clothes as she buried her face against his chest. I'd hoped not to tell you, but I knew I couldn't keep this from you. Don't cry, we still have time. How may I stay with you always? I want to walk beside you through your final days, or my heart will shatter beyond repair. Gazing at Bai Weiwei's swollen, tear-streaked eyes, Zhao Hao could not bear to refuse. He nodded silently. They held each other wordlessly wrapped in quiet embrace until dusk fell, and only then did Wang Xun send word summoning them to dinner. Let's go Wei Wei, dinner awaits. Later I'll help you ascend. Tonight brings great change. Yes, let's go. Hand in hand they stepped out the door. Soon supper ended. Most had reached level 2, except for a few habitual slackers. Zhao Hao felt a sliver of reassurance, but it was far from enough. Zhao Hao sought out Wang Xun. Distribute all the corpse essences immediately. Prioritize those with strong combat ability and unwavering discipline. We need to forge a reliable fighting force, swiftly. Understood, I'll issue them at once. Zhao Hao led Bai Weiwei back indoors and sealed the door behind them. Here, these are for you, Zhao Hao said, producing over a dozen corpse essences, defewed markedly superior to first-tier specimens. These come from elite undead, the great monsters, even one from the grandest beast. Hurry, absorb them, it's growing late. How don't you need to absorb corpse essences yourself? No, I rely on something else. Those cards I gave you. They embody my power. I level up simply by slaying undead. I see, then I'll begin right away. Bai Weiwei sat aside and commenced absorption. A swirling mist of pure white coalesced around her, frost-laced elemental ice. The essence's outer shells cracked open, revealing radiant cores of raw energy, which surged violently into her body. The mist thickened and expanded, soon filling the entire room. Zhao Hao brushed a fingertip against the mist and recoiled, chilled to the bone. Half an hour passed. The mist dissolved. Bai Weiwei had absorbed every essence and ascended to level 3. How? I feel so much stronger now, she exclaimed, elated. Zhao Hao gently stroked her hair, offering silent affirmation. Weiwei, tomorrow let's hunt undead together. I must grow stronger. Yes, I'll go with you. They lay side by side, talking softly, until sleep claimed them. At dawn, Zhao Hao instructed Wang Xun to reinforce camp defenses, anticipating a surprise assault by Zhou Mi and his faction. Then, hand in hand with Bai Weiwei, he set off toward the university district. If anywhere teemed with undead, it was the university district. Dozens of campuses, countless students turned. Zhao Hao's blade thirsted for battle. With Bai Weiwei accompanying him, the balloon was impractical, vehicles were unsafe. Zhao Hao pondered, drawing a card. System, do I still have one legendary chest unopened? Affirmative, you dense host. Open it already. I haven't even finished sleeping. Draw an electromagnetic cannon. Congratulations, you've obtained one electromagnetic cannon card. Bonus reward, 10,000 live pigs, 1 additional year of lifespan. Now I'm going back to bed, don't disturb me. Excellent. Zhao Hao paid the system no mind. He was too electrified. Lifespan, an extra year. His own brief life had just lengthened by a full year. Truly, that legendary chest was divine. As for the pigs, a welcome boon. Meat would never run scarce. A prism of iridescent light flared. Then before Zhao Hao stood a four-wheeled vehicle. Unlike any electric car he'd imagined, it bore a luminous yellow electromagnetic ring, and behind it a compact passenger cabin seating too. Good enough. If it carries people, that's all that matters. Otherwise, what use is a bare coil and 4 wheels? Zhao Hao helped Bai Weiwei aboard. The vehicle had no steering wheel, yet obeyed his mental command, instantly gliding smoothly toward its destination with uncanny deference. How? Is this one of your abilities? Yes. What do you think? Not merely acceptable. It's extraordinary. Glad you like it. To the university district. The electromagnetic cannon hummed to life, cruising at 40 km/h faster than walking. When undead approached, the ring discharged devastating bolts of electricity, then recharged in silence. Lurching gently along, they arrived hours later at the university district's periphery. Scattered undead wandered aimlessly, strangely sparse for such a densely populated academic zone. I suspect high-tier undead lurk within. Otherwise, why so few outside? Then this grows perilous. How? What do we do? We push straight in. Today this place shall drown in corpses. Zhao Hao directed the vehicle forward, preparing to systematically clear campus after campus. No sooner had they entered the university grounds than several wandering undead spotted the vehicle, roaring and lunging toward it. Weiwei, these are yours. Got it, watch closely. Bai Weiwei opened the door, unleashed her ability, and conjured razor-sharp ice spikes, each striking true piercing skulls. The undead crumpled motionless. She retrieved several second-tier corpse essences, skipped back to the vehicle, and handed them to Zhao Hao. Hao, take these. I've nowhere to store them. You silly girl. Here, take this satchel. Store all your essences here. Okay. The vehicle resumed its slow, steady glide. Only scattered undead crossed their path. They're clever hiders. Weiwei, let's disembark. Lure the hide-ear ones out. Okay. They stepped out, recalled the vehicle, and walked hand in hand toward the dormitory buildings. Inside the teaching building, several 4th-tier undead fixed their gaze upon Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei, hesitating, wary of the vehicle's power. Only when Zhao Hao withdrew the vehicle did they stir, ready to tear him limb from limb. Then from the shadows emerged a humanoid undead, tall, eerily intelligent, a fifth-tier sovereign ruler of this campus and its environs. Roar, the Alpha commanded, and his lieutenants stilled awaiting orders. Roar, roar, roar. Gather your underlings. We strike together. Roar, roar. Yes, Alpha. The fourth-tier undead dispersed to assemble every subordinate within the building. That was why the exterior remained so eerily empty. Fifth-tier undead possessed near childlike intelligence, speechless yet cunning. They understood strength in numbers, a chilling testament to evolved malice. As the undead massed in secret, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei reached the dormitory zone, and there they encountered a colossal creature. In the dormitory building, a large red-eyed rat was currently devouring a zombie corpse, emitting a series of creaking sounds that were particularly eerie in the quiet dormitory. Zhao Hao was unaware of this. He only sensed that there were high-level zombies in this school, and who knew if there were mutated animals as well. As the two entered the dormitory building, they couldn't see a single zombie, only a ground littered with corpses. The corpses were marked with bite marks, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. Zhao Hao felt he had come to the wrong place. There must be something strange inside. Weiwei, there is a high chance that there will be monsters in here, so be prepared mentally. Okay, I haven't seen many mutated animals before, so it's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Seeing Bai Weiwei's eager expression, Zhao Hao felt that he had not misjudged her. She was indeed a brave girl. The two slowly walked into the building, which had 6 floors similar in scale to Zhao Hao's school, so there was no need to elaborate further. After walking up 3 floors without encountering any living beings, just as they were about to reach the 4th floor, a shadow flashed by. Zhao Hao immediately drew his steel knife, and the two ascended to the 4th floor, one behind the other. Zhao Hao felt that the shadow he saw earlier must have been a mutated animal, but he didn't know what exactly it was. Upon reaching the 4th floor, it was still terrifyingly quiet and nothing could be seen. Just as the two turned to climb higher, suddenly a large black rat sprang out. This rat was the size of a car, but its speed had not decreased due to its size. Rather, it seemed to have increased. Squeak! The large rat lunged at Zhao Hao's back, and Zhao Hao sidestepped, facing the rat head. This rat is hideously ugly, let's put it out of its misery. Zhao Hao charged forward, and with just a few strokes of his knife, he killed the large rat, leaving a pool of blood that reeked. Killing one was no trouble, but the key was that taking down this one was like lighting a powder keg. One by one, large rats with red eyes stared at Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei, yet they did not launch an attack. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of huge footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon a larger rat emerged, its fur a dark red, unlike that of ordinary large rats, with 4 sharp fangs glaring fiercely at Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little ones attack. Squeak. Understood, big brother. A swarm of large rats charged at Zhao Hao. These rats were all second-tier each, with gleaming red eyes. Zhao Hao turned and ran downstairs with Bai Weiwei, the rats hot on their heels. After reaching the 3rd floor, he embraced Bai Weiwei and dashed into a dormitory, jumping straight out of the window. The moment he jumped down, Zhao Hao regretted it. Below was a sea of zombies, dark and dense, led by a 5th-tier zombie. The rats followed him out, landing amidst the zombies. Zhao Hao quickly summoned a balloon, tied a rope to Bai Weiwei's waist, and summoned his undead army and bats to lift him up. Seeing that Zhao Hao didn't fall, the big monsters became anxious and began to howl. The large rats and zombies began to clash. Being different species, they had their territories, and their sudden meeting ignited a fierce rivalry. In an instant, both sides went berserk. The rats, relying on their size, could bully several zombies at once, but the zombies, numerous and undaunted by death, charged at the large rats. Zhao Hao found it amusing from above. Dog bites dog, what a joy. During Zhao Hao's ascent, the mental zombies attempted to control him and his cards, but it was futile. They had to give up on him and focus on the rats instead. Thus Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei slowly left under the watchful eyes of the zombies, giving them the finger as they departed. Zombie, curse your family's banana peels. Oh, furious, the two slowly left the dormitory area and flew to the rooftop of the teaching building, where Zhao Hao retracted all his cards, and Bai Weiwei leaned close. How that was thrilling and exciting. Weren't you afraid of falling into the horde of zombies? Of course, but as long as you are here, I feel at ease. Go and lure the zombies here, and if there are any mutated animals, bring them along too. Zhao Hao dispatched the flying squad, and of course the newly added balloon soldiers were also sent out. Before long, explosions echoed from a distance. It was exceedingly simple for the balloon soldiers to attract aggro. Once a small bomb was thrown, a chorus of howling zombies would surely follow. Soon the undead and bats returned with only a few hundred zombies trailing behind. Zhao Hao expressed his helplessness. The ability of high-tier zombies to command low-tier ones grew stronger with their level. Such wild zombies were becoming increasingly rare, and Zhao Hao felt his joy was utterly depleted. A few hundred zombies saw Zhao Hao and charged towards the rooftop, and Zhao Hao summoned giants, starting his game of fishing for zombies. With a single punch, the giant created a large hole in the rooftop, and Zhao Hao stood beside the hole waiting for the zombies. Bai Weiwei snacked while watching Zhao Hao fish for zombies, occasionally throwing out ice spikes to pierce through a few zombie heads. Before long, the balloons returned, followed by those large-headed zombies, the big monsters, and countless second-tier zombies. Some of the zombies were completely black, while others had broken limbs, yet still chased after the balloons, indicating that the balloon soldiers had done an excellent job at attracting attention. Nice work, little skeleton. The fifth-tier zombie behind the large heads saw Zhao Hao on the rooftop and immediately ordered its minions to surround the teaching building while it led a portion of the large heads upstairs. The zombies surrounding the lower area were jostling against each other, with those at the bottom climbing onto the bodies of the ones in front, forming a huge pile of corpses that rapidly approached the rooftop. What was this, a zombie world war? This scene is so reminiscent. Zhao Hao summoned fire magic to strike down the zombies trying to climb up, while he stood by the large hole watching the large heads that had already climbed up. What do you need from me? Roar. Can't understand you. Zhao Hao dug into his ear and spoke to the large heads. Host, I am giving you a power, okay? Is it free? If not, I don't want it. Of course it's free. It's the ability to understand zombie speech, but it's only limited to low-tier zombies, as high-tier zombies can speak human language. I see. Thank you, little system fairy. I love to hear that, big fool. Keep it up. After saying that, there was no further sound. Zhao Hao rolled his eyes, realizing that he could indeed understand what the zombies were saying. Roar. Human up there, what are you doing here? Oh wow, this zombie speaks with a northeastern accent. Roar. Mind your own business. I'm asking you a question. You can actually understand what I'm saying. Roar. Of course. All right, I'm here to cause trouble for the zombies. Is that the answer you wanted? Roar, 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 roar. Human, are you that fierce? Just bringing one woman and you dare to mess with us? Did you ask my little brothers? Oh wow, quite impressive. Enough talk, let's fight. Bai Weiwei looked at Zhao Hao and the zombies exchanging words, feeling quite intrigued. My man is truly powerful. Bai Weiwei, you have great taste. Zhao Hao stopped bantering with the zombies and directly summoned archers to shoot at the large heads, while the flying squad freely targeted those trying to climb the building. Come on up. The large heads, infuriated by being shot at, yelled at Zhao Hao. Roar. Come down if you have the guts. In your dreams. Take them out. Bai Weiwei joined the battle, shooting at the large heads. Although she couldn't kill them, she could certainly annoy them. Just as Zhao Hao was enjoying himself bullying the zombies, an unexpected incident occurred. A dark shadow swept across the sky, and Zhao Hao's skin prickled instantly. Instinctively, he threw himself over Bai Weiwei. The two looked up, only to behold a colossal bird soaring overhead. Its species and exact size remained unknown. Cradling Bai Weiwei, Zhao Hao fixed his gaze on the massive avian as it circled once in the air, then dove straight toward them. Both tensed, every nerve alight with vigilance. As the great bird plummeted, Zhao Hao seized Bai Weiwei's hand and commanded the giant to seize it, while simultaneously bracing for failure and preparing to evade. A piercing eagle cry split the air. The giant had successfully snatched the beast midav, and now it flailed wildly, wings thrashing in desperate panic. Zhao Hao approached for a closer look. It was a mutated gray eagle, likely escaped from a zoo. Its wingspan exceeded 20 meters, its body stretched 5 or 6 meters long, a true leviathan among birds. The eagle thrashed even more violently upon seeing Zhao Hao draw near, but the giant's iron grip held firm. No amount of struggling could wrench it free from those colossal hands. Not bad at all. With feathers plucked, its hide would make fine clothing. And roasted, surely delicious. The eagle froze, entirely dumbfounded, as the two debated its fate, then began trembling uncontrollably. Hey, can you understand us? The eagle nodded emphatically. Would you serve as my aerial companion? Rest assured, you'll never go hungry. Its enormous eyes widened in disbelief. Since its mutation, fresh meat had grown scarce. Other mutated beasts were either cunningly elusive or traveled in overwhelming packs, leaving the eagle perpetually famished, its brow feathers nearly worn bald from stress. Desperate, it had resorted to hunting zombies, whose flesh tasted abominably nauseating even an eagle. It bobbed its head frantically. Zhao Hao signaled the giant to loosen its wings, and the eagle folded them tight, shuffled forward with awkward stilted steps, and lowered its head to nuzzle gently against Zhao Hao's leg. Well, looks like we've got another glutton on our hands. Zhao Hao glanced teasingly at Bai Weiwei, who promptly puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation. Come on, Weiwei, I'll take you flying. He pulled the pouting girl onto the eagle's broad back, then tossed the creature an entire live pig, mutated and immense. His system space was astonishingly versatile, capable of storing living creatures. Though Zhao Hao himself could not be stored within it, only reward-granted living beings were permitted entry. The mutated white boar measured over 20 meters in length and weighed dozens of tons. Staring at the hulking swine, larger even than itself. The eagle hesitated, then turned its gaze questioningly toward Zhao Hao. Clumsy bird, you can't even devour your own meal. Giant, mount the boar. I'll dispatch it. Together the eagle and the giant pinned the thrashing beast, while Zhao Hao drew his steel blade and brought it down in a single decisive strike upon the boar's skull. Crimson blood erupted into the air as the boar shrieked in agony, convulsing with such force that the giant nearly lost his footing. Moments later, weakened by catastrophic blood loss, the boar lay motionless atop the rooftop, its eyes wide open, gazing blankly upward, as if questioning the very meaning of porcine existence. The spilled blood ignited the frenzy below. Zombies surged upward with renewed ferocity, and the big heads roared in fury. Gruor, dare they ignore us? Brothers, hold nothing back. Attack! Instantly zombies swarmed the building from all directions, climbing walls, scaling shattered windows, pouring through holes in the roof, rushing toward Zhao Hao with mindless hunger. Zhao Hao dispatched the giant to intercept those breaching the rooftop, while summoning barbarians and goblins to slaughter the undead. Bai Weiwei in turn summoned the Valkyrie from the chasm, joining the fray without hesitation. Zombie corpses flew through the air like grotesque shrapnel. Foul blood stained the entire facade crimson. Zhao Hao swiftly carved the boar apart, reclaiming most of the meat, then tossed the remainder to the eagle. The eagle's great eyes narrowed with bliss as it devoured the feast, ravenous, insatiable, like a specter starved for centuries. Zhao Hao wielded his blade amid the ascending tide, cutting down zombie after zombie. The big heads, and the alpha zombie among them, watched from below, hearts pounding with dread. This human's prowess was terrifying. Their underlings were being slaughtered en masse, so much so that the big heads slammed their skulls against the walls in anguish. Gruelor, retreat. Abandoning the rooftop, the zombies scrambled downward, rapidly receding from the summit. Think you can run? Not a chance. Zhao Hao leapt off the roof with the giant in tow, cutting off the big head's escape route. He slaughtered the surrounding undead without mercy. Reinforcements, soldiers from allied units, descended as well, joining Zhao Hao in crushing the horde. Enraged beyond endurance, the alpha zombie could bear it no longer. Hurr, human, you dare defy us. Big heads, follow me. Tear him limb from limb. The alpha led its elite legion of big heads straight toward Zhao Hao, while Zhao Hao, eager to test the limits of a fifth-tier zombies, might stood ready. Then fight. Clutching his steel blade, Zhao Hao charged headlong into the advancing legion. The big heads attempted mental domination, but Zhao Hao remained utterly unshaken. A few swift slashes felled them one by one. Soon only a handful of brute force mutants remained, alongside the alpha itself. Come. Zhao Hao beckoned with a crook of his finger. With guttural roars, several strength-enhanced zombies lunged forward. Third-tier elites, the alpha's personal guard. In combat, Zhao Hao realized his physical prowess matched theirs precisely, yet defeating them alone would prove arduous, if not impossible. Giant, crush them. The giant clenched his fists and struck, each blow pulverizing a mutant into a shapeless mound of gore. Any other tricks left? Best use them now, your time is running out. Zhao Hao offered the warning with a faint, almost courteous smile, earning only a torrent of enraged snarls in reply. Grah-her, you're doomed. My minions, attack again. What remained of the agile zombies launched a frenzied assault, while the surviving big heads strained to control the giant, and the alpha retreated into the shadows, observing coldly. Kneel before me. Zhao Hao moved just a fraction faster than the agile undead, anticipating their trajectories with uncanny precision, and cut them down one by one. A big head managed to seize the giant's mind for barely a second, before the giant broke free in fury and crushed its skull with a single brutal blow. Now only scattered common zombies remained, and the alpha standing utterly alone. Little baby, I've come for your head. Gruelor, stay back, stay away. With a flash of steel, the alpha's head parted from its shoulders and fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining zombies scattered in blind panic. Zhao Hao pursued none. Only those still daring to charge him met his blade. Before long, the battlefield lay thick with corpses, and then came the most revolting, and yet most exhilarating, phase: looting the fallen. Zhao Hao sat beside Bai Weiwei while commanding his summoned entities to harvest corpse essence. As the pile of shimmering essence grew steadily before them, both smiled quietly. The eagle, having devoured its share of the boar, swooped down beside them, beak agape, wings flapping exuberantly, its joy unmistakable. Zhao Hao reached up and ruffled its massive head, chuckling. Go rinse that bloody maw, disgusting. The eagle let out a sharp cry and soared away, seeking water to cleanse itself. Soon the corpse essence was fully collected. Zhao Hao retracted his spatial storage and prepared to begin the thrilling, heart-pounding ritual of opening treasure chests. System finalized the reward settlement. Ding. Kills recorded first-tier zombies, 741 second-tier zombies, 27995 third-tier zombies, 35 fourth-tier zombies, 13 fifth-tier zombies 1. Rewards 113 ordinary chests, 11 rare chests, 1 epic chest. Current storage capacity, 166 cubic meters. Ugh, the multiplier jumped tenfold. My loot has shrunk so much. Zhao Hao scowled, thoroughly displeased. Make up my archer cards to 30 and load volley of 10,000 arrows, 50 cards maxed. Use the remainder to summon some skeleton soldiers for fun. Don't bother with rare chests, too few to be worth it. For the epic chest, summon Pikachu. When another large mutated beast appears, he can finish it off in a few swift strikes. Just the thought is delightful. Ding. Congratulations, simple archer leveled to 8 or volley of 10,000 arrows, to 6 or skeleton soldiers, to 485. Zhao Hao recalled all the cards and summoned the skeleton soldiers to see what they were like. A flash of white light revealed 3 skeletons on the floor, short, all bone, each clutching a small sword. While these are only fit for collecting, their combat power is low. System, can I change the weapons that the cards come with? Yes you can. I'll head back and look for Jian. I haven't visited that kid in a while. I wonder how many spare swords he has. I should get him to craft me a proper blade. I'm a bit tired of knives. At that moment, Kanjing returned clean and proper, exactly how a mount should look. Zhao Hao recalled the skeleton soldiers, helped by Wei Wei, onto Kanjing and prepared to leave. Little Kanjing, go there. Zhao Hao pointed to the school adjacent to theirs. Kanjing beat its wings and lifted the 2 of them into the air. In less than a minute, they reached their destination, far faster than taking a tram. Not bad, not bad. Quick, go have fun. Come find us later. Kanjing nodded and flew off to play. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei entered the medical university, once a tranquil campus, now overrun by zombies. Zhao Hao summoned all available cards and decided on a rapid push. Zhao Wei was a damned bomb. He'd show up and blow things up at any moment. Until that bastard was dealt with, Zhao Hao could not rest. After clearing the area, he would go find him. Forward. The cards advanced toward the building. There were scarcely any zombies scattered across the campus, which meant the higher-tier zombies had gathered together inside. Only 12 of Zhao Hao's cards were battle-ready. The Valkyrie was stuck down in a ravine, and he hadn't asked Bai Weiwei for her. He paired the cards 2 by 2 to avoid ambushes, then led Bai Weiwei toward the canteen. Whether by misfortune or fate, a giant cockroach was busy devouring rotting food and zombie corpses in the canteen, feasting with relish. The 2 of them entered. The roach, absorbed in its meal, did not notice them at first, head down over its so-called food. Something feels wrong about this place, Zhao Hao murmured. Indeed. Stay alert. Be ready to strike at any moment. They crept toward the kitchen, and upon pushing open the door, found an enormous, disgusting roach. The creature sensed living beings and turned to lock eyes with them. Bai Weiwei's pretty face drained of color. She truly feared such insects. Even ordinary ones unsettled her, let alone a beast of this size. The roach measured 2 to 3 meters long. Standing upright, its head would reach the ceiling. Its body was jet black as it opened its mandibles and lunged toward them. Zhao Hao scooped up the trembling Bai Weiwei and ran to the center of the canteen. The roach pursued, and Zhao felt a wave of nausea. It was simply too repulsive to bear. He contacted his nearby cards and discovered that Pikachu was the closest, but would still need several minutes to arrive. Those minutes meant they had to endure the disgust and deal with the roach themselves. Reluctantly, Zhao Hao drew his steel blade, preparing to engage the monster. The roach, however, did not fight honorably. It smeared oil on its feet and bolted to the farthest recesses of the canteen. Zhao Hao dragged the unwilling Bai Weiwei after it. When they pursued deeper, they found it was not the only one. The floor was carpeted with dense clusters of eggs that raised goose flesh along their skin. How, let's get out. I'm terrified I'll faint. Bai Weiwei whispered. Weiwei, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. You must be strong, Zhao Hao replied. I'll try my best. Bai's legs trembled like noodles, yet she did not retreat. Zhao Hao smiled, relieved by her resolve. Suddenly the roach moved. Its 6 legs pounded the floor with thunderous noise as it charged. Weiwei, slow it down, Zhao Hao ordered. Bai Weiwei condensed a shard of ice in her hand and hurled it at the roach. It detonated mid-flight, scattering frost through the air. Where the frost touched, the roach's crawling speed visibly decreased. Zhao Hao seized the chance and hacked at it with his blade. Rank, bloody spray flew everywhere. He thought even a giant rat smelled better than this. The sight was unbearable. After only a few strikes, Zhao Hao backed away, retching inwardly, but holding himself together. The 2 of them spat at the beast. Enraged, it charged with renewed fury. Pierce it. Bai Weiwei manifested dozens of ice spikes and launched them at the roach's massive head. Clang after clang rang out, yet the creature took little damage and only grew more bloodthirsty. They fought while retreating, carefully avoiding the egg clusters. No one knew when a swarm of little roaches might erupt from them. The thought of being surrounded by a wave of tiny skittering bodies made Zhao Hao feel like he might explode on the spot. The chase tore through the battered canteen. Already ruined tables and chairs were crushed into fragments under the roach's weight, turning the room into an even greater mess and slowing the pair's escape. Ouch! Bai Weiwei tripped and cried out. Zhao Hao spun to pull her up, but that split-second delay allowed the roach to catch up and snap at her. Zhao Hao slashed at the creature, splattering Bai with sticky blood. The roach was forced back for a moment, then recovered and surged at them again. You won't stop, will you? I'll kill you myself. Zhao Hao snapped. He couldn't stand it any longer. Aside from being revolting, the thing did not seem especially powerful. Whether it could reproduce, who knew if it was female? He pressed on, fighting in a tangle with the roach. Stinking blood covered him. The nausea threatened to overtake him, but he could not afford to vomit. Not if he wanted to keep living. Zhao Hao held on until Pikachu arrived. Only then did he stumble aside and vomit. It was not that he was weak. The stench was inhuman, capable of serving as a foul bomb. With a few decisive strikes, Pikachu cut down the third-tier roach that Zhao had been unable to fell alone. Zhao Hao sighed helplessly. If I can't do it myself, I'll have to rely on my cards. As the giant roach fell, the worst came. Countless small roaches crawled out from the depths of the canteen, streaming straight toward them. The newborn roaches were already the size of house cats. A tide of them spilled forth. Anyone with a fear of dense swarms would likely perish on the spot. Run! Zhao Hao seized Bai Weiwei and fled the canteen with all his strength. This place is toxic. Never going near a canteen again. Bai wailed. Zhao Hao grimaced and recalled his fire mage card. He couldn't handle so many small roaches alone. Before long, the fire mage arrived. Fire spell, incinerate them. Teach these ugly bugs a lesson. The fire spell immediately unleashed fireballs at the swarm of insects, turning large areas into charred remains, taking countless bugs with them, accompanied by an inexplicable aroma. Hey, roasted bugs actually smell a bit good. Keep going. Thus began the frenzied extermination of cockroaches, who, under the overwhelming firepower, no matter how many bugs there were, they were no match. Before long, there were no bugs left crawling out. Let's get out of here quickly. What a terrible school filled with giant insects. I will never come back here again. Zhao Hao hurriedly pulled Bai Weiwei away, calling back the cards that were busy exterminating zombies. Everyone ran towards other schools. The eagle was nowhere to be found. Zhao Hao could only summon an electric vehicle and leisurely headed towards the next school. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhao Hao led his cards to nearly annihilate the entire university town, dealing with zombies, mutated giant animals, and bugs. Along the way, they encountered a few awakened ones who tried to covet Bai Weiwei's beauty, which Zhao Hao swiftly dealt with. The harvest was immense, though he didn't know how many treasure chests there were. The corpses in the storage space had piled up to over 100,000, enough to prove Zhao Hao's achievements over these few days. Weiwei, let's head back. I'm worried they might have been ambushed by Zhao Wei. Then let's go back. I'm also concerned about Xinjia and the others. The two sat in the electric vehicle heading towards the village. During Zhao Hao's absence, Wang Hu and the others had made plans and decided to temporarily rely on Zhao Hao, leveraging his strength to deal with Zhoumi. Thus, the six brought their supplies and headed straight for Zhao Hao's camp without stopping. However, when they arrived, Zhao Hao was not there and no one recognized them. Since Zhao Hao hadn't informed Wang Xian or Wang Hu, they could only make do elsewhere while waiting for Zhao Hao to return. They waited for 2 days and Xiangzi could no longer hold back his impatience, constantly complaining. Brother Hu, we came to rely on Zhao Hao, but he's not here, leaving us hanging. Who does he think he is? Xiangzi, don't talk nonsense. How do you know he's deliberately avoiding us? Didn't he come to seek us out to discuss dealing with Zhoumi? Yeah, Xiangzi, we need something from him. We can't act impulsively. Everyone was trying to calm the hot-tempered Xiangzi, and at that moment Wang Hu also spoke up. Xiangzi, go do something else. Wait a bit longer. I believe he's not the kind of person who would go back on his word. All right. Qin Chong rolled his eyes and went to occupy himself. Zhao Hao, don't let me down. After Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei returned to the village, they found nothing unusual and breathed a sigh of relief. The two headed straight for Wang Xin's office, just as Wang Xian had something to tell Zhao Hao. Wang Xian, did anything happen in the camp while we were gone? Nothing major, just Zhao Wei led people to ambush us a few times, but we repelled them. You're just in time. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? We're not outsiders. A few days ago, some people came to our camp looking for you, claiming they wanted to join you. I didn't easily believe them, so I didn't let them in. Someone wants to join. Are there 4 men and 2 women, including a young girl? That's right, you know them. I do. Where are they now? They are temporarily staying in the village outside our camp. Do you want me to take you to find them? No need, you continue with your tasks. We have big plans ahead, we'll go by myself. All right. Zhao Hao walked alone towards the house, where Wang Hu and the others were, just as he bumped into old Yang, who was coming out to water the plants, and they exchanged awkward glances. You do your thing when looking for Brother Hu. All right, Brother Hu is inside. Zhao Hao walked straight into the house and saw Wang Hu. Brother who I just returned to the village. I kept you waiting for 2 days. I apologize for not entertaining you. Later my younger brothers will host a welcome feast for you. Brother, don't mention it. We're here to rely on you. You weren't here, so we couldn't enter the camp and could only wait for you here. Sorry. I was delayed a bit while slaughtering over 100,000 zombies. Wang He's face was filled with astonishment to kill over 100,000 zombies in 3 or 4 days with just 2 people. Wang Hu expressed that Zhao Hao was truly impressive and that he wouldn't have been able to do it. Brother, you're incredible. When shall we head to the village? Let's go now. They'll have someone arrange housing for you. The group followed Zhao Hao back to the village where Wang Xin assigned them rooms, and Zhao Hao then found Wang Xin again. Wang Xin, let's not expand outward for now. We need to consolidate our strength and form a combat team. I have great use for it. Okay, he'll immediately send someone to call back Zhang Ji and Jiao Bing. Additionally, the team leader for scouting is currently vacant. See if you can fill that position. For that, I need to talk to Wang Hu. He should have someone suitable for that. Zhao Hao hummed a tune as he walked into Wang He's room and spoke to him. Brother Hu, our camp is currently lacking a scouting team leader. Do you have a suitable candidate? We're all mercenaries. Scouting is basic. However, Old Yang is the most talented. He'll recommend him to you. All right, I trust you, Brother Hu. Please inform Old Yang for me. I have to get busy. Take care, I'll see you off. After leaving Wang Hu, Zhao Hao pondered how to form the combat team when the system suddenly popped up. Host, what's so difficult about this? Just do what you did when you played games or arrange the front and back rows. Right, my mind. The system is indeed brilliant. I know I'm smart, just give me milk candy. Zhao Hao placed several packs of milk candy into the system space, and the sound of crunching echoed again. For the combat team, we need to divide into several smaller groups. The front line should consist of those with physical enhancement abilities to act as tanks, while the back line will focus on elemental damage. This can be grouped by attributes into many teams, and finally, there will be those with healing abilities serving as support. That should be about right. Talking to himself, Zhao Hao had Wang Xin gather everyone, and soon 600 to 700 people assembled together. Today I want to announce 2 things. The second concerns all of you. First, welcome Wang Hu and his group to the camp. Everyone give a round of applause. Applause broke out immediately as Wang Hu and his companions stepped onto the makeshift stage to address everyone. We are very grateful to Zhao Hao for taking us in. In the days to come, we hope everyone will strive forward together. I thank you all on behalf of the 6 of us. After bowing deeply to the crowd, they stepped down from the stage. The second matter is that we need to form a combat team. Everyone line up according to your attributes. All of you stand at attention. Everyone stood straight awaiting Zhao Hao's next command. Wang Hu believed Zhao Hao was extraordinary and held great prestige. Perhaps he could truly help him seek revenge, and he was willing to entrust his life to Zhao Hao while respecting the choices of the other brothers. First, those with physical enhancement abilities stand on my left side. No matter what ability you've awakened, as long as it's related to physical fitness, stand there. A portion of the people stepped out from the crowd and stood on the far left. Wang Hu stepped forward as well. His awakened ability allowed him to turn his body harder than steel indestructible, and others made way for them. Next, those with elemental and other attack abilities awakened stand in the middle and arrange yourselves by attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The rest can stand together for now. This time, more than half of the people stood in the middle, about 300 or more, indicating that attack abilities were quite common. Finally, those with supportive combat abilities stand on the right side. This time, only 20 to 30 people stepped out. It must be said that supportive abilities were truly scarce. The remainder were mostly those who hadn't awakened any abilities. Zhao Hao had them stand aside, not implying that ordinary people were useless, but simply that the apocalypse was unfriendly to them. Now register your abilities in order. Wang Xin, you handle it. Understood. Everyone lined up to register their abilities, including skills, power levels, and so on. Brother Zhao Hao, I need to speak with you. Could you come over for a moment? Of course. Let's step aside. What is it? They moved away from the group. Xiao Qian, a young girl, rose onto her tiptoes and whispered into Zhao Hao's ear. Big brother, how may I join the team? What type of ability did you awaken? It appears to be light-based. I can emit a flash similar to a flashbang, and I can even heal wounds. Oh, I hadn't expected that. Your ability is remarkably useful. Very well, you may join the support squad. Train diligently. The time before our offensive grows short. Understood, big brother Hao, I'm off. Xiao Qian skipped merrily toward the formation, clearly elated at having been accepted. Such a lively girl. He recalled his long-lost younger sister, and a bitter sorrow clouded his face. Little sister, where are you now? Zhao Hao murmured to himself, then shook his head. Such thoughts were impractical now. First, he needed to assign the mission. Under Wang Xin's coordination, registration was completed swiftly. Zhao Hao reviewed the compiled statistics, and a plan crystallized in his mind. Over 100 individuals possessed body enhancement abilities. Zhao Hao appointed Wang Hu as their commander, tasking him with drilling them in formation combat, essential for large-scale brawls. The offensive squad comprised more than 300 members. Fire affinity abilities were assigned to Zhang Ji, metal affinity, to Jiao Bing, earth affinity, to Zhou Ming, wood affinity, to Zhang Xian O, and water affinity, to Bai Weiwei. Though she wielded ice, its synergy with water remained potent. All remaining affinities, air, flight, psychic, and others, were placed under Wang Xian's command. After all, Wang Xian herself was a psychic awakened adept. The support squad fell under the leadership of Black Rose, who would train Xiao Qian and the others in coordinated skill application to bolster and empower allied forces. For now, the teams are organized thus. Take these corpuscences and absorb them. Our enemies and the undead will grant us no leisure to grow gradually. In this apocalypse, hesitation means death. Is that clear? Crystal clear. Voices roared in unison. Zhao Hao retrieved every corpse essence from his spatial storage, including height-ear specimens, and entrusted their distribution to Wang Xian. Zhao Hao returned alone to his quarters to open treasure chests. System, wake up. I'm about to open chests. Hurry up, don't disturb my nap. First, settle my rewards. Ding. You have slain 108 level 2 zombies, 2998 level 3 zombies, 345 level 4 zombies, 5 level 5 zombies, 2580 level 2 mutated beasts, 1285 level 3 mutated beasts, 43 level 4 mutated beasts, and 699 level 2 mutated plants, plus 92 level 3 mutated plants. Ah, satisfying. Though mutated flora and fauna remain scarce, their mutation simply began later than humanity's. You have acquired 579 common chests, 57 rare chests, and 5 epic chests. Your current spatial capacity stands at 223 cubic meters. Hey, system, what happened to my earlier zombie-slaying data? What data? This system has no record of such a thing. Now you're dodging responsibility. That's not fair. Now what will you do about it? Wha? Ugh. Zhao Hao clutched his head in exasperation. The system had deceived him countless times, but since it was his system, he'd just have to indulge it. Then what about my legendary chest? Rest easy. The count remains fully logged. Phew, scared me half to death. Hehe Omega Superscript 33. Relieved, Zhao Hao resumed chest opening. My moment of glory, come forth. Let's draw 386 royal giants, 3 skeletons, 186 goblin spear throwers, and 4 knights for the remainder. 4 rares, 46 giants, 22 flying machines, and 5 epic K, as will complete the set. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an 8-star royal giant skeletons upgraded to level 5, a 7-star goblin spear thrower, a 2-star knight 50 complete, giants upgraded to level 8, a 6-star flying machine 30 complete, and K upgraded to level 8. Ding. Since your accumulated common cards reach a multiple of 10, a hidden reward is unlocked. Please select. N1. 10 tons of food. N2. 50,000 corpuscences. N3. 10 girlfriends. N4. Increase in Xiao Hao's length and girth. Maximum 5 cm. N5. 20 tons of new, or N6. Have Zhou Mi's height. And please make your selection. And whoa, this is intense. Zhao Hao had never imagined card collection would trigger hidden rewards. Rubbing his hands together, he emitted a gleeful, almost maniacal chuckle. Fortunately, no one was nearby. Otherwise, his image of stern, invincible leadership would have shattered irreparably. These rewards are electrifying, especially options 3 and 4. Which should I choose? Zhao Hao stroked his chin deep in contemplation. Food and corpuscences are currently sufficient at base. No need there. 10 girlfriends. That system has dubious intentions. Even in this apocalypse, Zhao Hao had no interest in cultivating a harem. Managing such complexity would be sheer torment. Rejected. Firmly rejected. Option 4 holds intriguing potential, worth serious consideration. Or demand is acute, supplies at camp are dwindling. As for O Jian's weapons, I wonder how they fare. No, better pay him a visit soon. Tentative. As for option 6, well, whether it's shorter or longer makes little practical difference to me, though it would be amusing to watch him sigh helplessly at women. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Zhao Hao resolved to choose among options 4, 5, and 6, finalizing his decision after visiting O Jian. He stepped out of his quarters and made his way toward O Jian's forge. Within moments, he entered a distinctive workshop and found O Jian hammering rhythmically at glowing metal. O Jian, long time no see. How are your weapons coming along? Ah, brother Hao. It's been ages. I've recruited several strength affinity adepts to assist with forging. Efficiency has soared. And I've uncovered novel applications for those ores. Oh, anything extraordinary. We can now infuse awakened abilities directly into weapons, imbuing them with elemental damage or attributes. For instance, a fire affinity, adept channeling power into a blade causes searing burns upon impact. Excellent. Truly excellent. How many weapons have you forged so far? Numerous, mostly swords. But recently, ore reserves ran dry. Every last fragment we'd gathered has been consumed. Alas, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without raw materials. So, it seems I must select option 5. System, I choose option 5. Congratulations. 20 tons of new ore have been deposited into your spatial storage. Here, you'll have enough to last quite some time. Zhao Hao produced the newly acquired ore, piling it high until the entire courtyard brimmed with gleaming mineral wealth. More than enough. Far more than enough. We won't fret over raw materials for a full month. Can you forge sabers? Yes, I haven't done many, but the technique is sound. No matter, forge all of this into Puteo sabers. They're urgently needed. Understood, I'll require several days. Then work diligently. I'm off. Safe travels, brother Hao. Jian resumed hammering. Zhao Hao returned to the plaza, ready to summon his newly acquired cards. Zhao Hao drew forth the sword Jian had forged specially for him, a replica of the legendary Qishao sword. He cherished it deeply and resolved to carry it always. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed the Qishao sword. Its crimson blade shimmered with intricate patterns, strikingly beautiful. Jian had crafted it using the newly discovered red ore. A flash of white light erupted, and before him stood a colossal figure cradling a cannon crown with dashing tawny hair and a matching beard. Zhao Hao deemed him impressively handsome, though still a shade less magnificent than himself. Zhao Hao next summoned the spear throwers and flying machines. This time, 3 goblin spear throwers appeared, not the solitary specimen of before. Zhao Hao could only shrug, mystified by the change. As for the flying machines, they bore no distinguishing features, constructed entirely of wood. Zhao Hao half expected them to splinter into kindling at any moment. After retracting the cards, a system notification appeared. Ding, this system reminds you that a large-scale beast tide is expected to strike major survivor camps tomorrow. Please be prepared, host. What the hell? The beast tide just shows up out of nowhere, and I'm not ready. Zhao Hao's brows furrowed at the news of the beast tide, so intense he could crush a mosquito. Think about those who don't know anything, they might just sleep through it. That's true, the system is impressive. Soon it was dinner time, and everyone was queuing for food. Zhao Hao stood in front of the large pot and addressed everyone. Hurry up and eat. We have important matters to discuss afterward. Everyone quickened their pace, both eating and queuing faster. Half an hour later, everyone was well fed and stood in front of Zhao Hao. Everyone listen up, a large-scale beast tide will attack the major survivor camps tomorrow, and we are no exception, so we need to prepare overnight. Jian stepped forward. Here, distribute your supplies to the battle teams. Those weapons that can be enchanted should go to the fire-type abilities users. Go arrange it. Understood. Jian turned and ran to his forge, while Zhao Hao continued issuing orders. Zhang Ji stepped forward. Here. Once Jian's weapons arrive, you're responsible for arming your team. Your team's task is to deal maximum damage to the beast tide when it arrives. Remember, do not engage close combat. Use your skills from a distance. Understood. Zhou Ming Zheng Xian stepped forward. Here. You two take people to fortify the village entrance. Dig a big pit at the entrance. Do you understand my plan? Got it. Go get busy. Yes. Zhao Bing Yang Su stepped forward. Here. You two are responsible for monitoring the beast tide news outside the village. Report immediately if there are any developments. Yes. Wang Hu stepped forward. Here. Once the beast tide enters the village, you lead your team to fend them off using the defense tower. I will send people to support you from behind. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Fight while retreating. Yes. Wang Xian by Wei stepped forward. Yes. You two take the remaining combat forces and support teams to provide output and buffs behind Wang Hu and the others. Once the beast tide arrives, let Qian use her skills to light up the village. Yes. Alright, everyone go back to your tasks. As everyone hurried off to follow the plan, Zhao Hao walked alone on the way back to his room, looking at the cards in his space, lost in thought. Soon the second day approached. The dark night was not as quiet as imagined. Everyone take your positions according to the deployment. Move immediately. Yes. Hundreds of people rushed to their destinations. Zhou Ming and Zheng Xian, who had dug the pits, also led their teams to join Bai Wei and Wang Xian in their combat positions. The second day had arrived. The darkness obscured many people's vision. 3 kilometers from the village entrance, a dozen people lay low, including Old Yang and others who had come out to observe the situation. Old Yang, it's already the second day. Why is there still no movement? Old Zhao, no movement is better. It saves us from fighting mutated beasts. When they come, who knows how many brothers and sisters will fall. Yeah, then let's just stay here. It's really cold at night. Isn't that obvious? It's already October. Thankfully, the clothes are enough to wear, or else we'd be shivering. While the two were chatting, a rumbling sound came from afar. As the ground shook stronger, their expressions changed, knowing that the beast tide was coming. Quick launch the signal flare. This flare was something Zhao Hao had casually collected before, and now it was just the right time to use it. Bang! A red flare shot into the sky, leaving a trail that illuminated a vast area. The people in the village also saw it, and immediately grabbed their weapons, waiting for the beast tide to arrive. Qian, use your skills. Okay. Zheng Qian unleashed her skill, and a massive sphere of light quickly flew above the village, illuminating the village and several kilometers outside. Everyone could see the beast tide clearly, and they couldn't help but gasp. A dense swarm of mutated beasts was rushing towards them, estimated to reach the village entrance within a few minutes. Everyone prepare to face the enemy. Fight! Zhao Hao summoned a significant portion of his cards, bringing forth the flying squadron. The camp was currently lacking in aerial offense, and there were quite a few large birds that needed to be dealt with. Archers, royal steeds, yellow hares, giants, fire, mages, aircraft, valkyries, witches, Pikachu, blue fat, were all summoned, and Zhao Hao was ready to enjoy himself. As each card appeared, the camp members felt that Zhao Hao's abilities were quite impressive, allowing them to avoid direct confrontation while comfortably engaging in battle. Just as Zhao Hao deployed his cards to the front line, the beast tide charged into the village, launching an assault on it. Roar! With a lion's roar, all the mutated beasts accelerated towards the village, aiming to tear apart every human in their path. It seems there's a big fellow among them, definitely not of low level. The first wave of the assault was met by the fire-type combat team, led by Zhang Ji, each person wielding a long sword with flames swirling around it. At Zhang Ji's command, they struck. Release the fire. Dozens of people swung their long swords simultaneously at the mutated beasts, flames flying from the blades, scorching those in the front. In an instant, the roars echoed continuously as everyone fired and retreated, trying to inflict maximum damage on the mutated beasts. Roar! Little ones, keep charging. The humans ahead are not to be feared. The Lion King's roar inspired the injured beasts in front, who charged fearlessly through the flames. Retreat! Zhang Ji promptly issued a retreat order. Fighting to the death would only result in unnecessary losses. Everyone retreated behind Wang Hu and the others, who stood by the defense tower, watching the incoming mutated beasts with a cold smile. The mutated beasts had already entered the village, and the 3 defense towers began attacking them. The sounds of cannon fire, explosions, and electric currents continuously echoed throughout the village. Brothers, cover the defense tower's charge. Wang Hu shouted loudly, leading many physically enhanced ability users to the front. Brothers and sisters, let's follow and cover them. Wang Xin led the output and support teams to follow Wang Hu and the others, launching attacks on the mutated beasts. The village instantly became lively, filled with screams, wails, and various sounds echoing in every corner. Zhao Hao commanded his cards, occasionally glancing at how they were faring and directing their actions. The 3 defense towers opened fire, and the incoming mutated beasts fell one after another. However, there were simply too many of them, and it was hard to keep up. Various skills flew through the sky, desperately targeting the cute ones. Zhao Hao also decided not to stay back. Gripping his sword, he joined the battlefield. This sword is great. A few strikes can take down a cute one incredibly sharp. If I could replicate a fire-type ability, the damage would be explosive. With the red sky sword in hand, Zhao Hao dashed in and out amidst the beast tide, as if embodying Zhao Zilong, slaughtering the mutated beasts until their bodies littered the ground. The Lion King, infuriated, dispatched even more mutated beasts. At this moment, the pressure on everyone increased, and mutated giant birds appeared in the sky, launching several surprise attacks, snatching away a few unfortunate souls, and then nothing more. Flying squad charge. Giants smashed them. Seeing this, Zhao Hao didn't stay in the front lines anymore and moved to the back to direct his cards. Pikachu was wildly chopping at a 4th-tier mutated hedgehog, blood splattering everywhere. The hedgehog let out a few pitiful cries before being reduced to minced meat. But then a swarm of mutated ants rushed out, surrounding Pikachu and biting fiercely. Pikachu struck one down at a time, but there were simply too many. Just as Pikachu was about to be overwhelmed, Fire Mage launched several fireballs, wiping out a significant number of ants, saving Pikachu. The two nodded at each other and continued attacking the mutated beasts. Under the powerful counterattack from Zhao Hao's cards, the beast tide gradually began to falter, their attack intensity diminishing. Zhao Hao decided it was time to retaliate. Everyone counterattacked the beast horde. Everyone unleashed all their skills against the mutated beasts, forcing them back step by step. The Lion King let out a reluctant roar, preparing to flee with his little brothers. Zhao Hao had been keeping an eye on the big lion, standing at least 10 meters tall, clearly a giant. Zhao Hao was very interested in its hide and rushed towards it as it prepared to escape. Roar! Don't come over here. Don't think about running, become my carpet. Facing the 5th-tier lion, Zhao Hao was filled with fighting spirit. The Lion King's little brothers fled in all directions, leaving very few animals by the Lion King's side. Zhao Hao commanded the giant Pikachu and the witch to surround the Lion King and its few beasts, deciding to learn from brother Yunlong and have them suffer one by one. Big Lion, come on, send out your little brothers to fight my little brothers. If you win, I'll let you go. Roar. Is that for real? You humans are the most cunning. It's true. I have no little GG to deceive you. Roar. All right, I doubt you would dare deceive me. You. Go and defeat him. The Lion King raised its paw and pointed to a fourth-tier Wolf King beside it, which Zhao Hao found very appealing. Its silver fur was stunning, it would make a great coat. Thus the fair battle began. The Silver Moon Wolf King stepped forward, standing just a bit shorter than the Lion King, looking quite ferocious. Oh, is this a little pup? The giant, grinning foolishly, nodded and stepped forward. Play with it, but save the fur for me, ooh, don't ruin it. The giant was much taller than the four-legged Wolf King, but the Wolf King's length was its advantage. They stared at each other, and with a glare the Wolf King lunged at the giant's head. The giant raised its large hand to grab the wolf's head, but the Wolf King twisted its body in midair, dodging the giant's hand. Now the Wolf King was cautious, circling the giant in search of the best moment to attack. Meanwhile, the giant stood guard, aware that even a bite to the head could spell its doom. Suddenly the Wolf King launched an attack, ambushing from behind the giant, climbing onto its back and biting at its neck. The giant roared in pain, grabbing the Wolf King and throwing it down hard, revealing its teeth in a grimace from the impact. The giant swung its fist down, and the Wolf King failed to dodge in time, taking a solid hit to the head, instantly dazed. The giant then seized the Wolf King, locking its throat and raining blows on its head with the other hand. The Wolf King howled in agony, struggling desperately, its tail whipping against the giant's back like iron, trying to bite the arm that held its head, but failing to reach it. Despite enduring the lash of the wolf's tail, the giant continued to hammer the wolf's head. Blood streamed down the giant's body from the Wolf King, and after a dozen heavy blows the Wolf King stopped struggling, its body limp on the ground, bleeding from all orifices. Giant dragged the big dog away. The giant grunted and dragged the Wolf King's legs to the side. How's that? Continue. Zhao Hao said to the Lion King with a smile. Roar. Continue. This time you go. This time the Lion King sent forth a giant elephant towering over 20 meters tall and measuring over 50 meters long, the largest mutant beast Zhao Hao had ever seen. Damn, that's huge. Although it might not be of high rank, it won't be easy to handle. Zhao Hao could only use Pikachu to deal with it. Pikachu, chop it down and save the tusks for me. Pikachu nodded, a heavy voice emanating from its armor. Zhao Hao doubted whether it wasn't tiring to wear such heavy gear. The giant elephant looked at Pikachu, who stood at a height of 10 meters. It snorted twice, stomping its feet, shaking the ground. After a trumpet sound, the giant elephant charged at Pikachu. Pikachu, holding her knife, braced herself, knowing she couldn't let go of the tusks for Zhao Hao, feeling quite frustrated. Pikachu shot Zhao Hao a resentful glance before facing the charging giant elephant. Unable to use her knife, she tried to withstand the impact, but was sent flying over 10 meters. Seeing Pikachu being knocked away, the giant elephant decided to press its advantage, rushing towards the fallen Pikachu, raising its front hoof to stomp on her head. Pikachu flipped over to dodge the elephant's hoof and plunged her knife deep into the giant elephant's body, causing a massive spray of blood. The giant elephant, enraged by the pain, ignored its wound and continued to stomp at Pikachu. Dodging while striking, after a few blows, the furious giant elephant knelt and could no longer rise. Pikachu cut off its two large tusks and handed them to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao felt elated. These were treasures. Before the apocalypse, those vile poachers ruthlessly hunted adorable elephants for their tusks, causing their numbers to plummet, which was truly despicable. Now he had two larger and more beautiful tusks. Though he felt sorry for the giant elephant, there was nothing to be done. Perhaps this was the harsh truth of the apocalypse. Zhao Hao no longer thought about the tusks and looked at the Lion King. Big West, you doing all right? Roar. I am a lion, not a damn dog. How could a male lion say he's not okay? Oh, but I don't plan to continue playing with you, but it's boring. I'm so tired, I want to sleep after finishing you. Roar. You are bullying the lion too much. Brothers, attack him. The remaining mutant beasts charged at Zhao Hao recklessly. The blue fat Pikachu and the injured giant also launched their assault. Jiaju, holding the cannon, fired furiously, causing the beasts' heads to buzz. As a result, Pikachu managed to take one down, and the Lion King fell in defeat, casting a resentful glare at Zhao Hao as it died. Zhao Hao ordered people to clean up the battlefield, instructing them to collect edible mutant beast corpses. This was also a good thing, as consuming it regularly could enhance physical fitness and meet demands. Zhao Hao felt that more mutant beasts would be better. After spending several hours as dawn approached, they had just begun to clear the battlefield. Looking at the reported data, Zhao Hao felt quite at ease. Not bad, not bad. After this wave of mutant beasts, there will be several thousand tons of edible meat. Most of the mutant beasts were blown to bits and turned to ash, but this is enough. And this mountain of beast cores, which are just as effective as corpse essence, will allow for an overall power boost. It seems I need to cultivate Zhang Ji well, who I've copied his fire ability and combined it with the system's enhancement. Just thinking about it brings comfort. Zhao Hao looked at several beast skins beside him, unable to hide his smile. There were skins from wolves, foxes, and even pigs, cows, and sheep, but the best was the skin of the Lion King. Zhao Hao decided to allocate these skins according to their contributions. Beast skins may not be as visually appealing as clothing, but their defensive capabilities were quite impressive. The higher the level of the mutant beast, the stronger its outer defense. But no matter how strong they were, Pikachu and the giant were always the big brothers. Zhao Hao entrusted the allocation of tasks to Wang Xian, taking the skins of the lion and the fox for himself, leaving the rest to others. He then took the sleepy Bai Weiwei back to his small room. The adrenaline rush during the battle had been exhilarating, but now with the hormones fading, waves of drowsiness hit Bai Weiwei hard. Zhao Hao looked at the dazed Bai Weiwei and smiled, carrying her onto the bed. He removed her shoes and outer garments, tucking her into the quilt while she wore only her inner clothing. Zhao Hao felt a bit sleepy, but could hold on for a while, propping his head up while watching the deeply sleeping Bai Weiwei gently caressing her face and smoothing her bangs. He quietly gazed at her stunning features, feeling emotional. This is so nice, or I hope we can always stay like this. System, are you still asleep? Not at all, you just fought for a long time. How could I sleep? Since you're awake, can I ask you something? Go ahead, whether I answer depends on my mood. Zhao Hao stuffed a few bags of candy into the system space. Can you process those 2 beast skins in my space for me? I'm just a heartless treasure chest. System, you overestimate me. I can't do it. I beg you, give you candy, a lot of candy. All right, but I won't give you the scraps. Great. You're the best, love you. A mechanical whirring sound echoed in Zhao Hao's mind, and soon the system informed him that the clothing was ready. Dumbass, I made you 6 coats from the 2 beast skins, a male coat for the lion and a female one for maintenance. I'm going to sleep now, don't forget my candy. No problem, I'll get it to you right away. Dozens of bags of candy vanished, but Zhao Hao didn't care. He had several cubic meters of stock. Zhao Hao looked at the 6 coats quietly floating in the space and felt quite satisfied. When I wake up, I'll have Weiwei wear the clothes, as she'll definitely look great. With a satisfied heart, Zhao Hao fell asleep, holding Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hao awoke at noon feeling refreshed and invigorated, only to find Bai Weiwei clinging to him like a sleepy koala. He gently pried apart her arms and legs, dressed himself, and stepped out to fetch lunch. After eating his fill, Zhao Hao returned to the room with an extra portion, rousing the drowsy Bai Weiwei. Awakened against her while she sat up groggily and ate mechanically. Seeing her still half asleep, Zhao Hao affectionately ruffled her soft hair and said, Weiwei, eat quickly. There's something wonderful waiting for you. Half-lidded eyes snapped wide open at the promise of a gift. Chewing absently, she asked, Zhao Hao, what is it? Then I'll eat faster. Right away. I'll finish this in no time. Zhao Hao smiled warmly, watching her with quiet, radiant joy. In moments, she devoured every morsel and immediately demanded, what's the surprise? Why so mysterious? Ta-da! A fox fur coat. Do you like it? Wow, it's absolutely beautiful. I love it. Zhao Hao draped the snowy white coat over her shoulders. Its luminous sheen accentuated her porcelain complexion and delicate, flawless features, making her even more enchanting. You're even more breathtaking now. Even Chang'e, the moon goddess herself, couldn't rival your beauty. Hee, thank you for the gift. I love you. Moi? Bai Weiwei showered Zhao Hao with kisses, until most inconveniently the system abruptly materialized. Stop kissing. Your faces are all wet and gross. Zhao Hao jolted awake, gently pushing aside her little head, and mentally demanded of the system. If you don't have a legitimate reason, I won't forgive you for interrupting our moment. Relax, it's urgent business. I wouldn't dare spy on your affectionate antics. Muttering softly. What? Nothing. I'm here to inform you tomorrow, just over 10 hours from now, your camp will face another assault. Surprised? Shocked? Oh, come on. Time to crush them. By the way, is it a beast tide or a zombie tide tomorrow? Guess. Ugh, I'm genuinely anxious. Heh. Alright, I'll stop teasing. Both tides will strike, and their scale will dwarf today's. Zhao Hao sucked in a sharp breath. This puts me on edge. I'm half tempted to flee tonight, dragging a railway car behind me. Endure it, and I'll reward you. Ding. Mandatory quest activated. Your camp is about to endure its greatest assault since establishment. The host must ensure the survival of all inhabitants. Reward unknown. Failure penalty, erasure. It was the system's first ever quest, but absurdly non-negotiable. Other systems allowed choice. This one issued commands without consent. No rights whatsoever, Zhao Hao muttered, furrowing his brow as he weighed strategies to withstand the coming onslaught. Bai Weiwei froze when Zhao Hao gently pushed her away. Then, seeing his deepening frown, panicked, convinced she'd done something wrong. How? What's wrong? Did I do something bad? Please forgive me. Her frantic shaking broke his reverie, and her words made him burst into laughter. Silly girl, no, not at all. Our camp stands on the brink of life and death. I'm strategizing, don't overthink it. With that, he kissed her tenderly several times, then carried her outside to consult Wang Xine. Meanwhile, far in the distance, Zhao Wei and his men remained glued to their vantage points, silently observing the camp. Brother Wei, shouldn't we head back? We've been lying here for days gathering nothing useful. The brothers are bored out of their minds. Do as you're told, no complaints. Didn't you notice the bizarre human-like figures appearing during this morning's beast tide? Yes, we did. But Brother Wei, shouldn't we return to support Brother Me? No need. With his strength, he requires no aid from us. True enough, when it comes to sheer capability, none surpasses Brother Wei. Don't speak such blatant truths. After this surveillance, I'll treat everyone to a feast. Thanks, Brother Wei. The underlings chorused, delighting Zhao Wei, who basked in the flattery. Brother Wei movement. Zhao Hao is assembling people again, likely about to make an announcement. Oh, keep close watch on his every move. I'll rest my eyes for a moment. Understood, Brother Wei. Sleep well. We'll keep watch. They withdrew slightly to observe Zhao Hao. One muttered, "Pfft, calling him Brother Wei doesn't make him special. Just a traitor, doomed to fall." Exactly. Strutting around like he's some commander. People might mistake him for Brother Me's own blood relative. What an arrogant fool. Another whispered in agreement, and soon the group murmured disparaging remarks, unaware that Zhao Wei had already drifted into slumber. Enough. We'll deal with him, but not yet. One of you keeps watch, the rest rest. At the true leader's command, they obeyed without question. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao had already located Wang Xine and gathered everyone. Chief, what's the matter now? Someone asked. Zhao Hao stood solemnly before them and delivered the grim news. Brothers, sisters, tomorrow, another assault strikes our camp. That is why I've summoned you all. Again, no worries. The warriors Chief summoned are all formidable. Crushing them will be effortless. Absolutely. With Chief leading us, what do we have to fear? No doubt about it. No matter how many come, we won't flinch. Laughter and praise flowed freely, their confidence undimmed by the looming threat. Silence. Instantly the crowd fell still. Zhao Hao continued, voice grave and unyielding. This assault differs sharply from today's. Both beast and zombie tides will converge, and on a far greater scale. Some among us may fall, but I swear, I will fight to preserve every life. Each survivor means one fewer comrade lost. A heavy silence descended, shocked realization settling in. Dual tides converging meant mortal peril. Chief, no need for speeches. We follow you. Beast tide or zombie tide, we charge forward. Yes, we stand and fall together. Oh, shut up, old Wang. You go die alone, the rest of us intend to live. Enough. Now listen closely. All levity vanished. They stood ramrod straight, ready to receive orders. Everyone, grab tools and dig massive trenches around the village perimeter. Wider and deeper is better. This will be our first line of defense. Earth element adepts will reinforce and refine the trenches. Wang Xine, inventory every drop of gasoline and diesel. Fire element adepts, once beasts and zombies tumble and ignite them without mercy. Burn every last ounce, deplete their strength utterly. Lastly, protect yourselves. Those able must shield those beside them. Now fight, 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 go. The crowd dispersed with tools in hand. Wang Xine dispatched teams to audit all combustible reserves. Zhao Hao summoned his card allies and joined the digging ranks himself. Hundreds encircled the village, heaving earth and carving vast yawning trenches into the soil. Zhao Hao strode to the designated spot, card in hand, and began digging a pit. He donned a safety helmet, then summoned card after card. Get to work, dig all of you. Each card set upon the earth in its own frantic manner. Huang Mao stabbed wildly at the soil with his longsword, growing increasingly desperate. A mage hurled fireballs at the ground, sending clods of dirt flying, but only scoured the surface layer. A dismal performance. Skeleton soldiers, goblins, and goblin javelin throwers mimicked Huang Mao's stabbing motions with their tiny weapons, yet achieved nothing. Zhao Hao watched their efforts with a slow, disapproving shake of his head, and turned his gaze toward the next. A balloon troop descended from its basket, buried a bomb deep in the soil, then scampered far away. With a thunderous boom, a massive crater erupted, leaving Huang Mao stunned by the world's cruel irony. Why was he so pathetically inept? Well done, little one. Keep it up. The small skeleton nodded earnestly and resumed digging and burying bombs. Where's my bird? It's been gone for ages. Did it abandon me? Zhao Hao resolved that once this assault passed, he would track down that foolish bird and pluck it clean. Arms clasped behind his back, he strolled across the construction site like a seasoned foreman, utterly at ease. Blue Fat lowered a colossal boulder, then dug relentlessly with his two massive hands, resembling nothing so much as a coal miner. By contrast, the witch appeared leisurely, for skeletal minions dug tirelessly while she merely observed. Unable to bear her idleness, Zhao Hao tapped her skull, prompting her reluctant descent into the dirt hunched over like a wronged young bride. Zhao Hao paid her no further mind and ambled over to inspect the P. E. K. K. If any cards dug with unmatched vigor and efficiency, they were the giant and the P. E. K. K. First the female P. E. K. K. Wielding her greatsword, she cleaved the earth with each swing, carving out enormous craters effortlessly. Her overwhelming level rendered the soil little more than child's play. The giant, meanwhile, gripped a massive iron plate in both hands and furiously scooped, single-handedly excavating enough earth to form a small hill. Undisputed MVP. Zhao Hao approached the giant and tossed him a packet of candy. He'd accidentally discovered that cards could consume food and drink, though abstaining caused no harm, nor did eating confer any benefit. Delicious. The giant nodded dimly, then turned back to his digging. Zhao Hao nodded in satisfaction. Truly a living excavator, oil-free and flawless. After hours of labor, Zhao Hao judged their progress insufficient. Efficiency was abysmal. He considered summoning reinforcements, yet racked his brain in vain. No suitable miner came to mind, and the soul miner card remained beyond his reach. With a sigh, Zhao Hao resolved to take matters into his own hands. He first visited their contingent located at Geomancer and directly copied his earth manipulation ability, then returned contentedly to his cards. Dig. Zhao Hao activated his skill. The ground sank slowly, forming a vast pit, deep enough to swallow the giant whole. Not bad, but taxing. Let's try another. Earth tunneling. In an instant, he vanished beneath the soil. The sensation was wondrous, breathable, freely navigable, and malleable, shaping the earth at will. Surprisingly exhilarating. After indulging briefly, Zhao Hao emerged and resumed his exertions. An entire afternoon slipped away. The trench outside camp took shape, yet exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Unceasing labor would wear down even the strongest. Zhao Hao decided to cease digging. Wasn't opening treasure chests far more rewarding? Rewards from slaughtering countless mutated beasts remained unclaimed, perhaps sufficient for a legendary chest. He hastily ate a bite, then locked himself in his room to open chests. System, settle my rewards. Ding. Defeated 121380 level 2 mutated beasts, 7411 level 3 mutated beasts, 18 level 4 mutated beasts, and 1 level 5 mutated beast. Awarded 545 common chests, 54 rare chests, 5 epic chests, and, due to exceeding 1 million kills, a legendary chest. Current inventory space, 277 cubic meters. Not bad. Time for fiercer cards. I'm done playing nice. 386 bomb troops, 86 skeleton dragons, 32 knights, the rest, all headstrong warriors. 14 flying machines, what else? Structures would be useful. 40 goblin huts then. 5 flying axe warriors, and for the legendary chest, grandmother witch. May she exceed expectations. Unlocked level 8 bomb troop, level 6 skeleton dragon knight upgraded to level 5, elite barbarian upgraded to level 510, flying machine upgraded to level 7 goblin hut 8, level 7 flying axe warrior 75. Legendary chest opened, grandmother witch level 9 acquired, tier 3 armor acquired, 1 tons of TNT acquired. Tier 3 helmet. Surely not that one. Tier 3 helmet impervious to bullets and resistant to all attacks up to level 8. Essential for any outdoor excursion. Oh ho, excellent. The system truly understands me. And this TNT, he'll wish he'd never come near. Crouched alone in a corner, Zhao Hao emitted a series of dazed maniacal chuckles. Any passerby would surely mistake him for a pervert. How? What are you doing? Come out, dinner's ready. Coming. Zhao Hao stifled his laughter, fearing by Wei's teasing smile, and stepped out to join her for dinner. Bolstered by his new arsenal of cards, Zhao Hao felt markedly more confident. Over dinner, he inquired about the trench's progress. How's the trench coming along? Wang Xian replied, nearly complete. A 20-meter deep, 30-meter wide moat now encircles the village. Should suffice against the vanguard, don't you think? Good enough. Have Zhang Ji prepare his team. We'll incinerate them on cue. After dinner, send personnel to conceal the trench's surface, especially those with wood affinity abilities. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Thank you for your hard work. It's my honor. To aid you brings me true joy. Zhao Hao nodded and went in search of Wang Hu. Brother Hu, I've got something special. Distribute it among your men for a devastating frontal assault on those reckless monsters. What is it? Bombs. Even more potent, TNT. That's rare indeed. How much do you have? 1,000 tons. Phew, so much. They'll certainly get quite the shock. Zhao Hao retrieved the stockpile of TNT resting quietly within his system storage and handed it all to Wang Hu, who distributed it primarily among frontline tank units. Elemental casters lack the range to hurl such ordnance. Dawn approached swiftly. The defenders stood shoulder to shoulder facing the village gate, awaiting the onslaught of mutated beasts and zombies. Come forth. Today you shall enter standing and depart lying. No, that won't happen. All shall perish. War loomed imminent. The ground trembled violently, raising a large cloud of dust in the distance. Zhao Hao knew they had arrived. Everyone get ready to survive. Every face wore a serious expression. Minds focused for a moment's negligence could lead to a bitter death. Roar. The roars of beasts and zombies reached their ears, but no one showed the slightest hint of fear. Even in death, they would take these hideous monsters with them. Before long, the vanguard at the forefront approached the village. Suddenly, the vanguard fell into a ditch with zombies weakly howling inside, while mutated beasts attempted to climb out. But the humans did not give them a chance. Zhang Ji led dozens of fire elemental users, each carrying a large barrel filled with flammable liquids like gasoline and diesel, pouring it all into the ditch. Then flames ignited in everyone's hands as they unleashed their skills into the ditch. Instantly, the deep ditch exploded. Not only did the mutated beasts and zombies inside scream in agony and perish, but those who charged too quickly also could not stop in time and fell into the ditch, wiping out tens of thousands of mutated beasts and zombies in one fell swoop. Roar. Oomph. Don't charge, stop right now, shouted the leading 5th-tier zombie and a 5th-tier porcupine king in unison. The vanguard in the front quickly halted, standing by the edge of the deep ditch, staring intently at the humans on the opposite side. Oomph. Sly humans, vulture, bring your minions over. A 4th-tier vulture charged towards Zhao Hao and the others, accompanied by flying mutated beasts. The group was caught off guard, and a wave of death swept through the camp, with more than 10 people snatched up and thrown into the beast horde, their screams cut short. Damn it, air squad attack. Bring down those dead birds. The undead army bats, aircraft, and skeletal dragons immediately surged forward to engage, unleashing a barrage against the mutated beasts, with large birds continuously being shot down. On the ground, witches, mages, archers, goblin spear throwers, and those produced from goblin huts joined the bird-catching competition. Soon the flying creatures were smashed to bits, infuriating the porcupine on the opposite side, who began stomping in place, crushing several unfortunate, small mutated beasts beneath its feet. Oomph. Continue charging, sacrifice yourselves. The mutated beasts fearlessly rushed into the sea of flames. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the fire's damage was significantly diminished, and they trampled over one another, soon about to break through the ditch. Seeing this, Zhao Hao and the others immediately initiated their second plan. Throw. TNT with detonators thrown by numerous muscle-enhanced users was just what Zhao Hao had found in the factory during a previous outing, originally meant for fun, but now it was time to put it to use. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of TNT echoed in the ditch, sending severed limbs and blood flying everywhere, the flames illuminating the sky. However, the mutated beasts had strong defenses, and only half of them were killed in the blasts, while the rest continued to surge into the ditch, trying to climb out. Pork Brother could no longer hold back and decided to enter the fray himself. The 30-meter ditch had little impact on him, as he measured over 20 meters in length. Oomph. Little ones, charge with me. Pork Brother jumped into the ditch, and the mutated beasts and zombies behind him quickly surged out, stepping on Pork Brother's body. Oh no, I didn't expect them to break through the front line so quickly. Follow me. Zhao Hao led his cards into a countercharge against the incoming mutated beasts and zombies. The giant gripped his fists tightly and smashed down on a large dog charging forward, instantly killing it on the spot, its brains splattered everywhere. Zhao Hao wielded the Qishao sword, having copied by Wei Wei's ice elemental ability. At that moment, the sword's blade was surrounded by frost, freezing any mutated beast it pierced, providing a gruesome form of control. All cards were deployed, and the front line held temporarily due to Zhao Hao's powerful assault. Seeing this, the 5th-tier zombie decided to resort to cunning, while Pork Brother was still in the ditch, nearly trampled to unrecognizability. Humph, humph, you big ones, jump down here. Does the Porcupine King have no dignity? Come replace me. Pork Brother slowly crawled out of the ditch, commanding the mutated beasts. Meanwhile, the zombie leader led a horde of zombies around to prepare for a pincer attack, aiming to capture these humans. Zhao Hao was responsible for a large portion of the front line, while the rest positioned themselves to face the enemy. Numerous mutated beasts and zombies continuously charged at them, forcing the group to retreat, facing imminent collapse. At that moment, a female team member suddenly appeared, finding Zhao Hao, who was slaughtering mutated beasts. Brother, how monsters have appeared behind us as well. It seems they are flanking us from the front. We cannot let them succeed in a surprise attack, otherwise our formation will collapse, and we will surely lose. Do you know where they are? Yes, my ability is similar to a dolphin's. I can locate them using echolocation. Alright, lead the way. I will eliminate that ambushing force. Zhao Hao retracted the elite from the barbarians and followed the female team member towards the zombie leader. Meanwhile, the zombie leader thought its plan was flawless, stealthily approaching the group. It must be said that it possessed some intelligence, but its strength limited its plans. The zombie leader, accompanied by its minions, could already see Wang Xin and others in the back commanding the battle, ready to strike, when it suddenly heard a voice from hell. "Are you looking for death by lighting a lamp in the toilet?" Before it could finish its words, the zombie leader's head had already fallen to the ground. It died without understanding how. The black robe Zhao Hao had previously donned was upgraded by the system, allowing him to conceal his aura. As long as it wasn't face-to-face, it had the same effect as invisibility. Zhao Hao found this to be an excellent tool for killing and looting. The barbarians and their elite raised their weapons against the remaining zombies, quickly sending them to hell. Zhao Hao paid them no mind, turning to continue slaughtering enemies on the front lines. He intended to catch that pig. It should be quite delicious given its size. Zhao Hao did not assist them because he did not nurture the weak. Only those who had survived the trials of life and death were deemed valuable. Back on the front line, Zhao Hao gripped the Qi Shao and charged towards Pork Brother while the cards advanced the battle line, leaving no survivors in their wake. After the death of the zombie leader, the remaining dozen or so fourth-tier zombies still tried to maintain the offensive rhythm, preventing the zombies from scattering. Zhao Hao paid them no mind. Oh, wasn't it better to deal with Pork Brother first? Stinking pig died. Zhao Hao led the giant and Pikachu to attack Pork Brother, who was heavily protected by mutated beasts and zombies. Oomph. Ignorant humans crush him. The smaller beasts protecting Pork Brother charged at Zhao Hao in a frenzy, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Hao squinted, positioning Pikachu and the giant at the forefront while he used Qi Shao to strike from the side. However, there were too many incoming monsters, and he couldn't kill them all, hindering his progress. Oomph. You guys over there, go kill those humans while I hold the strongest one. Seeing Zhao Hao blocked, those fourth-tier zombies directed their forces to attack Wang Xin and the others, desperately resulting in continuous casualties. Seeing his comrades falling one by one, Zhao Hao's anger surged, and he roared, "Jiaju, blast them to bits." Royal Jia turned the cannon towards the beast horde before Zhao Hao and unleashed a barrage, greatly relieving pressure. Zhao Hao and the others pressed against the beast horde, closing in on Pork Brother. Under the fierce slaughter by the giant and Pikachu, the beasts fell in waves, soon reaching Pork Brother. Seeing this, Pork Brother immediately tried to flee, but Zhao Hao would not allow it to escape. The giant leaped onto Pork Brother, raining down a flurry of punches on its head, leaving it dazed, and soon sprawled on the ground motionless. "Is that it? When dawn breaks, I'm having you for breakfast." With Pork Brother's demise, the mutated beasts instantly went into chaos, scattering everywhere, while the rest were ruthlessly slaughtered by Zhao Hao. As for the zombies, they had long since fled, and Zhao Hao lamented the missed opportunity. After eliminating all the invading monsters, it was already early morning. The group, having endured a night of slaughter, lay exhausted on the ground, their spirits and bodies drained. Wang Xin gathered the casualty reports and returned shortly. Zhao Hao looked at the reported figures, feeling a pang of sorrow. 278 deaths, 146 minor injuries, 89 serious injuries. Those infected by the zombie virus have committed suicide. This attack has caused us significant losses, Wang Xin said harshly. Without experiencing storms, how can one see the rainbow? The next step is to expand outward. This world must kneel beneath my feet. I will always follow in your footsteps. After this attack, less than half of the camp's people survived, with just over 200 left, many still injured. Zhao Hao retrieved the medicines he had found earlier in the hospital, allowing the others to tend to their wounds and bury the fallen. He also carved a large monument, inscribing the names of those who sacrificed their lives, ensuring that everyone remembered their contributions. System: will the camp face another attack? Not for now. Host, you can take advantage of the current emptiness of other camps to integrate them. That's exactly my intention. I will set off tomorrow. Zhao Hao settled everyone down and returned to his room to sleep, exhausted. He awoke in the afternoon. Zhao Hao was fine. His physical resilience held firm, while most others were racked with pain, some from wounds, others from both injury and exhaustion. Zhao Hao stepped outside and wandered idly through the village, gazing upon its shattered ruins with a weary sigh. His stroll led him to Wang Xin's office, and there she was. He entered without hesitation. There have been no more beast tides recently, but remain vigilant against other awakened individuals, especially Zhao Wei and Zhou Mi. Tomorrow I'll venture out to strike a decisive blow. Understood. You may depart with full confidence. I've already mobilized personnel to repair the dwellings. Shall we expand our territory outward? Not for now. Wait until I return. First, strengthen the remaining survivors' abilities. Distribute all the beast cores and corpse essences gathered over the past 2 days. Without power, one can only await death. Agreed. I'll attend to it immediately. Zhao Hao watched Wang Xin dash out, a wry smile crossing his lips. Her efficiency was unmatched, flawless. System: activate. Acknowledged. Ding. Confirmed kills 149650 second tier mutated beasts, 12580 second tier zombies, 12138 third tier mutated beasts, 9361 third tier zombies, 49 fourth tier mutated beasts, 43 fourth tier zombies, 1 fifth tier mutated beast, and 1 fifth tier zombie. Rewards acquired 1275 common chests, 127 rare chests, 12 epic chests, 1 legendary chest. Current inventory capacity 404 cubic meters. The previously summoned Witch Granny had proven invaluable on the front lines. Any creature struck by her instantly transformed into a 9th tier mutated bore an unstoppable force capable of sweeping entire battlefields. However, this transformation was time-limited. The higher the tier, the shorter its duration. 9th tier bores persisted for only 1 minute, with each ascending tier reducing the duration by 10 seconds. Yet Zhao Hao had not witnessed this himself. The front line had simply stretched too far. Shall I collect these or prioritize leveling up? Indecision gnawed at him. The system recommends collecting cards. They yield rewards. Alright, multiples of 10 trigger bonuses. Time to draw some new ones. System, what happens to expendable troop cards like Frost Sprite after they self-destruct? Expendable troop cards upon self-destruction retreat into system space to recuperate. Higher rank cards require longer rest periods, but unlike spell cards, they do not vanish temporarily. Then I'm at ease. 386 Flame Sprites, Frost Sprites, and Lightning Sprites. Let the family stand united. 45 Elite Barbarians, and the remaining 72. Let them be undead. For rares, 36 Barbarian Huts, 36 Flame Forges, 36 Skeleton Tombstones, and 19 Goblin Huts. For witches, 6 Baby Dragons, 2 Goblin Drills. And for legend, summon a Ranger. Congratulations. Flame Sprite, Frost Sprite, and Lightning Sprite all elevated to level 8. Elite Barbarians advanced to level 6. Undead upgraded to level 572 complete. Barbarian Hut, Flame Forge, and Skeleton Tombstone all reached level 7. Goblin Hut progressed to 46, which ascended to level 8. Baby Dragon leveled up to level 8. Goblin Drill attained level 7. Legendary Chest opened. Acquired level 9 Sharpshooter Ranger 7 Dragon Balls and 5 Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles. What? Dragon Balls and missiles? Truly astonishing. This is exhilarating beyond measure. Wait, do these Dragon Balls match what I imagine? Yes, they grant a single wish exactly as you envision. A priceless boon. Should I simply wish show me dead? No, he's unworthy. I'll bide my time, fortify my strength, and then crush him utterly. Display my current card inventory and ranks. Querying. Results follow: 19 common cards, 9 rare cards, 7 epic cards, 3 legendary cards. Common cards: Goblin, level 5, Skeleton Warrior, level 5 Knight, level 5 Undead, level 5 Skeleton Dragon, level 6 Elite Barbarian, level 6 Pharaohs of 10,000, level 6 Barbarian, level 7 Bat, level 7 Cannon, level 7 Tesla Electromagnetic Tower, level 7 Goblin Spearman, level 7 Undead Legion, level 8 Archer, level 8 Royal Giant, level 8 A Bomb Trooper, level 8 Flame Sprite, level 8 Frost Sprite, level 8 the Lightning Sprite, level 8. Rare cards: Goblin Hut, level 7 Barbarian Hut, level 7 Flame Forge, level 7 Skeleton Tombstone, level 7 Airship, level 7 Valkyrie, level 7 Mage, level 7 Bomb Tower, level 7 Giant, level 8. Epic cards: Goblin Drill, level 7 Flying Axe Butcher, level 7 Baby Dragon, level 8 Pekka, level 8 the Balloon, level 8 Boulder Toss, level 8 Witch, level 8. Satisfied, Zhao Hao closed the system interface and wandered the perimeter for some time, until mealtime arrived. The surviving members gathered together. Familiar faces were gone. Grief hung heavy over the entire camp. Today is historic, not only because it marks the day our brothers and sisters departed, but also because it heralds your rebirth from the ashes. To live is not merely to survive. It is to carry forward the will of those who fell. Live better for their sake. Do you understand? We understand. Wang Xian, extra rations. Bring out all the pork. Eat your fill. Yes, I'll have it prepared at once. Over an hour passed. With the women's tireless efforts, steaming pots of pork dishes, braised pork, belly sweetened sour pork, braised pig trotters, twice cooked pork, soy braised pork, knuckle garlic fragrant spare ribs, and assorted offal, were served. These came from every mutated porcine corpse harvested over the past 2 days. It was in essence a full pork banquet, so rich and aromatic that mouths watered uncontrollably. This first cup, to our fallen brothers and sisters. This second cup, to those who endured. This third cup, to our future. Zhao Hao drained all 3 in swift succession, then smashed his goblet onto the ground, shards scattering across the earth. Everyone received wine and drank 3 cups in unison, shattering their cups as one. Let the feast begin. They lined up, selecting their favorite dishes. grease glistened on Qin's lips and fingers. It was the finest meal any of them had tasted since the apocalypse began. Wang Hu clutched a massive pork knuckle in each hand, pausing only to sip wine. Bliss radiated from his very pores. The women devoured meat with unrestrained gusto. In the apocalypse, no one dieted. Starvation haunted the weak, only fools starved themselves. Bai Weiwei nibbled contentedly on a pig's tail, cheeks puffed, and mumbled an indistinct greeting to Zhao Hao as he approached, beckoning him to sit beside her. How? Brother's cooking is amazing. Chew first, speak later. Zhao Hao seized a rib and gnawed heartily. Laughter, warmth, and satisfaction filled the camp. Every soul sated, every spirit lifted. Once all had eaten their fill, Zhao Hao addressed the group. Your sole task for the coming days is to push your awakened abilities to their limits. Beast cores and corpse essences have been entrusted to Wang Xin. She will distribute them. Train relentlessly. Your survival depends on it. Yes, sir. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed in cheerful chaos. Zhao Hao gently guided Bai Weiwei back to their quarters. Weiwei, tomorrow we'll scout neighboring camps. Perhaps I'll absorb them into ours. Agreed, we'll go together. As always, they embraced and drifted into sleep. The air grew colder each day. Longqing's nights pierced the soul with icy stillness. At dawn, Zhao Hao tugged Bai Weiwei's hand and strode toward the village gate. They grabbed a hasty bite, then walked hand in hand beyond the village outskirts. Beyond the village, Zhao Hao summoned his electric vehicle. Seated comfortably inside, they snacked and sang, while scattered zombies along the road were obliterated without mercy by the roaring machine. To Rose Camp, Zhao Hao longed for Su Su, a little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to his late sister. So this was their first destination. The electric vehicle sped onward for over an hour, crushing all obstacles in its path. Only large swarms of mutated beasts or zombies warranted detours, everything else crumbled beneath its relentless advance. Less than a kilometer from Rose Camp, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei dismounted, recalled the vehicle, and approached the familiar grounds. Who goes there? Take one more step, and you die? Before they'd gone far, several armed women barred their way, their hostility palpable, hands hovering over weapons as if ready to strike at any moment. No need to panic. I'm here to see Su Su. Could you please fetch her? Su Su. You know her. Yes. Just tell her Zhao Hao has come. All right, you two stay put. I'll go get someone. The remaining guards kept their eyes locked on Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei, who merely shrugged, unimpressed by the tense standoff. Moments later, the woman reappeared, leading a young girl. A closer look confirmed it was Su Su herself. Big brother Hao, it really is you. I never imagined you'd actually come looking for me. It's been too long, Su Su. I've come to speak with your elder sister, but I couldn't resist stopping by to see you first. Huh, so I'm just an afterthought. Su Su puffed out her cheeks like an indignant pufferfish. Zhao Hao chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. There, no need to sulk. Take me to your sister now. This is serious business. Okay, follow me. Hearing that it was urgent, Su Su abandoned her childish pout. She exchanged a few words with the sentries, then led Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei into the camp. Big brother Hao, what important matter brings you to see elder sister? You'll find out soon enough. For now, it remains confidential. Fine. Before long, they arrived at elder sister Zhou Qing's villa. Su Su knocked firmly, explained their purpose, and ushered them inside. Long time no see, elder sister. I've come to propose a formal alliance between our camps. Details of scope and structure can be discussed shortly. Long time no see, and an alliance. It's possible, but you'll need a compelling reason. Fair enough. Shall we speak privately? Very well. Su Su, wait outside for now. Weiwei, go explore the camp with Su Su. I'll join you shortly. Understood. Once alone, Zhao Hao and Zhou Qing began their negotiation. Elder sister, how severe were Rose Camp's losses during the recent beast tide and zombie surge? Catastrophic. Over half our people fell, or lie wounded without medicine. Our few recovery-type adepts are utterly exhausted. And this was despite our naturally defensible terrain. Had we been on open ground, I suspect we'd already have been devoured. My own camp suffers similarly. Only 200 survivors remain, with casualties exceeding 50%. So you're not merely scouting our numbers. Not at all. I would never treat my saviors so callously. My intentions are honorable, and this alliance is about securing our shared future. Tell me your plan. I intend to absorb smaller camps. After these twin tides, many will collapse, and that is our opportunity. What do we gain? 50-50 split on all resources, and all female survivors fall under your jurisdiction. What must we do? Provide intelligence on every nearby camp. I'll select our targets. Agreed. I'll arrange it immediately. A pleasure doing business. The pleasure is mine. They shook hands, briefly, firmly, and sealed their accord. Zhou Qing dispatched staff to gather intelligence, while Zhao Hao wandered Rose Camp's layout, then returned to her villa. The dossier lay upon the table. Zhao Hao scanned it. Within proximity stood over a dozen camps. Only two rivaled Rose Camp in size, The rest were fragile enclaves barely clinging to existence. Let's begin with those two larger ones. Their resources should prove substantial. When do you plan to move? Tomorrow. Just assign a guide. I'll handle the rest. Very well. I'll trust you once. Rest assured. If I fail, I'll offer you my head as a football. Zhao Hao departed with the dossier, heading to find Bai Weiwei. Zhou Qing watched him go, her expression unreadable, thoughts veiled. Weiwei, tomorrow we raid a neighboring camp. Growth through self-reliance is too slow. Seizing others' strength is fastest. I'll go with you. They retired to the villa assigned by Zhou Qing, ate roasted pork, and slept soundly. The night passed in silence, and at first light they set off with a young guide. She was Zhou Qing's appointed guide. Zhao Hao regarded her as little more than a functional conduit. Zhang Ting, for her part, avoided him entirely, speaking only when necessary, each word feeling like bile. Yet who could blame her? Any woman violated by men, as she had been, would bear no warmth toward them. They soon reached Hurricane Camp. Its name matched its nature. Its leader, Feng Go, nicknamed Mad Dog, was a third-tier wind element adept. Many of his followers wielded similar powers, a rarity Zhao Hao's own camp lacked entirely. So many wind adepts, excellent for aerial combat. We strike here. You go ahead. I only guide. Having delivered them near Hurricane Camp's perimeter, Zhang Ting withdrew, refusing further engagement. Zhao Hao said nothing, simply gestured to Bai Weiwei and advanced stealthily toward the camp. They reached the outer wall swiftly. As Zhao Hao prepared to vault over, Bai Weiwei pulled him back. How? Are we truly storming in openly? Do we have no strategy? Don't worry, Weiwei. Before overwhelming power, strategy is mere ornament. Summon the Valkyrie to guard you. I'm going in. With that, Zhao Hao leapt, clearing the wall in a single bound. Patrols and sentries atop the ramparts spotted him instantly and cried out in alarm. Intruder! Chaos erupted. Within seconds, 200 to 300 fighters surged forth, encircling Zhao Hao, while more streamed in from afar. Where is your leader, Mad Dog? Bring him out. I'd rather not slaughter your foot soldiers. Oh, someone who doesn't know how to spell death. Dares he storm Hurricane Camp, alone, brave, or foolish? Choose your death. Who do you think you are, to demand an audience with our chief? I'll deal with you first. One wind adept hurled razor-edged gusts, blades of air screaming, toward Zhao Hao. In his mind, Zhao Hao's head would part from his shoulders in an instant. Annoying. Zhao Hao charged forward, blade drawn, swung once. A flash of steel, and a head rolled, not his but the adept's. He killed Ergo. Brothers, kill him. Hundreds raised blades converging to hack Zhao Hao to pieces. I told you, fetch your chief. Since no one listened, I'll find him myself. Die. His demeanor shifted. Playful charm vanished, replaced by glacial lethal intent. Heads rolled across the blood-slicked earth. Crimson arcs slashed the air. Alone, Zhao Hao held back hundreds, dominating them, even gaining ground. Numbers worked against them. Only a dozen could strike at once. The rest were bottlenecked, unable to land a blow. Their human wave was useless here. Within minutes, the living were few. Corpses carpeted the ground. Zhao Hao stood drenched in gore. Less a man, more a demon risen from hell's furnace. None dared approach. Bai Weiwei stood frozen behind the Valkyrie, heart pounding, eyes shimmering with starry adoration. My man, truly unmatched. Now, shall I summon your chief myself? A messenger sprinted deep into the camp to alert Feng Go, though he'd already been warned earlier. Yet Feng Go had ignored the report, still entangled in carnal pursuit, midway through planting his seed. Chief, disaster. That intruder slaughtered over 300 of us. Feng Go nearly collapsed mid-thrust, shock freezing him where he stood. Why wasn't I told sooner? You were, but you ordered me away. Damn it. Feng Go kicked his subordinate aside, yanked up his trousers, and bolted outward, half-dressed, desperate, and furious. Feng Go rushed out in panic, only to find his underlings slaughtered en masse. Those who remained dared not advance, retreating instead to encircle Zhao Hao from a distance. What business do you have with me? Are you Feng Go, the so-called Mad Dog who leads this camp? I am. You waited until so many were dead before showing yourself. Seems you savor comfort quite well. No, not at all. May I humbly ask, esteemed senior, what brings you to our humble camp? I almost forgot. I got carried away slaughtering. I intend to unify all camps across Longsheng. What say you? Forgive my boldness. May I ask which camp you visited first? The first, senior. Your concern for us alone moves us deeply. We wholeheartedly support you. Yes. From now on, you are our true leader. A chorus of underlings fawned over Zhao Hao, who raised a hand. Silence fell instantly. Listen carefully, I force no one. Those who choose to stay will be honored and rewarded by me, Zhao Hao. Those who wish to leave may do so freely. The choice is yours alone. At once murmurs erupted as the crowd debated, stay or depart. Before long, figures began slipping away from the camp. Seeing others leave, the hesitant followed suit. Nearly half the camp dispersed within moments. Zhao Hao observed the remaining half, his expression unreadable. And excellent. From this day forward, all who remain are family, and you shall rejoice in this decision. Feng Go, come with me. In Zhao Hao strode toward a makeshift hut. Bai Weiwei followed closely behind. Feng Go glanced at the dwindling group, then entered as well. Brother Hao, what are your orders? Go count how many remain in the camp, and tally our supplies. Understood, Brother Hao. Feng Go dashed out, returning shortly breathless. Brother Hao, including myself, we number 481. Supplies suffice for 3 months, for this many people. Acceptable. For now, continue leading them. I must visit other camps. And mind your thoughts, no treachery. Zhao Hao smiled faintly at Feng Go, whose spine chilled at the lethal quiet beneath that grin. He hastened to pledge unwavering loyalty. So long as you walk faithfully beside me, I shall show you the last vestiges of beauty this world still holds. Rest assured, Brother Hao, I and the brothers will await your return. Zhao Hao departed with Bai Weiwei, locating Zhang Ting outside. The three set off together toward another major camp. Zhang Ting had heard prolonged sounds of slaughter earlier, and assumed Zhao Hao was lost. She'd nearly turned back to reassess, only to see him emerge unscathed. Aside from bloodstains on his clothes, she sensed no change in him. Yet she cared little for his condition, continuing her path without pause. Soon the trio approached the massive camp. Zhilong Camp, a name Zhao Hao recognized. Years ago, Wei Suao of Zhilong Camp had led his men to deceive Zhao Hao, attempting to seize his balloon, only to be cut down one by one. Zhao Hao gazed upon Zhilong Camp and decided the old method would suffice, efficiency above all. Zhao Hao gently patted Bai Weiwei's head. Shall we enter together? This camp teams with water-affiliated cultivators. Your ice-based abilities would hold distinct advantage. A fine chance to hone your skills. Together, I want to fight beside you. Nanso Zhao Hao strode boldly into Zhilong Camp, Bai Weiwei at his side. No ambush greeted them. No enraged mob surged forth. Instead, silence reigned. The camp lay hollow, lifeless. No one stirred to oppose Zhao Hao's advance. Only upon entering did Zhao Hao grasp the truth. Zhilong Camp had been ravaged, slaughtered wholesale by mutated beasts and zombies. Limbs and corpses littered the ground, mingled with the carcasses of the fallen monsters. Seems no living soul remains. This great camp erased in an instant. And I hadn't even looted its stores yet. Is anyone here? Zhao Hao bellowed across the ruins. No reply came. Clearly none survived. Zhilong Camp lacked both fortune and strength. Its annihilation was inevitable. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei wandered the shattered remains, finding little of value, preparing to depart. Don't go. Please save me. Na frail cry pierced the air. Zhao Hao moved without hesitation toward a collapsed structure, heaved aside the shattered roof, and there, buried beneath rubble, lay a survivor. A little girl, filthy, drenched in blood, was pinned beneath a heavy stone slab. Her desperate struggles failed to shift it even a fraction. Zhao Hao's arms swelled with muscle. He wrenched the slab aside and lifted the near lifeless child into his arms. She appeared 7 or 8 years old. Though grime and gore obscured her delicate features, her eyes shone with startling clarity, a haunting, fragile beauty sharpened by grievous blood loss. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I feel like I'm fading. I think I see Mama calling me from the sky. Little one, hold on. Big brother will heal you. Zhao Hao laid her gently on the ground, cradling her head upon his thigh. From his spatial ring, he withdrew hemostatic bandages, pressing them firmly against the ghastly wound in her abdomen, slowing the bleeding though not halting it entirely. Zhao Hao summoned his electric vehicle. Bai Weiwei took the girl, holding pressure on the wound as she boarded. Zhao Hao dispatched the vehicle back to Rose Camp, then hurried outside to brief Zhang Ting. Both sprinted toward the camp. Over an hour later, Zhao Hao and Zhang Ting arrived, only to find the vehicle already returned. Bai Weiwei had carried the girl inside, where a healer with restoration abilities was already attending to her. Brother Hao, the girl is receiving treatment. She'll be fine. Rest easy. Good. Zhilong Camp is finished, now past noon. I'll target smaller camps this afternoon. Aim to consolidate all nearby camps within 2 days. Weiwei, take me to her. In this way. Bai Weiwei led the way as Zhang Ting followed, her quiet concern evident though she'd never met the child. There they found Su Su already present. Zhao Hao inquired briefly, then resolved to return once the girl neared full recovery. After the trio departed, Zhao Hao sought out Zhou Qing. Back so soon. How did it go? Hurricane Camp surrendered smoothly. Over 400 souls, though supplies are scarce. Zhilong is gone. Only this little girl survived. This afternoon I'll scout smaller camps. Likely few remain alive. By the way, what's with Zhang Ting? She treats me with such icy detachment. I know that girl. She bears deep sorrow. Her story is hers to tell. All I'll say is she harbors profound hatred for men. Many here share that pain. I see. No matter. I'll be off. And Zhao Hao smiled faintly and stepped out of the villa. After lunch, the three set out once more to confront the next small camp. As always, Zhang Ting led the way while Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at an unnamed small camp, tentatively designated Camp 1. We've arrived. This camp is tiny, only 1/3 the size of Rose Camp. Go ahead. Zhao Hao nodded and strode directly into the camp with Bai Weiwei in tow. Though modest in scale, the camp occupied a strategically sound location elevated at its center and sloping downward toward the periphery, ideal for defense, yet ill-suited for rapid retreat. Upon entering, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei found only a handful of people, no others in sight. Zhao Hao approached one man and asked, "Hello, where are the rest of your people?" "Most have perished. Only a few of us remain. What brings you here?" "I've come to speak with your camp's leader, but judging by what I see, you appear to have no appointed authority. Could you gather the remaining members?" "That's possible. Please wait a moment." Moments later, over a dozen people stood before Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hao began to address them. "I am Zhao Hao from Rose Camp. I came seeking your leader, but circumstances have changed. Would you consider relocating to Rose Camp with us?" The group murmured among themselves before a middle-aged man stepped forward speaking on their behalf. "We agree to go with you, but you must guarantee our fundamental human rights." "Human rights? I pledge to uphold them. I will neither oppress nor neglect my responsibilities." "Then let's prepare and depart immediately." Zhao Hao allowed them time to gather their belongings while he scoured Camp 1 for usable resources. In a collapsed building, he discovered ample food supplies and spiritessence crystals, both swiftly secured within his spatial storage, leaving nothing behind. Once preparations were complete, Zhao Hao summoned Huang Mao to ensure their safety en route. After all, most were merely Tier 2 awakened individuals, and several were ordinary civilians. Zhao Hao, Bai Weiwei, and Huang Mao pressed onward, visiting 7 or 8 minor camps throughout the afternoon. By nightfall, they returned to Rose Camp, having brought back over 300 survivors. "From so many camps, we've rescued barely 800 souls. Truly, the beast tide's devastation has been catastrophic." "Indeed. Quickly organize them. You surely have sufficient space." "Plenty. More than enough to accommodate them all." After dinner, Zhao Hao sought out Zhou Qing to discuss matters concerning his own camp. "Elder sister, I wish to relocate my people here. Our village has been utterly ravaged by mutated beasts and zombies. Will you grant us sanctuary?" Zhou Qing watched Zhao Hao feigning innocence and burst into laughter. It was Zhao Hao's first time seeing her smile, radiant, captivating, so much so that he stood utterly transfixed. A verse from the ancient poem, Li Yin Yen Gu, surfaced unbidden in his mind. "In the north dwells a peerless beauty, unmatched and solitary in grace. One glance topples cities of second empires. Yet who truly knows the peril of such allure? A beauty like this, rare beyond measure." Zhou Qing's elegance differed from Bai Weiwei's youthful vibrancy. Hers carried mature allure, refined and deeply alluring, free from adolescent hesitance. Noticing Zhao Hao's daze, Zhou Qing cleared her throat softly. He jolted awake, flustered, scratching his head. "Elder sister's smile is simply breathtaking. I couldn't help but stare. My apologies." "No harm done, brother Hao. You may bring your people here, and from now on Rose Camp is yours to lead." "What? Elder sister, I'm not here to seize your camp. How would others perceive me?" "Rest assured, I'll handle all objections. This responsibility belongs to you. I trust you'll guide everyone farther than ever before." "Then I accept without hesitation. Elder sister, I swear upon this moment, should I ever betray your trust or fail you, may mutated beasts and zombies tear me limb from limb." "Tsk tisk, foolish brother. If I entrust Rose Camp to you, it's because I know your character. Act boldly. I believe in you." "Thank you, elder sister." Still calling me elder sister." "Sister Qing." "There, that's better." Zhao Hao. Their eyes met. Words unnecessary, understanding complete. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, Zhao Hao rose early and set off with Bai Weiwei to find Zhou Qing. "Sister Qing, we'll return to our village first to bring everyone here. In the meantime, please organize the newcomers, classify them by ability. We must consolidate every ounce of strength we possess." "Go ahead. I'll begin arrangements immediately." As they boarded the electric tram bound for the village, Bai Weiwei asked, "How, why do you seem so close with Sister Zhou?" "Because she entrusted Rose Camp to me. A trust both profound and weighty." "Then don't disappoint her." "Little fool. When have I ever let anyone down?" Laughing lightly, they soon arrived back at the village. After explaining the situation, all agreed to relocate to Rose Camp and began packing at once. Zhao Hao entered the warehouse and removed everything, leaving not a single item behind. Soon everyone stood ready, fully assembled, and awaiting Zhao Hao's command. Before departure, he resolved to settle accounts with the trader. While gathering supplies earlier, his system had alerted him to persistent surveillance. He suspected Zhao Wei, and indeed the man had been lurking nearby all along. Wait here, I'll be back shortly. With that, Zhao Hao slipped silently toward the village outskirts, leaving the others bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei and his men continued observing Zhao Hao's camp. The previous day, as Zhao Hao ventured out, Zhao Wei had dispatched a messenger to Zhou Mi, urging him to eliminate Zhao Hao's people. Zhou Mi, obsessed with hedonism, ignored the envoy entirely. Enraged, Zhao Wei deemed Zhou Mi a fool and resolved to act alone. Having indulged fully under Zhou Mi's patronage, Zhao Wei believed himself more than capable of challenging Zhao Hao, even though Zhao Hao had nearly been slain by Zhou Mi. In Zhao Wei's eyes, Zhao Hao was just another fool. He remained unaware that the very fool he scorned now prepared to end him. Damn it! I've been watching Zhao Hao while that coward Zhou Mi enjoys himself. Unbearable. Brother Wei, he is the boss. What can we expect as subordinates? True. We're expendable. Just staying alive is victory enough. Hold on. Brothers, would any of you prefer striking out on our own? I'll lead us to freedom and prosperity. But wouldn't betraying young Master Zhou be unwise? Nonsense. Since awakening his power, when has Zhou Mi ever treated us fairly? Except for those shadowy cronies, everyone else harbors resentment. Exactly. We'll follow Brother Wei. Count me in too. In this apocalypse, I refuse to live cowering. I demand supremacy. Brothers, I vow to feed you well and keep you rich. His followers fawned over him, and Zhao Wei soared, convinced destiny itself beckoned. Oh, is Brother Wei truly so formidable? A cool, mocking voice cut through his reverie, jolting him wide awake. He recognized it instantly. Zhao Hao, you idiot. You dare approach me alone. Brothers, kill him and deliver his head to Zhou Mi. Our startup supplies await. Kill him. Weapons drawn, awakened powers surging, they charged. Nameless, insignificant figures whom Zhao Hao dispatched with 3 swift, lethal strokes. Only Zhao Wei remained. Now realizing he was the fool, he should have fled the moment Zhao Hao appeared. Instead, he'd frozen, and now escape was impossible. As Zhao Hao advanced, Zhao Wei's knees buckled. He dropped to the ground, pleading, Brother Hao, I was bewitched by Zhou Mi. I never chose betrayal. Spare me, for old time's sake. Spare you. Did you spare those you murdered alongside your men? I was coerced. Zhou Mi ordered it. Zhao Wei's eyes flickered with murderous intent, quickly masked. Zhao Hao noticed, but said nothing, closing in steadily. When Zhao Hao stood less than a meter away, Zhao Wei lunged, plunging a black dagger toward his heart. Zhao Hao seized his wrist and snapped his entire arm clean off. The blade clattered to the earth. Zhao Wei shrieked like a slaughtered pig, drenched in cold sweat, writhing on the ground, clutching his mangled limb. Such childish tricks. Face judgment instead. Zhao Hao kicked him repeatedly, then pinned him face down and knocked him unconscious, hoisting him over his shoulder and carrying him away. Doused with water, Zhao Wei awoke screaming, only to find himself surrounded by hundreds of glaring faces. He scanned the crowd and trembled violently like a malfunctioning muscle stimulator. Zhao Wei stands before you. Those seeking vengeance may step forward. At Zhao Hao's words, dozens surged forward. Damn right. Brother Hao's the real deal. He's giving us justice. Yes, let's make him suffer slowly for our fallen brothers. Were my sister's lives worth nothing? I'll gut him myself. Bound and helpless, Zhao Wei endured fists, kicks, stabs, and slicing blades, flesh carved from his body, until only choked whimpers escaped his lips. Hold. Form an orderly line. The Avengers paused instantly and queued up. Zhao Wei, your own folly sealed your fate. Now, each of you shall carve a piece of flesh from him. Let him watch himself die piece by piece. Yes, sir. One by one, the vengeful crowd drew blades and took their turns. After dozens of cuts, Zhao Wei lingered only by a thread, his body reduced to a ruin of missing flesh and streaming blood. Let me grant you final release. Zhao Hao severed Zhao Wei's head with a single stroke and exhaled deeply. Attention, all units, march. No one spared Zhao Wei's corpse a glance. They gathered their belongings and marched toward Ro's camp. Brothers, your vengeance is half complete. Zhou Mi's head will be offered upon your graves. Bai Weiwei gently took Zhao Hao's hand, and together they walked on. It took the group over 2 hours to reach Ro's camp. The sun hung high in the sky, nearing lunchtime. Senior Sister Qing, I've brought everyone. Have you been waiting long? Not long at all. I just stepped out. I'll arrange for them to enter right away. Senior Sister Qing is truly wonderful. You little rascal. The group was ushered into Ro's camp, where more than 2,000 people had already gathered, over double its original size. Shortly thereafter, mealtime arrived. Everyone lined up to collect their rations, and Zhao Hao stood before the cooking pots and spoke. Listen well, everyone, I Zhao Hao am now the camp's commanding officer. For daily matters approach Zhou Qing or Wang Xian. I oversee only external affairs and enemy incursions. Rations will henceforth be divided into 3 tiers. Tier 1 for those who fight beyond our walls or guard the camp, namely awakened individuals, Tier 2 for logistics and medical personnel, and Tier 3 for all others. The higher the tier, the richer the provisions. Today eat your fill, no limits. Starting tomorrow, the ration tier system takes full effect. Zhao Hao departed immediately after speaking, leaving the crowd to their meal. Zhou Qing and Wang Xin exchanged a few brief words before heading toward where Zhao Hao had gone. Zhao Hao, what are your plans next? First, I'll settle everyone in. This afternoon, I'll scout the remaining 5 small camps. Tomorrow, I'll visit the official camp. I haven't been there in ages, and I wonder how it fares now. Shall Zhang Ting guide you again? Yes, she'll do. I'm not accustomed to the others. Be patient with her. You might even try entering her world, to comfort and guide her. No. I'm a man of principle. I won't entangle myself with other women. Of course, senior sister Qing is the glorious exception. Hee. You little scamp. My heart is yours should you wish it. Don't tease me, sister. I might lose control. After all, you're breathtakingly beautiful. Very well, I'll stop teasing. I must now organize those you brought, and the newcomers. Safe travels, sister. Zhao Hao ate a light meal and rested. Soon departure time arrived. Once again, the trio set out together. This time we'll visit 5 smaller camps, each slightly weaker than Rose Camp itself. Commander, please prepare accordingly. Understood. You and Wei Wei stay behind. Keep yourselves safe. The 2 women nodded. Zhao Hao strode forward, blade in hand. As always, the compliant were taken without resistance. The defiant met swift, decisive ends, though compliance was rare. That was hardly surprising. Who would readily trust a stranger appearing out of nowhere demanding they abandon everything and follow him? The afternoon passed in a blur. Zhao Hao swept through all 5 camps, slaughtering nearly 1,000, rescuing another 1,000, and seizing vast quantities of supplies. The haul from these past 2 days had nearly filled his spatial storage to capacity. Brutal, unrefined efficiency. When Zhao Hao returned to Rose Camp, Zhou Qing and Wang Xin were already sorting everyone by awakened ability. Zhao Hao, you've returned just in time. We're forming groups. Then I entrust them to you. Ensure every instruction is conveyed clearly, especially those I gave at noon. Understood. The camp now housed over 3,000 souls, nearly triple Rose Camp's original population. Senior Sister Qing, would you take me to the warehouse? Follow me. They walked side by side toward the warehouse. Zhao Hao, is that young woman who always accompanies you your girlfriend? You mean Wei Wei? She's my fiancée, the woman I love most in this world. Oh, little brother, you truly are impressive, winning over such a stunning girl. It wasn't easy. I proposed to Wei Wei just recently. I intend to give her a wedding straight out of dreams. Ah, how utterly enviable. At that moment, Zhou Qing bore no trace of her usual icy, formidable demeanor. Before Zhao Hao, she was simply a warm, affectionate elder sister, playfully teasing him from time to time. Sister, I'll share a secret, just between us. Not a soul else knows, not even Wei Wei. Go on. I'll keep it locked away, sealed tighter than a vault. Truthfully, I have only 6 years left to live. The original 3 plus 1 guaranteed year per legendary chest, of which I've claimed 3. Is this truly so, little brother? What gain would I reap from lying to you, sister? Then, what will you do? Perhaps I'll stretch those years further. No one can say for certain. Tomorrow I plan to visit the official camp. It's been far too long. I wonder how it stands today. As for what lies ahead, we'll cross each bridge when we reach it. Zhou Qing gently stroked Zhao Hao's hair, her eyes soft with sorrow, while he smiled faintly, as if the grim revelation had concerned someone else entirely. We've arrived at the warehouse. Pushing open the warehouse doors revealed towering stacks of food and assorted supplies, the accumulated reserves of Rose Camp. Senior Sister Qing, watch closely. I'll perform a little magic. Magic? You know magic too. Just wait and see. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hao withdrew the bulk of his spatial inventory, filling the entire warehouse, neatly sorted and arranged. The remainder. He scanned the area for additional storage space. This isn't magic, it's sorcery. Zhou Qing's eyes widened. This spectacle defied any rational definition of illusion. Sister, if the apocalypse has arrived, is this truly so astonishing? Fair point. My extraordinary younger brother is a marvel indeed. Sister, do we have another warehouse? There's one just over there, but it's empty. Then let's go. They closed the first door and proceeded to the second warehouse, a larger cavernous space currently vacant. Zhao Hao emptied both his personal spatial storage and his system inventory, purified beast cores, necroessence crystals, and other resources, all except items obtained directly from system chests such as dragon pearls and TNT, which remained secured within the system's vault. Wow, Zhao Hao, you truly possess an astonishing hoard. I beg to be spoiled. Sister, spare me the jest. I'd gladly support you, but spoiling is quite another matter. Naive little brother, you're truly a paragon of loyalty and devotion. What can I say? Excellence is simply my nature. Let's go. Dinner awaits, and we ought to check on Wang Xin's progress. They returned to find Wang Xin had completed the grouping. Only team leaders remained unassigned a decision reserved solely for Zhao Hao's final approval. For today this will suffice. Tomorrow Wang Xin conduct a full inventory of our supplies, estimate how long they'll last, and guard the necroessence crystals and beast cores with utmost vigilance. Understood. Everyone dine now. Meat is plentiful today. Zhao Hao summoned several boar-like creatures from his system storage. After being swiftly dispatched by the crowd, their carcasses were handed over to the logistics division. After over an hour's anxious wait, mountains of cooked meat were served. With insufficient tables, the rest formed lines to select dishes according to their preference. Brothers, sisters, having chosen to follow me, Zhao Hao, you shall never lack for fairness or provision. I ask only three things: unwavering obedience, fearless resolve in battle, and above all, absolute loyalty. Eat. Every person dined with profound satisfaction. Newcomers and original Rose Camp residents alike had never feasted so richly. Meat, once a rarity, now flowed freely. After a joyful dinner, night had long fallen. Guided only by starlight and memory, everyone made their way to their quarters and slept. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei shared Zhou Qing's villa, exchanging quiet greetings before settling in for rest. Weiwei, accompany me to the official camp tomorrow. Dress plainly, lest others steal glances at you. Of course, my jealous darling. Mua. Sleep tight. Cradling Bai Weiwei, Zhao Hao felt a deep, quiet contentment and drifted into peaceful slumber. The next morning, the two rose early, packed their belongings, and bid farewell to Zhou Qing and Wang Xin before departing the camp. What remained of the camp still bore the name Rose, though it bore little resemblance to the Rose Camp of old. They boarded an electric tram bound for the official camp. It had been over a month since their last visit. November was fast approaching, and the air grew steadily colder. What exactly are we planning to do at the official camp this time? Primarily to assess the situation and acquire some resources. Ideally, we'll establish contact with the camp's administrators. After a slow, swaying journey lasting more than an hour, they finally arrived at the official camp in the southern part of the city. The camp's outer perimeter appeared far more formidable than before. A 5-meter-high wall now encircled it, constructed from a fusion of newly discovered minerals and conventional reinforced concrete, rendering it exceptionally sturdy. Armed soldiers stood guard atop the wall. Each carried not only a rifle, but also a blade forged from the new mineral, so sharp that it could sever hair with a whisper, its edge rivaling even Zhao Hao's titanium alloy steel sword. Let's go inside. Disguised and having paid several zombie essences as entry fee, the two entered the camp. This daily admission alone must generate considerable revenue, a shrewd calculation indeed. Zhao Hao mused that true to its official status, the camp levied fees at every turn. As he strolled idly about, he noted countless toll points. Yet such was only natural sanctuary demanded sacrifice. He half smiled, thinking himself perhaps too kind-hearted. They made their way to the trading district, the very one Zhao Hao remembered, and found it now teeming with stalls, each hawking wares of every sort. Utterly unscathed, as though no beast tide or zombie surge had ever struck. Puzzled, Zhao Hao approached a vendor's stall, selected a few mutated fruits and gourds, and struck up casual conversation. Boss, I've just arrived from outside, still unfamiliar with camp affairs. Were there no beast tides or zombie surges here recently? You've asked the right man. There's nothing in this camp I don't know. Yes, both tides struck, but we have heavy assets, tanks, armored vehicles, firepower so overwhelming that zombies and mutated beasts dared not even charge. The spectacle was utterly electrifying. Zhao Hao casually tossed several zombie essences to the vendor and walked away. In this world, zombie essences and beast cores had become hard currency. Nearly all else held little value. So the official camp still possesses quite a few valuable assets. How fortunate if we could secure some. Post-conventional firearms have grown nearly obsolete. Standard rifles can no longer wound third-tier zombies or mutated beasts. Even tanks and armored vehicles merely graze fifth-tier entities. Without sufficient firepower, fifth-tier mutants and zombies remain impervious to destruction. Understood. No need for rifles then. But artillery shells, those are worth acquiring. Zhao Hao located Bai Weiwei, and together they secured temporary lodgings for a cost of over a dozen zombie essences. After a light midday meal, Zhao Hao left their lodging alone to seek out the camp's administration. He approached a sentry standing guard. The soldier raised his rifle and fixed Zhao Hao with a sharp gaze. What is your business? No need to tense up. I only wish to ask a favor. What favor? Could you relay a message to your commanding officer? Whether you succeed or not, this is yours. Zhao Hao withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his coat and held it aloft before the soldier's eyes. The soldier's gaze locked onto the pack, tracking its slightest movement. Over a month into the apocalypse, humanity had adapted, but many now crave the vices of the old world: cigarettes, fine liquor, desires long suppressed, now fiercely urgent. Cough, cough. A few deliberate coughs snapped the soldier from his trance. Instantly he pledged, with fervent assurance, that Zhao Hao's request would be handled flawlessly. Zhao Hao tossed him the pack, whispered final instructions, then waited nearby. The soldier accepted the gift with evident delight, tore open a fresh pack, and strode briskly toward his superior's tent. Reporting. Enter. The soldier stepped inside, cigarette pack in hand, and addressed his commander. Lieutenant, a man outside requests an audience. He gave me this, and likely possesses further valuables. Shall I bring him in? Keep the cigarettes. Bring him in. Yes, sir. The soldier departed, and returned shortly, escorting Zhao Hao into the tent. Zhao Hao rendered a crisp military salute upon seeing the lieutenant. The lieutenant rose and returned the salute. You may withdraw. Do not allow anyone else to enter. Yes, sir. Alone at last, the two men began their conversation. Are you military personnel? No, but I hold the military in the highest regard. Please sit down. What brings you to me? I seek an audience with the camp's administrator. I have goods to propose for trade. Oh, what sort of goods? May you disclose them? Nothing secretive. Surely meat supplies are scarce within the camp. Precisely. Mutated beasts travel in packs. Hunting stragglers proves exceedingly difficult. I possess large numbers of live pigs. Might these interest you? Live pigs. How many? And are they mutated? I can supply several thousand mutated pigs, but terms depend entirely on your sincerity. Very well. I'll take you to Deputy Director Zhou immediately. Lieutenant Wu Gang led Zhao Hao straight to Zhou Zimin's office. Knock, knock. Enter. Wu Gang escorted Zhao Hao inside, then discreetly withdrew. This was a matter far beyond his rank to witness. Lieutenant Wu tells me you wish to trade live pigs with our camp. That is correct. And what, pray, do you wish to receive in exchange? What resources might you offer? We possess nearly everything you could desire. Speak plainly. I shall see what I can provide. 1 tank, and 1,000 tons of the new mineral. Zhou Zimin's brows knotted tightly. He could not fathom Zhao Hao's motive for seeking a tank, and needed time to consider. The man before him was no longer the benevolent public servant of old. Over the past month, under his nephew Zhou Mi's influence, he had committed unspeakable acts, and his own ambition had swollen unchecked. Now he plotted to usurp Ninghai's authority entirely. Agreed, the tank is yours. Ammunition, however, is unavailable. As for the mineral, no issue. Zhao Hao sought the tank, not recklessly. En route to Zhou Zimin's office, he had consulted his system, and learned the tank could be upgraded using rare materials. In its advanced form, it required no shells, only zombie essences as energy to fire concentrated energy projectiles. Otherwise, why acquire such a hulking relic? How many pigs can you deliver? Each mutated pig weighs over 10 tons. I offer 1,500. 1,500. Too few, add more. Very well, 2,000. That is my final offer. Accepted, 2,000 it is. A pleasure doing business. Likewise. Zhao Hao was escorted to the warehouse to collect the tank and mineral. Meanwhile, Zhou Zimin dispatched numerous personnel to prepare for receiving the mutated pigs. Zhao Hao's spatial capacity could not accommodate such vast quantities of ore, so he stored it within his system space at considerable personal cost. Only the tank entered Zhao Hao's personal storage. Oink, oink. One by one, the mutated pigs emerged, only to collapse instantly, dazed by a single soft grunt. Zhao Hao noticed someone maintaining a localized ability field, precisely enveloping the pigs. This ability seems remarkably useful, ideal for opportunistic raids. Soon all the pigs lay unconscious, awaiting the butcher's blade of fate. No longer Zhao Hao's concern. He returned to their lodging and resumed strolling through the market with Bai Weiwei. Zhou Zimin stared at the motionless pigs and smiled, cold and predatory. Such abundance of meat. I shall quietly divert 500 for myself. The rest goes to Ninghai. On Ninghai, once Mier completes his preparations, your end draws near. Then this camp shall answer to none but me. Ha ha ha. As Zhou Zimin luxuriated in visions of absolute dominion, his reverie shattered when a middle-aged man stepped into view. Had Zhao Hao been present, he would instantly have recognized him. Wang Bo, the foremost master in Zhou Mi's inner circle. Young Master Mi sends word preparations are nearly complete. All that remains is your coordinated action to seize Ninghai. Zhou Mi's plot against the official camp had been years in the making, initiated the moment he first met Zhou Zimin. Though Wang Bo orchestrated every detail, Zhou Mi monitored progress alone. Excellent. Convey to young Master Mi that I stand ready. I await his signal. Understood. I depart immediately to inform him. Expect my reply shortly. Wang Bo turned to leave, but paused near the camp's edge, spotting a figure. Zhao Hao, you survived. Fate delivers you into my hands once more. This time you die. Wang Bo pivoted back toward Zhou Zimin's location. He would require the deputy's authority to eliminate Zhao Hao, for the camp, after all, still belonged to Ninghai. Unaware of the lethal conspiracy converging upon them, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei continued their leisurely stroll, laughing carefree beneath the pale, autumn sun. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei spent the entire afternoon strolling through the market, purchasing numerous trinkets. Bai Weiwei was especially delighted. Merely having Zhao Hao accompany her on such a relaxed outing, even for just half a day, was profoundly precious. As dusk deepened, the two returned to their lodgings and laid out an ample spread of food, feasting heartily. Soon after, they lay down, preparing to sleep. Lying in bed, Zhao Hao felt an unsettling restlessness. Sleep refused to come. Silently, he rose and slipped out of the room. Why does something feel off? He immediately drew his steel blade, gripping it tightly as he scanned the surroundings with sharp vigilance. A soft rustling stirred the air, the whisper of branches swaying. Then from the underbrush and treetops, over a dozen figures erupted into view. Zhao Hao locked his gaze upon them. Zhao Hao, what a surprise to find you here. That day we failed to kill you, Master Zhou Mi reprimanded us harshly. Today I shall reclaim my honor with your head. One man stepped forward from the group and addressed Zhao Hao directly. Zhao Hao recognized him instantly, the middle-aged retainer who always stood beside Zhou Mi. Oh, you wish to take my life. You are not worthy. With that, Zhao Hao lunged forward like a storm, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, and in a single seamless stroke ended the man's life. The man clutched his throat, eyes wide with disbelief. But his windpipe had already been severed. No sound could escape. He collapsed to the ground, trembling briefly before falling utterly still. Take him down. The remaining assailants snapped into action, drawing their weapons and surging toward Zhao Hao in unison. Wang Bo's men were elite soldiers, battle-hardened veterans. The fallen man had died only because Zhao Hao struck first, and without warning, his death was swift, humiliating, and undeserved. The dozen warriors activated their abilities, and their blades shimmered with awakened energy. So, the secret of enchanting weapons forged from this new mineral is no longer a secret after all. Zhao Hao dared not lower his guard, meeting each assault with meticulous precision. Amid the chaos of clashing steel, he seized openings. 3 more enemies fell beneath his blade. This kid is no ordinary fighter. Brothers, press harder. End him now. The remaining attackers intensified their assault. For a moment, Zhao Hao faltered. Several cuts opened across his body. Yet blood did not weaken him. Instead, it ignited a fiercer, colder fury within his veins. Die. Zhao Hao shattered their guard with a violent parry, then in the same motion drew the Qishao sword with his left hand and drove it deep into one man's chest, ripping it free in a gush of crimson. The man's eyes bulged in frozen horror, unblinking, unbreathing. He's unnatural. Be cautious. Finish him swiftly before patrols arrive. They launched a furious barrage, but Zhao Hao was no novice. Wielding sword and blade in tandem, he cut through their ranks until only Wang Bo remained. I never imagined you'd grow so formidable. Were it not for our irreconcilable paths, I'd have taken you as my disciple and taught you the true art of martial cultivation. Our ways diverge. Spare me your rhetoric. Draw your weapon. Zhao Hao sheathed his steel blade and charged forward, gripping the Qishao sword with lethal intent. The thunderous clash of combat jolted nearby residents awake, but none dared emerge to witness the carnage. Bai Weiwei stood frozen at the doorway, watching helplessly. Her strength was insufficient for such a battle. She could only observe. Blades met in fierce duels. Sparks flew like fleeting stars, illuminating both warriors' faces in brief, incandescent flashes. Their eyes burned with unrestrained madness, each resolved to end the other's life stroke by stroke. Zhao Hao, I must admit you possess extraordinary talent for martial cultivation. In such a short time, you've already grasped many of my techniques. Yet fate has sealed your doom. Zhao Hao fought and learned. Though he wielded a peerless sword, he lacked formal swordsmanship. Wang Bo's Taiji sword art had reached perfection. Zhao Hao could barely hold his ground. I'll grant you a dignified death. Your corpse shall remain whole. Arrogant fool. They exchanged over 30 blistering exchanges. Both bled profusely, growing ever more savage. Wang Bo grew increasingly unnerved. This Zhao Hao was nothing short of monstrous. Already he had absorbed nearly 70% of Wang Bo's Taiji sword art. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. No, I must reverse this tide. Ah, the young woman. Seizing her would force Zhao Hao's surrender. It's dishonorable, but for Master Zhou Mi I'll bear the shame. Wang Bo swept aside Zhao Hao's blade with a powerful arc and dashed straight toward Bai Weiwei. You dare break the code. Die. Seeing Wang Bo's treachery, Zhao Hao's killing intent surged. He pursued with murderous desperation. Ha ha ha, little miss, fear not. I mean you no harm. Wang Bo closed in rapidly. His fingers were inches from Bai Weiwei's shoulder when his grin vanished, replaced by shock and searing agony. F. Wang Bo staggered backward, clutching his chest, drenched in cold sweat, racked by unbearable pain. Beside Bai Weiwei stood a woman, twin-bladed axe gleaming in her grip, crimson droplets falling from its edge like scattered blossoms. None other than the long-dormant Valkyrie. As Wang Bo hurtled toward her, Bai Weiwei had drawn the Valkyrie card and summoned her at the very instant his hand neared her shoulder, a single devastating axe strike. Had Wang Bo not possessed exceptional physical resilience, he wouldn't merely be wounded. He'd have been cleaved cleanly in two. Even now grievously injured, he suffered terribly. A level 7 Valkyrie was no mere illusion. Each breath was agony. He'd already vomited a torrent of blood. I never expected such a trump card. I didn't even have time to activate my ability. Zhao Hao, you'll pay for this. Fate will bring us face to face again. Wang Bo seized his sword and fled, only for Zhao Hao to give chase. At the last moment, Wang Bo hurled an object skyward. It detonated midair, unleashing a thick, blinding cloud of smoke. Zhao Hao plunged into the haze, vision obliterated. Moments later, the smoke thinned, revealing not a single trace of Wang Bo. Damn it, he escaped. Next time I'll end him without mercy. How? Thank goodness for the card you gave me. Tonight, I might not have survived. Rest easy. I won't let you come to harm. The Valkyrie dissolved back into her card form, which Bai Weiwei tucked away as usual. Just as they prepared to relocate for the night, footsteps approached. Urgent, heavy, unmistakably hostile. Those two, they're the ones. Especially him. He slaughtered over a dozen people. Dare to draw blood within the camp. You forfeit your lives. Kill them on sight. Yes, sir. Instantly, over a dozen fully armed soldiers surged forward, rifles blazing. Zhao Hao shoved Bai Weiwei to the ground, and they scrambled behind the building, bullets biting into the wall above them. How? We'll have to fight our way out. Weiwei, not yet. This isn't the time to go all out. Watch me dismantle them. Zhao Hao summoned the Colossus, who strode forward unflinchingly through the hail of gunfire, grabbed one soldier, and tore him apart with brutal ease. Bullets struck the Colossus like harmless raindrops. As he rampaged among the troops, the squad leader trembled violently, like a man seized by violent convulsions. What kind of monster is this? We can't even scratch him. Mama, save me. Devil, he's surely a demon. Terrified, the soldiers scattered, abandoning armor and weapons, fleeing blindly into the distance. The Colossus seized the squad leader, raised him high, ready to rend him, when Zhao Hao halted the act with a single command. Speak. Tell me who sent you. Confess, and your life may be spared. After all, you're merely a disposable pawn. I'll tell you. Don't kill me. It was Deputy Zhou who ordered the hit. We only obeyed. Ah, Zhou Zemin. Yes, that's him. Can I go now? Of course. Zhao Hao smiled at the man, gentle, guileless, disarmingly kind. But he won't. The Colossus crushed the man between his palms. Gore and viscera splattered across the earth. Zhao Hao meanwhile pondered deeply. Why would Zhou Zemin target him? Wang Bo. Zhou Zemin. Ah, Zhou Zemin must be connected to Zhou Mi. Realization dawned, and with it weary resignation. Wherever he turned, Zhou Mi's influence seemed to loom. We cannot stay. We must leave immediately. Who knows how many more assassins he'll send. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei fled their lodgings, sprinting toward the outer wall. Who goes there? Before the sentry atop the wall could raise the alarm, an arrow pierced his throat. He tumbled silently over the parapet. Colossus, tear down this wall. Clenching his fist, the Colossus unleashed a barrage of thunderous blows. A barrier engineered to withstand fifth-tier mutated zombie beasts crumbled in under 5 seconds, reduced to rubble. The trio, 2 humans and 1 towering Colossus, marched unimpeded through the breach, vanishing into the consuming darkness. Meanwhile, Zhou Zemin waited impatiently for news of Zhao Hao's demise, but hour after hour passed with no report. Just as he rose to investigate, a soldier burst into the office, staggering, breathless. They escaped. They killed over 30 brothers. And what? They tore a massive breach in the western wall, and zombies have already breached the camp. Damn it, mobilize everyone. Seal that gap. Forget about those 2 for now. Yes, sir. The soldier rushed off to rally reinforcements. Under concentrated fire, the intruding zombies were exterminated, and craftsmen immediately began repairing the wall. Fortunately, it was late at night. Most were asleep. So few had been bitten or killed. Zhao Hao, I cannot rest until you are dead. In his office, Zhou Zemin raged, pacing, cursing, yet powerless to act. Defeated, he finally collapsed onto his cot, seething in silence. Zhao Hao left the official camp with Bai Weiwei. They were on their way back. How that was so thrilling. I want to be as powerful as you. Silly girl, don't play around when we get back. Train properly and level up. Okay. They rode the tram in calm silence and returned to the camp. Both of them collapsed into sleep, vowing to address other matters at dawn. After a refreshing rest, the two went to look for Zhou Qing and Wang Xian. You're back this quickly. I had no choice. Someone tried to make a move on me, so I had to cut off his claws and flee. I think before long that official camp will belong to the Zhou clan. Zhou, Could someone be trying to seize Ninghai's authority? Yes. I ran into men under Zhou Mi and was surrounded. The deputy in charge there must have close ties to Zhou Mi. Let's sit back and watch the drama unfold. What's your plan then? Drill the troops. Am taking them out to strike at other camps or some zombie packs to toughen them up. Bloodletting is the best training. I think that's a good idea. I agree. Then tomorrow, I'll lead 1,000 out. I'll leave camp defenses to you too. Don't worry, I'm no ornamental figure. After Zhao Hao finished a few more instructions and departed, the two women began discussing routine camp affairs. Wei Wei will take you out tomorrow, how about that? Fine, I'm good with whatever you do. You go train first, I have some errands to run. Okay. Zhao Hao walked to a secluded spot and summoned the system. System, do you have a radar function? That can exist, or it might not. What do you mean by can or cannot? It requires consuming 500 corpse essences and 500 beast cores. That's a lot. Zhao Hao hurried to the warehouse to check supplies. He entered warehouse No. 2 after greeting the keeper. Nothing had changed much since before, though the corpse essences and beast cores seemed slightly depleted. Zhao Hao transferred all the corpse essences and beast cores into his space and queried the system. Are these enough? Sufficient. Do you wish to activate the radar? This function can scan anything within a 100-kilometer radius centered on the host. Using it consumes an indeterminate amount of corpse essences or beast cores. Activated, of course. Radar function acquired. Query immediately. I was just wondering where to conduct tomorrow's drills. This is perfect. Search for the nearest zombie horde, preferably a modest-sized one. Querying. To your north-northwest at a distance of 15 kilometers and bearing 30 degrees, there is a small zombie horde. Highest rank is rank 4, total number 20,000. A map appeared in Zhao Hao's mind marking the horde's location and providing navigation, a godsend for someone hopeless with directions. Not bad. Those resources weren't wasted. Settle rewards while you're at it. Ding. Killed 3456 rank 2 zombies, 1433 rank 2 ability users. That's all. Seems we've been slacking these past days. We'll be more active tomorrow. There are rewards for killing people too. Yes. The reward system for humans mirrors that for zombies. Hey, anyone who crosses me had better be careful. Obtain 9 common chests. You still find that paltry. The system reported the exchange results and the progress of Zhao Hao's own undead cultivation. Undead level currently 590. Zhao Hao took a small portion of the minerals he received, filled the warehouse, and left with a pat on his pants. Wang Xin, I've used most of the corpse essences and beast cores in the warehouse. Not much remains. I took them for now and left quite a bit of ore. Ask Jian how we should process those minerals. Alright, I'll find him now. With idle time on his hands, Zhao Hao strolled through the camp. A quiet day passed, and the day for drills arrived. Listen up. This is our first operation. The target is a horde of 20,000 led by rank 4 zombies. Form squads according to your ability attributes. Of the 1,000 chosen, some quickly took their positions while others buzzed about like headless flies. Stop. Those of you who haven't found spots, listen to my orders. Front line on the left, damage dealers in the center, arrange into teams by attribute support on the right. Move. Under Zhao Hao's urging, the remaining newcomers finally found their places. Of the 1,000 selected, only a small portion had been brought out by Zhao Hao. The rest were recruits pulled back earlier and people from the Rose faction. The gender ratio was roughly 1-to-1. Zhang Zhizhang, Chun Xiaobing, and Wang, who were among the squad leaders. Confident for this operation? Yes. Can't hear you. Yes. Has anyone not eaten? We have. The roar of response was deafening. That's more like it. Move out. Zhao Hao led the 1,000 in formation, and they set off in a great column. After more than 40 minutes, they reached the target. I'll draw them out. Hold your formations, and don't fail me. Yes. With that, Zhao Hao gripped his blade and charged into the residential block where the zombies clustered. These were a few dilapidated apartment blocks, their orange facades peeled in many places. A mass of zombies packed the area, filling it completely. Big dumb one, come out. They'll make you suffer. Zhao Hao shouted at the horde, and they erupted in frenzy. The zombies growled and jeered as if tempted by such brazen provocation, voices surging with a single-minded hunger to strike him down. They clamored for the strongest to come forth, incited by Zhao Hao's taunts, eager to tear him apart for daring to insult them. The horde surged toward Zhao Hao with more pouring out of the buildings. He laughed and turned to run. Close to 20,000 zombies chased after him, the rank 4 zombies trailing the horde and fixated on Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao lured the horde back toward his people. At the right moment, Zhang Ji and the others ordered the attack. Strike. The front lines unleashed their abilities and braced with weapons and armor, while the backline bombarded the horde with fireballs, water blasts, wooden spikes, and other skills. Supporters in the rear restored the fighters' spent vigor. Awakened skills are highly personal creations. If you can conceive a skill that fits your attribute, there is a good chance you can manifest it. Casting abilities consumes physical stamina rather than exotic resources. Absorbing corpse essences and beast cores can rapidly replenish that stamina. The group fell upon the zombies mercilessly. Zhao Hao joined the fray, cutting through them with relish. Soon the zombies were all slain, and Zhao Hao decapitated the rank 4 zombie leader. Clear the battlefield and dig up the corpse essences. Distribute them to restore everyone's stamina. Zhao Hao had brought only a small supply of food in addition to his private reserves. Everyone carried packs with food and water, roughly a week's provisions. After cleaning the area, Zhao Hao led the men onward to the next zombie horde. System nearby zombie hordes. 5 locations of zombie hordes detected nearby at distances of 5m, 7m, 13m, 16m, and 18m. Zhao Hao saw 5 red dots flashing on the map in his mind representing the 5 zombie hordes. He led everyone straight to the nearest one. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which many events occurred. Zhao Hao's group experienced 7 days of intense battles, ultimately reducing their numbers to over 900, with the deceased being those who were careless and caught by zombies, which Zhao Hao arranged to handle. Zhou Zimin successfully eliminated Ning Hai, creating a scene of his accidental death, seizing control of the camp. This will not be elaborated upon as it holds little significance. Everyone returned to the camp with Zhao Hao and went to rest. I'll finally back. My whole body aches after these 7 days. Yeah, so shouldn't it be the turn of others to be trained next? Of course, but our 7 days weren't in vain. We gained a lot. Zhao Hao held Bai Weiwei's small hand, and they went to find Zhou Qing. During these 7 days, Zhao Hao specifically trained Bai Weiwei for a long time, and she did not let him down, significantly improving her strength. With the absorption of zombie essence, she was close to reaching the 4th tier. Sister Qing, what about that little girl I saved that day, eh? You mean Xiao Shi? She's still recuperating, but is almost fully recovered. Where is she? I want to see her. Come on, I'll take you. Zhao Hao, I must tell you, that girl is just too adorable. Oh, I really like her a lot. I like that little girl too. She's very strong. The 3 entered a room filled with beds designed for those who needed quiet recuperation. At that moment, the little girl Xiao Shi was lying on a bed, boredly gazing out the window. Xiao Shi, we're here to see you. Oh, Aunt Qing, you're here. Is this the big brother who saved me? Big brother Xiao Shi likes you so much. Oh, what a pretty sister. Hello, sister He. Xiao Shi jumped off the bed and rushed into Zhao Hao's arms, and he picked her up. All right, Xiao Shi called them brother and sister. I am the aunt. Watch me not spank your little butt. He, Aunt Qing, please spare me. Big brother, save me. All right, no more messing around. This little girl is so lively, she won't stay still for a moment. If it weren't for her injuries not being fully healed, I feel like she could tear this camp apart. Zhou Qing sighed helplessly while Xiao Shi clung to Zhao Hao's neck, making faces at Zhou Qing. Sister Qing, I'll leave Xiao Shi in our care. Xiao Shi, be good or big brother will be unhappy. Okay, big brother, Xiao Shi will be good. Zhao Hao ruffled Xiao Zai's little head and placed her back on the bed. Xiao Shi, recover well. When you're all better, big brother will take you out to play. It's a promise, no backing out. Let's shake on it. Okay, pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Xiao Shi, we're leaving now. Rest well and be good. All right, goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, Aunt Qing. Goodbye, pretty sister. The 3 left the room, and Zhou Qing went back to her work while the 2 idle ones stared at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. Weiwei, let's go to a nice place. Where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Zhao Hao took Bai Weiwei into storage room No. 2. Is this what you call a nice place? Bai Weiwei rolled her eyes playfully, and Zhao Hao rubbed her head. Let me put some things down first. He dumped the remaining zombie essence he had obtained over the past 7 days into the warehouse, excluding the higher level ones. In these 7 days, apart from what was consumed daily, there remained over 900,000 zombie essence, indicating how fiercely Zhao Hao and the others had been killing. The relatively empty warehouse was once again filled up. The previous ores had been taken away by Jian, otherwise there would have been no space left. Much better now. Let's go, my wife. Bai Weiwei was momentarily stunned, then leaped into Zhao Hao's embrace. How did you just call me? Wife, you silly girl, of course you are my wife. Stop it, I haven't married you yet. Soon, very soon. Once I finish training everyone in the camp, it will be the day I take out Zhou Mi and that wretched woman. At this moment, a fiery blaze seemed to burn in Zhao Hao's eyes as memories of the past ignited a surge of anger within him. How I am waiting for that day to come. The 2 embraced tightly, their bodies almost melding into one. After a while, they finally separated. Weiwei, let's head back to rest. Tomorrow we'll continue training. Okay. The 2 held hands and returned to their quarters. When they woke up, it was already afternoon. So refreshing. Zhao Hao said gently to Bai Weiwei, who was still asleep. Wake up, my wife, Weiwei. If you don't get up, I might have to punish you. Husband, I still want to sleep. Let me rest a bit more. You can't sleep now. You'll be up all night. Fine. Bai Weiwei rubbed her eyes and finally woke up, clinging to Zhao Hao's neck. Zhao Hao had no choice but to carry Bai Weiwei out of the villa like this. Along the way, the camp members saw Zhao Hao carrying Bai Weiwei. The women envied Bai Weiwei for being Zhao Hao's only woman, while the men looked up to Zhao Hao knowing that he was strong and the spiritual pillar for everyone. Weiwei, let go, so many people are watching. No way, I just want to stick to you. Zhao Hao smiled helplessly and continued to hold her. Bai Weiwei was openly being affectionate with him. It was undeniably comforting. Thus the two became inseparable, spending the entire afternoon together. At mealtime, Zhou Qing looked on with a black line on her forehead, wondering how these two could show off their affection for an entire afternoon without tiring. Suddenly the food in her mouth lost its flavor, and she didn't eat anymore, feeling stuffed with dog food. The night passed quietly, and the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Zhao Hao summoned 1,000 people once more. Wang Hu and a few others were still present. These would be Zhao Hao's capable subordinates now and in the future. This group was similar to the last one, though their combat effectiveness would be slightly lower since there weren't as many combatability users. Zhao Hao brought everyone he had with him this time, except for those who had been trained previously. The rest consisted of logistics and support ability users. Compared to the last time, their combat capability was significantly weaker. System: all zombie hordes and beast herds within the maximum range. Scanning found 49 options that meet the requirements. Zhao Hao had killed continuously for 7 days, almost wiping out all the zombie hordes and beast herds in the northern part of Longqing. The ones left were simply too numerous. This time the search mostly yielded creatures from the south. Zhao Hao planned to play big first. On the map in his mind, 5 large red dots indicated that those were hordes of zombies or beasts exceeding 100,000 in number. You guys wait, I will come for you. Let's go. Zhao Hao led the 1,000 people toward the closest red dot. It took nearly an hour for the group to reach their designated position, where a vast horde of mutated beasts awaited, predominantly mutated dogs. As far as the eye could see, dogs filled the landscape. This must be a pack of mutated wild dogs, Zhao Hao remarked while Zhang Ji nodded in agreement, mostly native mongrels. Other breeds are exceedingly rare. Neither noticed that one particularly unusual mutated dog had already locked its gaze upon them. Woof! A sharp canine bark pierced the air, charged toward them. Zhao Hao's skin prickled instantly. Damn it, we've been spotted. Form ranks. They swiftly assumed battle formation just as the mutated dog pack closed within 500 meters. There are too many dogs. We can't hold them off. Agreed. We'll fight while retreating. Good. Fall back, but never expose your back to the mutated dogs. I'll thin their numbers. The group withdrew steadily, only for the mutated dogs to surge forward and latch onto the front line with savage bites. Giant. Blue fat. Air Corps, engage now. A blinding wave of light erupted, and in an instant legions of troops materialized both on the ground and in the sky, launching coordinated assaults against the canine horde. The giant crushed one dog with each fist. Blue fat rolled like a boulder, flattening entire clusters beneath him. Airborne undead legions and bats swooped down from above, hunting dogs relentlessly. Their summoned forces held the line against the dog's onslaught, allowing the team to withdraw safely and watch the carnage unfold from a distance. Beyond the dogs, other mutated creatures abounded. Rats, cockroaches, scorpions, and spiders. Yet dogs remained the overwhelming majority. From the rear, the dog's sovereign roared in fury as its kin fell. Woof! Woof! Join the fray, or we all perish. Having witnessed Zhao Hao's formidable power, the dog's sovereign dispatched auxiliary creatures, rodents, insects, and arachnids, to reinforce the assault. Cockroaches swarmed the skies, diving at the airborne undead. Rats and ants surged across the earth in teeming waves, gnawing at the giant's limbs. Spiders and scorpions flanked Blue fat, striking with venomous precision. Huh! The giant roared. Fists clenched, he launched himself skyward, then slammed down with devastating force upon the massed rodents and ants, obliterating an entire swath in a single thunderous impact. So many revolting vermin. Emerge now. Eliminate them first. A searing flash illuminated the battlefield, and before Zhao Hao stood his full reserve army summoned in its entirety. Advance. His forces unleashed cataclysmic fury upon the infestation. Fireballs, arrows, and explosives rained down in unison, igniting the air with roaring conflagrations. Within moments, not a single living insect remained. Fewer than 50,000 mutated dogs survived, and Zhao Hao recalled most of his cards, retaining only the giant and a few airborne units. Now we advance. They reformed their ranks and charged the remaining feral dogs. Woof! Woof! Hold the line. Protect your elder brother. The surviving dogs launched suicidal charges, while the dog sovereign itself turned tail, desperate to flee. Like zombies, high-tier mutated beasts had evolved sentience, and with it the instinct to preserve their own lives rather than die needlessly. Trying to run. I've had my eyes on you all along. Undead legion surround and slay it. 9 spectral undead, tiny wings fluttering, pursued the 5th-ranked dog sovereign without pause. No matter how fast it fled, the undead drew nearer. until within seconds the dog's sovereign was encircled. After barely a dozen heartbeats, it collapsed motionless. The undead extracted its beast core and delivered it to Zhao Hao, then rejoined the slaughter of the remaining dogs. Half an hour later, the last mutated dog lay dead, the ground soaked in blood, forming shallow crimson lakes that shimmered faintly in the wind. Any casualties? None. Brother Zhao's summons are simply overwhelming. Everyone fought confidently under their cover. Recover quickly. We move to the next location shortly. After clearing the battlefield and resting briefly, the group resumed their westward march. Since Zhao Hao's camp lay east of Longqing, they had no choice but to advance steadily westward, only to soon encounter a massive herd of goats and sheep blocking the road. This was precisely the second blazing red marker flashing insistently on the map inside Zhao Hao's mind. Tread carefully. I sense something uncanny about this flock. Really, to me they seem utterly docile. System, scan all life forms within 5 kilometers. Scanning. Please wait. Total life forms detected 320000. Refer to the map for precise distribution. Zhao Hao glanced at the mental map and involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. The sheep before him were merely bait. Concealed nearby were over 100,000 zombies and countless insects, so densely clustered that the crimson markers made his head reel. Thank the heavens we didn't rush in. That would have been a 1,000-mile journey delivering our heads on a silver platter. Balloon troops, bomb those buildings. Both sides, flatten them. A tiny skeleton clambered into a balloon clutching a bomb and drifted unsteadily toward the mutated flock before dropping a single explosive onto a 6-story building. Boom. The structure collapsed instantly, exposing hordes of zombies beneath who were then obliterated by follow-up bombs before even a single guttural moan could escape their throats. As adjacent buildings crumbled one after another, the crimson markers on the map dwindled steadily. There must be a major entity hiding here, one capable of ambush tactics. The zombie's evolutionary pace is more alarming than I'd feared. Warning: third evolution commences in 3 days. Continue advancing with resolve. 3 days. So the zombie darlings are leveling up again, and so are the mutated beasts and those wretched insects. Balloon troops reduced every building near the flock to rubble, so much so that the devastation resembled war-torn Syria. Zhao Hao checked the map again. Numbers had dropped significantly. Perhaps 10,000 remained. He prepared to engage. I'll draw their attention first. You follow up shortly. Understood. As always, Zhao Hao surged forward, unleashing full firepower directly into the flock. Bah! Bah! Humans, kill them! The herd charged en masse. Mountain goats lowered massive horns aiming to impale Zhao Hao and his summoned beings. Even the smaller horned sheep barreled forward with terrifying ferocity. Excellent. Giant, shield me. Pikemen, hold your ground. All heavy units, form the front line. There was no alternative. 10,000 charging mutated sheep possessed catastrophic destructive force. Behind them, mages, archers, and bomber units poured relentless barrages into the flock. Zhao Hao darted between the giant's legs and the pikemen's shield, landing swift, precise strikes. Necessary, for though individually weak, the sheep swarmed in overwhelming numbers, eyes bloodshot and feral. Under the relentless onslaught of his summoned forces, the flock rapidly diminished, falling below the 10,000 threshold and shrinking still faster. Bah! At that cry, the sheep erupted into frenzied violence, intensifying their assault tenfold. Ah! Can't contain yourself any longer. Let's see what monster you truly are. Zhao Hao betrayed no alarm, instead summoning the rest of his team forward to join the fray, deliberately exposing his own back to the enemy. SSSSSSS. A strange, chilling sound echoed. Then, less than 100 meters behind them, serpents emerged in droves, multicolored, yet unified by one trait. Each was monstrously long and thick. The snake swarm advanced with terrifying speed, closing in on the rear-line support units. Fangs gaped wide, poised to strike skulls, when an arrow flashed forth, detonating a serpent's head midair, leaving only its writhing, headless body thrashing upon the ground. Leave the snakes to me. Focus entirely on the little lambs. I'll have some fun with these jump ropes. Sword in hand, Zhao Hao advanced, flanked by barbarian warriors with undead and aerial constructs circling overhead, while all other units continued slaughtering the flock. This challenge won't be trivial. Strike carefully. Serpent flesh is extraordinarily nourishing. The barbarians grunted acknowledgement, never slackening their lethal rhythm. Zhao Hao cut through serpents while scanning the swarm's rear. Holy hell, is that thing that big? It rivals the colossal elephant. Before him rose a towering, upright black cobra, its hood fully expanded, jaws agape, twin fangs gleaming with deadly frost, and vertical pupils fixed unblinkingly upon Zhao Hao. SSSSS. I feel death's gaze upon me. No room for recklessness. If I falter, this ends badly. Standing erect, the cobra soared over 10 meters high, 30 meters long, 4 to 5 meters thick, a 6th-rank behemoth. SSSSS. Its forked tongue flicked out, and the entire serpent horde erupted into violent frenzy. This one's utterly treacherous. Its underlings are legion. Zhao Hao stood drenched in serpent blood aura thick with slaughter, having slain countless serpents already, when suddenly the colossal cobra moved. A stream of pale yellow liquid shot from the giant serpent's maw hurtling straight toward Zhao Hao. Damn, it spits venom. Zhao Hao lunged sideways, narrowly evading the venomous spray. The barbarians remained unscathed, but where the toxin struck the ground, white froth instantly bubbled forth, a grim testament to its lethal potency. I'll claim your fangs, and your venom too. Seeing Zhao Hao dodge its attack, the serpent coiled its massive body and surged forward, closing in on him. Zhao Hao carved his way through thick, barrel-sized serpents as he advanced steadily toward the colossal beast. Man and serpent met face-to-face. Then the serpent reared wide its jaws and struck. Zhao Hao rolled like a wild donkey, escaping the stinking maw just in time. He slashed hard at the serpent's scales. Sparks exploded upon impact. This blade can't pierce its hide. Time to switch weapons. The serpent whirled its head and struck again. Zhao Hao dodged once more. Though immense in size, the beast moved with startling speed, forcing him into a desperate, graceless evasion. For a tense moment, man and serpent locked into a grueling stalemate, while smaller serpents launched death coils against the barbarians, attempting to crush them in constricting embraces. In response came merciless iron blades, heads severed cleanly. Then the next coil met the same fate. Up! Zhang Ji cried out in pain. Crushed beneath a monstrous ram, he braced his weapon against the beast's skull, straining to keep its massive horns from goring him, all while dodging thunderous hoof strikes. He was now in grave peril. His comrades were likewise entangled by the ram horde. No aid could reach him. Even the support team behind him frantically unleashed their abilities upon the ram, yet their attacks merely glanced off its hide. The beast ignored them, entirely fixated solely on killing the human pinned beneath it. Earlier, Zhang Ji's fireball had struck the ram's most vulnerable spot, explaining why this third-tier beast now hunted him with such furious, single-minded rage. Zhao Hao instinctively glanced toward Zhang Ji, yet the moment he turned his head, he knew disaster loomed. As he feared, the serpent seized the opening. Jaws flaring wide, it swallowed Zhao Hao whole in one swift, terrible motion. Hic! Satisfying, though utterly tasteless. Chief! Chief! Chaos erupted among the ranks, until Wang Hu and several others stepped forward, commanding silence. Steady yourselves. The chief is not dead. Look, his summoned allies still stand unharmed. Calm restored, the warriors renewed their assault on the rams. The beast's charge had lost momentum. Exhausted and faltering, they fell under intensified, coordinated blows. Inside the serpent's belly, Zhao Hao stood amid undigested remains, mostly skeletal fragments of rams intermingled with other unidentifiable bones, questioning the very nature of reality. Gastric acid enveloped him. At first he felt nothing, but as minutes passed, a creeping dread settled in. He was being slowly dissolved. So this is how I perish, swallowed whole. Unacceptable. Even my aunt would protest this. Zhao Hao slashed wildly at the soft inner walls. Unlike steel on scale, no sparks flew. Only shallow gashes opened where his blade bit deep. Ugh, what kind of junk blade is this? Titanium alloy. Huh. Old Wang's rusted kitchen knife would outperform this piece of trash. You've used that freebie for ages, and still complain. Can it be upgraded? Yes, if materials are gathered. Its scales are excellent. Once I have them, and all required components, I can enhance your weapon. Fine. Zhao Hao sheathed his steel blade and drew the Qishao sword. A thrust pierced the gastric wall, carving a wound the size of a bowl, still trivial against the serpent's colossal frame. Meanwhile, the serpent, having swallowed Zhao Hao, turned its fury upon the giant. But the giant's raw strength proved formidable. The serpent gained no advantage. Even its venom only reddened the giant's skin, leaving the serpent frustrated, locked in an exhausting duel. Seizing the giant's distraction as it crushed smaller serpents, the serpent struck like lightning, coiling around the giant in a deadly embrace. Its crushing force tightened relentlessly. Though the giant strained, he could not break free. The serpent's great eyes gleamed with something disturbingly akin to triumph. Just as the serpent prepared to bite the giant's skull, sharp, rhythmic pains erupted from its stomach, halting its assault. Its entire body convulsed violently, nearly allowing the giant to wrench himself free. Gritting through the agony, the serpent held fast, yet the pain escalated beyond endurance. With a final shudder, it released the giant and bolted back into the serpent swarm. Inside, Zhao Hao wielded the Qishao sword with relentless fervor. Sweat drenched his brow, his grin fierce and unyielding. Let's see how long you last. Die, you wretched beast. Now blood, not just gastric fluid, poured from the lacerated walls, staining the acidic pool crimson. The serpent's stomach had become a sieve. On the ground, it writhed uncontrollably, curling into tight knots then thrashing wildly, crushing countless lesser serpents beneath its spasming mass. At last, sated with vengeance, Zhao Hao leapt upward, bursting through the torn gastric wall, then tearing clear through the serpent's flesh itself. Nothing compares to fresh air. Though its belly gaped with a grievous wound, the serpent clung fiercely to life, shaking not from mortal injury, but sheer unbearable pain. Giant, get to work. Tonight's feast serpent hot pot. After crushing several smaller serpents, the giant launched himself skyward, landing beside the serpent and unleashing a barrage of devastating blows. The serpent raged in turn, biting wildly, spraying torrents of venom. Zhao Hao gripped the Qishao sword and vaulted onto the giant's shoulder, then leapt onto the serpent's head. He drove his blade hard into the armored scales atop its skull. Sparks flared. Though the defense held firm, the strike left a visible dent, far superior to his earlier steel blade. Zhao Hao stabbed repeatedly at that single dent. Sensing mortal danger, the serpent thrashed its head violently, desperate to dislodge him. Zhao Hao clung tenaciously to the scales, refusing to be thrown. Seizing the opening, the giant hammered his fist directly into the wound, sending shockwaves of agony through the serpent, twisting its body and lashing its tail, blindly crushing innocent serpents in its torment. Smaller serpents, Zhao Hao scrambled upright and resumed his assault, until after relentless effort the crown scale finally peeled upward, revealing tender flesh beneath. He raised the Qishao sword and plunged it deep, blade vanishing into the serpent's skull. Instantly the beast froze, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a vast cloud of dust. Phew, this one was truly a trial to bring down. With their leader fallen, the remaining serpents and rams descended into chaos, scattering in panic. Zhao Hao's forces pursued them relentlessly, cutting down most, but some fled too swiftly to catch, and he let them go. Zhao Hao summoned Pika and instructed her to harvest the serpent scales and process the carcass. She cast him a mournful glance before reluctantly taking up her blade and beginning the grim task. Zhao Hao called over Wang Hu for a report. Any casualties? Yes, and many. Over 100 lightly wounded, 58 dead. No serious injuries. Record every fallen name. Their sacrifice must not be forgotten. This debt shall be exacted from the mutated beasts. Understood. I'll ensure everyone recovers swiftly. Zhao Hao nodded and went to inspect Pika's progress. At the serpent's side, he found the scales neatly stacked and the body expertly butchered into uniform cuts of meat. Excellent. Truly outstanding, Pika. I adore you. Ignoring her flustered blush, Zhao Hao stored the scales in his system space and placed the serpent meat and fangs into his personal inventory. The venom was sealed safely within his system space. He lacked suitable containment vessels. After a brief rest, the group buried their dead and continued marching westward. Over the next day, Zhao Hao led the group in eliminating the remaining 3 high-threat zones in the northern sector of Longqing. They were now returning to base. Tomorrow, assemble all high-tier combatants from camp. We'll clear every red zone within a few days, then move against Zhou Mi. Wei Wei, are you tired? Not at all. I found these past 2 days incredibly exhilarating. That's good. I was worried you might not adapt easily. Chatting idly, the group strolled back to camp at a leisurely pace. Zhao Hao headed straight to the warehouse and emptied most of the corpse essences and beast cores collected over the past 2 days, retaining only the highest grade ones. The warehouse swelled to capacity once again. Zhao Hao sighed in quiet resignation. He then returned to Zhou Qing's villa and located her inside. Jia, we need another warehouse, larger than the last. Current storage capacity is simply insufficient. Absolutely. We feel more secure when the warehouse overflows. You truly are a treasure trove of a boy. Jia, please stop teasing me. Haha, I'm off to find Wei Wei. Zhao Hao bolted away, leaving behind only a flustered, retreating silhouette. Brat, I only wanted to devour you. I wonder why you're running so fast. Zhou Qing herself felt bewildered, though she had long held deep aversion toward men. Zhao Hao stirred no such revulsion. Only unexpected warmth, even affection. Having fled the villa, Zhao Hao did not seek out by Wei Wei, but instead sought Wang Xian. Wang Xian, the warehouse, is overflowing with corpse essences and beast cores. Distribute them immediately, how everyone must absorb as much as possible. A major shift is imminent in 2 days. Are the zombies and mutated beasts about to evolve again? Yes. Only by maintaining our level advantage can we barely sustain survival. Cultivation must never cease. Understood. I'll arrange it at once. Wang Xian dashed off, rallying personnel with urgent energy. Zhao Hao shook his head. Back at camp, he felt profoundly listless. Slaughter beyond the walls suits me far better. He ambled along with hands clasped behind his back, resembling an elderly man out for a stroll, lacking only a birdcage and a thermos flask. Greetings, Chief. Greetings, Chief. Every camp member he passed offered respectful salutations, and Zhao Hao responded warmly in turn. After several aimless circuits, boredom overwhelmed him, and he returned to the villa to find Bai Weiwei. Entering the villa, Zhao Hao exhaled in quiet relief upon finding Zhou Qing absent, and made straight for his own room. As he opened the door, he found Bai Weiwei exactly as expected, curled beneath the covers, sleeping soundly. This lazy pig. Why does she love sleeping so much? No matter. She hasn't rested properly these past days. Let her sleep a while longer. Gently stroking her cheek, Zhao Hao lay beside her and drifted into slumber. In his dream, he beheaded Zhou Mi and ruthlessly slew Gao Xian. A faint smile curled across his lips, the joy unmistakable. Beside him, Bai Weiwei drooled slightly, her lips smacking softly in sleep, perhaps savoring some delicious feast in her dreams. Their peaceful reverie lasted only briefly before Zhou Qing roused them. After a light meal, the two returned to the villa. Zhao Hao handed Bai Weiwei the beast core from the colossal serpent. His plan was clear: elevate his beloved to full strength, stabilizing her replication ability and eliminating countless complications. Weiwei, ascend to tier 4 today. Give it your all. Yes. Bai Weiwei settled cross-legged, cradling the serpent's beast core. Pure, potent energy streamed forth in rhythmic waves drawn steadily into her being. Zhao Hao seated himself nearby and connected with the system. Initiate reward settlement. Ding. Confirmed kills 1. 38 million tier 2 mutated beasts, including insects 1. 25 million tier 2 zombies, 170 tier 3 mutated beasts, tier 3 zombies, 143 tier 4 mutated beasts, 211 tier 4 zombies, 20 tier 5 mutated beasts, 35 tier 5 zombies, and 1 tier 6 mutated beast. Rewards acquired: 13487 common chests, 13448 rare chests, 134 epic chests, and 13 legendary chests. Current spatial capacity, 1752 cubic meters. Heh. Am I truly destined for ecstasy? So many chests. I think I've stumbled upon a glitch. Those who understand, understand. Team-based mass elimination. Deploy the Undead Legion to maximum capacity, 786 firework artillerymen, for festive ambience during downtime. 305 undead, 700 elite barbarians, 700 skeleton dragons, 600 bats, 750 knights, remainder filled with goblin gangs. 750 wizards, 127 goblin huts, 150 Valkyries, remainder allocated to barbarian siege rams. 11 axesmiths, 14 goblin drills, 10 copies each of all currently owned epic cards, 16 dark princes, 16 princes, 16 cannon carts, and 11 mirror spells. 1 grandmother witch, 1 sharpshooter archer, 1 electromagnetic cannon, 6 royal ghosts, 2 princesses, and 2 super knights. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first fully upgraded card, Undead Legion. Continue striving. Congratulations on obtaining level 9 firework artillerymen, undead upgraded to level 8, elite barbarians to level 9, skeleton dragons to level 9, bats to level 9, knights to level 9, and new card unlocked goblin gang level 890. 5 completion. Wizards upgraded to level 11, goblin huts to level 9, Valkyries to level 9, and new card unlocked barbarian siege ram level 767. 5 completion. Boulder throwers, balloon troops, witches axesmiths, baby dragons, goblin drills, princes, dark princes, and cannon carts all upgraded to level 9. New card unlocked mirror spell level 850 completion. 13 legendary chests open, grandmother witch, sharpshooter archer, and electromagnetic cannon all upgraded to level 10, and new cards unlocked princess level 10, super knight level 10, royal ghost level 11. Additional rewards: full upgrade materials for the tank, 13 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan now stands at 19 years. Ah, blissful relief. No longer must I fear premature death. Yet, this haul yielded nothing extraordinary, only upgrade materials. Surely not. Zhao Hao grimaced as he examined the materials, then gasped, holy, this is insane. You're literally killing me with coolness. Reading the item descriptions, he nearly leapt onto the rooftop in elation. These materials would transform the tank stored within Zhao Hao's spatial realm into a sentient, shape-shifting mech, its combat power rivaling that of his own level 13 cards. A formidable trump card, best kept hidden for now. Still, with my current card tiers, sweeping launching should be effortless. Shaking his head, Zhao Hao withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Bai Weiwei had just finished absorbing the beast core and ascended successfully to tier 4, gazing up at him with wide luminous eyes. Weiwei, how did it go? Did you ascend? Yes, I feel extraordinarily powerful now. Excellent. Let's go eat. Hand in hand, they joined the others for a shared meal. Zhao Hao announced that tomorrow's expedition would deploy the camp's elite combat force. He felt no anxiety about camp security. 3 defensive towers perfectly sealed the sole approach route into Rosehaven, and the remaining defenders were far from idle. All return and rest well. Tomorrow morning gather at dawn. I will select personnel for the sortie. Yes, sir. The members dispersed to their quarters. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei returned to the villa to sleep. Above the moon glowed crimson, a silent omen perhaps of the relentless evolution unfolding among zombies and mutated beasts. Early the next morning, the open ground was packed with people. Roughly 3,000 survivors remained at Rose Camp, all now gathered here. Now that everyone has assembled, I'll share something important before selecting personnel. In 2 days' time, all zombies, mutated beasts, and sentient plants will ascend to Tier 3. Are you prepared? Yes, we're ready. Excellent. Raise your hand if your ability has reached Tier 3 or higher. Instantly, nearly everyone except the ordinary unevolved raised their hands. Very well, I shall now begin selection. As before, we require 1,000 individuals. Wang who choose 200 from the front ranks, Zhang, Zhizhang Chun, and the rest. You select 700 for offensive roles. Those suited for support may volunteer freely. Within moments, the 1,000-strong formation stood assembled. Zhao Hao issued a few final instructions, then led them out. System activate. Same protocol as always. Detected 58 survivor encampments, 99 clusters of zombies, mutated beasts, and hostile flora. On the map unfolding in Zhao Hao's mind, red dots marked threats, yellow ones safe havens. Zhao Hao and his group set off directly toward the nearest red dot. The sole path to enhancing one's abilities lay in absorbing beast cores or zombie essences. Though various camps dispatched specialized squads to gather these resources, constraints on manpower and weaponry deterred any from confronting large hordes. Most survived only by hunting stragglers or small packs. Back with Zhao Hao, the map revealed only 7 major red clusters across southern Longqing. The rest were minor. He resolved to eliminate the smaller ones first, then confront the largest. For several days thereafter, the group waged relentless slaughter. Countless zombies and mutated beasts fell beneath their blades. Every survivor wore blood-streaked, foul-smelling garments, yet such grim familiarity had long since hardened into routine. By November, temperatures had plummeted far below freezing. Most wore cloaks and coats fashioned from mutated beast pelts. Down jackets or thick cotton coats were rare luxuries. Though zombies and mutated beasts had ascended to Tier 3 days earlier, they posed little threat. Zhao Hao's presence rendered them negligible. Zhao Hao sat beside a crackling fire clad in a padded cotton coat, studying the shifting map within his mind. We've nearly eradicated the minor clusters. I see no reason to linger among them further. Tomorrow we turn our attention to the major ones. Though these yellow markers have shifted dramatically, many have vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Zhoumi had not been idle. After Zhou Zemin seized control of the official government camp, the two leveraged its manpower and resources to subjugate and purge numerous other encampments, large and small alike. That explained the drastic reduction in yellow markers. Zhao Hao unrolled his sleeping bag and slipped inside. The group sheltered in an office tower. The zombies within had been slaughtered earlier by Wang Hu and his men. Only sentries remained awake. The rest slept soundly. At dawn, they departed once more, heading straight for the nearest major infestation zone. 2 more days passed. Of the remaining 7 major red clusters, Zhao Hao's group eliminated 5. They abandoned the last 2, not out of fear, but pragmatism. The distances were too vast, the effort too wasteful. Zhao Hao's party turned homeward. Hours later, they arrived at camp, only to find signs of recent combat along the perimeter. Weapons drawn, they rushed inward. Zhao Hao surged ahead, entering first, and exhaled in quiet relief upon seeing the familiar faces unchanged and unharmed. Old Yang, what happened here? Chief, nothing serious. Just a band of fools who dared approach our gates yesterday. I led the brothers and wiped them out. Then all is well. Carry on. Zhao Hao and the others entered the camp. He sought out Zhou Qing. Sister Qing, we're back. Glad you're home. Will you depart again? Tomorrow, we go for vengeance. Many must join us, and many may fall. I'll brief them shortly. It's personal after all. Foolish brother, your cause is ours. We stand with you without condition. By the way, Sister Qing, Old Yang mentioned intruders yesterday. Indeed, nearly 300. My team slaughtered them to the last. Well done. All who invade shall perish. First we dominate Longqing, then the western province, then Xiaobei, and ultimately, this entire planet. I'll always stand beside you, brother. Rest now. You have vengeance to fulfill tomorrow. Then I'll retire for the night. Zhao Hao returned to his quarters. Bai Weiwei already sat waiting on the bed. They exchanged warm smiles before lying down together. Weiwei, I leave for vengeance tomorrow. Will you come with me? Where you go, I follow. I'll fight beside you. Any who dare harm my man shall die. My foolish girl, tomorrow I'll rely on you utterly. Cling tightly to those glorious legs, and ascend with me to the pinnacle of life. You're incorrigible. Even with your strength, you still cling to my leg. Heh, it's not just your legs I adore. Zhao Hao swept her into his arms. Their lips met, and did not part until Bai Weiwei breathless gently pushed him away. My foolish girl, soon I'll give you a wedding worthy of poetry, a radiant beginning to our shared happiness. Ow, I ache for it already. I'm burning up. I can't bear it. Zhao Hao withdrew his hand from where it rested, smoothed her clothes, and held her close until both settled into calm slumber. Yet Bai Weiwei lay awake long after, her maiden heart trembling under such fierce, unfamiliar ardor, until exhaustion finally drew her into deep sleep. Zhao Hao, having indulged himself just enough, cradled her contentedly and drifted swiftly into rest. Dawn broke. He gathered the camp. Brothers, sisters, I Zhao Hao march today for vengeance. Our foe is formidable. Many may fall. Who among you will stand with me? Third brother, you cannot face Zhoumi alone. How dare you leave us behind? Precisely. Let others hesitate. We brothers stand united now and always. Chief, do not forget me, Wang Hu. Zhoumi and I share blood debt. I owe my elder brother justice. A chorus of voices rose, eager, resolute, until Zhao Hao raised a hand and silence fell. I am deeply honored and profoundly grateful for your trust. So let me thank you now in advance. He bowed deeply before them, then spoke again. This mission requires only 200 elite fighters focused on offense. Zhang Ji, Jiao Bing, Wang Hu, you each select your own teams. I seek heroes, those who dare stake their lives. They moved swiftly, choosing 50 frontline warriors, 140 damage dealers, and only 10 support specialists. Zhao Hao could have slain Zhoumi alone, but revealing one's ultimate trump card too soon invites peril. Thus, this expedition unfolded as a collective endeavor. March. Zhao Hao strode forward, Bai Weiwei at his side, 200 loyal souls following, toward the largest yellow marker glowing on his mental map. It took the group over 2 hours to reach their destination, the official camp. The official camp had drastically changed. Under Zhou Zemin's rule, it had become a place of despair and suffering, driving many to attempt escape. Yet Zhou Zemin denied them any chance, fortifying every exit with ruthless vigilance, trapping all within. Uprisings erupted frequently, only to be crushed swiftly, plunging the camp into perpetual dread. Systems scanned the official camp's population and combat strength, and consuming 100 corpse essence. Query in progress. Please wait. Current population 180000. Esper count 20000. Conventional weaponry numerous. Detailed data available on map. In Zhao Hao's mental map shifted instantly, from launching city to a precise topographic layout of the official camp. Tisk tisk tsk. Zhou Zemin truly outdid himself. Every exit bristles with heavy garrisons, machine gun emplacements dominate high ground, and snipers occupy every vantage point. They're practically ready to barricade the gates with tanks. Zhao Hao surmised that Zhou Zemin, fearing assassination, had layered defenses upon defenses, yet these could only deter ordinary espers and civilians. Stopping him? Utterly impossible. I'll neutralize the heavy weapons first. You follow my lead. Weiwei, stay with them. I'm going in now. Alone and silent, Zhao Hao slipped toward a sparsely guarded section of the perimeter wall and scaled it. At the base of the wall, patrolling soldiers paced above. Zhao Hao summoned 2 archers. Identical twin women materialized before him. You too. Await my command, then bring down those sentries. Understood. Understood. You even understand English. Impressive. Zhao Hao murmured appreciatively, then drew the Qi Shao blade, and his entire bearing transformed. Go. The twin archers drew and loosed in flawless unison. Dozens of arrows streaked upward. The patrol squad toppled from the wall like raindrops into boiling water. Zhao Hao vaulted over the 6-meter-high wall without effort. The commotion instantly drew the attention of nearby soldiers and espers. Enemy incursion. In from all directions, figures converged upon Zhao Hao, who stood motionless watching them gather. Some might ask, why not simply charge in? Why this theatrical pause? But shattering an enemy's resolve in a single devastating stroke. Surely that is far more exquisite. Within moments, hundreds arrived, nearly every available soldier and esper from the vicinity, with more streaming in from afar. So many. Then I shall show no mercy. Zhao Hao retrieved a mask from his spatial storage and fastened it over his face. A hastily crafted pink Peppa Pig mask. Its absurdly cheerful design and rosy hue triggered stifled laughter below. What utter nonsense. Is that Peppa Pig? You may be Peppa Pig, but today you die here. Absurd. Are we under siege by political satire now? Who gave you the audacity, George? Most scoffed at Zhao Hao atop the wall, yet a handful stared frozen. These were the very men who'd pursued him before, and fled broken when he turned. Though masked, that presence was unmistakable. We're doomed. Can I still run? Running is never too late. And they exchanged glances and bolted. And the others jeered, calling them cowards and fools, mockery ringing through the air. So there are wise ones among you. Then, have you prepared yourselves, and prepared for what? Brothers, take him down. A squad leader stepped forward barking orders, commanding the assault. Bullets screamed toward Zhao Hao. He leapt from the wall, evading the volley, then landed amid the ranks, Qi Shao flashing as he charged inward. Hold formation, shoot him dead, and how tiresome you are. And Zhao Hao summoned the royal phantom, tasking it to eliminate the squad leader cowering at the rear. The phantom melted into the crowd, gliding unseen toward its target. And meanwhile, Zhao Hao carved through the ranks. Each strike fatal, each bullet evaded. Friendly fire claimed, many chaos bloomed. Cease fire, draw cold steel, end blades unsheathed. They closed in blades raised. And excellent. Let us fight. Zhao Hao fought like a tempest. Limbs flew, blood drenched the earth crimson. Soldier after soldier fell. His Taiji swordsmanship honed under Master Wang Bo made him untouchable among those who swung wildly, untrained, unskilled. Soon the initial besiegers lay slaughtered, bodies piled like hills. To prevent reanimation, Zhao Hao decapitated nearly every corpse. The rest were reduced to mangled flesh. A blade suits me better, clean, decisive. This sword, too restrictive, only thrusting, slicing. Drenched in blood, Zhao Hao strode forth. Qi Shao held high, toward Zhou Zemin's stronghold. The survivors dared not attack again, merely trailed him from afar, awestruck and terrified by the pink-masked demon. Zhao Hao darted behind a building. Sniper, ranger, eliminate him. And he summoned the ranger, who loosed a single arrow skyward, blowing the sniper's head apart. The royal phantom, having slain the squad leader, had vanished. Zhao Hao sensed it had already massacred an entire exit guard detail, then drifted onward to another. The 200 followers, and by Wei, scaled the same wall using ropes. Their Tier 3 Esper physiques lacked the strength to vault it unaided. Under Wang Hu's command, they split into 10 squads and advanced stealthily into the camp's heart. Zhao Hao noted blue dots entering the camp on his mental map by Wei's team. He ignored them, pressing forward alone. He hadn't gone far when a thunderous rumble shook the ground. Tanks, and he was correct. 5 armored vehicles rolled forward in formation, flanked by thousands of troops. Zhao Hao ascended to the 6th floor, where dust clouds churned ahead and 5 tanks bore down upon him. Tanks. They looked like toys. This was no bravado. To a giant, tanks were mere playthings, especially now as the giant's ascension had further magnified its colossal form. Zhao Hao summoned both the giant and the royal giant, 2 titans each over a dozen meters tall, standing flank to flank beside his building, nearly level with him. Go, shatter them. Flatten them. And the giant lunged forward, arms wide, while the royal giant leveled its cannon at the lead tank. Boom! None tank exploded into scrap metal. Shrapnel and concussive force felled many soldiers behind it, killing some, maiming others. The giant charged onward. The commander ordered tank fire, but armor-piercing rounds struck its hide and left only faint white marks. Its hide remained unbroken. What is this abomination? Even mutated beasts aren't this monstrous. The commander froze in disbelief, just as the giant seized a tank and hurled it backward into the ranks. Dozens were crushed beneath its weight. Miraculously, the tank did not detonate, though its crew perished. One by one, the giant flung 3 more tanks, while the royal giant obliterated the last. The remaining soldiers broke, abandoning rifles, fleeing for their lives. That's it. Zhao Hao strolled calmly behind the giants, leveling all resistance. Those who raised arms against him fell either to the ranger's arrows or the royal giant's cannon fire. Soon he reached Zhou Zemin's stronghold, where tens of thousands had massed. Fully 80% of the camp's espers stood there, flanked by heavily armed soldiers. Zhou Zemin had promised lavish rewards, and already dispatched messengers to summon Zhou Mi. Meanwhile, Master Wang Bo raced toward the battlefield with reinforcements. Zhao Hao gazed upon the assembled host, fully armed, countless, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. He stepped forward and declared, voice ringing clear, I am Peppa Pig. Today I seek no innocent blood, only Zhou Zemin. Leave now and live. Hesitate, and I shall show no mercy. Soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. A few, unwilling to die for Zhou Zemin, lowered their weapons, preparing to depart. Bang, 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 gunfire cut them down mid-step. Who dares leave now? An officer strode forward, roaring defiance. Those torn between fear and duty dared not move. To flee meant certain death. Perhaps survival still lingered in fighting together against Zhao Hao. Yet their hope collapsed. Zhao Hao spared no mercy to those who raised hands against him. So you've chosen. Then let battle begin. Peppa Pig gripped Qi Shao. The giant surged forward. The royal giant's cannon pivoted, locking onto the officer. War ignited. Boom! Dozens of tanks fired in unison. Shell bursts halted the giant's advance momentarily, but inflicted no wound. The ranger hunted only snipers, ignoring all else. And the royal giant fired upon the officer, who rolled aside just in time, then resumed commanding the assault. Zhao Hao, pinned by the barrage, took cover behind the royal giant's leg. And damn it, they've stockpiled munitions like mad. Will they sacrifice everything to kill me? Zhou Zemin, I'll seize you soon, and make your death unforgettable. In fury clenched his jaw. He prepared alternate cards. His current roster couldn't breach the line. He recalled the Phantom. These legendary cards proved unreliable, possessing wills of their own. Few obeyed unquestioningly. It was maddening. All emerged and light flared. The fire mage and 2 archers appeared behind the royal giant. Beside it stood Pikachu Superman, behind whom stood the firework artillerist and the little princess. These were Zhao Hao's sole long-range assets, their range the only one capable of striking the enemy. In attack, and the giant's body blackened under tank fire, but it kept straining forward, albeit slowly. The royal giant and Pikachu Superman shielded the ranged units behind them. The royal giant fired sporadically. Pikachu Superman merely held his blade aloft, absorbing blows. Pikachu Superman, you summoned me just to take hits, and I can't even move. Humph. And fireballs and princess arrows interlaced with standard arrows howled toward the enemy lines. Though many projectiles were intercepted by espers, those with reinforced bodies could block only once, since the impact killed them instantly. Casualties mounted relentlessly. Each shot from the firework artillerist hurled him backward with brutal recoil, yet its blast radius was immense. Damage dispersed, but the psychological torment was unmatched. Zhao Hao knew delay was fatal. Reinforcements would arrive soon. Though he feared no foe, complications multiplied with every passing minute. Ranger, lend me your weapon. The divine archer glanced at Zhao Hao, then handed over his bow. Weaponless, the ranger settled behind the front line, watching the battle unfold with serene indifference. Ah, this fellow, truly summoned a master. Zhao Hao ignored the remark, drawing the bow. No arrows needed, tension alone generated radiant energy bolts, laser-like, precise, breathtakingly elegant. Bolt after bolt tore across the field, Zhao Hao and his legion whittling down the enemy's fighting strength. Victory tilted, irrevocably, toward him. Advance, on my command. The 2 giants and Pikachu Superman surged forward, bullets and shells bouncing harmlessly off their forms. They'd held back earlier, to shield Zhao Hao. Hold the line. Reinforcements arrive shortly, and we're out of ammo. Exhausted. We need rest. I'll absorb corpse essence first. Hey, old Wong, no slacking. Back to battle, and no more. I must lie down. That Titan is unbreakable. Such exchanges echoed across the battlefield. Casualties surpassed half their number. Tank shells dwindled, RPGs and mortars exhausted long ago. Once tank fire ceased, defeat became inevitable. As for the espers, their powers scraped harmlessly against the giant's hides, like insects buzzing at stone. One almost expected them to roar, "Challenge me, if you dare." Soon every tank lay inert, barrels empty. Soldiers resorted to grenades. The giants and Pikachu Superman charged anew, determined to crush the ants daring to strike them. From the enemy's perspective, 3 titans, over a dozen meters tall, raged toward them. Above, fireballs, rockets, and fireworks rained down. A man wore a Peppa Pig mask and laughed wild and unrestrained, bows singing as he loosed bolt after bolt. Behind him crouched a silver-haired figure cloaked in flowing darkness. Hey, sitting there is appropriate. We're in combat. Divine archer, blame me. Soldiers and espers trembled, not from cold, but sheer terror. Courage had evaporated. Run, and no one knew who shouted. But the floodgates burst. Panic scattered them in all directions. The officers' commands dissolved into silence. They were no fools. Dying for a wretch like Zhou Zemin held no honor. So they fled faster than ever before, wishing fate had granted them extra limbs to outrun doom. Boom! Na cannon blast silenced the officer, reducing him to pulp. Zhao Hao switched back to Qi Xiao and began carving down the fleeing ranks. He deployed every card, leaving only enough to surround Zhou Zemin's tower. The rest fanned out, hunting, cornering, slaughtering the desperate. Peppa Pig descended into slaughter, like a tiger among sheep. Heads rolled. Killing the demoralized was no harder than culling chickens or dogs. Soon the fugitives were nearly eradicated. Zhao Hao stood knee-deep in corpses. Blood soaked his garments, thick and coppery in the air, yet his face remained impassive. After dispatching a few reanimated corpses, he approached the tower. Zhou Zemin, watching from above, had turned ashen, knowing the moment Zhao Hao began the purge that his end had come. Damn it, where are me Earth's envoys? Is heaven itself condemning me? And congratulations, you guessed correctly. Wearing the Peppa Pig mask, Zhao Hao kicked open the door and stepped inside. Zhao Hao removed the mask from his face and stowed it away in his spatial storage. Zhou Zemin, startled by Zhao Hao's sudden intrusion, stood frozen, his trembling legs betraying profound terror. Zhao? Zhao Hao. It was Zhou Mi who wanted to kill you. I was dragged step by step into this abyss by him. Please spare my life. Oh, so it's all Zhou Mi's fault. Then indeed you bear no blame whatsoever. Very well, I forgive you. You may go. Thank you. Thank you. Zhao Hao, you truly are a man of great virtue. Zhou Zimin bowed his head and slowly edged toward the door. As he passed Zhao Hao, he suddenly lunged. Die. He snapped his head up, raised his right hand, concealed behind his back, and fired a handgun at point-blank range, emptying several rounds directly at Zhao Hao without needing to aim. Yet Zhao Hao did not collapse as Zhou Zimin had imagined. Instead, he stood motionless, watching a faint mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Impossible. Impossible. You were struck. You should have reacted. This is all an illusion, an illusion. Ha ha. Clearly Zhou Zimin's mind had fractured under the crushing weight of shock. Let me grant you release. Zhao Hao disarmed Zhou Zimin, tossed the firearm into his spatial storage, then seized him by the collar and dragged him outside. The bullets Zhou Zimin had fired struck the royal phantom instead. Though spectral in nature, the phantom possessed tangible substance. Its level 11 constitution nearly impervious even to nuclear detonations. A few pistol rounds vanished into its form like pebbles swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace. Zhao Hao hurled Zhou Zimin onto the ground. The last few shambling zombies nearby, drawn by the scent of living flesh, lurched forward on broken limbs. Zhou Zimin lay sprawled face down, shrieking incoherently. His consciousness utterly obliterated, his mind reduced to vacant ruin. Soon the crippled undead reached him and tore into his flesh with ravenous hunger. These third-tier zombies feasted voraciously while Zhao Hao stood silently beside them as though watching a grim spectacle. Popcorn and cola would have completed the scene. Zhou Zimin screamed in agony. His cries cut short as the zombies devoured him whole. His flesh and blood drained away with terrifying speed. Roar! Zhou Zimin reanimated, transformed into a zombie. He shoved aside the surrounding undead, then crawled toward Zhao Hao. The others ceased feeding and followed, dragging themselves in unison. Fascinating. I'll let you live a little longer. Zhao Hao dispatched the other zombies with swift sword strikes, then began leading the newly risen Zhou Zimin slowly toward the main gate. Most survivors remaining in the camp were ordinary civilians. Zhao Hao cared little for their fates and continued guiding Zhou Zimin onward. They soon arrived at the main gate, where soldiers and adepts stationed there had long since fled. No one remained foolish enough to await death. Shortly after, Wang Hu arrived with 200 men. Zhao Hao instructed them to prepare. Battle was imminent. As for the tiny zombie Zhou Zimin, he had already been bound and suspended from the wall, still thrashing jaws, snapping futilely at those below, powerless in his base undead form. After waiting several minutes, a cloud of dust rose beyond the gate. Then a convoy of over a dozen vehicles emerged, halting 500 meters from the entrance. From them stepped a middle-aged man and a cohort of identically clad black-robed figures. It was Uncle Wang, accompanied by the first squad of the shadow team. Him again. Should I crush him outright, or toy with him first? How vexing. Zhao Hao advanced outward with his followers. Zhao Hao, I hadn't expected you'd breach the official camp. Official camp? That title vanished the moment Zhou Zimin seized power. I merely act as heaven's instrument. Humph. Words mean nothing. Only strength decides truth. Come. Zhao Hao donned his Peppa Pig mask once more. His soft quill armor was already layered beneath his clothes. The level 3 helmet, too conspicuous, remained unequipped for now. Both sides formed battle lines, the clash imminent. Kill. Advance. Though the shadow team fielded only 50 fighters, each had undergone Uncle Wang's personal tutelage, possessing solid martial foundations and on average 1 tier higher in ability than Zhao Hao's 200. Zhao Hao's vanguard activated their abilities and charged fearlessly, blades drawn. Their damage dealers infused weapons with energy and pressed forward alongside them, while support adepts remained at the rear, bestowing buffs and fortifications. The shadow team mirrored this structure, clear division of roles, but lacked dedicated support adepts entirely. Zhao Hao gripped the Qi Shao sword and surged straight toward Uncle Wang, the most dangerous adversary present. He intended to test the waters, to gauge whether his own forces could withstand Zhou Mi's elite squad. Die. Simultaneously, Zhao Hao and Uncle Wang unleashed Taiji's sword art, breaking away from the main fray to duel alone on the periphery. Uncle Wang held mastery in technique, but Zhao Hao's physical prowess utterly eclipsed his, rendering them evenly matched, locked in fierce, unrelenting combat. Zhao Hao's front line collided with the shadow team. Impact sent dozens flying backward. Only Wang Hu held his ground, though his face paled with strain. Are these bastards monsters? This just got complicated. Brothers, hold formation. Wang Hu directed his troops to encircle and eliminate the shadow team, but inflicted little meaningful damage. Only Bai Weiwei managed modest strikes, yet her battlefield experience was so scarce, she faltered, bewildered and ineffective. The two forces ground against each other, yet the shadow team steadily carved through Zhao Hao's ranks. Victory tilted unmistakably in their favor. How? We can't hold much longer. Zhao Hao parried Uncle Wang and glanced toward Bai Weiwei's position. 40 bodies already littered the ground. The survivors stood wounded, barely clinging to consciousness. Meanwhile, only 5 shadow team members had fallen, and few bore visible injuries. Wang, who had consolidated the remnants into a tight defensive knot while damage dealers hurled abilities at the enemy, only to see them effortlessly deflected. Perfect opportunity. Uncle Wang murmured low, seizing Zhao Hao's momentary distraction. He lunged, thrusting his blade straight for Zhao Hao's heart. Ding! His sword struck Zhao Hao's chest with a sharp hollow ring and stopped dead motionless. This, well struck. Zhao Hao's glance had been a deliberate feint, a calculated vulnerability offered to lure Uncle Wang in. Yet it carried immense risk. Had Uncle Wang aimed for the head instead, Zhao Hao would have been gravely endangered. Zhao Hao instantly drove his sword into Uncle Wang's shoulder, but no wound appeared, no blood spilled. You've activated your ability? Then keep coming. Fine young man, bold, meticulous, ruthless. Zhou cannot ascend unless you're erased. Behold, the sword. Just then, Uncle Wang had been forced to activate his intangibility ability, immune to physical damage for 10 seconds, with a full day cooldown. Yet he had no choice. Losing his shoulder would cripple his combat efficacy, so he expended the ability without hesitation. With 5 seconds remaining, Uncle Wang launched another furious assault, determined to end Zhao Hao within that narrow window. Zhao Hao retreated into rigid defense, denying him any opening. A slip, Zhao Hao faltered. Uncle Wang seized the instant, thrusting his blade toward Zhao Hao's skull. Clang. No explosion, no impact. The strike was blocked once more. Uncle Wang was nearing madness. How could this Zhao Hao be so unkillable? Zhao Hao had quietly donned the level 3 helmet moments earlier, its concealment masking his silhouette, saving him from decapitation. You fell for it. In that split second, Uncle Wang froze. Zhao Hao pierced his chest with the Qishao sword. Uncle Wang recoiled, every hair on his body standing on end, as he barely twisted rightward, evading a fatal heart strike. Still, the wound ran deep. You truly have no fear of death, to bait me with your head. Uncle Wang nearly spat blood. This Zhao Hao was no mere mortal. Deception is the soul of war. Now perish. Zhao Hao pressed the assault, relentlessly forcing Uncle Wang to stagger backward, clutching his wound. Zhao Hao secretly copied Uncle Wang's ability, certain it would serve him well in future battles. Meanwhile, at Bai Weiwei's flank, he summoned a colossus. Within moments, the vaunted shadow team was reduced to crimson pulp. Zhao Hao continued dominating Uncle Wang, who now teetered on the brink of annihilation. Then, suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. A smoke grenade and a flashbang arced through the air from a distance, landing at Zhao Hao's feet and detonating instantly. Damn! Zhao Hao threw himself backward, but the flashbang still seared his vision, plunging him into blinding, disorienting darkness. Zhao Hao immediately summoned his barbarian legion, bracing for ambush. Yet nothing stirred. When the afterimage finally faded, Wang Bo had vanished without a trace. Damn it! So he was rescued after all. Still, you'll live no longer than one more day. Zhao Hao rose and strode toward the group, flanked by his gang of hooligans. Wang, who, what are our casualties? Over 50 brothers and sisters dead, and countless wounded. Wang, who ground his teeth in fury, that suffocating helplessness gnawed at his very soul. Bury our fallen comrades. It is my fault. They deserved better. Record each name. They will be remembered forever. I'll see to it at once. Zhao Hao approached the perimeter wall, severed the zombie Zhou Zemin's head with a single stroke, and carried it to the freshly dug graves. He placed the grisly trophy upon the mound, then uncorked a bottle of wine and poured every drop onto the earth. Brothers, may your journey be peaceful. I failed you, but I swear, I will return bearing the heads of Zhou Mi and his ilk as your solemn offering. With those words, Zhao Hao bowed deeply, 3 times, to the mounds of soil. Straightening up, grief vanished from his eyes, replaced only by cold, unrelenting slaughterlust. Everyone, except Wang, who returned to camp. Now, Chief, we won't leave. We'll stand beside you and avenge our brothers. Yes, we know they'd never blame you. Chief, take us with you. How, you won't abandon me. I fight at your side, shoulder to shoulder. All voiced their resolve, united in purpose, unwavering in loyalty. Zhao Hao paused, weighing the matter. Bringing them along posed no hindrance. His plan was already set: absolute, merciless annihilation of Zhou Mi. Their presence would not require them to bleed. Very well. Rest and recover. We march at first light tomorrow. The group returned to the former government camp, claiming several habitable buildings for a makeshift night's repose. Most civilians had long since fled. Only the frail and infirm remained. Zhao Hao ignored them entirely, focusing instead on organizing rest for his people. At dawn, Zhao Hao led over 140 fighters straight toward Zhou Mi's villa. Zhou Mi too stood ready. His shadow squad still fielded 2 active units. The squad's second captain had been the one who rescued Wang Bo. The villa teemed with guards, layer upon layer of Zhou Mi's loyalists armed with firearms. Though modern weapons proved useless against mutated beasts and increasingly ineffective against zombies, they remained lethally precise against human flesh. These arms were forged by Zhou Mi using resources plundered from Zhou Zemin. Even rocket launchers lined the armories, a damning testament to his depravity. Zhao Hao, I eagerly await your arrival. Last time I left you half dead. This time I shall finish you. Zhou Mi reclined with Gao Xian in his arms, surrounded by women of exceptional beauty, a life fit for an emperor. Young Master Zhou, your adversary has arrived. Oh, let us go forth and behold this man fated to die today. As you command, young Master Zhou. Zhou Mi and Gao Xian stepped out of the villa, one ahead, the other behind. Zhao Hao and his force now stood before the villa gates. Zhou Mi, come out and meet your end. Zhao Hao, ever the fool blind to your own demise. Let us see how you intend to slay me today. Then watch closely. You'll find it unforgettable. Zhou Mi merely smirked, turned, and retreated inside, taking position on the balcony to observe Zhao Hao and his warriors from afar. Fall back. Seize openings, protect yourselves. Though truth be told, you won't need to fight at all. Come forth. Zhao Hao opened with his ultimate gambit. Every card surged into existence. Fully armored and gripping the legendary Qishao sword, he launched his assault. Advance. Giant Pika charged ahead, absorbing both psychic assaults from the Shadow Squad and relentless artillery fire as he barreled forward. The aerial squadron descended upon the armed loyalists while the barbarian siege hammers advanced behind Giant Pika, smashing through the villa's main gate with a thunderous splintering crash. His summoned entities surged toward the Shadow Squad, unleashing a storm of devastation. Loyalist ranks crumbled, the Shadow Squad dwindled fast. On the balcony, Zhou Mi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face pale with shock. Is this his power? Why? Am I not the chosen one of heaven's mandate? Rage twisted Zhou Mi's features into a mask of feral madness. He trembled violently as his elite forces fell one by one. Wang Bo stood silently beside him, gazing down at the carnage below, his lips curling into a hollow, sorrowful smile. Young Master Zhou, can we still win? We will. My ability nullifies all others. Watch me descend and erase him. Zhou Mi leapt from the second floor, activating his power. The entire battlefield, Zhao Hao included, enveloped within its grasp. Zhao Hao, you die today. All your tricks are nothing but childish farts before me. His eyes burned crimson, pupils dilated with bloodlust, proof of his obsessive, consuming hatred. Oh, whatever you say, after all you're about to die, and the dead deserve respect. Undaunted, Zhou Mi faced the onrushing cards. Waving a hand dismissively, he sent Giant Pika and the towering barbarian flying like ragdolls, pinned motionless on the ground. Every incoming attack dissolved effortlessly before his will. Zhao Hao's legion lay helpless, rendered utterly impotent. Ha, behold. I am the supreme sovereign here. Zhou Mi clenched his fist into empty air, and an invisible colossal hand seized Zhao Hao's throat, dragging him skyward straight toward his tormentor. Zhou Mi squeezed hard, his expression ecstatic with triumph. Zhao Hao's face flushed crimson, but his gaze remained calm, unshaken, utterly devoid of panic. Ha, this game bores me. Truly dull. Still spouting nonsense at death's door. Die. Zhou Mi tightened his grip, intent on snapping Zhao Hao's neck. Yet, his strength met immovable resistance. He could not kill him. Zhao Hao had activated his phasing ability, 15 seconds of intangible evasion. In that instant, he reversed their positions, grabbed Zhou Mi, and delivered a single precise palm strike to his temple, knocking him unconscious. Zhou Mi collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. The oppressive aura dissipated instantly. Zhao Hao immediately ordered his summoned legion to encircle the villa while his hooligan brigade stormed inside to seize its occupants. Within moments, Wang Bo and Gao Xian were dragged out, flanked by a retinue of terrified women. The Shadow Squad lay slaughtered. Wang Hu and his fighters entered the villa courtyard. Wang Bo, Zhou Mi faces death imminently. Have you chosen your path? He saved my life. How could I betray him? I choose to follow him into oblivion. So be it. And you, Gao Xian? Zhao Hao gazed upon the woman he once cherished most, denying the ache in his chest would be a lie. Zhao Hao, it was Zhou Mi who coerced me. I never willed it. Take your vengeance on him, not me. In your past life were you perhaps a plastic bag, so adept at inflating falsehoods? Zhao Hao, you'll rot in hell, you piece of shit. Slap. Bai Weiwei struck Gao Xian across the face, her voice icy, her glare unblinking. You dare speak his name? You foolish, contemptible creature. How utterly revolting. Gao Xian stared at the woman before her, radiant flawless, and still spat venom. Ugly whore. You're only fit for trash like Zhao Hao. Ha ha ha. Bitches and dogs, destined for eternity. Zhao Hao struck hard. Half her teeth shattered, her right cheek swelled grotesquely. Do you dare insult her? Who gave you that right, huh? Gao Xian fell silent, terrified she'd be beaten to death before her very eyes. Wang Hu, present. Zhou Mi is yours. Repay him in full, for every torment he inflicted upon brother Wang Meng. Understood. Wang Hu hauled the unconscious Zhou Mi and a shrieking woman away. Zhao Hao prepared to end the two remaining figures before him. Without hesitation, he severed Wang Bo's head. Gao Xian's fate was entrusted to Bai Weiwei, who ended her life with quiet finality. Zhou Mi's scream pierced the air. Wang Hu tossed him, bound tight as a mummy, into the same enclosure as the zombified woman. Still unconscious, Zhou Mi was bitten, jolted awake by excruciating agony. Zhou Mi, does this feel good? Did you ever imagine this moment, when you tortured my brother? Ha ha ha. Brother, I've avenged you. Wang Hu bowed 3 times toward the west. By then Zhou Mi had fully transformed, only to meet swift decapitation beneath Wang Hu's blade. Chief, I Wang Hu swear eternal fealty to you. That's unnecessary. We're brothers bound by life and death. Rise. Zhao Hao lifted Wang Hu, who knelt on one knee, then ordered a pyromancer to reduce the corpses to ash. Finally over. Next destination, the capital city of Jingdu. After securing all valuable spoils, Zhao Hao led his people back to base. The group returned to the camp, and the injured were all arranged to rest and heal. Zhao Hao went to the warehouse, placing all the supplies he found from the former official camp, and from Zhou Mi inside. The third warehouse had also been completed, and this time Zhao Hao was heading to warehouse No. 3. After unloading, Zhao Hao sought out Zhou Qing. Sister Qing, there are basically no large factions or zombies left in Long City now. We can dominate here. I plan to set out for Kyoto in a few days. There should be plenty of good things there. That's your decision. I will always support you. I want to bring some ordinary people into the camp. What do you think? Sister Qing, you and Wang Xin can discuss it. I trust you both to handle it. Then it's settled. By the way, you've avenged yourself now. When are you planning to marry Weiwei? Zhou Qing looked at Zhao Hao with a mischievous smile. Zhao Hao already had a plan in mind, but hadn't spoken it yet. Sister Qing, as for the timing, how about the day after tomorrow? You must help me out then. Of course, brother's wedding. I will definitely make it beautiful for you. Zhou Qing patted her impressive figure, making a promise. Sister Qing, I can't handle this. You're just too alluring. Why not marry your sister too? She can be Weiwei's little helper. Sister Qing, I'm off now. I leave the matters to you. Zhao Hao fled the villa, fearing that Zhou Qing might take advantage of him and drain him dry. Zhao Hao discussed this matter with Bai Weiwei, who immediately pulled him into the room. The two explored many details about this significant life event, as it was a major decision for both of them. Although the apocalypse was cruel, genuine feelings still existed. At this moment, the two of them had already connected their hearts, just waiting for that final push. Weiwei, the day has finally come. Yes, I've been looking forward to it for so long. Zhao Hao held Bai Weiwei, standing by the window, lost in thoughts. Let's go out and take a look. Sister Qing has already begun preparations for our wedding, and we can't do nothing. All right. As they held hands and walked out of the villa, they saw many people already busy decorating the campus scene of bustling activity. Sister Qing is truly reliable. I just told her, and she started decorating so quickly. That's because you're the leader and Sister Qing has a crush on you. How could the efficiency not be high, Why are you saying that? Sister Qing is Sister Qing, and I am me. She likes me, but I can't control that. However, I only like you, my little fool. Let's go help out. Soon 2 days passed, and the day of Zhao Hao's big event arrived. Everyone in the camp woke up early, perfecting the arrangements made over the past 2 days. Hurry up. Where's the red carpet? Bring it over and lay it down quickly. Hey, is the fireworks ready? Not yet. Then go find it. Everyone was busy with their clearly defined roles. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei was sitting at the vanity in Zhou Qing's room, surrounded by several women who were doing her makeup. Weiwei, you look so beautiful today that I've fallen for you. Stop it. Weiwei is the leader's woman. You little flirt, what are you thinking? Watch me pinch you. The group of women was in an uproar until Wang Xin came out to stop them. Stop messing around. Let's make Weiwei look beautiful. We don't have much time left. The women calmed down and carefully styled Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hao's wedding customs followed the old traditions of the Xia kingdom with no Western-style elements. Bai Weiwei was dressed in red, her fair face adorned with a full traditional Xia makeup. She wore a dragon and phoenix gown, a golden headdress, gold bangles on her jade wrists, and embroidered red dragon and phoenix shoes, stunningly beautiful. The bridesmaids were also dressed in pink long skirts with several of Bai Weiwei's female classmates as bridesmaids. Zhao Hao wore a long robe that accentuated his tall figure. With his handsome face and gentle smile, he was undoubtedly the most striking figure of the day. The groomsmen were made up of Zhao Hao's roommates, and Wang Hu, all wearing Zhongshan suits exuding charm. At this moment, Zhao Hao was still outside, directing everyone, constantly perfecting this dream wedding. Before long, the time arrived. Due to the apocalypse, many processes had to be simplified or even cancelled. Zhao Hao, along with the groomsmen holding flowers that were specially preserved in storage, entered the villa accompanied by a drum and gong team. Wait. If you want to carry the bride, you must pass our test. Say it no matter what the test is, my brothers, and I accept it. You must finish all the drinks here before you can go up. Zhao Hao saw that the ground and stairs were covered with various drinks, both white and beer, mostly beer. Brothers, drink up. The groomsmen rushed in, grabbing drinks and downing them, while Zhao Hao, holding the flowers, walked casually upstairs. We underestimated this, but we still have other plans. The bridesmaids could only watch helplessly as the groomsmen drank heavily without any way to stop them. The villa was filled with people, as it was the joyous day of the camp leader, Zhao Hao, and everyone came to congratulate him. As for gifts, not needed. Who can rival Zhao Hao's wealth? Zhao Hao followed behind them and had already reached the door of Bai Weiwei's room. The door was tightly shut, and Zhao Hao knocked lightly. The door opened, revealing 3 or 4 bridesmaids at the entrance with several more inside. The bridesmaid team was also quite formidable, not weaker than the groomsmen. Leader, if you want to enter, you need to give our sisters some red envelopes. As for what happens inside, you figure it out yourself. Red envelopes. Xiangzi, coming. Shen Chong took out a large handful of red envelopes containing exchange vouchers. These were items arranged by Wang Xian. Holding the vouchers allowed one to exchange for specified items in the warehouse, and what could be exchanged depended on luck. Red envelopes are being distributed. Xiangzi tossed the red envelopes into the air, and the bridesmaids stopped guarding the door, rushing to grab the envelopes. Of course, others also got a share, as Zhao Hao had prepared a large number of red envelopes, ensuring everyone received one, and the warehouse was ready for a big spending spree. Zhao Hao led the groomsmen into the room. Bai Weiwei was sitting on the red bridal bed, the room decorated festively with heart-shaped items like early birth of a precious child, red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds on the bed, surrounded by several bridesmaids. Groom, we entrust Weiwei to you. You must not let her down. I, Zhao Hao, vow that in this life I will love only Bai Weiwei and never betray her. If I break this vow, may I be torn apart by zombies. How I have decided on you for this life, ooh, I love you. Bai Weiwei leaped from the bed into Zhao Hao's arms, and the two embraced tightly. Give her a kiss. Kiss her. Everyone cheered. Zhao Hao leaned down and deeply kissed Bai Weiwei's cherry lips, and she responded. Everyone was envious at that moment. It seems the groom truly loves our Weiwei. We won't say much more, bride. Take her away. Brothers, get to work. There's no mother-in-law here, so everyone take their brides away. Ora, ora, ora. Zhao Hao found the hidden shoes, and holding Bai Weiwei ran out. The groomsmen also carried the bridesmaids out, some cradling them, others lifting them like a band of bandits, descending the mountain, with Zhao Hao as their leader. As Zhao Hao stepped outside, a flurry of colorful ribbons and confetti showered down, covering everyone. Zhao Hao braved the fireworks, protecting Bai Weiwei, and after enduring one last wave of firepower, they finally escaped the villa. The groomsmen also rushed out, but they weren't covered in as many ribbons. Zhao Hao was nearly drenched in color, while Bai Weiwei only had a little on her back, with very little elsewhere. Everyone rushed towards a villa holding their partners. That was the new house Zhou Qing had prepared for Zhao Hao. Now that he was married, he couldn't live with Zhou Qing anymore, and had to find another villa. Zhao Hao carried Bai Weiwei into the villa and set her down on the wedding bed. The bridesmaids had also been brought into the villa by the groomsmen. Zhao Hao and the groomsmen turned to leave as Bai Weiwei needed to change her clothes. Zhao Hao stepped outside the villa and shouted, "Begin the feast." Approximately 3,000 people attended Zhao Hao's wedding, and Wang Xian had set up over 300 tables in an open area. Most were hastily made over the past 2 days. After all, who would keep so many tables? At this time, the tables were already adorned with cold dishes, and aside from some dining utensils, there were no chopsticks. Soon Bai Weiwei changed her clothes, and Zhao Hao took her hand, leading her onto a makeshift wooden platform. The wood used over the past 2 days was thanks to those mutated trees, most of which were lifeless, and the few that were alive posed little threat and could be easily felled. One mutated tree could produce several tons of timber, but they were difficult to cut down, with strong hardness and flexibility. Today is the joyous day for me, Zhao Hao. Everyone present has witnessed the apocalypse and the growth of the rose. I am grateful to everyone for walking this path with me. I won't say much more today. We won't leave until we're drunk. Serve the dishes. With Zhao Hao's command, hundreds of people emerged from the side. These were the camp's logistics staff responsible for serving dishes. They first distributed chopsticks, and before the hot dishes were served, everyone began to eat. This feast was prepared according to the standards of the pre-apocalypse, requiring a large amount of ingredients. Fortunately, Zhao Hao had stored plenty of food and various items sufficient to handle this banquet. Normally, there wasn't much meat to be had, but today it was all free. Dishes included dry pot ribs, steamed pork, steamed fish, braised pork knuckles, oil-braised prawns, pine, nut corn jade, tofu soup, fruit platters, soft-shelled turtle soup, and mandarin chicken, totaling 16 courses, served one after another. Of course, the soup was served last, followed by dumplings and cakes. This was the style of wedding banquet in Long City. The food was primarily made from mutated plants and animals. Gathering these materials had Zhao Hao running all over using radar to continuously search for ingredients in Long City. With Zhao Hao's physical condition, he was nearly exhausted by the end of the day. Everyone was enjoying the feast, which took over an hour to conclude. During this hour, Zhao Hao kept spinning with Bai Weiwei. Since there were no elders, there was no toasting process, but after going around so many tables, Zhao Hao was already a bit tipsy. As he had said, he wouldn't stop until he was drunk. Bai Weiwei helped the dazed Zhao Hao into the bridal room, gave him some sobering tea, and then tossed him onto the bed. Bai Weiwei looked at the nearly unconscious man before her, revealing a helpless smile. You insisted on saying you wouldn't stop until you were drunk. Look at you now, completely out of it. Bai Weiwei peeled off Zhao Hao's outer clothing, allowing him to lie comfortably on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. Bai Weiwei then got up to clean up the mess from today. By the time Zhao Hao woke up, the sun was close to setting. Those guys were so bad. How much alcohol did they pour into me? My head is a bit sore, but thankfully my physical condition is great and my recovery is strong. Otherwise I would have gone to meet the king of hell. Zhao Hao held his head and got out of bed. Bai Weiwei happened to come in and quickly approached to support Zhao Hao. Hubby, are you okay after drinking so much? Zhao Hao had been forced to drink by so many people. Bai Weiwei wanted to stop him, but Zhao Hao wouldn't let her drink, fearing she would get drunk. I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. It will be okay after a while. By the way, is everything handled outside? All done, as Sister Xian and Sister Qing helped finish it up. That's good. Darling, have you prepared for tonight? You silly, oh, I've married you, so of course you'll cooperate fully tonight. Full, it's my first time too, so let's take our time studying human anatomy tonight. The two stopped discussing the matter, holding hands to eat some light food before returning to the villa. They sat on the bed watching the sky slowly darken, and when the moon rose they began their story. Before long, both were stripped bare, facing each other for the first time without any clothes. Hubby, I'm so shy. I have no experience either. Zhao Hao, who could kill without blinking, was flustered when facing Bai Weiwei. It was absurd. The two stared at each other, learning about biology. Before long, by sheer luck, both transformed into true men and women. The next day, Zhao Hao stepped out feeling refreshed. Bai Weiwei was also fine, though she walked a bit awkwardly. After all, being too strong could also be a burden, but thankfully, Bai Weiwei's physical condition was also good enough to handle it. The young couple was about to set off for Kyoto today. Zhao Hao planned to take only Bai Weiwei with him, leaving the rest to expand outward, first occupying Long City before taking over the surrounding areas. Wang Xian, Sister Qing, the camp is in your hands. Weiwei and I are leaving. Sister Xian, Sister Qing, we're off. Take care of yourselves. Don't worry, I will wait for both of you to return. After Zhao Hao and Weiwei bid farewell to everyone at the camp, they boarded the electric car and headed towards Kyoto. The two sat on the electric car, speeding down the highway, the fastest way to travel at the moment. Zhao Hao had considered other methods, but the Hawk radar he had previously tamed couldn't locate anything. It was likely out of commission. He even thought about riding the Eagle directly to fly over. The electric car swayed along for a good 12 hours before finally arriving in Kyoto. As the capital of the Xia Kingdom, Kyoto's prosperity was undeniable. However, the situation in post-apocalyptic Kyoto was dire. With a population of over 20 million, there were more than 10 million zombies, not to mention the mutated beasts and plants. The mutated plants posed little threat. The electric car headed straight for the eastern district of Kyoto. Zhao Hao had never been to Kyoto before and was eager to see the Forbidden City. The car stopped in front of Tiananmen, and after getting out, he used the radar function to scan for nearby living beings. For some reason, there were no living beings in the vicinity. Zhao Hao decided to err on the side of caution and sent out a flying squad to scout the Forbidden City. The two walked from Tiananmen toward the Forbidden City. Not long after, the flying squad reported no unusual findings. Zhao Hao took out the Qishao sword and with Bai Weiwei entered the Forbidden City. Fortunately, this place hasn't suffered much damage, otherwise it would be such a pity. Indeed, I must say the scenery here is simply remarkable. The two were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything novel. They passed through the Meridian Gate and crossed the Golden Water Bridge, arriving at the Taiya Gate, where they noticed signs of damage and sighed before continuing inward. Soon they reached the Hall of Supreme Harmony, commonly known as the Golden Throne Hall. As Zhao Hao gazed at the grand hall before him, he felt a surge of pride. This truly is the Golden Throne Hall, ancient and majestic beyond comparison. It took the two over an hour to hastily tour the entire Forbidden City. As for the artifacts, Zhao Hao took them all. He couldn't just leave these crystallizations of human civilization to be destroyed. After exiting the Forbidden City, they found that most other places had collapsed similarly. With a large population base, the ferocity of the zombies here was incomparable to Long City. Let's find a place to settle down, my dear. Whatever you say, husband, I'm fine with anywhere. Bai Weiwei was particularly obedient and clingy after their marriage, and Zhao Hao cherished this little clingy fairy. They wished they could stick together. System scanned the entire Kyoto City area, consuming 1,000 third-tier corpse essence, querying please wait. The specific information for this city has been retrieved. Please check the map. Zhao Hao glanced at the Kyoto map in his mind, which showed that there were only over 1 million survivors left here, significantly fewer than he had anticipated. The map marked the locations of all the zombies and mutated beasts groups with clusters of red dots and large red dots, exciting Zhao Hao immensely. So many zombies and mutated beasts. If we kill them all, won't we just take off from here? Zhao Hao was dreaming. Exterminating millions of zombies would be a monumental task, let alone the mutated beasts which outnumbered the zombies. However, there were not millions of zombies and mutated beasts across the 4 districts, but there were still quite a few. Zhao Hao noticed that there were hardly any small camps in the districts. A huge yellow light spot on the map indicated a large gathering of people, which should be the official base of Kyoto. Tomorrow, my dear, we'll start clearing out these monsters, okay? I'll follow your lead wherever you go. The two found a hotel, cleared out some scattered zombies and a few disgusting large rats, then entered the presidential suite on the top floor, temporarily using it as their base. By the time they arrived in Kyoto, the sun was already setting. After their tour of the Forbidden City, it was completely dark. They had traveled all day, and after eating a bit of the leftovers from the banquet, lay down to rest. The food taken from the space was just as it had been stored, still steaming hot, an essential tool for home and travel. Zhao Hao summoned the barbarians and elite to keep watch. As the zombies grew stronger, who knew what unexpected events might occur? Caution is the mother of safety. Zhao Hao had to remain vigilant about his surroundings. That night, the two did not stir much as they had to go out for serious business the next day. Bai Weiwei curled up in Zhao Hao's arms and fell asleep, while Zhao Hao, holding her slender waist, drifted into a deep slumber. In the room, only the sounds of their breathing could be heard. Huang Mao stood guard outside the door, while the elite sat on the sofa in front of Zhao Hao's bed, watching the two sleep. A peaceful night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei set out, heading for the Kyoto Zoo. Yesterday, Zhao Hao noticed a huge red. His supply of corpse essence in the space was running low, and he needed to replenish it. The electric car drove quietly along the road, with numerous eyes watching Zhao Hao from the buildings on either side. Zhao Hao knew that his presence was quite conspicuous, but that was exactly what he wanted. He aimed to announce to all the monsters in Kyoto, your big dish has arrived. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the Kyoto Zoo. Before the apocalypse, there were over 500 species of exhibition animals, and more than 5,000 individual animals here, along with over 500 species of marine fish and ocean creatures, totaling over 1,000. After the apocalypse, all these animals, fish, and marine creatures mutated. Although many starved before mutating, the emergence of a Tiger King means that mutated beasts from all 4 districts of Kyoto have gathered here, now totaling hundreds of thousands. Low-level mutated beasts serve as food sources for higher-level mutated beasts. Some mutated beasts reproduce rapidly and are considered primary sources of meat by the Tiger King. This place must have been beautiful before the apocalypse. Absolutely. It's a shame the apocalypse has destroyed so many wonderful things. The two sighed as they stepped through the gates of the zoo, unaware that something had already taken notice of them. The two entered the zoo. From a thicket far away, a giant rat's head emerged, its eyes locked fiercely upon Zhao Hao and his companion's, saliva dripping from its jaws. Once a lowly sewer dweller, the rat had undergone grotesque mutation in the apocalypse, yet its status remained abysmal. Even its own kind were sometimes devoured. It had never tasted fresh food in its life. Now, gazing upon 2 living humans, its hunger surged with primal ferocity. It prepared to ambush them, a feast long overdue. Pressed flat against the earth, it crept forward slowly, yet its colossal frame overwhelmed the thicket, betraying its position. A rat. Well, given the abundance of wildlife here, it's hardly surprising. Zhao Hao fixed his gaze on the hulking creature crouched in the distance and drew the Qishao sword. Its crimson eyes burned with predatory fixation upon Zhao Hao and his companion. Its claws sank deep into the soil. Then, without warning, it erupted forward in a thunderous lunge. Zhao Hao dispatched the beast with a single effortless stroke, never glancing at its corpse as he turned away. Huang Mao materialized on command and extracted the beast core. Even a foul rat dares to act so brazenly. Who gave it such audacity? Liang Jingru. They pressed deeper into the zoo. Zhao Hao consulted his map, once more scanning the distribution of surviving creatures. Scattered beasts were few, most congregated near Tiger Mountain, the domain's deepest stronghold. Zhao Hao first secured Bai Weiwei aboard the balloon, then summoned the giant and Pikachu. Weiwei, wait for me up there. I'll test the waters first. Okay. Zhao Hao then deployed his aerial squadron to guard her aloft. Zhao Hao advanced toward Tiger Mountain with the giant and Pikachu in tow. Meanwhile, the tiger's sovereign sensed the intrusion and began rallying his subordinates. Awu, assemble, immediately. Below him stood ranks of mutated beasts, mostly third-tier, many fourth-tier, and several fifth-tier warriors flanking him directly. The tiger's sovereign was a sixth-tier entity, the undisputed master of this entire zoological domain. Awu, Awu, leopard, you retrieve those two humans. I crave human flesh again, it's been too long. A leopard beside him let out a sharp cry in acknowledgement and departed with its pack. Zhao Hao, still en route, stiffened as red blips appeared on his map, rapidly converging upon his position. Sending underlings already? Good. I haven't drawn blood in ages. My hands itch for battle. He strode resolutely toward the approaching signal, and soon met the leopard swarm face-to-face. Zhao Hao commanded the giant and Pikachu to charge the leopard horde, while he himself lunged forward, Qi Xiao, sword gleaming straight for the leopard chieftain. Battle ignited instantly. Unfazed by the beast's towering 15-meter height, Zhao Hao struck again and again, each thrust aimed unerringly at the sovereign's heart. The leopard king raised its claws in desperate defense, but Zhao Hao's overwhelming physical prowess soon forced it onto the back foot. Against this fifth-tier monstrosity he fought with serene, lethal mastery. The giant and Pikachu slaughtered the pack without mercy. Bloodied and broken, the leopard king faltered, then fled. Zhao Hao overtook it mid-stride and pierced its heart clean through. Few leopards escaped. The 60-strong cohort crumbled utterly before Zhao Hao's transcendent power. Huang Mao, extract the beast cores. Pikachu giant, we move on. Poor Huang Mao had become Zhao Hao's indispensable quartermaster, forever consigned to the grimiest, most thankless tasks. High above, Bai Weiwei idly surveyed the distant landscape. November in Beijing heralded snow. Temperatures plummeted daily, and no one could say when winter would finally drape the earth in pristine white. Zhao Hao swept forward unimpeded. Every subordinate the tiger's sovereign sent met swift, merciless annihilation. Enraged, the sovereign unleashed a sky-rending roar, sending lesser mutants trembling to the ground, paralyzed with terror. Before long, Zhao Hao stood before Tiger Mountain, and there unmistakable loomed the tiger's sovereign. Truly worthy of kingship, such sheer scale commands awe and dread. Zhao Hao appraised the mutated white tiger. Nearly 20 meters tall, over 30 meters long, its massive tail alone stretched more than 10 meters. Its snow-white pelt gleamed like moonlight on frost, stirring deep admiration in him. If only I could tame it, or failing that, claim its magnificent hide. He stared, grinning like a man entranced, half devoted, half deranged. The white tiger shuddered, suddenly chilled though no wind stirred. Great tiger, would you serve as my mount? Awu, the beast clan shall never be enslaved. Food, shelter. Oh, and do you have a mate? Awu, Awu, shelter and sustenance. Acceptable. No mate, however. Then it's settled. I'll even find you one. Think it over. Awu, agreed, master. Henceforth you shall be Xiao Hu. Come closer. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully tamed a sixth-tier mutated white tiger. Any rewards? You're dreaming, aren't you? Zhao Hao ignored the system's petulant retort. He was already ruffling the tiger's thick, luxuriant fur, savoring its soft, plush texture. Bai Weiwei descended to join the impromptu grooming session. Xiao Hu, what shall we do with your former subordinates? Awu, master may decide as you wish. I hold no preference. Are you male or female? Awu, female. Why do you ask? Nothing at all. Zhao Hao refused to leave behind so many valuable beast cores. Edible corpses were preserved, either for his own consumption or to feed the tiger. Advance. He summoned his full roster of cards to purge the remaining mutants. Seeing their sovereign submit, most fled in panic. Only a handful dared resist. Zhao Hao paid no mind to the exact tally of beast cores. Mounting the white tiger, he cradled Bai Weiwei close, and rode forth from the zoo, leaving silence in their wake. Zhao Hao rode atop the white tiger, recalling their earlier conversation. A female tiger wants a wife. Have tigers become this progressive now? Well, Zhao Hao exclaimed in disbelief, utterly baffled by the tiger's logic. Wife, let's head to the official camp. I sense valuable treasures there. After all, it's the survivor stronghold of the capital. What about Xiao Hu? System, can you store living creatures? Yes, 10 beast cores per day. Not expensive, is it? Not expensive at all. Deduct as you please. Zhao Hao had gathered only several thousand beast cores at the zoo, having fled from countless mutated beasts. I can store Xiao Hu away. Let's prepare and depart for the camp. If you've got away, then go ahead. Together they mounted the white tiger and set off directly for the official camp. Zhao Hao studied the map flickering in his mind, carefully skirting around clusters of ominous red dots as he advanced cautiously. This place teems with monsters. Longqing was far safer. One could walk freely there. Here, every step demands evasion and concealment. With resigned sighs, Zhao Hao continued weaving through detours. Bai Weiwei leaned against his chest for warmth. Their bodies pressed close in the chill. It took over an hour before they finally reached the outer perimeter of the official camp. Zhao Hao stored the white tiger within the system's spatial domain, then entered the official camp with Bai Weiwei. After paying the entry fee, the two stepped inside. Weiwei, smudge your face. Otherwise you won't look like a refugee. You need to too. You're nearly as pale as I am. They retreated to a secluded corner and began daubing each other's faces. Within minutes, dust and grime clung thickly to their clothes and skin. Two little mud-drenched figures stood side by side. Let's go, Mud Weiwei. All right, Mud Hao. Supporting each other, they shuffled along the camp's pathways. No one glanced twice. Their disguise had succeeded perfectly. Zhao Hao secured lodging in a habitable section of the camp, paying a hefty sum in beast cores. Afterwards, the two wandered the camp, discovering many novel things. Oh, has this meteorite already been excavated? I've never seen the celestial fragment that triggered the apocalypse. Zhao Hao murmured, gazing at the jagged meteorite shard before him and addressing the system. System, what use does this meteorite serve? As the cataclysmic meteorite, it constitutes a revolutionary material, capable of forging next-generation firearms. Ammunition, however, requires refined essence from undead beasts or beast cores. Truly so valuable. Then tomorrow I'll simply venture out to hunt for more meteorites. Dismissing the fragment, Zhao Hao turned toward an armor vendor's stall where the shopkeeper greeted him warmly. Young sir, what might you be looking for? What exactly do you sell here? Only top-tier gear. Armor forged from newly discovered ores boasting exceptional defensive resilience. Care to take a look? Bring them out. I'll buy if satisfied. Zhao Hao inspected the armor handed to him closely, finding it unremarkable, yet selected 2 pieces without hesitation. Sir, your camp is quite impressive. How many people reside here? Since you're purchasing from me, I'll share a few details. This camp was established under the auspices of the State 5th Academy. Our nation's leadership resides here, and the current population stands at approximately 1.58 million. How do you know so precisely? Do you have connections? Naturally. Without influence, how could I run a stall here? My son told me. Anything beyond that I cannot disclose. Thank you, sir. After settling payment, in undead essence, Zhao Hao located Bai Weiwei, and the two returned to their quarters to deliberate on their next course of action. Weiwei, I plan to search for meteorites tomorrow. They're extraordinarily useful. What are your thoughts? Agreed. Aside from its bureaucratic rigidity, this camp bears little difference from Longqing. I simply dislike the atmosphere here. To be honest, neither do I. Let's gather sufficient meteorites and return to Longqing. The capital region is too chaotic, too deep, too treacherous. I feel utterly out of my depth. The Sanjin lands, however, remain serene and steadfast. Then it's settled. Collect meteorites, gather intelligence, and go home. Their discussion concluded, they ate a modest meal in the camp before retiring to sleep. Remarkably, the official camp still maintained designated dining hours, where sufficient undead essence or other valuable resources would secure a nourishing meal. After all, Xiagua had long been a culinary civilization. Even the apocalypse could not quell humanity's reverence for fine cuisine. Hunting squads roamed the wastes, each specializing in different tasks, and supplied most of the camp's provisions, functioning much like mercenary companies. The following day, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei departed the camp, navigating via the system's map in search of meteorite deposits. Meteorites are scarce here, only 3 detected. 3 is no small feat. Where shall we begin? That way. Zhao Hao summoned the white tiger, and together they rode westward. En route, they dispatched scattered zombies. Arriving near the meteorite, they found a colossal crater, over 100 meters wide, with the meteorite half buried, its upper portion jutting starkly into the air. It's this massive. How many weapons could such a fragment forge? Zhao Hao soon noticed signs of prior excavation. Deep chisel marks scarred its surface. Just as Zhao Hao prepared to absorb the meteorite into his spatial domain, over a dozen figures leapt from the surrounding ruins. Halt! You may not touch this meteorite. And why may I not? Is your name inscribed upon it? This meteorite has been reserved for sampling and research by the official camp. Do you truly believe you may seize it? What of the official camp? This is the apocalypse. We survive by our own will. Today I will claim this meteorite. Boy, you court death. Seize him. These were members of a hunting squad dispatched solely to extract fragments for analysis. Zhao Hao unsheathed Qixiao and charged in a battle. Zhao Hao loathed being spoken to with authority above all. He refused to bow to anyone in this new world. First, he'd render them half dead. Oh, explanations could wait. Facing over a dozen assailants alone, Zhao Hao moved with effortless grace. Within moments, every hunter lay felled. Since you bear no malice, I spare your lives. Now flee and never return. You'll regret this, snarled the squad's leader, limping away with his wounded comrades. How is this truly wise? It is merely the law of the jungle. Whatever I desire, others must claim only by walking over my fallen body. If they fail, they bear the consequence. Very well, I will stand beside you. Zhao Hao shook his head with a faint smile, said nothing more, and resumed his search for further meteorites. Zhao Hao retrieved 2 additional meteorite fragments then, without delay, departed the capital aboard an electric train bound for Longqing. When Zhao Hao and his companion returned to Longqing, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Fortunately, the electric vehicle was equipped with headlights. Otherwise, traveling in darkness during the apocalypse would have been sheer folly. Back at the camp, the two retreated to their villa and decided to rest first. Everything else could wait until morning. The next day, Zhao Hao sought out Zhou Qing early. "Senior Sister Qing, we're back, and I've brought some extraordinary things. I knew you'd returned last night. Why didn't you stay longer in Jingdu?" "I don't even mention it. Jingdu is a chaotic melting pot, clearly not my element. I'd rather reign supreme over the Sanjin lands. Returning here was indeed wise. It's our home ground. By the way, what treasures did you bring?" Zhao Hao retrieved the meteorites one by one and placed them on the open ground. He also released the white tiger. Having spent a full day confined within the system's spatial domain, the white tiger now bounded joyfully across the camp. Zhao Hao had previously instructed it under no circumstances was it to harm or devour humans. The rest was left to its own discretion. "These are meteorites. The very ones that triggered the apocalypse." "Yes, retrieved from Jingdu. I'm unsure whether any lie nearby, but these are invaluable. They can forge advanced firearms. Yet we lack specialists in this field. Jian excels only at crafting cold weapons. No one here understands thermal arms. Tomorrow I'll journey to Yushui. The official camp's thermal weaponry originated there. Surely skilled artisans await me." "As you wish. But why did you bring back a mutated white tiger?" "That one. My mount. Utterly obedient. I'll find it a mate soon. Though honestly I'm baffled, how does a solitary tigress even conceive of marriage? The tiger's world eludes me entirely. With the apocalypse upon us, nothing should seem strange." Zhao Hao departed immediately to locate the white tiger, fearing it might cause chaos. "Host beast swarms and zombie hordes approach. Assaults will commence tomorrow. Prepare accordingly. I've nearly eradicated Longqing's zombies. Where could so many possibly come from? They migrate from other regions. Longqing's sparse zombie population makes it prime territory for conquest. As for the beast swarms, mutated creatures are inexhaustible. Their reproduction rate defies imagination." "I see. No need to fear them. Let them come. They shall all perish. Looks like I'm confined here for the next few days." Zhao Hao retrieved the white tiger just as it was licking Su Su, a sight that left the young girl frozen in terror. "Are you all right, Su Su? My white tiger is merely playful. Forgive its frightful antics. I apologize on its behalf." "I'm fine, Chief. I'm just startled by its sheer size. Calling me Chief creates distance. Just call me Brother Hao. Brother Hao, may I pet it?" "Of course you may. Xiaohu, can you shrink yourself a bit?" "Awu, not yet. I must ascend one more cultivation realm before I can. Soon I'll take you out to hunt evildoers." After Xiaohu lay down, Zhao Hao lifted Su Su and settled her gently atop its head. "Xiaohu, mind your step. Drop her, and I'll spank you." "Awu, rest assured, master." Zhao Hao leapt down and left the pair behind, heading instead to find Jian. "Jian, long time no see. Surely you haven't been holed up here the entire time." "What choice do I have? The camp demands countless weapons. Though I've taken on several apprentices, the core work falls to me alone. This workload leaves no room for wandering." "Can you forge weapons from meteorites?" "Meteorites. Meteoric iron is exceptionally rare. Do you truly possess them?" "Yes, 3 specimens thus far. Rumor claims they enable next-generation thermal arms." "Take me to them, immediately." "But you said you couldn't leave." "Nonsense. With meteorites, every obstacle pales into insignificance." "Very well, follow me." Zhao Hao led Jian to the open ground where the meteorites rested. Upon sighting them, Jian lunged forward like a man entranced, pressing his face against the stones and hammering them with tools utterly exhilarated. "This one is yours. See what masterworks you can craft." "Splendid. Such a magnificent specimen. Truly breathtaking." Zhao Hao abandoned the meteorite-obsessed Jian and went off to seek companionship. By dawn, he chose not to mobilize the camp's members against the impending zombie and beast hordes. He intended to confront them alone, primarily to unlock treasure chests. Zhao Hao immersed his consciousness within the mental map, watching dense clusters of crimson dots steadily close in on the camp. This horde surpassed all previous assaults in scale and lethality. Its vanguard comprised 6th-tier entities. 6th-tier zombies bore near-human forms. Only their halting speech betrayed their nature. At first glance, one might mistake them for ordinary people. Zhao Hao noted this, carefully resolving henceforth to halt all new recruitments to prevent infiltration by the undead. The Rose camp housed over 6,000 souls. The additional 3,000 had fled from the former official camp. now defenseless. Unarmed civilians facing high-tier zombies faced certain annihilation. The camp stood nearly deserted with fewer than 1 in 10 survivors. Zhao Hao stood at the camp's gate flanked only by a handful of men assigned to patrol and night watch. Chief, so many zombies and mutated beasts, shouldn't we summon reinforcements? Unnecessary. I am sufficient alone. Your duty is to safeguard yourselves. A radiant flash erupted and an immense army materialized before Zhao Hao, summoned via his cards, alongside a lone tank parked at the edge. System, upgrade this tank. Who among men doesn't dream of transforming robots? Upgrading now, please wait. The tank vanished beneath a shimmering aura. Metallic clangs and rhythmic hammering echoed from within, as if unseen hands were reshaping its very frame. So the system's capabilities have expanded, no longer limited to chest opening alone. Within seconds the light faded. Externally the tank appeared unchanged. Zhao Hao detected no visible modifications whatsoever. System, is this all? I sense no difference. Try commanding it to transform. Zhao Hao complied, half skeptical. Transform. Instantly the tank contorted and reassembled itself into a towering bipedal Autobot. Air, can you speak? At your service, master. Speech is excellent. Henceforth you shall be called Heavy Cannon. Tank is far too pedestrian. Understood, master. Zhao Hao gazed upon Heavy Cannon with growing admiration, just as the zombie and beast hordes entered plain sight. What sustains your operation? Zombie essences and beast cores fuel my munitions. Mobility consumes no energy. I draw power directly from sunlight. Impressive. Now, demonstrate your might. Zhao Hao tossed several beast cores toward Heavy Cannon, which extended a slot from its chest and slotted them in seamlessly. It then detached its dorsal cannon, charged for 3 seconds, and launched a spectral shell. The projectile struck the zombie ranks, igniting a cataclysmic blast that vaporized dozens instantly. Zhao Hao hurled a dozen more beast cores. The same sequence followed, but this time the detonation engulfed a vast swath, markedly surpassing the prior blast and annihilating hundreds of zombies. Clearly greater quantities of essence and cores amplify the shell's power, velocity, and blast radius. Yet the returns are extraordinarily rewarding. Zhao Hao withheld further cores and ordered Heavy Cannon into melee combat. Twin long blades snapped forth from its forearms, transforming it into a whirling, relentless engine of carnage. Zhao Hao simultaneously commanded his entire card army into battle. Having previously replicated Zheng Qian's ability, he ignited himself into a colossal beacon, launching a blinding orb of light that bathed the entire battlefield in radiant illumination. A brutal, decisive battle was about to begin. Charge! Zhao Hao's entire army of cards surged forward with heavy artillery, swinging 2 blades as they charged in. Zhao Hao also drew his Qishao sword and rushed into battle alongside the giant. Roar! Attack! The 6th-tier zombie commanded its fellow undead to charge at Zhao Hao, accompanied by a massive 6-tailed fox, which also sent its minions into the fray. Host, I remind you, a new type of zombie has appeared, and it can become invisible. The system's alert startled Zhao Hao, who was already deep in battle. Invisible zombie. Can the radar detect it? Currently, the level 1 radar cannot detect this zombie. You need to upgrade to a level 2 radar for detection. How much do you need? 1 million. Tears of poverty streamed down Zhao Hao's face. He currently had only a little over 100,000, which was far too short. Zhao Hao had no choice but to cut down zombies and mutated beasts to gather upgrade resources. In front of him were tens of thousands of zombies and mutated beasts. If he could wipe them all out, he would be close to the needed upgrade resources. Zhao Hao, wielding the Qishao sword, charged straight for the zombie leader and the mutated 6-tailed fox. Roar! Human, you seek death. The zombie leader, seeing Zhao Hao intent on killing it, let out an angry roar. As for why it couldn't speak, it was simply too awkward to do so. It couldn't bear to hear itself until it leveled up and its tongue became normal. A horde of high-tier zombies charged towards Zhao Hao with at least 200 5-tier zombies, not to mention the 40ers densely packed in a large mass surrounding Zhao Hao in an instant. Giant, clear the way. The giant leapt high, crushing a group of zombies underfoot, and with a series of punches cleared a large area in an instant. Zhao Hao followed the giant calmly, making his way towards the zombie leader. All the zombies that surrounded them were ruthlessly cut down by Zhao Hao and the giant, their filthy blood splattering over both of them, creating a stench. Why do you smell so bad, you damn creatures? Zhao Hao then summoned heavy artillery, preparing to quickly eliminate these monsters. After seeing so many, he felt a bit nauseous. Heavy artillery wielded its dual blades, clearing a large area of zombies with a single swing. Even the massive mutated beasts could not withstand its strike. With the giant and heavy artillery clearing the way, Zhao Hao was responsible for eliminating any remaining targets. Soon they approached the zombie leader. However, seeing Zhao Hao come at it with unstoppable momentum, it fled early. Zhao Hao made a powerful throw, hurling the Qishao sword at the zombie lord. The zombies in its flight path recklessly blocked the Qishao sword, but finally, after being obstructed by a dozen zombies, it lodged itself inside a 4-tier zombie. Heavy artillery, blow it up. Zhao Hao handed over more than 20 third-tier zombie essences to heavy artillery, which retracted its blades, removed the cannon tube, and 3 seconds later the ground, where the zombie leader was located, was blasted into a large pit, turning the zombie leader and hundreds of surrounding zombies into dust, leaving only a heap of zombie essences on the ground. Zhao Hao then approached the mutated six-tailed fox, which had witnessed the death of the zombie leader, and fled in a panic. This man was too overpowered, too frightening for a mere fox. However, it too did not escape the fate of death, being taken out by heavy artillery with a single shot. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Zhao Hao immediately jumped up and performed the dance of Super Brother, humming about invincibility. On this battlefield, Zhao Hao was undoubtedly the most dazzling one. The patrolling guards and those awakened in the camp gazed at Zhao Hao dancing freely among the hordes of beasts and zombies, their eyes filled with admiration. If only I could be as free-spirited as the leader. Are you dreaming? The leader is the pinnacle of humanity. Have you not woken up yet? After a performance of invincibility, Zhao Hao's cards had nearly killed all the zombies and mutated beasts. Due to the level gap, the killing speed was astonishingly fast. After over an hour, the ground was left with a mass of severed limbs and filthy blood. Zhao Hao ordered people to collect the edible remains of the mutated beasts while the inedible parts were piled together. Zhao Hao discovered that the blood of the zombies was extremely flammable, almost like fuel. Using fireballs from his fire magic, he burned all the severed limbs, blood, and mutated beasts to avoid polluting the environment. Although it was the apocalypse, no one wanted their camp to smell foul outside. Zhao Hao collected all the beast cores and zombie essences into his space. He was now only a little short of 1 million, and he nodded in satisfaction. To obtain more treasure chests, he had to leave Long City, as the number of monsters here was simply too few. Zhao Hao ignored other matters and went straight back to the villa. Climbing upstairs with a flashlight, he looked at the sleeping Bai Weiwei and smiled helplessly. After so much noise outside, she was still sleeping like a pig. Zhao Hao also lay down to rest. By 8 in the morning, he pulled Bai Weiwei out of bed, as they would be heading out again today. Their destination, Yushui. The old electric tram continued to serve as their means of transportation, and the two looked at the scenery along the way. Although it was the apocalypse, without human interference, nature slowly began to reclaim its original form. Aside from those disgusting zombies and mutated beasts, the world was still quite beautiful. Most of the buildings along the road were destroyed, with the remaining ones mostly half-collapsed, all caused by the mutated beasts. The zombies were not so bored as to demolish buildings for fun. As they continued walking, Zhao Hao sensed something was amiss. He hadn't seen a single zombie or mutated beast along the way. There wasn't a single red dot on the map within 10 kilometers, which made Zhao Hao vigilant of his surroundings. Just as they were about to reach the Yushui area, an anomaly occurred. Dozens of thick vines suddenly attacked Zhao Hao and the electric tram. One shot from the electric cannon cleared a patch of vines, but due to their sheer numbers, a dozen still wrapped around the tram, though they posed no harm to Zhao Hao and his companion inside. The electromagnetic cannon recharged completely and fired a shot at the entwining vines. This thoroughly angered the creature controlling the vines, as hundreds of vines came crashing down. Damn! Zhao Hao cursed at this strange creature, not only attacking him for no reason, but also ganging up on him. Zhao Hao summoned fire magic to deal with the annoying vines. Under the assault of fireballs, the vines twisted chaotically, turning to ashes, while those that escaped were charred and clearly injured. Zhao Hao and his companion got off the electric tram, retracted it, and summoned the undead army to scout the situation. The little princess and the ranger were also summoned by Zhao Hao, and the 5 of them slowly walked towards Yushui, as taking the tram was unreliable and could easily lead to ambush. Zhao Hao checked the map repeatedly for a long time, but still did not see a single red dot. He couldn't figure out what strange creature was controlling the vines. After over an hour, they finally reached their destination, which had numerous industrial parks and food factories. With so many factories, there should be a lot of preserved food inside. Zhao Hao decided to empty these factories before heading to the weapons factory. Just as they were about to enter a canned food factory, the vines attacked again. Dozens of thick vines surged from all directions, encircling Zhao Hao and his companions. Zhao Hao glared at the writhing tendrils with mounting irritation. Fire art! Burn them all to ash. One fireball after another streaked toward the vines, searing their surfaces and forcing them into violent contortions. Emerald green ichor oozed from their charred stumps, but for every vine consumed, fresh ones erupted relentlessly, surging forward anew. These vines fight with unnatural desperation. Their core must be nearby, perhaps even inside this factory. That seems likely. Let's go in and see for ourselves. Zhao Hao ignored the vines lashing at his back, seized by Weiwei's small hand, and pushed open the factory's production workshop door. Instantly, a torrent of vines exploded from the doorway. Zhao Hao snatched Bai Weiwei into his arms and leapt backward, just as the whip-like tendrils sliced through the air where his head had been. A fierce cold fury ignited within him. Damn it! Have you grown so reckless you mistake silence for weakness? Setting Bai Weiwei down, Zhao Hao replicated her ice-based ability. Frost crackled across his sword, Qi Xiao radiating waves of biting cold. The ranger and the princess unleashed a barrage upon the vines, repelling the assault outright. Zhao Hao led the ranger into the workshop, and there towering before them loomed a colossal arboreal monstrosity. Once an ancient willow tree standing near the factory grounds, it had undergone grotesque mutation, seizing control of several adjacent factories, feeding upon the flesh and essence of zombie-infected beasts until it ascended step by brutal step to 7th tier, the highest mutated entity Zhao Hao had ever encountered. At 7th tier, its massive form filled half the cavernous workshop. Jagged claw-like branches sprouted from its trunk, its bark-formed face twisted into a visage of pure malevolence, sunken inverted triangular eyes hollow and sightless, yet somehow fixed unerringly upon Zhao Hao. Desiccated corpses of mutated beasts and zombies dangled from its vines like grisly trophies, drained utterly of blood and vitality, their essences absorbed entirely into the abomination's core. Holy hell, how did something so hideous even evolve? Another day, another stomach-churning spectacle. Zhao Hao ordered the ranger forward to strike down the treant. After all, this was his first encounter with a mutated plant entity. A little playful cruelty felt only fitting. The treant retaliated with a blinding storm of vines, intercepting the ranger's light arrows mid-flight. For a moment, the ranger faltered, unable to pierce its defense. So, quantity truly breeds qualitative resistance. Even 2 tiers beneath me, it holds its ground. Zhao Hao recalled the fire art practitioner who had been clearing vines outside. Bai Weiwei entered the workshop beside the princess. Zhao Hao decided playtime was over. Fire art princess, support the ranger against the treant. Weiwei, you unleash your frost aura, counter its heat with cold, and amplify his flames. Bai Weiwei stood shoulder to shoulder with the fire art practitioner, alternating waves of chilling frost and scorching flame upon the advancing vines. Enraged, the treant shrieked, a guttural splintering sound, as it hurled branches and vines indiscriminately. Yet each assault shattered harmlessly in midair, pulverized by unseen force. Within minutes, the treant began to falter, its vines thinning, its branches dwindling, its vitality visibly ebbing. Zhao Hao drew his sword and stepped forward. Under the coordinated onslaught, the beast was stripped bare, its core exposed, its regenerative power extinguished. The treant turned and fled, but its movement was agonizingly sluggish. Its botanical nature betrayed it, rooted, immobile, bound by the very laws of wood and soil. Crawling like a dying tortoise, it was engulfed by the fire art practitioner's flames, transformed into a roaring, blazing torch that lit the entire workshop. Its colossal body burned for over an hour before collapsing into ash, and a single enormous emerald crystal. Zhao Hao retrieved the crystal, luminous, flawless green, and named it a Phyto crystal. Zombie essence crystals gleamed crimson, mutant beast cores were obsidian black. Neither matched the eerie, vibrant beauty of this one. He stowed the Phyto crystal into his spatial storage and surveyed the ruined workshop. Scanning the wreckage, he found nothing of value, and resolved to try his luck in the warehouse instead. Hand in hand, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei entered the warehouse, and both recoiled in stunned silence. Before them rose towering stacks of sealed tins, meat, fruit perfectly preserved, untouched by decay or violence. Zhao Hao pondered the treant fed solely on zombie and mutant beast essence, its internal reserves of necrotic cores and beast nuclei long since consumed. These tins held no allure for it, yet they would surely draw other mutants near. What an extraordinary bodyguard, preserving such bounty for me. Zhao Hao immediately began gathering them. Tuna beef luncheon meat, orange peach pear, so many varieties he lost count before he'd even begun. After securing more than half the tins, his spatial storage reached capacity. No further items could be absorbed. System, calculate rewards. Ding. Defeated 46 Tier 3 zombies, 127 Tier 3 mutant beasts, 9991 Tier 4 zombies, Tier 4 mutant beasts, 345 Tier 5 zombies, 1675 Tier 5 mutant beasts, 1 Tier 6 zombie, 1 Tier 6 mutant beast, 1 Tier 7 mutated plant. Rewards acquired: 14384 common chests, 1438 rare chests, 143 epic chests, 14 legendary chests. Current spatial volume 3190 cubic meters. Deploy 880 firework cannoneers, 420 royal giants, 38 goblin gangs, remainder as bats. 700 giants, 738 flying machines. 5 mirror spells, 70 p. E. K. K. As a 68 balloons. 1 copy each of all legendary cards, a 1 Ice Wizard, 1 Night Witch. Upgrade Firework Cannoneers to level 13, Our Royal Giants to level 12, Goblin Gangs to level 9, Bats to level 10 5-4. 6. Giants to level 11, O Flying Machines to level 10 9-7. Mirror Spell to level 9 P. E. K. K. A to level 11, a Balloon to level 10 9-6. Opening Legendary Chest. Congratulations. Full Legendary Collection acquired. Ice Wizard upgraded to level 10, Unite, which upgraded to level 10. Bonus reward 4 nuclear warheads, E10 intercontinental ballistic missiles. Achievement unlocked 20 common cards, 10 rare cards, 10 epic cards, full legendary collection. Select 2 rewards. 1. Tsar Bomba Hydrogen Bomb. 2. 4 Sarmat, ICBMs from the Russian Federation. 3. 2 MAR-50 Bleeding Edge Armors, Iron Man nanotech suits. 4. Indestructible Kidneys. 5. Optimus Prime. 6. Bumblebee. Wait, wasn't one of these rewards distinctly out of place? Let me think. Zhao Hao pondered for a long while. The system's rewards were undeniably formidable. Nuclear warheads, ICBMs tipped with thermonuclear payloads. He grinned, utterly exhilarated. I choose options 2 and 3. Rewards deposited into spatial storage, ready for immediate deployment. Ah, bliss. 2 full Iron Man nanotech armors. Anyway, he used them perfection. As for the missiles, he'd test them soon enough. With his vastly expanded spatial capacity, he effortlessly stored every last tin. Satisfied, he clapped his hands once and strode out of the warehouse. Radar upgrade condition met. Initiate upgrade now. Yes. Seconds later, the upgrade completed. The level 2 radar now detected not only invisible zombies, but scanned the entire state. Time for a little fireworks display. Haven't played with one in ages. Zhao Hao gazed into his spatial storage for nuclear warheads, 19 ICBMs, including 4 armed with thermonuclear warheads, and laughed like a man utterly blissfully unhinged. Zhao Hao and his companions exited the factory, bypassing all other derelict facilities, and marched directly toward their objective, the armory factory. Zhao Hao and his companions spent over an hour arriving near the arms factory. This factory is backed by a small mountain, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack, a suitable place to station. Zhao Hao looked at the map in his mind, which indicated that a reinforced battalion was stationed there, not counting the remaining workers. This reinforced battalion was hastily assembled. The zombie virus had taken more than 80% of the population on Blue Star, bringing catastrophic consequences to humanity. Wait, what should we do? There are regular troops inside. Huh, we can't just kill them. They are soldiers of our Xia nation after all. That's not acceptable. Oh, let's assess the situation first. As Zhao Hao and his companion pondered on how to deal with the people inside the system, spoke up. Host, just a reminder, tomorrow a meteor shower will occur globally on Blue Star, and this arms factory is expected to be destroyed by the meteors. Meteor shower. Isn't this a chance for fortune? Is heaven truly looking out for me? Not really. After hearing the system's words, Zhao Hao thought about many things. Could it be that the zombie virus was not as simple as it seemed? He shook his head and stopped pondering over these matters as they found a place nearby to stay for the night. Early the next morning, Zhao Hao got up early and lay on a mound at a distance, using binoculars to observe the situation inside the arms factory. The soldiers were still patrolling the perimeter, appearing as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hao looked up at the sky and felt something was off about the sun today. The dark red sun hung in the sky, hinting that today might not be peaceful. Warning, a meteor shower is about to descend. Please stay away from this area and find shelter. After the meteor shower, the levels of zombies and mutated beasts globally will increase drastically. What the hell? Is this meteor so toxic? While zombie levels might not affect me, but what about Qin Jie and the others? Thinking of the possible unexpected events, Zhao Hao decided to find the person he wanted and return immediately. He hurriedly ran far away and asked the system several times if this place would get hit before finally stopping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being violently rubbed together echoed, and Zhao Hao looked up to see several large holes in the clouds above, with meteors trailing flames directly crashing to the ground. Holy crap! Zhao Hao quickly put on a mask for himself, and by way covering any exposed skin with clothing to prevent any accidents. Boom, boom, boom. One meteor after another crashed to the ground, creating massive craters, and dust obscured the sky. Such a situation was occurring globally, and the already dwindling human population on Blue Star was further reduced. Humanity was in peril. However, this was not something Zhao Hao needed to consider. At that moment, he and Bai Weiwei were buried in dust, just crawling out from the ground. These meteors are powerful. It feels like an earthquake. Yeah, the dirt is terrible. Hubby, let's go check that place. Can there still be survivors after such a large meteor crash? You're right, let's go quickly. The two of them pressed on through the dust, taking over 10 minutes to reach the arms factory. At this moment, the arms factory had been utterly transformed, the buildings had collapsed, and a massive meteor on the ground proved the severity of the impact. Is it really this big? Even after so long, it's still red and hasn't cooled down. Zhao Hao glanced at the meteor, abandoning the idea of retrieving it for now, and walked towards the interior of the factory. Along the way, he saw countless corpses, most of whom had died from the shockwave, while others had rotting skin oozing yellow liquid, which was quite disgusting. Zhao Hao and his companion were fully armed, having avoided skin infection from the meteor's material. Luckily, we prepared in advance, otherwise we wouldn't have escaped death. Zhao Hao patted his chest in relief and continued to wander around. Is anyone there? If there is, please respond. Zhao Hao kept asking, but no one replied. Zhao Hao entered the workshop, collected any undamaged equipment, thinking it might still be useful. Just as he prepared to leave the workshop, a faint cry for help emerged. Thank heavens there are still survivors. Please, can you help me? Zhao Hao walked towards the source of the voice and finally discovered a hidden space beneath a piece of flooring. After moving aside the collapsed wall above and lifting the cover, a woman with around 80% beauty appeared before Zhao Hao and his companion. Zhao Hao pulled her up and put a mask on her. Thank you. Where are you from? Are there still survivors outside? We're from Longcheng. There should be no survivors left outside. By the way, can you make weapons? Huh. Yes, I am the chief engineer here, and I usually supervise their work. Do you want to come with us? You will be of great use to me. Sure. This place is already beyond salvation, and I don't know what the outside is like. I have nowhere else to go. Thus, Zhao Hao fortuitously found a professional talent and led the two out. At that moment, the deceased soldiers had revived, and sensing the presence of living humans, charged towards the three of them with a roar. You two protect yourselves. Zhao Hao directly summoned the giant, using the Qi Xiao, as the giant was easy to handle, and Zhao Hao always called upon him. The upgraded giant had grown larger now, standing 20 meters tall. With a single punch, the giant took down a large group of zombies, causing them to fall in droves, while Zhao Hao merely picked up the scraps, coasting through the battle. Before long, thousands of zombies were completely exterminated by the giant, and Zhao Hao leaving a ground of muck. The giant carried the three of them out of the arms factory, as none of them wanted to step on the disgusting pile of flesh. However, the next issue was how to return to the camp. The electric vehicle couldn't fit 3 people. Zhao Hao summoned the balloon soldier, and then summoned the electric vehicle. After seating Su Yin, the woman they rescued, on the balloon, Zhao Hao tied a rope to the electric vehicle and threw her several warm clothes. Then he and his companion took a seat in the electric vehicle, heading towards Longcheng. It took Zhao Hao and the other two over an hour to return to camp, while Su Yin had been frozen in midair for just as long. After handing her over to Zhou Qing, Zhao Hao paid no further attention to anything else, retreating alone to a corner to begin his fireworks display. Which little darling would like to be the first test subject? Neon country, kangaroo country, flower flag country, curry country. Neon country's been getting rather bold lately, so let's begin with a special dose of my love for you. System, can you project the map externally? Yes, if you pay. Zhao Hao reluctantly retrieved some corpse essence from the camp warehouse. His personal stock had already been consumed by the system. Having paid the fee, a holographic map of the entire blue planet appeared before Zhao Hao. Neon country's location with the highest concentration of surviving humans. Processing. The current location with the largest surviving human population in Neon country is Shijing, with over 1.9 million still alive. Then it's settled. You're next. Launch a Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile, target Shijing. Launch countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Launch confirmed. May I watch the live feed? Yes, if you pay. With another reluctant payment of corpse essence, a massive holographic display materialized above the map, so vast that everyone across the entire camp could see it clearly. The camera followed the missile forwards, soaring through the sky. Zhao Hao had no idea how the system captured such footage, but the visuals were undeniably cinematic. After flying for some time, the missile split midair into 15 independent warheads, each descending upon Shijing, detonating simultaneously to produce 15 towering mushroom clouds. The entire city of Shijing was reduced to absolute rubble. Every living thing capable of movement had been utterly obliterated. Not even ash remained. Back at camp, no one yet understood what had transpired. Many assumed it was merely a film Zhao Hao had somehow orchestrated. Only when Zhao Hao revealed that this was real-time footage of Shijing's missile bombardment did the crowd erupt, ecstatic as if celebrating the new year itself. They deserved it, no pity whatsoever. When they invaded us in the past, now seeing them struck by missiles brings me greater joy than the Spring Festival itself. Indeed, the people of Neon Country are thoroughly despicable. I sincerely hope every fan of their culture, especially those who wear kimonos, happened to be in Shijing at that very moment, so they could descend into hell alongside the nation they so idolize. Everyone dropped whatever they were doing, laughing wildly as they stared intently at the ruins of Xijing, gasping in unison. Little brother, is this your doing? Naturally, any sane Xiaoyan would wish for exactly this. I'm simply the one who made it happen. You rotten little brother. You return and immediately deliver such a spectacular surprise. What else have you got up your sleeve? Zhou Qing widened her beautiful eyes, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she gazed at Zhao Hao. Of course there's more. I'll need you to gather everyone, Sister Qing. I'm about to treat everyone to a fireworks show. Zhou Qing dispatched others to assemble the entire camp. Soon everyone gathered around the holographic display. I've called you all here for one reason only. I've acquired some extraordinary pyrotechnics, and I'd like to share a dazzling spectacle with you all. Zhao Hao had returned to camp by afternoon. With winter's early dusk settling and darkness had already fallen, perfect conditions for watching the cinema. Xijing in Neon Country has just been leveled. Where shall we strike next? Let's decide by vote. Beneath the colossal luminous screen, everyone stood bathed in its brilliant glow, shouting out city names in chaotic, overlapping voices like a bustling marketplace. Ahem, leader, I nominate Curry Country. Anyone else share this view? Wang, who stepped forward to voice his opinion. Those who agreed rose beside him. Zhao Hao estimated roughly 1,000 people, about 1/6 of the camp's total population. Accepted. Curry Country is on the list. Any other nominations? I still have plenty of ordnance left. I vote for Kangaroo Country. That wretched place has long behaved disgracefully. Lao Yang Su stepped forward and spoke. The crowd murmured assent, and this time over 2,000 people rose in agreement, more than those supporting Curry Country. Next, Kangaroo Country takes precedence over Curry Country. Zhou Qing rose, glancing teasingly at Zhao Hao as she spoke. I choose Flower Flag Country, the most egregiously irresponsible nation of all, arrogant, meddling in every affair across the globe. I suspect many of you feel the same. Exactly. I stand with Sister Qing. Wang Xin also stepped forward in support. Immediately a wave of people surged to their feet, over 5,000 in total, representing the majority of the camp. Please sit down. We'll begin with Flower Flag Country, and I'll make sure it receives several rounds just to savor the feast. Other nations soon followed: Rice Flag Country, Elephant Country, and more. Quiet down. We'll start with the capital of Flower Flag Country. System, launch a Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile target, capital of Flower Flag Country. Confirmed. Launch countdown initiated. Once again, the familiar sequence unfolded on screen. The missile split into 15 warheads, reducing the capital Huaduan to utter annihilation. The crowd erupted in cheers, delirious with jubilation. Next, major cities across Flower Flag Country fell under Zhao Hao's relentless missile barrages, not as visually staggering as nuclear detonations perhaps, but overwhelming in sheer quantity. Zhao Hao slashed Flower Flag Country's surviving population by nearly 1/3, especially its capital, where lethal radiation rendered the land barren and irreversibly poisoned. Now came Kangaroo Country, the largest island nation in the southern hemisphere. Though distant from Xia, it served as Flower Flag Country's loyal vassal and maintained deeply hostile relations with Xia. Zhao Hao reserved a particularly devastating gift for it. System, launch a Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile target, Kangaroo Country, Shini. Confirmed. Launch countdown initiated. The veteran Sarmat missile arrived over Shini. Its iconic landmark, the Shini Opera House, was instantly vaporized into a vast crater, erased without trace. Fortunately, this was the apocalypse. Earth's power grid had collapsed entirely and magnetic fields had gone haywire, rendering satellites useless. No force on the planet could intercept the system's missiles. Zhao Hao then turned his attention to Curry Country, the nation he found most intolerable. That cheating country, he believed, had no rightful place remaining on the blue planet. Zhao Hao currently retained 4 nuclear warheads, 1 Sarmat missile, and 10 intercontinental ballistic missiles. This time he allocated 2 nuclear warheads and 4 ICBMs to Curry Country. System, use nuclear and ICBM ordnance freely against Curry Country. The capital must receive at least 1 nuclear strike. The rest is yours to decide. Confirmed. The screen instantly divided into 6 panels, each depicting a different city. 6 cities vanished in an instant, countless perished. Yet not a single soul among the spectators felt pity, for those outside their kinship bore alien hearts, and alien hearts harbored alien intent. That feels satisfying. System, proceed. Keep the nuclear warheads in reserve, deploy the remaining ICBMs as you see fit. The system busied itself launching broad-area strikes across the globe. Zhao Hao paid no mind to whom it targeted, so long as it spared him. All right. Everyone head off to dinner. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed from the screen. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei headed off to eat as well. Earlier, Bai Weiwei had been overjoyed, nestling warmly against Zhao Hao's chest, rubbing playfully against him, stirring a quiet heat within him. After dinner, the two returned to their villa for private exercise. As for rewards for eliminating so many lives, we'll address that tomorrow. Zhao Hao's sweeping barrage had drastically thinned humanity's already scarce numbers. Between asteroid impacts and nuclear detonations, including ICBMs, the global human population now stood below 1 billion, facing tens of billions of zombies and countless billions of mutated beasts and insects. Humanity stands on the precipice of extinction. Suyin, we now have 4 meteorites, and I have some equipment here. Do you think we can create some firearms? Leader, that's hard to say. The key is that I haven't researched this type of meteorite before. To produce a finished product, it will take quite some time. Then take your time to study. You can communicate more with Jian. He's an expert at crafting cold weapons. He has already taken some fragments for research. All right, leader. After arriving at the camp, Su Yan found that Zhao Hao had significant influence. The more she learned, the more she admired Zhao Hao, and at this moment, she was deeply captivated by him. Having resolved the meteorite issue, Zhao Hao found himself at leisure, unsure of what to do next. He entered the mental map in his mind and carefully examined the drop locations of nearby meteorites. There are only a little over 20 meteorites in Jin province, and I happen to go to a place right next to one. How unlucky! Zhao Hao lamented helplessly about the meteorites, deciding to get his hands on them first. Zhao Hao returned to the dormitory picked up by Wei Wei and left the villa, placing her in the electric vehicle. The two continued their quest for meteorites. Honey, I was still dreaming, and you woke me up. You lazy pig, always wanting to sleep. Here, eat something, and let's go dig for meteorites. Bai Weiwei took the warm cake from Zhao Hao's hand and began to eat it. Zhao Hao held Bai Weiwei, feeling a sense of peace. With her by his side, what did it matter if the world fell apart? After 3 hours of driving, they arrived at a city near Longqing just before noon, where 4 meteorites were scattered in different directions. It seems today we won't be able to gather all the meteorites. Never mind, let's take it slow. For the next month, the two stayed in the electric vehicle, roaming all over Jin province, and even managed to acquire meteorites from nearby provinces. By December, as the new year approached, Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei returned to the camp. The pale sky was filled with large snowflakes, and the entire world was draped in silver, adding a touch of beauty to the apocalypse. Wife, it's snowing. Yes, how wonderful it would be if this world had no apocalypse. Without the apocalypse, would I be able to marry such a beautiful girl like you, eh? Ha ha, you fool, I will love you forever. The two looked outside, lost in thought. System, can the Dragon Balls wish to restore this world to its original state? No, restoring it requires too much energy. The Dragon Balls cannot achieve that. I see, can we make the virus disappear instead, eh? That is possible. Do you want to use the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon right now, eh? Not for now, maybe in a few days. Zhao Hao retracted his consciousness, tightened his grip on Bai Weiwei's small hand, and returned to the villa. In the following days, the camp faced no issues, as if the world had been put on pause. Until New Year's Eve, a piece of news sparked chaos in Xiao Nation. On that day, Zhao Hao took out the radio, as usual, hoping to receive some useful news. Previously, he occasionally received messages from survivor camps in some provinces, but today's news left Zhao Hao bewildered. To all survivors in Xiao Nation, we have confirmed news that the survivor camp in Kyoto has been breached by zombies, and no one survived. Number 1, send a final message. Dear friends and family in Xiao Nation, Kyoto is about to be occupied by zombies. This is our common disaster. I hope that after we are gone, Xiao Nation can continue to resist the zombies and mutated beasts. May heaven bless Xiao Nation and humanity. Zhao Hao gazed towards Kyoto's direction and softly declared, rest assured, I will end this apocalypse. System, used the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. After he finished speaking, a dragon's figure instantly appeared in the sky, and the camp's members looked up at the sky in terror. Zhao Hao stepped out of the room and gazed at the dragon. I can grant you one wish, please state your wish. I wish for the virus that triggered the apocalypse to disappear. Your wish has been granted. The dragon vanished, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls and flying away. The sky also changed. The air was no longer oppressive and returned to its original state. All zombie viruses on Blue Star disappeared, meaning that zombies, mutated beasts, and mutated plants would no longer evolve. Humans would not turn into zombies, and while the virus still existed within zombies, it posed no threat. Once a zombie died, the virus would dissipate. Phew, this world will be protected by us. Fight! 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 The camp members just received news that number 1 had passed away, but Zhao Hao had eradicated the virus on Blue Star, so calling him a savior was not an exaggeration. Now all that was left was to eliminate every zombie and mutated beast, and the world could slowly return to its former state. The members were filled with fighting spirit, continuously shouting, "Stop!" Everyone halted and looked at Zhao Hao with the gaze one would reserve for a deity. Next, we must wage war everywhere. Let's set a small goal to clean up Jin province first. We will set off tomorrow, but before that, let's celebrate the new year. Celebrate the new year. Celebrate the new year. Qing Jia arranged for everyone to pack up and make dumplings. Wang Xian, how many vehicles and fuel do we currently have? We have several hundred vehicles, mainly buses and trucks. The fuel is currently not much. We have collected all the stock from Longqing, which is only enough for our vehicles for a month. A month. We'll find a way for the fuel. Also leave the ordinary people to guard the camp. We don't need so many useless people going out to clear the area. Okay, I will arrange that. Wang Xian noticed that Zhao Hao had changed a lot, but it didn't hinder her from continuing to follow him. That evening the camp was brightly lit, and the moon hung quietly in the sky, just like the moon before the apocalypse, no longer the blood moon of before. Everyone gathered together eating dumplings and drinking wine. This was the last meal before they left the camp, and it was also the New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone was having a great time, and many got drunk and had to be carried back. Zhao Hao, after chatting with everyone at the beginning, sat alone thinking. Bai Weiwei saw Zhao Hao frowning and sat in his lap, holding his big hand. Honey, why aren't you enjoying yourself with everyone? Silly girl, I'm considering what comes next. How can I be as carefree as you every day? I want to share the burden with you. Zhao Hao ruffled Bai Weiwei's hair and kissed her forehead, saying, Wife, let me handle these dangerous matters. You just need to take care of yourself. Bai Weiwei wanted to say more, but Zhao Hao placed his finger on her lips and directly pulled her into his embrace. As long as you are well, I fear nothing, even if the world ends. Bai Weiwei fell silent, tightly hugging Zhao Hao, afraid that he would disappear. Zhao Hao gently stroked her back, and soon Bai Weiwei fell asleep. Zhao Hao carried her back to the villa. Looking at the beautiful Bai Weiwei before him, he smiled gently and drifted into a deep sleep. On the first day of the new year, the camp gathered early in the morning, floating in the air. Zhao Hao looked at the neatly arranged crowd before him, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Brothers and sisters, although the apocalypse has seen the virus disappear, the countless zombies and mutated beasts still threaten us. Our first plan is to cleanse the Xia kingdom. Zhao Hao had made up his mind for now he would not consider foreign lands, focusing instead on protecting the land beneath his feet. This time I will only take 200 people. As for the rest, you can join the team to exterminate the zombies and mutated beasts, but you will not be under my command. System, can you use satellites to send a message to all of humanity? Yes, but it requires immense energy and estimated 200 beast cores. Upon receiving the system's affirmative reply, Zhao Hao let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Zhou Qing. Sister Qing, how many beast cores do we have left at the camp? Currently, we only have over 200, as we consume a significant amount daily. Then take out 200 for me, I have great use for it. Also, Sister Qing, will you come with us? I will go, but leave the camp to Wang Xian. Wang Xian, the camp is in your hands. We will return after we have cleared about half of the area. Alright, you can trust me with it. After Zhao Hao received 200 beast cores, he immediately handed them over to the system, which broadcasted his message across the entire blue planet. Those surviving humans all received the same message simultaneously. I am a survivor from the Xia kingdom. The virus that caused the apocalypse has vanished, leaving behind many filthy monsters. We must take action to cleanse these creatures to return to the tranquility of the world before the apocalypse. Survivors across the globe, let us unite to create a new era. In an instant, every human who received the message looked up to the sky in prayer, speaking various languages. Although Zhao Hao did not leave his name, his identity as a Xia kingdom citizen was known to the world. Oh my God, this person must be a god. We are saved. Quickly organize the army, we must launch a counteroffensive. Such scenes unfolded globally, while Zhao Hao had already set off with his team. There were no monsters near Long City, and Zhao Hao and his group headed north, preparing to clear the northern part of Jin province first. There are still 2 hours of driving to the next city. All vehicles maintain convoy order. Zhao Hao spoke into the walkie-talkie he held. These walkie-talkies were found in the commercial district, sufficient for Zhao Hao and his team for quite a while. Zhao Hao's route for this outing was distributed counterclockwise. They could refer to the map for specifics. Soon the first city in the north came into view. Zhao Hao chose cities with a high concentration of zombies. As for the countryside, he felt it was beyond his reach. Xiangzi, keep an eye on the vehicles. Wang Hu, bring your people and come with me. Understood. Zhao Hao entered the city with over 1,000 people, leaving a portion behind to guard the vehicles. Su Yin truly lived up to her reputation as a top student and head of the weapons factory, quickly producing a batch of advanced weaponry that resembled alien laser guns equipped with magazines for beast cores. One bullet could obliterate an entire area, similar to heavy artillery. These weapons were all in Zhao Hao's possession. Due to their limited number, he only armed a select few, ensuring that everyone who initially followed him received one. These individuals were tasked with being the vanguard, while Zhao Hao also brought out heavy artillery. Of course, the giants and other vehicles were present as well. With a group pushing forward, they had no fear, even when faced with massive hordes of beasts and zombies. Zhao Hao's heavy artillery and giants were no trifles. Zhao Hao made an effort not to damage the buildings, as they were not in foreign lands. It was better not to be too reckless. After spending more than 3 hours swiftly eliminating the majority of zombies and mutated beasts in the city, the group boarded their vehicles and continued north, primarily relying on Zhao Hao. The others mostly picked up what was left behind. Thus, Zhao Hao decided to act alone in the future. With their group moving together, they could handle nearly all situations as long as they didn't encounter a large beast horde. The team members were left under Wang He's command, who was naturally adept at this given his mercenary background. After reaching the next city, Zhao Hao took by Weiwei and Zhou Qing away from the main group, heading towards the right half of the city. Zhou Qing's ability was to control time. Zhao Hao had never seen her use her powers before. If wielded effectively, such a powerful ability could resolve many troublesome situations. Sister Qing, you haven't done anything bad with your powers, have you? How could I? Am I that kind of person? Zhou Qing, feeling guilty, dared not look Zhao Hao in the eye. Previously, she had briefly stopped time to steal a few kisses from Zhao Hao, then pretended nothing had happened. Zhao Hao chose to overlook her past actions, leading the two girls to the place in the city with the highest concentration of zombies. The two women were only responsible for keeping watch. After all, Zhao Hao's combat ability was formidable. Jejun Fire. The cannon of the royal giant aimed at the base of a building. With one shot, it brought about destruction, collapsing the entire structure. In an instant, half of the zombies inside were killed, while many of the survivors were trapped under the rubble, unable to move. Charge. The remaining vehicles and heavy artillery rushed into the dust-filled ruins, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Before long, the area fell completely silent. Each vehicle emerged carrying beast cores, which Zhao Hao collected into his space. These resources would gradually diminish, so stocking up was prudent, whether for leveling up or ammunition. Zhao Hao equipped all his transport-capable vehicles with suitable bags. Let's go to the next one. Zhao Hao took by Weiwei's delicate hand, pulling Zhou Qing as they walked towards the next gathering point. Wang He's side also encountered a group of mutated beasts, primarily rats. In an instant, the area was filled with the sounds of rats squeaking as blood pooled into small rivers. Wang, who could only use the new weapons to fend off the beast horde, engaging in close combat would result in injuries which he wished to avoid. He had no choice but to supplement beast cores while fighting, sustaining the battle. After several hours, everyone regrouped. Zhao Hao was leisurely taking the girls on an outing while the others looked disheveled. Fortunately, there were no casualties, with only a few foolish individuals getting caught by mutated beasts. Let's set up camp here for today and continue our journey tomorrow. The group began to prepare food, while some went off to find suitable sleeping spots. Zhao Hao held by Weiwei as he studied the map in his hands, contemplating the next destination. Looking at the number of survivors and zombies displayed in his mind, he fell silent. The number of survivors is decreasing daily. Could it be that after the virus was eradicated, the zombies and mutated beasts have gone insane? This was Zhao Hao's speculation, which was not far from the truth. Currently, all zombies and mutated beasts across the blue planet had gone berserk, aggressively attacking human strongholds, which was the reason for the significant decline in human survivors. Zhao Hao stopped pondering these issues, ate a little, and went to sleep with Bai Weiwei. The next day, everyone packed their belongings and resumed their journey. Over a month swiftly passed, and the first Lunar New Year since the apocalypse was fast approaching. Zhao Hao and his group had now reached the Black Soil region. Bitterly cold winds and deep snowdrifts severely impeded their progress. Good heavens, this place is freezing. Having grown accustomed to the mild climate of the southeast, I can hardly bear this sudden shift. Indeed, I'd salute anyone brave enough to lick an iron pole. My noodles were just served, yet they froze solid within a minute of leaving the bowl. How on earth am I supposed to eat them? Wang Hu and the others grumbled about the brutal weather. Lao Yang shivered uncontrollably, huddled before the fire so desperately that he nearly thrust his hands into the flames. Just acclimate yourself, it'll pass. Once we finish here, we head for the Great Grasslands. The grasslands sound perfect. Mutated sheep and cattle must be plentiful there. I'll feast until I burst. Zhao Hao produced a massive cauldron while Qiangzi, the team's fire affinity mutant, immediately ignited roaring flames beneath it. Next, Zhao Hao retrieved a vast array of hot pot ingredients. Purified water and aromatic spicy broth base were added first, instantly releasing an intoxicating blend of pungent, numbing, savory, and fragrant notes. He then laid out numerous pots, bowls, ladles, and more provisions, instructing everyone to prepare their own hot pots. Nearly all ingredients came from Zhao Hao's spatial storage, except for mutated beast carcasses, which he dismissed as too pungent. Soon the water boiled. Zhao Hao began adding thin slices of meat and assorted dumplings, but vegetables. Scarce indeed, he possessed only a meager supply. He then distributed a wide variety of dipping sauces among the group. These were precious reserves. Each use diminished his dwindling stock. A steaming, fragrant hot pot warmed them from within, dispelling the deep chill. Blissful. Qiangzi, simultaneously stoking the fire and devouring his meal, was by far the most exhausted. and after eating his fill he collapsed gracelessly onto the frozen ground. Sated and weary, everyone retreated to their quarters. Zhao Hao wrapped his arm around Bai Weiwei's slender waist and led her back to their room. At dawn the group set out once more, marching resolutely into wind and snow. They had been in this region for 3 days, clearing only a few small urban zones. Deep snow immobilized vehicles, grinding progress to a crawl. Nothing left but to wait for temperatures to rise gradually. It seems we'll spend the new year right here. Actually, it's not so bad. Endless stretches of pristine white snow. Aside from the cold, it scarcely hinders us. Bai Weiwei gazed out the window at the howling blizzard and sighed softly. Zhao Hao merely smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. 3 more days passed, and then the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. That day, Zhao Hao's group halted all travel, remaining in their shelter to prepare for the coming festival. From dawn, the women began mincing beef, mutated beef, and kneading dough for dumplings. The men ventured outside in search of mutated timber, not only for fuel, but also to kindle a celebratory bonfire. Zhao Hao stood idle for once. Zhou Qing had taken Bai Weiwei to join the dumpling-making brigade, fashioning rich beef-filled dumplings since vegetables were unavailable and only pure meat variants remained feasible. These dumplings taste even better than those before the apocalypse. Back then, who could afford dumplings stuffed entirely with premium beef? Zhao Hao wandered idly through the building. Dumpling making, not his domain. Zhao Hao declared he excelled solely at consumption. Through the collective effort of hundreds, the dumplings were finally completed by noon, then placed on paper sheets and instantly flash frozen. Truly, the Black Soil region's winter offered unparalleled convenience for frozen dumplings. At noon, everyone ate lightly and resumed preparations for other festivities. Sister Qing, assign people to build a temporary stage. Those with talent should perform. After all, it's the new year. Joy and merriment are paramount. Oh, you're absolutely right. I'd nearly forgotten. I'll arrange it immediately. Zhao Hao stepped alone from the building, drawing in the crisp, biting air, a sensation both bracing and exhilarating. System, long overdue for a reward settlement. Grant me some festive gifts. Ding. You have slain 5 888 Tier 3 zombies, 884 Tier 3 mutated beasts, 49 Tier 4 zombies, 16890 Tier 4 mutated beasts, 180 Tier 5 zombies, 2 Tier 5 mutated beasts, 1863 Tier 6 zombies, 3456 Tier 6 mutated beasts, 45 Tier 7 zombies, and 123 Tier 7 mutated beasts. This tally represented Zhao Hao's relentless campaign over the past month, using cards and heavy artillery to cleanse 3 entire provinces. In truth, the actual number was far greater. Much of the devastation had been wrought by the meteor shower itself, killing countless humans, zombies, and mutated beasts alike, while nuclear missiles and ballistic strikes, though effective, yielded no system rewards for Zhao Hao. Had those been counted, he might well have surpassed even the most audacious goals. You have acquired 154052 common chests, 15405 rare chests, 1540 epic chests, and 154 legendary chests. Not a wasted month of slaughter. My gains are extraordinary. This windfall would allow Zhao Hao to upgrade numerous cards to their apex tiers, dramatically amplifying his strength. Maximize yellow hair, iron head, archer, skeleton, soldier, volley of arrows, bombardier, knight, goblin, fire bean, electro bean, ice bean, undead, and goblin javeliner. All remaining slots go to skeletal wyverns. Congratulations, host. You have received 13 fully upgraded common cards. A skeletal wyvern has ascended to level 123704. Maximize airship, giant mage, valkyrie, goblin hunt, and musketeer. All remaining slots go to angel. Congratulations, host. You have received 6 fully upgraded rare cards, including the musketeer. Battle angel has ascended to level 12621. 1. Maximize P. E. K. K. Balloon troop, blue fat witch. All remaining slots go to flying axe warden. Congratulations, host. You have received 4 fully upgraded epic cards. Flying axe warden has ascended to level 1214. Maximize witch, granny, sharpshooter, electromagnetic cannon, and princess. All remaining slots go to frost mage. Congratulations, host. You have received 4 fully upgraded legendary cards. Frost mage has ascended to level 1290. Opening legendary chest, awarded lifespan. Years, artifact, corpse attracting banner, alien warship 1 unit. An alien warship. Is this the dawn of the Avengers? Yet where are the other heroes? I'm barely a makeshift Iron Man. If Thanos arrives, what then? Zhao Hao stared at the warship in his rewards mind, racing across countless possibilities. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the next item, the corpse attracting banner. Corpse attracting banner draws all zombies and mutated beasts within a 100-kilometer radius. A 10-day cooldown follows each activation. Incredible. No need to scour the entire nation. I simply locate a suitable spot, wave the banner, and legions of zombies and mutated beasts will obediently march to their doom. Zhao Hao felt giddier than during any New Year celebration. He longed to snatch up the banner and kiss it fervently. Forcing himself to calm down, he reminded himself what would happen to his authority as leader if others witnessed such unguarded elation. Once the rewards were processed, night fell, and the apocalyptic Lunar New Year revelry was about to begin. Soon it was evening, and the party was about to begin. Zhao Hao was pulled to the front by Wei Wei, watching everyone perform. Today I will perform a program for you titled Belly Dance. As Qiangzi spoke, he started to remove his outer robe, revealing the outfit underneath. Qiangzi only wore clothing on his lower half, exposing his muscular upper body, and began to twist and turn. His 8-pack abs were neatly arranged on his belly, swaying together with his hips, which was quite eye-catching. Qiangzi, I didn't expect you to be so flamboyant. Brother, I admire you. Ha ha, you're so flamboyant, I really like it. Qiangzi, be careful not to stay single forever. Qiangzi was immersed in his own world and ignored the teasing from the crowd, continuing to dance for himself. Although it was somewhat eye-catching, Chen Chong still showcased his physique magnificently, and several women looked at him with unusual eyes filled with desire. Zhao Hao took out a shoe and playfully threw it at Qiangzi. Qiangzi sheepishly ran off the stage, and those women stood up and headed towards him. Tonight Qiangzi was destined to be sleepless. The next performances were relatively normal, with no monsters appearing, just dances and songs. Honey, let's go up and sing a song. All right, I will fulfill your little wish. Zhao Hao affectionately rubbed Wei Wei's little nose as she pulled him onto the stage. The audience immediately began to cheer, eagerly anticipating their performance. Come on, come on. Ahem, today I will embarrass myself for you all. Here's a song, called Because of Love. Zhao, I give you a CD from the past, listen to our love from those days. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I am still in love with you. Why? I can't sing songs like that anymore. When I hear them I blush and hide. Even though I often forget, I still love you. Because love does not easily bring sorrow. Zhao, so everything looks happy. Why? Because love grows simply. Zhao, I can still go crazy for you at any time. Why? Because love cannot have bitterness. Zhao, so we still look young. Why? Because love is in that place. Zhao, there are still people wandering there. Together, people come and go. Why? I can't sing songs like that anymore. When I hear them I blush and hide. Even though I often forget, I still love you. Together, because love does not easily bring sorrow. Zhao, so everything looks happy. Why? Because love grows simply. Zhao, I can still go crazy for you at any time. Why? Because love cannot have bitterness. Zhao, so we still look young. Why? Wow, I envy you so much. I have never seen what love looks like before, and I didn't expect that in the end times I would witness the true form of love. Suddenly someone spoke up, waking everyone from their reverie, and they gave a warm round of applause to Zhao Hao and Wei Wei. Come on, another one. Another one. Then I will satisfy you. Wife, what do you think? If my husband is on stage, how can I lag behind? As expected of my wife. Zhao Hao directly kissed Wei Wei in front of everyone. Of course it was on the forehead. Only as for the lips, that was a thought, how could they let them see? Now let me sing a song, Little Dimple, for you single dogs. Zhao Hao held Wei Wei's delicate hand, singing passionately. Zhao, I am still searching for a support and a hug. Who will pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me, and make a fuss for me? Happiness begins to show signs. Fate brings us closer, and loneliness is swallowed. Boredom becomes a topic of conversation, and changes have occurred. Together, little dimple, long eyelashes are your most beautiful mark. I can't sleep every day missing your smile. Together, you don't know how important you are to me. With you life is perfectly complete. Together, little dimple, long eyelashes, charming and irresistible. Zhao, I slowed down my pace, feeling like I was drunk. Together, finally found the beauty of being in sync. A lifetime of warmth, I will love you until old age. Happiness begins to show signs. Fate brings us closer, and loneliness is swallowed. Boredom becomes a topic of conversation, and changes have occurred. Together, little dimple, long eyelashes are your most beautiful mark. I can't sleep. Woo, I think I have fallen in love for the first time. The leader is killing us with his heart. Is it a crime to be single? It's almost New Year, why am I not happy at all? Besides, I don't even want to eat dumplings anymore. I have enough dog food. Add 1, I can't take it anymore. Add 2. Zhao Hao didn't care about them. After singing, he directly took Wei Wei off the stage. The crowd looked at the two with resentment, and the couple expressed their helplessness. The subsequent performances, after experiencing the excitement of Zhao Hao and Wei Wei, became rather dull, thus concluding hastily. The New Year's Eve dinner begins. Everyone sat on the hastily made tables and benches, quietly waiting for the dumplings to be served. One person from each table was responsible for bringing out the dumplings. Zhao Hao, Wei Wei, and Zhou Qing sat at a specially made small table with someone responsible for serving the dumplings. Brothers and sisters, thank you all for your continuous efforts. We are about to celebrate our first New Year since the apocalypse. I hope everyone will persevere and strive together for our future. Born to fight, we will fight until death. Born to fight, we will fight until death. Wang Hu led everyone in a chorus. Let's eat. Dumplings are served. Many people brought dumplings to their tables, and several plates of dumplings were also placed in front of Zhao Hao's table. Everyone joyfully enjoyed the dumplings, and drinks and snacks were also served. This led to many people getting drunk. After all, they were happy. Zhao Hao only drank a little, and he took out several cans of meat and placed them on the table, treating Bai Weiwei and the other girls. The beef is still the best, while the mutated beef now has more meat, but it really doesn't taste good. Yeah, with how we basically have everything to eat, he. Hurry and eat, my little greedy cat. If I can't afford to raise you, wouldn't that be too incompetent of me? Zhao Hao affectionately patted Bai Weiwei's little head, making Zhou Qing roll her eyes. I can't take this anymore. How can I bring a dog in to kill? Zhou Qing directly ran away with the can, unable to stand the two. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei exchanged smiles, watching everyone get drunk and both quietly observing the scene. Why shall we go set off fireworks? Yes, let's go. Bai Weiwei eagerly pulled Zhao Hao and ran outside, bursting with excitement. The two stepped outside, and Zhao Hao took out various fireworks. Bai Weiwei crouched down to select her favorite ones, while Zhao Hao secretly handed some fireworks to the barbarians and the mages, planning to surprise Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hao watched Bai Weiwei run around with the fireworks, a look of affection in his eyes. On New Year's Eve, snow began to fall, gently landing in Zhao Hao's palms, slowly melting away. It's snowing again. Will this world ever return to its original state? It's a pity that number one is no longer here. Who will manage this vast Xia nation? Honey, what are you doing? Come play. Zhao Hao shook his head and walked over to Bai Weiwei, joining the group, setting off fireworks. Bang! A firework shot into the sky and exploded into a brilliant red flower. Wife, this is for you. Do you like it? I love it. Zhao Hao hugged Bai Weiwei from behind, watching the fireworks bloom in the sky. For a moment, the world seemed to quiet down, leaving just the two of them. Those who were not drunk leaned against the windows, gazing at the fireworks in the sky, silently appreciating the beauty of the moment. It had been many years since people last set off fireworks, mainly due to climate change on Blue Star. To protect the environment, people had significantly reduced the burning of fireworks and firecrackers at the urging of authorities, which left many feeling a sense of deprivation. After about 10 minutes, the fireworks show ended. People went downstairs to join the group, setting off fireworks, igniting various strange fireworks that exploded, releasing their beauty. After a bit of commotion, everyone returned to sleep. Inside the building, a huge bonfire was burning, and Zhao Hao had assigned someone to keep an eye on it. Lighting a bonfire outside could attract mutated beasts, causing unnecessary trouble, so they could only light it indoors. Fortunately, the building they chose was quite good, allowing for a large bonfire. Zhao Hao also held the lovely girl in his arms as they returned to their residence. They didn't do anything else, just talked a lot until they were too tired to stay awake and fell asleep. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Zhao Hao was awakened by his biological clock. He got up and grabbed some snow to rub on his face, instantly feeling refreshed. Zhao Hao went downstairs to arrange for everyone to continue their journey, still following the same routine. Zhao Hao took two women, while the others went in another direction. The ones who had drunk too much yesterday woke up. Soon everyone at their temporary accommodation had left, leaving only Zhao Hao and Zhou Qing, while Bai Weiwei was still asleep. Brother, when are we departing? Any time works. I'll bring that little fool down first. Zhao Hao directly carried the dazed Bai Weiwei downstairs and stuffed her into the electric vehicle. The three of them squeezed into the vehicle and slowly set off. Few people like Zhao Hao actively cleared out zombies and mutated beasts. Most only thought about preserving their own lives, wondering why they should risk their lives to clear them. All along the way, Zhao Hao had not encountered any proper teams. Occasionally, he came across some survivors, but they had no interaction and simply bypassed each other. Zhao Hao directed the electric vehicle toward the next city, with Wang Hu and the others heading out first. Zhao Hao's vehicle was slower, and the distance between them grew. The map in his mind indicated that they were approaching the city, while Zhao Hao and the others were still on the way. This city has the largest population in the entire Black Soil region, and this will be our last cleanup here. After this, we'll head straight to the grasslands. Zhou Qing and the awakened Bai Weiwei nodded in agreement. Zhao Hao took out the lure banner and shook it, a strange sound emanating from it that ultimately covered a radius of 100 kilometers. All the zombies and mutated beasts within the range, regardless of their level, rushed toward Zhao Hao with red eyes. Zhao Hao looked at the increasing crimson dots on the map, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Let's go take the advantageous terrain. This time we must wipe them all out. Zhao Hao contacted Wang Hu via intercom, instructing them to find the high ground in the city while he slowly approached the city in the electric vehicle. About half an hour later, Zhao Hao and the others arrived in Harbin. Wang Hu and the others had already found the high ground and were waiting for Zhao Hao and the others at the top. Zhao Hao directed the vehicle straight toward the high ground as many zombies and mutated beasts charged recklessly toward them. The first wave was from Harbin and nearby, while others were still on their way. Zhao Hao had fought his way here, and the lure banner was incredibly effective. System products are guaranteed to be high quality. The electric vehicle had been running for a while, and fortunately it didn't need energy, or it would have broken down long ago. When Zhao Hao's electric vehicle reached the vicinity of the high ground, the three quickly got out of the vehicle. Zhao Hao called back the electromagnetic cannon and released the giant. "Fatty, take us up there." The giant nodded, grabbing the three and running toward the high ground, followed by a swarm of zombies and mutated beasts. Even the 7th-tier beasts charged mindlessly. The effect of the lure banner was explosive. Wang Hu and the others stood ready on the high ground. Seeing Zhao Hao approaching, all those with guns aimed at the zombies and mutated beasts behind him, instantly taking down a row. Zhao Hao and the others were also brought up by the giant. Zhao Hao summoned all the ranged cards to join the defense team. The dense crowd of zombies and mutated beasts below made everyone feel uneasy, and new ones were still joining from a distance. Everyone had no choice but to desperately shoot at the monsters below, with explosions ringing out continuously. "Stop it!" Wang Hu shouted, and everyone quickly turned their guns, aiming at a large mutated wild boar. The wild boar charged upward despite taking heavy fire, blood holes covering its body, one of its tusks broken and one eye blinded, yet it fearlessly pushed forward. Under the concentrated fire of everyone and the cards, the wild boar finally fell, but behind it a massive number of zombies and mutated beasts rushed forward, taking advantage of the wild boar's diversion, now less than 10 meters from the frontline team. "Giant Blue Fatty, block these things for me." The giant ran over from the side, and Blue Fatty appeared in front of the zombies, forcefully pushing down a massive stone, crushing a large number of zombies, while the larger mutated beasts were pushed back a distance. Due to Blue Fatty's slow attack speed, the stray zombies were all taken down by the giant's punches. Everyone dispersed their firepower, struggling to resist the continuous onslaught of monsters below. The ammunition consumption was enormous, but Zhao Hao had plenty of reserves, enough for everyone to fight for a long time. However, overusing the guns caused them to overheat, requiring a cooldown period. Even when thrown into a snow pile, it would take time, greatly affecting the output efficiency. The front line of zombies kept moving forward, and the speed at which everyone killed them couldn't keep up with their charge. For a moment, everyone found themselves in a dire situation. Zhao Hao looked at the advancing horde of corpses and mutated beasts, contemplating how to deal with the monsters below. Heavy artillery, come out and bombard them. The tank's heavy artillery was summoned from the system space by Zhao Hao, who tossed it a large pile of corpse essence and left it to its own devices. Boom! With the support of a massive amount of corpse essence, this shot instantly cleared a large area below, disrupting the formation of the monsters. The explosion continued to resonate. Despite the millions of zombies and mutated beasts below, they still couldn't ascend the high ground under the powerful artillery fire. The battle lasted over 3 hours, and the heavy artillery fired for more than 3 hours, with the barrel turning red. "I'm so tired. After more than 3 hours of fighting such a multitude of monsters, it's impossible not to feel nervous." "Yeah, thankfully the leader is reliable. Isn't that just stating the obvious? When has the leader ever let us down?" Listening to their banter, Zhao Hao couldn't help but smile wryly, as he indeed had let them down before. The others went down to clear the battlefield and collect corpse essence beast cores, occasionally finishing off any survivors. Zhao Hao watched the busy crowd below, instructing the giants to help with the collection while he surveyed the map, planning the route to the vast grasslands. The cleanup took a long time, and eventually they set the corpses ablaze. After the flames, a pile of corpse essence beast cores remained, making collection much easier, though they lost a lot of meat in the process. Let's set off directly to the vast grasslands. The cleaned-up crowd boarded vehicles and followed Zhao Hao's electric car westward. Most of the loot was stored in Zhao Hao's possession, with the remainder shared among everyone for upgrades and ammunition consumption. They traveled for a full 10 days, progressing at a slow pace. During these 10 days, they also cleared the cities along the way, collecting numerous corpse essence beast cores. Finally, on the 10th day, they arrived at the Hulunber grassland. In the azure sky floated fluffy clouds, while the grassland was barren, lacking any patches of green. "Sigh, the timing for our arrival is off. There's nothing here now. Although we don't have that feeling of seeing cattle and sheep when the wind blows the grass low, this sky is still quite nice." Zhao Hao took out the corpse-attracting banner, eager to see how many mutated beasts he could lure in. The grassland was desolate, so surely there weren't many zombies, but animals would abound. However, Zhao Hao overlooked one point: this was a flat grassland, and without the advantage of terrain, it would be difficult to withstand a massive swarm of mutated beasts. How are we supposed to fight if you attract so many monsters? This is a bit too peaceful. Oh no, I forgot about this. Zhao Hao chuckled wryly, momentarily neglecting the fact that the area was too flat, which was quite concerning. Everyone retreat. The farther away from me, the better hurry. Wang Hu led over 1,000 people onto their vehicles heading south, leaving only Zhao Hao and 2 others with Zhou Qing following them. Their presence would only hinder Zhao Hao's performance. As for Bai Weiwei, if he couldn't protect his own wife, he might as well let her die. Swish, swish, swish. One card after another was summoned by Zhao Hao, many of which were max-level cards, and the heavy artillery was also brought out fully loaded with ammunition. Wife, have you seen Iron Man? Of course, why are you bringing up Iron Man now? As long as you've seen it, just close your eyes. I'm going to give you something good. Honey, the mutated beasts are coming, and you're still playing around with this nonsense. Just trust me and close your eyes. Bai Weiwei helplessly closed her eyes, pouting adorably. Zhao Hao suppressed the urge to kiss her, taking out 2 sets of nano battle armor for both himself and Bai Weiwei. What is this? I feel like I'm all wrapped up. All right, open your eyes and take a look. Bai Weiwei screamed upon seeing the scene before her. Oh, it's actually Iron Man's armor. How did you get this, husband? Hee, it's a secret. Do you like it? I absolutely love it. Bai Weiwei experimented with the armor while Zhao Hao was figuring out how to attack and move. Mr. Zhao Hao, Jarvis at your service. Ms. Bai Weiwei, Jarvis at your service. Oh wow, you have Jarvis too, nice. After a little practice, Zhao Hao quickly learned how to operate the armor. Bai Weiwei also learned quickly, and together they soared into the sky, watching the horde of mutated beasts and zombies rushing towards them without a hint of fear. Normal cards attacked to the left. All normal cards charged toward Zhao Hao's left side. These were the most numerous cards and had decent combat power. Rare cards attacked to the right. All rare cards charged to Zhao Hao's right side. They were fewer in number than the normal cards, and the building cards were still in the Dragon City, Rose Camp, greatly reducing the combat power of the rare cards. Epic cards attack forward. A dozen epic cards charged ahead. Although their numbers were not substantial, their levels were not low, making them capable of bullying the lower-tier zombies and mutated beasts. Legendaries attacked backward. Except for spell-type legendaries, all legendaries charged straight toward Zhao Hao's rear. The legendary cards had the strongest combat power, and although not all of them were max-level legendaries were formidable, their quality was undeniable. Zhao Hao and Bai Weiwei soared in their nano-battle armor, occasionally assisting the cards in relieving pressure. The heavy artillery joined the giants to help out. The two had unknowingly teamed up, and Zhao Hao didn't bother with such trivial matters. After arranging the cards, the dark mass of mutated beasts approached. Soon both sides engaged, with the larger ones blocking the front, while various attacks continued to eliminate the nearby monsters. Fisherman, what the heck are you doing? Stop messing up the formation. If you let the big black rat get too close to the princess, it'll confine you. The fisherman lowered his head and walked over to the Ultra Knight, luring those mutated beasts while the Ultra Knight dealt with them one by one, simultaneously clearing out the monsters attracted by the fisherman. Assassin, don't rush in. If you get surrounded, you can't escape. Come back. The shadow assassin emerged from the pile of corpses standing beside the ice mage and attacking the slowed-down mutated beasts. Sigh, these guys are troublesome. After clearing a large number of mutated beasts with a laser, Zhao Hao said helplessly. Bai Weiwei landed on the ground, conjuring a long sword to slash at the enemies wildly. Seeing her having fun, Zhao Hao didn't intervene, instead pulling out a small hand cannon to bombard the zombies and mutated beasts. Although there were many mutated beasts attracted by the corpse-attracting banner under Zhao Hao's overwhelming firepower, they were still insufficient. Understanding the ceiling of combat power, Zhao Hao had yet to summon his battleship. Its cannons were not ordinary, capable of leveling a city with a single blast, nearly comparable to nuclear weapons. Under the relentless onslaught, the horde of mutated beasts was nearly annihilated, with the zombies meeting a similar fate. Wang Hu and the others, having distanced themselves from Zhao Hao early on, encountered few mutated beasts and easily broke out of the encirclement, suffering minimal impact. After Zhao Hao cleared all the monsters, he called Wang Hu and the others back, glancing at the endless corpses of mutated cattle and sheep, prompting everyone to begin collecting. Now there was no shortage of beef and mutton. Zhao Hao filled his storage to the brim, and the remaining rent was placed into the system space. The battle armor had long been retracted by Zhao Hao, while Bai Weiwei remained exhilarated and unable to contain herself. This girl. Zhao Hao looked at Bai Weiwei, chattering excitedly about their recent achievements, and smiled indulgently. He directly picked her up and boarded the electric car as they continued their journey westward. Their destination was Hohota City, located near Shaanxi Province. Yet Zhao Hao had no intention of returning to Longsheng. It took over 10 days to arrive, traveling by day and resting by night, a grueling pace. Same as always. Wang Hu, you take them to the left half. Got it. This time Zhao Hao did not deploy the corpse-invoking banner. Its effect was simply too overwhelming. If used, Wang Hu and the others would become little more than spectators, save for those armed with firearms. Zhao Hao and his 2 companions entered Hohot, heading toward the city's right sector. Dozens of card-summoned entities trailed behind him. After all, what kind of leader would neglect such loyal subordinates? Guided by the map's markings, Zhao Hao systematically breached building after building, each a known lair of mutated beasts or zombies. Human life signs occasionally drew attention, though far fewer than those he personally detected. Before long, the city was nearly cleared. Along the way, several reckless individuals, blinded by lust upon seeing the beauty of Bai Weiwei and Zhou Qing, attempted to seize them. Zhao Hao instantly transformed into an armored titan, obliterating the attackers with a single blast before reverting seamlessly to his original form. Truly, this nanotech armor is unparalleled. Zhao Hao smiled in quiet satisfaction as he rejoined Wang Hu and the others. Chief, something's happened. What's wrong? Why the urgency? While clearing zombies, one of our brothers was scratched. We assumed the virus had been eradicated by you, Chief, so we applied only basic first aid. Yet within hours, he spiked a fever, foamed at the mouth, and turned into a zombie. Fortunately, he harmed no one else before being contained. What? He turned, but the virus was eradicated. Stunned, Zhao Hao dismissed Wang Hu and stood alone atop a rooftop, deep in thought. Clearly, the pandemic that erupted across Blue Planet is no ordinary calamity. Some unseen hand seems to be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Puzzled and unsettled, Zhao Hao furrowed his brow until his temples throbbed. System, do you know anything? Caution is advised, host. The virus's reemergence signals profound danger. Guard yourself well. Hey, you could at least speak plainly. The host must interpret the meaning independently. A hidden implication. Zhao Hao stroked his chin, pondering the system's cryptic words, then suddenly slapped his forehead, his smile vanishing. Could it be extraterrestrials, or perhaps beings from some higher realm? If so, wandering openly is suicide. Better to stay low in Longcheng. For now, survival demands discretion. Descending the building, Zhao Hao summoned his lieutenants, mostly classmates, and Wang Hu's inner circle. Listen carefully, since the virus has resurfaced, this world is far more perilous than we imagined. Our priority now is stealthy cultivation, biding our time until destiny reveals itself. Phew, this world grows stranger by the day. Ever since the outbreak, I've struggled to make sense of it. Follow Lao San. He's the reason any of us are still alive. Right. Shall we head back now? Zhao Hao waved his hand lightly. Not yet. We'll return tomorrow. Tonight we feast on grilled meat. The group dispersed to find suitable shelter for the night. Bai Weiwei approached, slipping her arms around Zhao Hao's waist and nestling her cheek against his chest. Husband, we'll always be together, won't we? Silly girl. We will live happily side by side for as long as fate allows. Soon reconnaissance teams located an ideal overnight camp. The group drove there immediately and built a fire to prepare their meal. It was still afternoon, not yet dinner time, but the fire served a vital purpose, staving off the biting cold. Inner Mongolia's winter chill was relentless, almost unbearable. They began butchering beef and mutton, the primary haul from their wide-ranging scavenging. After circling the region, these meats proved the most abundant resource. Yet excessive meat consumption brought complications. Winter had silenced the mutated fruit trees entirely, leaving the group desperate, and constipation became a torment, straining even the hardiest among them. Fortunately, Zhao Hao carried ample canned fruit, sparing Bai Weiwei, Zhou Qing, and a few others from this particular hardship. After hours of preparation, they skewered mountains of meat. Spices and seasonings, drawn from Zhao Hao's spatial inventory, were distributed freely, and everyone roasted their own portions with practiced ease. Zhao Hao's thorough sweep across numerous cities had yielded staggering supplies, more than enough to sustain the group for months. Overflowing goods were stored directly within his system space. Storage fees held no weight for him. Thus, Zhao Hao now possessed nearly everything, save fresh fruits and vegetables. Soon rich aromas filled the air as everyone feasted, mouths glistening with grease, hearts swelling with contentment. He produced crates of chilled beer, igniting raucous cheers. Nothing matched the primal joy of cold beer with sizzling barbecue. As Zhao Hao savored skewers grilled lovingly by the two women, watching his comrades banter and boast of fleeting days washed over him, momentarily mistaking this warmth for the world before the apocalypse. Bai Weiwei noticed his trance. She waved her hand before his eyes. When he failed to respond, she gently shook him off. What's wrong? Zhao Hao blinked back to awareness, gazing down at Bai Weiwei. You spaced out, didn't react for ages. Nothing serious, just how surreal this moment feels. I cherish this atmosphere deeply. Don't overthink it. Here, have a skewer. Zhao Hao accepted the skewer she offered and devoured half in one bite, chewing heartily. Many of those laughing and jesting beside him tonight would soon perish. A grim truth best left unspoken for now. After the feast, everyone sought rest. Zhao Hao remained seated by the fire, flanked by Bai Weiwei and Zhou Qing. Little brother, why do you seem so burdened? I'm wondering what manner of entity we truly face. One capable of engineering a zombie plague cannot possibly be benign. Ugh, enough brooding. I'm off to sleep. All this meat's made me plump. Plump suits you better, fuller lovelier. Brat, you're welcome to visit your elder sister anytime. Jia, you're trying to steal my husband. How wicked you are. Haha, just teasing. I'd love to, but little brother never gives me the chance. Sigh. Off to bed then. Zhou Qing retired, while Zhao Hao held by Wei Wei close. Silly goose. Even if Jia adores me, my heart belongs solely to you. No one can ever take you from me. Except perhaps yourself. Moi. Bai Weiwei curled into Zhao Hao's embrace, and the two sat silently by the fire. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Gently, he lifted her and carried her to his quarters. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the group shared a simple breakfast before setting off in their vehicles, heading home to Longqing. The group returned to Long City, quickly traveling smoothly along the way, arriving in the afternoon after about 8 hours. After spending so long outside, it still feels good to be back in Long City. Indeed, the climate is just perfect, neither too dry nor too rainy. There's nothing like the feeling of coming home. Leader, you're back. Why are you back so soon? There has been a change in circumstances, the virus has re-emerged, and this world is facing serious issues. What should we do next? All ability users must upgrade with all their might. Only by enhancing our own strength can we resist the unknown dangers. Alright, the camp is functioning normally, just like before you left. That's good. I'll first stock up on supplies. Zhao Hao filled 3 warehouses to the brim with piles of corpse spirit beast cores along with daily necessities and supplies that could be stored long-term. After finishing these tasks, Zhao Hao took a rest. Sitting in the car for so long made him feel uncomfortable. The next day arrived quickly, and early in the morning Wang Xin gathered everyone together to announce Zhao Hao's orders. All ability users starting today provide unlimited corpse spirit beast cores and upgrade with all your strength. Currently, there are over 8,000 people in Xiangwei with more than 3,000 ability users, while ordinary people still make up the majority. There are fanatics for cultivation in the camp who are close to reaching the 5th level. Zhao Hao patted Zhang Chen's shoulder with satisfaction. This younger brother, who had followed him from the very beginning, had grown a lot, and he even had his own unique training methods, truly a talent. Zhao Hao did not pay them any more attention and walked out of the camp alone. Oh, it's been a long time since I've roamed around Long City. Stepping on the snow-covered ground, he heard the crunching sound, feeling quite relaxed at that moment. Zhao Hao continued to walk, not knowing how far he had gone, when he stumbled upon something strange. Hey, what is this thing? It feels like a portal. Zhao Hao looked at the semi-transparent door in front of him, utterly perplexed. The door rippled, and Zhao Hao hurriedly dodged to the side, peeking at the door. He saw several monsters emerge from it, looking like goblins he had never seen before. Goblin Shogatona. They look very similar to my goblins, but there's something different about them. Zhao Hao carefully observed these goblins and noticed they were wielding large sticks, with one even carrying a bow. System, what is going on? These are extraterrestrial species. Eliminating them will yield rewards similar to that of defeating zombies. However, these species are social creatures, and disturbing one will alert them all. I see, then I won't provoke them. I'll go check other places. Zhao Hao bypassed the goblins and moved on. Zhao Hao spent the day exploring Long City, covering most of the urban area, and discovered another door which he decided to name the Secret Realm. The second secret realm revealed a minotaur resembling a standing bull with the upper body of a bullman wielding a gigantic axe. Zhao Hao did not approach. After noting its location, he returned to the camp. After dinner, Zhao Hao gathered everyone again and shared everything he had seen with them. The group's attitudes varied. Some felt that those goblins and minotaurs were similar to zombies and could be easily killed unknown if their levels were not too high. Others believed that until they understood the combat capabilities of these extraterrestrial creatures, they should avoid large-scale conflicts, as they were quite mysterious. For now, everyone should avoid the 2 areas I mentioned and focus on leveling up at the camp. However, there will always be some disobedient ones driven by curiosity and recklessness, which can't be blamed on anyone. This incident occurred 3 days later. During these 3 days, Zhao Hao had been sending his cards to monitor the monsters, discovering they seemed busy with something, occasionally coming out to carry items back to the secret realm. Zhao Hao couldn't understand their intentions, so he just kept watching. An unexpected event occurred. Leader, there are a few reckless ones in our camp who secretly left to see the minotaurs. What? These foolish beings, do they not realize how many unnecessary casualties this could cause? Hurry! Zhao Hao ran with Wang Hu and the others towards the minotaur's secret realm. Su Yin and O Jian had used the meteorites they had gathered over a long time to craft weapons, primarily relying on firearms with cold weapons as a supplement. This was enough to equip a 1,000-man team. At this point, Wang Hu's subordinates were all armed with these weapons, significantly enhancing their combat strength. It took everyone quite some time to reach the Minotaur's secret realm, only to find several large pits outside. The Minotaurs had not appeared. Zhao Hao stepped forward to smear some blood and discovered it had already congealed for quite a while. It seems those damned fellows are dead. Who were they? They were from the official camp before, unlike our initial group, who were obedient. While everyone was speaking, the spatial portal rippled, and the Minotaur appeared before them. Little insects die. The Minotaur was massive and incredibly strong, swinging its axe towards the crowd. Although it was using an axe, its speed was not slow at all, and the axe sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. The crowd hurriedly dodged as the ground was smashed into large pits, kicking up clouds of dust and snow. Spread out, don't let them hit you. The crowd immediately dispersed, keeping a close watch on the several Minotaurs in front of them. Although Zhao Hao's side had a considerable number of people, no one could withstand a single blow from a Minotaur. System, can you check the attribute information of these Minotaurs? Yes, querying. Minotaur, a strong and brutal extraterrestrial species, a social creature led by a Minotaur chief. When its axe breaks, it enters a berserk state, doubling its combat power for 10 minutes. The lowest level of the species is level 6 stage. His mutant beasts and zombies are nothing compared to these beings. Before Zhao Hao could finish his exclamation, the Minotaurs charged at the crowd. Be careful, these Minotaurs go berserk when their axes break. Try to kill them before they go berserk. Understood. The crowd dodged the charge of the Minotaurs, raising their guns to fire at them. The Minotaurs raised their axes to shield themselves, protecting their heads and chests. Nearly all other areas were clad in armor, making it difficult for the crowd's bullets to inflict effective damage. The crowd had no choice but to surround and besiege the Minotaurs. Each Minotaur was about 3 meters tall, and a single swing of its axe could sweep a large area. No one dared to get too close, resorting to guerrilla tactics. Over 50 people surrounded 7 or 8 Minotaurs with 7 or 8 tasks to deal with one Minotaur, yet it was still quite challenging as these Minotaurs were all at level 6, while many of Zhao Hao's people were only at level 4, with quite a few at level 3. Managing to tangle with the Minotaurs for so long was already impressive. A Minotaur swung its axe directly, chopping a man who failed to dodge, and half blood pouring onto the ground and melting a large patch of snow. Casualties mounted, while only a few Minotaurs sustained injuries, which only ignited their ferocity, making the crowd too afraid to approach and forcing them to flee. Giant Pika, kill these damned creatures. Zhao Hao held back from attacking earlier to observe the combat capabilities of the Minotaurs. It must be said that these creatures were indeed tough and resilient. Weapons forged from meteorites could barely break their skin, partly due to the vast level difference, and partly because their defenses were abnormally high. The giant directly swung a fist at one Minotaur. The Minotaur raised its axe to defend, but the axe shattered instantly, and the Minotaur was sent flying, entering a berserk state. Upon getting back up, its eyes turned blood red and steam billowed from its nostrils, reaching level 7. Die? The enraged Minotaur charged at the giant, while the remaining Minotaurs split into 3 to assist the berserk Minotaur against the giant, while the others dealt with Pika. Although Pika and the giant were at levels far above these Minotaurs, they couldn't instantly kill them. However, Pika could. The 4 Minotaurs were taken out by Pika in a single stroke, each dying before they could fully enter their berserk state. The giant was also smashing the 4 Minotaurs with great force. That previous punch had not been full strength, but now with increased power, it was a punch each, turning them into mush. The Minotaur squad was completely wiped out, but Zhao Hao's side also suffered over 20 fatalities, leaving just over 30 remaining. Quick, return to the camp. It won't be long before many Minotaurs appear here. The crowd fled directly towards the camp, with Zhao Hao retrieving the fallen comrades into his space. Not long after they left, a large group of Minotaurs emerged from the spatial portal, numbering over 100. At the forefront stood a larger Minotaur wielding a huge hammer. This was the Minotaur chief, at level 8. Damn it, who dares to kill my kin? Could it be those damned insects? Go, I will wash the insect nest with blood today. The Minotaur chief ordered one Minotaur to return and gather its kin, preparing to unleash its wrath. Zhao Hao and the others sprinted back to camp and immediately convened everyone to organize defenses. If a horde of Minotaurs charged in unprepared, they would be utterly helpless. Everyone outside now. Fortify our perimeter. A major assault is imminent. What? Another beast tide or undead tide? It's all because of certain individuals. Driven by reckless curiosity, they trespassed into the Minotaur sanctuary. Not only did they perish, but they dragged us all into peril. The chief explicitly forbade anyone from venturing out. Yet some fools still went. Damn it, this is going to explode. Now it's too late for blame. We must act swiftly under the chief's orders. Agreed. Trust the chief without hesitation. Everyone. Silence fell instantly across the assembly. Same old method, dig trenches first. Erect bunkers too. Every possible defensive structure we can muster. The group dispersed with tools to excavate beyond the camp perimeter. Zhou Ming led all Earth Element adepts in constructing reinforced bunkers, installing newly developed artillery, crafted entirely by Su Yan. Zhao Hao summoned his card constructs to join the excavation effort. Though his cards ranked exceptionally high, even they strained against the overwhelming numbers and elite-tier monsters. I pray they don't come, not yet at least. Zhao Hao murmured inwardly, but fate refused to heed his plea. Before the trenches reached sufficient depth, shapes surged rapidly toward them from the distance. Damn it, already here. Fall back now. Fortunately, Zhou Ming had delivered over a dozen bunkers stood ready, each armed with custom-forged artillery shells, a painstaking achievement. As the monstrous horde drew nearer, Zhou Ming and his comrades leapt fearlessly into the trenches, using their abilities to deepen and widen the ditches. Seeing this, Zhao Hao could only provide full cover support. Open fire. Blast those bastards to hell. Hundreds seized their rifles and unleashed volleys upon the advancing minotaurs. Each round fired at maximum output. Individually modest in power, yet collectively overwhelming enough to pierce minotaur hide and armor. Zhao Hao watched as the vanguard of minotaurs fell under concentrated fire, but those slain were but a speck amid the vast surging host. Heavy artillery, full power activation. The tank-mounted cannon morphed midair and slammed heavily onto the ground. Several operatives thrust spirit cores and corpse essences recklessly into the cannon's chest cavity. It then detached its barrel and leveled it at the enemy's front line. Boom! A colossal energy projectile erupted forth, its concussive wave hurling the operators backward onto the earth. The blast carved a deep smoking furrow through the minotaur ranks, incinerating hundreds instantly. Crawling vermin. Suns, smashed them to splinters. The minotaur chieftain trembled with fury, witnessing Zhao Hao direct the devastating barrage against his kin. Strangely, these extraterrestrial beings spoke the language of Blue Planet fluently, adapting seamlessly to regional dialects. A marvel truly. The minotaurs reached the trench's edge just as Zhou Ming's team completed its reinforcement. A dense, seething mass now loomed before the ditch, halting motionless and ominously silent. Even mutated beasts and mindless zombies were easier prey. These minotaurs are cunning, deviously so. Indeed, this time our survival hangs by a thread. We stand and fight, no retreat. We will not shame humanity of Blue Planet. No retreat, ever. The minotaur chieftain raised his voice, insects across the way. If you surrender now, I shall grant you swift, painless death. Resist, and I shall render you unable to live or die. Well, so this creature speaks such eloquent threats. Impressive, truly impressive. Insect, you dare mock me. Charge. I shall devour that insect chief alive. With a thunderous roar, the chieftain unleashed his horde. Like a tidal wave, they surged forward. Those who fell into the trench became stepping stones for those behind. Open fire. Unrelenting suppression. Heavy artillery roared alongside 1,000 rifles, pouring lead into the trench. Blood slowly pooled, then flowed, into a crimson rivulet testifying to the slaughter. You advance. At the chieftain's command, a contingent of spear-wielding minotaurs emerged from the rear ranks and hurled thousands of steel javelins in unison. Shit, take cover. Block those spears at all costs. The remaining adepts unleashed their powers against the incoming storm of steel. Spatial barrier. Several aerokinetic adepts wove a shimmering membrane of compressed air, straining desperately against the onslaught. Each coughed up blood from the recoil, yet held firm, unyielding. At last the javelins were halted, but the lull in suppressive fire allowed minotaurs to clamber from the trench and surge toward the defenders' lines. Kaboom! 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 Explosions erupted. Minotaurs vanished in blinding flashes, reduced to ash. Zhao Hao now soared above the fray in gleaming battle armor, eyes locked unblinkingly on the chieftain. Our chief is legendary. Even Iron Man pales beside him. Armor. Give me one, and I die happy right now. Pa, dream on. With your face. Stick to smashing minotaurs. You, keep firing, don't let up. I'll deal with the chieftain myself. Zhao Hao shot past the frontline warriors, arrowing straight toward the chieftain. What manner of insect is this? Able to fly? Elders, join me in seizing him. Affirmative. Over a dozen 8th-rank minotaurs materialized beside the chieftain. Elders of the clan wielding staves, revered as both strategists and arcane artillery. Their strength approached, but did not surpass, their leaders. The chieftain stood at the pinnacle of 8th-rank cultivation, mere steps from 9th-rank transcendence. Zhao Hao felt the weight of the moment. He had just reviewed the elders and chieftains' profiles. This was an auxiliary system function, freely accessible, no cost incurred. Minotaur elder sovereigns of the Minotaur clan, second only to the chieftain. They serve as the clan's strategic minds and primary arcane artillery, capable of unleashing height-year spells with effortless precision. Beware, a single misstep may mean instant annihilation. Minotaur chieftain, supreme sovereign of the Minotaur clan, possessing absolute might. Beware, his hammer may flatten you into paste. Skills: Frenzy, Thunder Hammer, and World-Settling Strike. Frenzy enhanced. The chieftain retains his weapon while entering frenzy. Rank I, grants massive boosts to speed and strength for 20 minutes. Thunder Hammer. The chieftain channels lightning essence into his great hammer, infusing its blows with thunderous force and doubling raw damage. World-settling strike. After brief charge, the chieftain unleashes a wide-area attack, dealing double damage. This one's clearly the final boss. Every skill amplifies damage. One hit, and you're either dead or wishing you were. Zhao Hao remained airborne, observing the chieftain and elders from above. His card constructs fought below, holding the line against waves of Minotaur warriors, including numerous elite-tier adversaries. Elite Minotaur warrior superior to common Minotaurs, larger, fiercer, more resilient. Skill Frenzy, identical to standard warriors yet extended by 2 additional minutes. The scale of this incursion remained unknown, but its destructive potential dwarfed that of mutated beasts or mindless zombies. These Minotaurs possessed intellect, discipline, and tactical acumen. A formidable foe indeed. An unprecedented cataclysmic battle was about to begin. Zhao Hao stood alone, locking eyes with all the 8th-rank Minotaurs, while the others behind him, and his cards, engaged the Minotaur warriors and elites. Wang Hu led a group headlong into the Minotaur vanguard. In an instant, the two forces clashed in close combat. In that single moment, dozens were hurled backward, crumpling to the ground, spewing blood. Even with their enhanced physical abilities fully activated, they could not withstand a single blow from the Minotaurs, a stark testament to the chasm of level disparity. Zhao Hao's cards dispatched the Minotaurs with relative ease, for their levels far surpassed those of the Minotaurs. Even the Minotaurs' battle formations proved negligible against such overwhelming superiority. The battlefield now split into 2 starkly divergent realities. On one side, Zhao Hao's cards slaughtered the Minotaurs mercilessly. On the other, Wang Hu's team was being slaughtered in turn. Though Zhao Hao's cards held the majority of the front line, the remaining flank fell to Wang Hu's group. Yet even this arrangement could not prevent casualties. Bai Weiwei and Zhou Qing rushed to the front lines, while Wang Xian directed auxiliary espers from the rear to heal frontline injuries, though their efforts yielded minimal results. Su Su, having exhausted her abilities repeatedly, now wore a pallid, drained expression. Zhou Qing froze time across an entire zone, immobilizing hundreds of Minotaurs in place, allowing the group to concentrate fire and eliminate them en masse. Yet the Necrobeast cores harvested were mostly 3rd and 4th rank, resulting in insufficient bullet penetration. By the time Zhou Qing's ability waned, only half the Minotaurs, roughly 400, had fallen. Bai Weiwei fused with her battle armor, manifesting both a heavy cannon and a longsword, launching into a relentless slaughter of the Minotaurs, yet still failed to halt the surging tide of their advancing army. Insect died. A Minotaur swung his axe downward, cleaving a human cleanly in 2, white bone and crimson gore splattering across the earth. Casualties mounted steadily. Corpses piled high on both sides, but the human dead vastly outnumbered the Minotaurs. Zhao Hao himself confronted over a dozen 8th-rank Minotaurs, opening with a massive pulse electromagnetic cannon and unleashing a barrage of guided missiles. He instantly felled 2 Minotaur elders. Insect Ack, shoot him down. Enraged, the Minotaur chieftain commanded the remaining 16 elders to unleash torrents of arcane spells, storming toward Zhao Hao in an overwhelming, sky-filling assault. Seriously, ganging up on me isn't enough? You're firing spells like machine guns. Zhao Hao dodged frantically, occasionally retaliating with palm-mounted arc pulse blasts aimed at the elders, only for each shot to be narrowly evaded. This is truly infuriating. With no choice, Zhao Hao landed and closed in for hand-to-hand combat. He could not afford to let them bombard him endlessly with arcane barrages. He lunged straight for an elder positioned at the edge, decapitating it with a single stroke of his longsword, then twisted aside to evade a spell from behind, pivoting instantly to blast another elder into oblivion with his wrist cannon. For a time, Zhao Hao became entangled, forced to weave between attacks while striking back. After sidestepping a storm of fireballs, he glanced toward the distant ranks of Minotaurs. 10 elders already lay dead at his feet, while he remained unscathed. The Minotaur chieftain, enraged beyond reason, activated both his Berserker Rage and Thunderhammer techniques, determined to crush Zhao Hao into dust. Die, insect! Crimson light blazed across the chieftain's body. His eyes burned blood red as he charged forward, wielding a colossal hammer, crackling with thunderous energy. Zhao Hao raised a circular shield, forged instantly from his left hand, and braced against the blow. Though he absorbed the impact, his internal organs rattled violently. So my physical constitution remains the weak link. With his right hand, he summoned a luminous longsword and engaged the chieftain in furious melee. Laser-guided missiles rained upon the chieftain incessantly, yet inflicted little visible damage. The chieftain's hammer whistled through the air with deafening force. Zhao Hao dared not block directly, He lacked the capacity to replenish nanites autonomously. Normally, the system restored them during idle moments only. Ducking sideways, he avoided the hammer's cataclysmic strike, leaving a crater in the earth, and slammed his own nanite-forged fist into the chieftain's skull, snapping off one of its horns with a sickening crack. "Ack, I will kill you." The chieftain's fur bristled with fury as it gathered power on the spot, activating its ultimate technique, fate-sealing hammer strike. Zhao Hao refused to let it complete the incantation. For nanite floating energy emitters burst forth from his back, his palms flared brilliant blue, and a searing azure laser lanced toward the chieftain. The chieftain, having completed its charge, lowered its hammer before its chest and charged straight into the laser beam, both combatants pouring every ounce of power into their clash. Zhao Hao intensified his output, the azure light blazing blindingly bright. The chieftain pressed the hammer forward, using it as a shield against the beam while relentlessly closing the distance. Crack! Fractures spiderwebbed across the hammer's surface. Though forged from unknown, extraordinarily resilient material, capable of enduring Zhao Hao's laser for so long, it finally shattered. Before the chieftain could take 2 more steps, the hammer exploded into fragments, and the laser pierced straight through its torso. It fell slain where it stood. Zhao Hao retracted his floating emitters and turned toward the remaining elders. Deprived of their leader, the elders did not flee, but their confidence had evaporated, their attacks growing increasingly erratic and disjointed. After expending considerable effort, Zhao Hao eliminated them all, then turned his gaze toward the rear battlefield. Around Wang Hu, a vast swath of corpses lay strewn, his closest comrades fallen one after another. Bai Weiwei stood amid severed minotaur limbs. Each comrade's death pierced her soul, until consumed by wrath, she transformed into a blood-soaked war deity, cutting down minotaurs in waves until the field ran red. The minotaurs' elite forces had been eradicated. Only rank-and-file warriors and elite soldiers remained. Through united effort, and at tremendous cost, the group finally exterminated every last minotaur. Zhao Hao discovered that the minotaurs possessed no crystalline cores, only glass-like orbs within their bodies capable of merging into smooth spherical soul beads. After scouring the battlefield, the group synthesized over 1,000 soul beads, plus 1 unique bead formed when the chieftains and elders' soul beads fused together. Zhao Hao rolled the smooth orb between his fingers, its tactile perfection undeniable. "Sister Zhou, what are our casualty figures?" "Too many died. Over 2,000. 2/3 of our camp's espers have perished." This was a Pyrrhic victory. Zhao Hao nodded, ordering the survivors to bury their fallen comrades, and the minotaurs' corpses as well. He feared the blaze of open pyres might draw goblins, or worse, other alien species, to their location. When all tasks were complete, night had fallen. Morale hung heavy, though everyone ate sparingly and sought rest, until Zhao Hao called them back, addressing the assembled group. "Brothers, sisters, you need no reminder of the terror these alien beings embody. Had it not been for those reckless fools who provoked them, our camp would never have drawn such an assault, and so many comrades would still stand beside us. Therefore, we must reflect deeply, then train relentlessly to ascend our levels." "Yes." Heads bowed in solemn resolve as they dispersed, many immediately drawing out beast cores and necrobeast essences, absorbing them with desperate urgency. "System, what use is this object?" Zhao Hao asked, turning the soul bead in his palm. "You may call it a soul bead, the condensed essence generated upon an alien entity's death. Once fused to this size, humans may absorb it to acquire the skills embedded within, and simultaneously elevate their cultivation level. What happens if an ordinary human absorbs it? They transform into a being akin to the species that generated the bead. So, would they become minotaur-like?" "Precisely, though without the horns." "That's fortunate. Then tomorrow we'll forge a new wave of frontline fighters. Most of our vanguard fell today, and fresh reinforcements are urgently needed." Zhao Hao studied the orb in his hand. He resolved to absorb it soon, not to advance his Esper rank, which remained stubbornly fixed at level 1, but to enhance his physical constitution. Only by replicating others' abilities could he raise his own rank, 1 level above the original, thanks to system augmentation. Exhausted after an entire day battling minotaurs, Zhao Hao collapsed into bed and slept instantly. Bai Weiwei had intended to recount her own battlefield feats, but seeing him already deep in slumber, she said nothing, curling quietly into his arms and drifting off beside him. The next day, Zhao Hao woke up early, had a bite to eat, and left the camp. After spending over an hour, Zhao Hao arrived at the space gate, where the minotaurs had appeared, eager to see what lay within. Zhao Hao tried throwing a stone into the space gate, and the stone vanished as it passed through. He attempted to insert his steel blade into the gate, and it showed no change, so he directly put in his arm, without any sensation. Soon after, his entire body entered the space gate and disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Hao opened his eyes to take in his surroundings. "Is this the Minotaur's lair?" It actually looks quite nice. Zhao Hao gazed at the picturesque world before him, feeling as if he had stepped into a paradise. He wandered around the secret realm, but saw no living beings, only traces of habitation. System, how did this secret realm come to exist? Unknown, please explore on your own. Zhao Hao pouted and continued exploring. Feeling that his speed was too slow, Zhao Hao merged with his battle armor and began surveying the secret realm from above. After flying for an hour, he finally encountered a barrier showcasing just how vast this secret realm was. This place feels larger than a province. The secret realm truly is mysterious. Zhao Hao found nothing useful along the way and had to retrace his steps. An hour later, Zhao Hao returned to the spot he had entered, facing a whirlpool that was the exit of the secret realm. Just as he was about to enter the whirlpool to leave, a goblin suddenly emerged from within, causing a stir. Both Zhao Hao and the goblin stared at each other. Zhao Hao immediately shot a laser, obliterating the goblin on the spot. How did a goblin appear here? Could it be that an unclaimed secret realm attracts alien creatures? Host, you guessed correctly, so right now you are surrounded by tens of thousands of goblins within the secret realm. Damn it, my luck is so bad that even drinking water gets stuck in my teeth. Although goblins are weaker individually than minotaurs, they are sneaky and come in greater numbers. Even though it was just a brief encounter, the system managed to analyze the information about the goblin. Goblin, the most common goblin species, small in stature but quick in speed, with a base level of 3, possessing the skill Backstab. Backstab deals double damage from behind. The goblin instantly moves behind the target with a knife, delivering a powerful strike. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. This goblin is even more disgusting than my previous ones. It's a total killer. Zhao Hao felt a chill run down his back, not wanting to be stabbed by these creatures. Zhao Hao summoned a goblin temporarily, naming it Little Green. There was only one, unlike the game where there were 3. Little Green, go take a look. If things seem off, run back. The goblin nodded and stepped into the whirlpool. Zhao Hao could only wait quietly for news from the goblin, but after a long while he still didn't see it return. Just as Zhao Hao was about to go out to check, Little Green returned. Once inside, it gestured wildly, and Zhao Hao understood its message. Little Green, there are indeed many goblins outside. They came in to investigate to claim this place because they noticed the absence of minotaurs. Did they not suspect you when you went out? Little Green, no, I successfully infiltrated their ranks. Zhao Hao listened with skepticism as the goblin boasted, growing more speechless with every word. Zhao Hao realized for the first time how irritating goblins could be. Or are they still outside? Little Green, yes, the reason I came in was that I captured a human in the secret realm, so you need to act like a captive later. I swear I'll stomp you like a banana peel if you don't believe me. Zhao Hao was especially eager to beat up the goblin at that moment. Ignoring it, he stepped into the whirlpool, leaving the secret realm. He also recalled the goblin, finding it utterly unreliable. As soon as Zhao Hao exited the secret realm, he was immediately spotted by the goblins. A crawler. A group of goblins surrounded Zhao Hao with weapons in hand. As he looked at these diminutive foes, new information about goblin species appeared in his mind. Goblin spearmen, a common goblin species, slightly stronger than regular goblins, wielding spears that can stab or throw. Its base level is roughly the same as that of regular goblins, possessing the skill Charge. Charge. The goblin spearman's movement speed increases threefold, charging forward with a chance to break defense, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Goblin Archer, a common goblin species, one of the few ranged attack goblins capable of shooting tree arrows and possessing the skill Arrow Rain. Arrow Rain. The Goblin Archer instantly shoots 5 tree arrows, with each subsequent arrow inflicting burn damage that lasts for 10 seconds. The skill lasts for 1 minute. Heavy Armored Goblin, the strongest warrior among the goblin species, possessing immense strength and defense, but low speed, wielding a great axe and possessing the skill Barbaric Charge. Barbaric Charge. The Heavy Armored Goblin lets out a roar, increasing its movement speed 5-fold, charging at the target. Enemies of a lower level than the Heavy Armored Goblin will be crushed, while equal or higher level enemies will be knocked back. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Goblin Mage, a ranged attacker among goblins capable of casting elemental spells and possessing the skill Meteor Fall. Meteor Fall. The Goblin Mage summons a massive meteor to fall from the sky. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Logistics Goblin, a goblin responsible for supplying other goblins, possessing strong carrying capacity. Zhao Hao looked at the goblins before him and shot up into the sky to avoid the tree arrows fired by the goblin archers. A Flying Crawler. A Goblin Elder, questioned Zhao Hao, seemingly perplexed. The Goblin Elder was similar to the Minotaur Elder, considered a stronger version of the Goblin Mage with a wider range of spells. Zhao Hao chose not to engage with the goblins on the ground, flying directly away, but not in the direction of the camp. After Zhao Hao left, the Goblin Elder did not pursue. Instead, it ordered its kin to enter the Minotaur's secret realm and seize control, believing that this realm was far more appealing than Zhao Hao. As for Zhao Hao, there was plenty of time to deal with him. After making a long detour, Zhao Hao returned to the camp and saw the surviving members working hard to level up. He took out a large number of beast cores to absorb. With the help of the system, the absorption speed was rapid, and soon his level reached the 5th rank. Zhao Hao ceased absorbing and prepared to tally his rewards from the past few days. Ding! You have eliminated 8 million tier 3 zombies, 42 million tier 3 mutated beasts, 150 tier 4 zombies, 63 million tier 4 mutated beasts, 70 tier 5 zombies, 10 tier 5 mutated beasts, 49 tier 6 zombies, 90 tier 6 mutated beasts, 0 tier 6 minotaurs, 99 tier 7 mutated beasts, and 19 tier 8 minotaurs. Zhao Hao had attracted few zombies while traversing the vast grasslands. Now zombies were the weakest among all monsters, struggling to survive unless they evolved into biohazard class butchers or lickers. Since the current difficulty of obtaining treasure chests remains low, the required quantity for acquisition has been increased. One ordinary chest now requires 10,000 kills, with threshold scaling accordingly. You have acquired 54930 ordinary treasure chests, 5493 rare chests, 549 epic chests, and 54 legendary chests. Upon completion of this reward settlement, the system will undergo an upgrade. Details will be available post-upgrade. Upgrade. Stand aside. I'm drawing cards first. Max out skeleton dragons and bats, deploy goblin squads at full capacity, fully staff mortar emplacements, and electromagnetic towers. Also deploy angels and siege rams to maximum strength. Fill all slots with axe-throwing butchers. Summon 30 ghost cards of legendary rarity. Reserve the remainder. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 level 13 ordinary cards, 2 level 13 rare cards, 1 level 13 epic card, and 1 level 13 legendary card. You have opened 30 legendary treasure chests and received Bumblebee, the Transformers Autobot. That's it. Zhao Hao felt the system truly was insufferable, its rewards dwindling with each cycle. The system is about to upgrade with an estimated duration of 7 days. No matter how urgently Zhao Hao summoned it, the system remained unresponsive. During the upgrade, all functions would be inaccessible. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Launching remained tranquil for now, and nearly all cultivators at Zhao Hao's camp had ascended 1 rank. Some exceptional individuals even advanced 2. Over 1,000 new warriors had joined, ordinary humans who absorbed Minotaur soul beads, forming an entirely new unit. Zhao Hao's physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level. He could now withstand direct clashes with Minotaurs without yielding an inch. The system had completed its upgrade, but Zhao Hao scoffed, calling it worthless. The revised card requirements were excessively demanding, leaving him utterly stunned and furious enough to detonate the entire system on the spot. Before he could confront the system, an emergency arose. Zhao Hao instantly fused with his battle armor and shot from the villa toward the camp's main gate. A light element cultivator unleashed a massive luminescent orb. Through the gloom, the group discerned a vast tide of green figures approaching, but darkness obscured their identity. Using his armor's enhanced vision, Zhao Hao identified them instantly: countless goblins. Camp defenders swiftly assumed combat positions, bracing for the goblin assault. Zhao Hao summoned every card at his disposal. This demanded absolute, overwhelming force. Though individually weak, goblins arrived in such staggering numbers that even sustained attrition could prove fatal. This invading legion was led by the Grand Elder Goblin himself, accompanied by spear wielders, archers, mages, heavy infantry, and logistical support units. On Zhao Hao's side, cultivators ranged from Tier 5 to Tier 7. Those who had absorbed soul beads fought at Tier 6 strength and wielded the frenzy skill. The goblin forces consisted primarily of Tier 3 troops, archers and mages ranked Tier 4, while heavy infantry and elite mages reached Tier 5. Logistics personnel, common goblins, and spear wielders remained Tier 3. Only the Grand Elder, a venerable Tier 7 goblin, surpassed even the most powerful goblin mages. Zhao Hao deployed both heavy artillery and Bumblebee. As the goblin horde drew nearer, his gaze burned with unrelenting slaughterlust. Battle erupted in an instant. Before the goblins closed in, a deluge of wooden arrows blotted out the sky, many trailing crimson radiance. Zhao Hao recognized the goblin archer's arrow rain technique: 5 wooden arrows fired simultaneously, each subsequent volley imbued with searing burn effects lasting 10 seconds, sustained for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Avoid impact, block, or evade. Most raised towering shields forged from newly discovered minerals, lightweight yet exceptionally resilient. The rest took cover behind shield bearers. A cacophony of clanging impacts filled the air, yet the barrage proved utterly ineffective against the reinforced defenses. Zhao Hao conjured a long shield before him while intently observing every goblin maneuver. They had already formed disciplined ranks. Heavy infantry marched at the vanguard, followed by spear wielders, mages, and archers brought up the rear. Common goblins swarmed across the battlefield, while logistics units shuttled wooden arrows back and forth. The Grand Elder sat atop a custom-built chariot watching Zhao Hao's forces and issuing commands with chilling precision. Arrow rain ceased, entering cooldown for 3 minutes. The goblins then launched their offensive. Heavy infantry advanced slowly, gripping massive axes and clad in thick emerald armor. An intimidating sight, indeed. Open fire and wear them down. Shields were lowered as rifles barked in unison. Several wielded newly manufactured machine guns, unleashing relentless volleys. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the heavy infantry's armor. Only machine gun fire managed to impede their advance. Empowered by abundant corpse essence, the heavy artillery delivered devastating blasts, obliterating entire goblin clusters, even reducing heavy infantry to ash. Bumblebee performed admirably as well. Cannons mounted on his arms cleared swathes of enemies with single shots, though ammunition was finite, replenished freely by the system upon returning to its dimensional space. Seeing firearms insufficient, elemental cultivators unleashed offensive techniques directly upon the heavy infantry, achieving markedly greater efficacy. Goblin archers and mages retaliated from the rear. Arrows and arcane projectiles crisscrossed the night sky, illuminating it with violent bursts of light. Warriors who had absorbed soul beads held their shields aloft, intercepting incoming arrows and spells, while the heavy infantry activated their own abilities. Barbaric charge. With a thunderous roar, heavy infantry quintupled their movement speed and charged headlong at targets. Enemies below their tier shattered outright. Those equal to or above were violently hurled backward. Cooldown 1 hour. Charge. At their collective bellow, the heavy infantry surged forward in perfect unison. Though many fell to artillery barges and Bumblebee's fire, en route their sheer numbers carried them through to the defenders' line. Warriors met the charge with shields raised, only to be flung aside like ragdolls. The defensive line collapsed instantly. Zhao Hao summoned cards fought elsewhere. Only Bumblebee, the heavy artillery, and Zhao Hao himself remained on this front. Zhao Hao lunged forward. Laser beams incinerated dozens of heavy infantry mid-charge. Landing, he materialized a long sword and cleaved through goblins with ruthless efficiency. One stroke, one fallen foe. With Zhao Hao's intervention, the defenders stabilized their position and resumed holding back the onslaught. This was merely a probing strike by the Grand Elder. The main force had yet to advance. Zhao Hao need not worry about his card-based forces. They were decisively dominating their sector. Advance, commanded the Grand Elder, and the entire goblin host surged forward as one. Wooden arrows, fireballs, and wooden spears rained down relentlessly, pushing the warriors to their limits. Amid this mutual bombardment, Zhao Hao resolved to eliminate the Grand Elder personally. Zhao Hao launched skyward, streaking toward the Grand Elder. Laser-guided missiles struck first, followed by rapid-fire salvos from his wrist-mounted cannon. His target vanished beneath a cataclysmic fireball. Moments later, Zhao Hao pierced the smoke, only to find the Grand Elder completely unscathed, gazing at him with open mockery. Insignificant insect, prepare to die. With a flick of his hand, the Grand Elder dispelled a translucent barrier, and a storm of concentrated fire descended upon Zhao Hao. Forced onto the defensive, Zhao Hao redirected his assault toward the most troublesome archers and mages. What is that thing? It looks incredibly powerful. Host, that is a defense crystal, capable of repelling all forms of attack, though it possesses finite durability. Impressive. I claim it. First I'll silence these pests, then seize the crystal from the Grand Elder's grasp. Zhao Hao descended into the enemy rear lines and began slaughtering en masse. A single sword stroke felled rows of archers and mages. Common goblins were mere cannon fodder. None could even approach his vicinity before being atomized beyond recognition. Spear wielders posed minor complications. Their extended reach occasionally landed glancing blows on Zhao Hao. Though painless, such indignities were intolerable. Zhao Hao bisected one spear wielder cleanly, then unleashed a barrage of laser missiles, annihilating a wide radius instantly. Yet the goblin tide rushed forward to fill the void just as swiftly. Zhao Hao redirected several of his cards to reinforce Wang Hu's contingent, significantly alleviating their pressure. Above, the blood moon hung silently in the heavens. Below, rivers of emerald gore stained the earth. Wang Hu's forces suffered minimal casualties, largely due to the goblins' lower tiers, but prolonged combat would inevitably exhaust them. Zhao Hao found himself encircled, but remained unthreatened. Damn it! He was suddenly impaled and thrown to the ground, his armor pierced by a spear wielder's armor-piercing ability. Fortunately, his physical resilience was extraordinary, though otherwise the wound would have torn a grievous cavity, not merely a sting. Nanoparticles instantly sealed the breach. Enraged, Zhao Hao roared, "How dare you goblins defy me so brazenly? Kneel before your master." He exploded upward, missiles erupting from his back, detonating on impact to unleash a dense, obscuring smoke cloud that blinded the goblin ranks. Within the smog, Zhao Hao moved like death incarnate. No goblin survived a single blade strike. Emerald blood pooled and flowed like a shallow river. He resolved to deploy this very tactic against the Grand Elder next. Despite relentless slaughter, the goblin horde showed no sign of thinning, a testament to their horrifying reproductive tenacity. Wang Hu's troops began flagging, fatigue setting in. They rotated in shifts to the rear to absorb beast cores and corpse essence for recovery, reducing frontline combat strength significantly. A few unfortunate souls were crushed outright by charging heavy infantry, their scattered remains proof of negligence. Their deaths were neither tragic nor unjust. Both sides settled into brutal attrition warfare, exhausting each other's vital resources. After clearing his immediate perimeter once more, Zhao Hao unleashed a barrage of back-mounted missiles directly at the Grand Elder, engulfing his position in another choking smoke veil. Insect, my kin shall erode your strength piece by piece. Dare you come kill me? Huh? The Grand Elder laughed wildly, mocking Zhao Hao as a pitiful, ineffectual clown. Is that so? You seem remarkably confident. Zhao Hao's voice emanated from beside him, so close it startled the Grand Elder into near collapse. How did you get here? Why should I tell you? Zhao Hao drove his blade straight through the Grand Elder's heart, seized the defense crystal from his grip, and stowed it within his spatial storage. In truth, Zhao Hao had concealed himself earlier, cloaked in black robes, and moving unseen through the smoke, slipping undetected to the Grand Elder's side. His armored avatar overhead was remotely piloted by Jarvis, providing perfect misdirection, executing a flawless Cicada's hell escape to secure the prize. As the smoke dispersed, goblins discovered their Grand Elder gone. Morale shattered, confusion spreading like wildfire. Should they fight or flee? Seizing the moment, Zhao Hao summoned Xiao Lu, a goblin card he'd withheld earlier, fearing friendly fire. It darted into enemy ranks, chattering rapidly in guttural goblin tongue, then fled back to Zhao Hao's side. Instantly, scores of goblins broke ranks and fled, panic rippling through the formation. Entire contingents abandoned the field, sprinting blindly toward their homeland. Only a scattering remained behind. Under Zhao Hao's relentless assault, over 100,000 goblin corpses littered the battlefield. The rest escaped, and Zhao Hao made no pursuit. The survivors began scouring the battlefield, discovering numerous soul beads within goblin cadavers. Tens of thousands were recovered, each bearing unique skills. Spear wielder skills were most abundant, heavy infantry techniques exceedingly rare. Chieftain, our losses are light. 53 dead, 912 wounded. Zhao Hao nodded. Continue advancing your cultivation. The goblins will surely return for vengeance. We must ascend relentlessly to meet that threat. Bury our fallen comrades on the mountain behind the camp. Clear this battlefield by dawn. Let everyone rest. Transport the bodies into the camp first. Wang Hu departed to organize corpse removal. All soul beads had already been handed to Zhao Hao. Yawning, Zhao Hao returned to his villa to sleep. Bai Weiwei had not participated in the battle. She remained deep in cultivation, absorbing beast cores to ascend her rank, sparing not a second. My love, it's late. Resume training tomorrow morning. Fine, Sai. My rank still falls short. Bai Weiwei stood on the cusp of Tier 6, poised for breakthrough. Zhao Hao gently massaged her temples, washed briefly, and lay down. Bai Weiwei rested her head on his arm, her fingers tracing his chest, as she softly asked, Husband, do humans still hold hope? Zhao Hao fell silent. Given current conditions, humanity on Blue Planet faced imminent extinction, yet he feared nothing. If necessary, he would evacuate everyone to another world. My love, I see none. Even my strength cannot withstand every monster across an entire planet. But if that day comes, I will carry every person I hold dear to a safe world. Husband, let us have a child. No, we cannot. Now is no time for intimacy. Surprise attacks may erupt at any moment. Pregnancy is absolutely forbidden. Fine. I've simply grown bored lately, and children never particularly appeal to me. Foolish girl, cultivate diligently. Our future stretches endlessly before us. Moi, sleep, sleep. They drifted into deep slumber. Unbeknownst to them, across the Pacific, a lone figure emerged from a spatial rift in the United States. So this is the scent of a low-tier planet, just as revolting as ever. Kung stepped through the spatial gate and descended upon planet launching. Kung bore no striking physical difference from humans. His features were distinctly Eastern, making him appear oddly out of place in the present-day beautiful country. He strode directly toward the nearest city. His mission was to accelerate humanity's extinction on launching. He had not walked far before reaching the city. So few humans remain here. Convenient. I won't need to lift a finger. Kung summoned a horde of monstrous creatures which surged toward the scattered survivors within the city. He then strolled leisurely into the city. This wretched place, Is it truly the capital of this planet's strongest nation? It's not even as elegant as my pet's den. Kung hailed from the upper realm, a mystical cultivation-based world where immortals and cultivators reigned supreme. Launching, however, possessed no cultivation system whatsoever. Not a single soul had ever ascended to the upper realm. King's purpose was to eradicate all of Launching's human population and seize the planet's planetary consciousness. A primordial planet's consciousness remained an exceedingly rare treasure even in the upper realm. Kong had been dispatched by his sect's elder masters, and his strength stood at tier 15 measured by Launching's standard. King's innate ability was summoning. He could conjure any entity existing in reality at the cost of variable mental energy. As he waged slaughter across the beautiful country, Zhao Hao and his companions were once again assaulted by goblins. Has this foul creature no sense of restraint? Brothers, draw your weapons and cut them down root and branch. They surged toward the camp's entrance armed and ready. This assault came only 2 days after the last. Most had gained little in level, except Bai Weiwei. She had now broken through to tier 6. An aura of glacial frost enveloped her like that of a celestial goddess descending from the 9 heavens, so breathtaking that Zhao Hao stood utterly transfixed. Zhao Hao, clad in his fusion battle armor, stood beyond the camp's main gate surveying the ever-growing goblin host ahead. His brow furrowed deeply. This time repelling them won't be so simple. This is going to be difficult. 4 moments earlier the system had informed Zhao Hao that this was the goblin's full military might, over 40 million strong, with the Goblin Queen herself, an 8th-tier goblin, leading them. Goblin Queen, sovereign of the goblin race, endowed with extraordinary reproductive power. Do not let her beauty cost you your life. Skills: Sovereign's Contempt, Sacrifice, Instant Birth. Sovereign's Contempt. The Goblin Queen glares at her foe, reducing all of their attributes by 30%. Sacrifice. She absorbs the essence of surrounding goblins to temporarily elevate her own tier. The greater the number sacrificed, the higher her tier rises. Instant Birth. The Goblin Queen instantly births 100,000 goblins of varied types, capped at 100,000 total, though her tier drops by 1. Zhao Hao stared at the skill descriptions, his temples throbbing. Instant Birth paired with Sacrifice was truly monstrous. It allowed her to replace her entire army in an instant. And indeed, the Goblin Queen was stunning, possessing a feral, untamed beauty utterly unlike any goblin stereotype. She stood at human height. Aside from her faint emerald hue, she appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary woman. Zhao Hao's gaze met hers, and the Goblin Queen smiled faintly as she spoke. What a handsome man you are. I can almost taste the thrill of riding you hard beneath me. Zhao Hao remained blissfully unaware that he had already been claimed, destined to serve as her mount. Advance. With languid grace the queen issued the command, and watched Zhao Hao from afar seated upon her ornate throne carriage. 40 million goblins roared as they charged Zhao Hao's camp. His allies formed ranks and unleashed a synchronized volley. Thousands of bullets screamed through the air, striking the vanguard, and exploding in vast sprays of viridian blood. Zhao Hao's card-summoned troops dispersed strategically to prevent breach of the line. Heavy artillery and the Yellow Jacket units rained relentless barrages upon the goblin ranks, steadily thinning their numbers. Zhao Hao launched himself skyward, straight toward the Goblin Queen, firing missiles and laser beams indiscriminately upon the goblins below. The queen rose to her feet, eyes locked on Zhao Hao's soaring form, her smile widening. How intriguing. I desire you even more now. She immediately activated Sacrifice. In an instant, goblins around her fell en masse, and her tier surged upward with terrifying speed. Tier 9, Tier 10, Tier 11, Tier 12. Nearly 1 million goblins perished, mostly common foot soldiers and spear wielders, to elevate her to Tier 12. By then, Zhao Hao had closed the distance. He swung his massive armored fist, striking the queen squarely and sending her flying, clutching her abdomen as she tumbled across the ground. Zhao Hao dove toward her fallen form, intent on delivering another blow, yet missile struck first. The queen evaded the explosion and blocked Zhao Hao's follow-up strike. She fixed him with a piercing glare, and Zhao Hao instantly felt his physical prowess wane. Yet his nanotech armor remained unaffected. Again, Zhao Hao lunged once more. Lower-tier goblins swarmed him, desperately attempting to relieve pressure on their sovereign. Zhao Hao was soon engulfed, surrounded on all sides by a storm of attacks. His greatest threat: spear wielders' armor-piercing strikes, utterly unblockable, maddeningly relentless. Zhao Hao darted unpredictably, slaying goblins mid-stride. His sole objective unwavering: bring down the Goblin Queen. Smoke grenades detonated, blanketing the battlefield in thick, obscuring fog. Seizing the cover, Zhao Hao surged straight for the queen. Clang! His blow struck, not flesh but a shimmering defensive crystal larger and brighter than those he'd faced before. Little man, would you become mine? What do you offer in return? Serve as my consort, and every goblin shall obey your command. I in turn shall be your devoted wife, mastering every position imaginable." The Goblin Queen winked playfully, leaving Zhao Hao utterly exasperated, his brow darkened with a storm of vexation. Zhao Hao thought inwardly, she's certainly a fine choice, but I'm already married. And as the ancient saying goes, those not of one's kind harbor alien hearts. Alas, I must crush this flower with ruthless resolve. Zhao Hao withdrew from the shield's range and opened fire, relentlessly bombarding the crystal, determined to shatter its durability and end the Goblin Queen once and for all. Stop him. Millions of goblins unleashed their abilities. Arrows of living wood, falling meteors, and thorned spears rained down upon Zhao Hao in an apocalyptic deluge. Zhao Hao dodged frantically, shield in one hand, pulse cannon in the other, returning fire while evading. The shield's integrity eroded steadily, his nanite reserves likewise depleted rapidly. A war of attrition had begun. At the rear, the situation remained manageable. Though goblin numbers were staggering against high-tier summoned troops, they crumpled like paper, casualties mounting at breakneck pace. Even the defensive structures, though Zhao Hao had never upgraded them beyond Tier 7, proved devastatingly effective against such foes. All troops bred over months across the 4 barracks had been deployed, now forming a vital frontline force. Brutal close-quarters combat erupted between both sides. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate. Zhao Hao continued hammering the protective barrier, its persistence gnawed at his pride. "Little man, have you made up your mind yet? Cease this futile effort." "I have. You. I will kill you today. If not kill, then capture, by any means necessary." "How thrilling. I eagerly await your performance." The Goblin Queen drew her weapon, a longsword, and stood motionless, watching Zhao Hao's relentless assault upon the barrier. A sharp crack echoed, the barrier fissured. The defensive crystal's luster dimmed to a faint dying glow, and Zhao Hao intensified his strikes. Under Zhao Hao's unrelenting barrage, the barrier shattered completely, the defensive crystal crumbled into ash, vanishing into the air. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao shot forward toward the Queen, twin longswords materializing in his hands as he lunged to strike. Blades clashed with thunderous fury. The Queen staggered back a step under the force of Zhao Hao's onslaught, and the two plunged into a brutal, whirling duel. Surrounding goblins could not even approach the maelstrom of their battle. Many were slain by mere shockwaves. "Ah, how formidable you are! Defeat me, and I shall become the woman behind you." Truly, as true as truth itself. Their duel raged on. Of the 4 million goblins present, nearly half now lay dead, who defeat had already taken root in their ranks. Seizing his opening, Zhao Hao deflected the Queen's sword with a precise upward parry, then pressed the edge of his second blade against her throat. She had fallen. Yield or submit? Gladly. To be your woman is no loss, only gain. Upon subduing the Goblin Queen, the remaining goblins withdrew en masse, ceasing hostilities against Wang Hu and his companions. "Return to your people, and remember, should any dare call humanity vermin again, do not blame me for my cruelty." "Yes, dear husband. Hee. I'll be off now, and I'll come find you soon." "Go, but come alone next time. I'll show you your elder sister." "Okay." The Goblin Queen departed with her surviving kin, leaving over 2 million corpses behind. Wang Hu and his comrades began scouring the battlefield, gathering more than 200,000 soul crystals. Zhao Hao's forces suffered relatively light losses, only double-digit casualties, though his elite troops bore the brunt, losing over half their number. His barracks reserves were all but exhausted. Rebuilding his army would begin anew. Pyromancers and fire affinity adepts ignited the goblin corpses. Their flames roared skyward, thick black smoke billowing as firelight pierced the oppressive gloom. Once the pyres burned low and silence settled, the others retired to rest. Goblin raids always struck at night, an unnatural rhythm utterly alien to human circadian rhythms. At just past 8 o'clock the next morning, Zhao Hao stirred awake, finding Bai Weiwei still deep in slumber, and gently kissed her lips. Husband, you're awake. Wife, I must tell you something. I've just subdued the Goblin Queen. She's rather unconventional, and insisted I become her consort. What say you? Of course I support you. Even Sister Qing would make a fine addition. I truly don't mind." Though her words were light, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Zhao Hao's heart clenched at the sight. "Foolish girl, I'll never share that intimacy with another. My essence belongs solely to you. As for the Goblin Queen, she may bear a title, nothing more. There will be no marriage in truth. Husband, you're so wonderful. I want you now." In one swift motion, Zhao Hao shed his clothes, and they tumbled into passionate embrace. By 9:30 they emerged from the villa radiant and refreshed, by Weiwei's cheeks still flushed with lingering warmth, her smile pure and radiant. After a light breakfast, a messenger arrived. The Goblin Queen had returned. Bai Weiwei looped her arm through Zhao Hao's, and together they strolled toward the camp's main gate. Zhao Hao instantly grasped her intent. This was sovereignty declared, status affirmed. And indeed her quiet jealousy was disarmingly endearing. They reached the gate swiftly, and there stood the goblin queen who strode forward the moment she spotted Zhao Hao. So this is elder sister. I am Lu Cha, your humble younger sister. With practiced grace, Lu Cha mimicked human etiquette, bowing slightly in deference to Bai Weiwei. Lu Cha, did you choose that name yourself? Yes. Does husband dislike it? Choose another. Lu Yao. Lu Yao? Yes, it suits me well. Thank you, husband. Weiwei, please guide her around the camp first. I must attend to other matters. Yes, husband. The two women walked side by side, though Lu Yao respectfully kept half a pace behind Bai Weiwei. Zhao Hao marveled such an alien species, yet so instinctively courteous. Some humans, he reflected wryly, could learn much from her. Dismissing them, he strode out of camp. The system had just alerted him a new spatial gate would soon manifest near launching. Its origin, unknown. Even the system remained silent on what might emerge. Still, it was remarkable, for it was merely a treasure chest system after all. Zhao Hao immediately fused with his battle armor and soared toward the designated coordinates. Within moments he arrived. Selecting a concealed vantage point with unobstructed sightlines, he disengaged his armor, crouched low, and raised his binoculars, waiting silent and watchful. He waited, longer than expected, nearly drifting into drowsiness, when suddenly the spatial gate erupted into existence upon the earth. Zhao Hao snapped, fully alert, gaze locked upon its shimmering threshold. Soon 5 figures emerged, not quite human, yet unmistakably elven. How had the elves come to Blue Star? Zhao Hao sighed inwardly. Another complication. 2 male elves and 3 females stepped forth. The males possessed the delicate beauty of youthful idols, handsome yes, but somehow unsettling to Zhao Hao's eye. The elven women, however, were ethereal, divine in grace and radiance, rivaling even Bai Weiwei in splendor. Clearly, elven aesthetics knew no compromise. Their profiles flooded his consciousness via system scan. Elven archer, the most common among elves, each a master archer. Minimum rank 5th tier. Innate skill, splitting arrow. Splitting arrow. After brief focus, the archer looses a colossal arrow. 3 seconds post-launch, it cleaves into 50 identical projectiles. Each has a chance to impose silence upon impact. Cooldown 5 minutes. A splendid ability, ideal for forming an elite archery corps. Goblin and elven marksmen alike. How delightfully auspicious. Zhao Hao observed briefly, then turned to depart. He sensed the elves were not a warlike race, peaceful by nature, and thus concluded no immediate threat loomed. His camp could breathe easy for now. Humming softly, Zhao Hao flew back to camp, found the 2 women laughing warmly, exchanging sisterly endearments. He shook his head, baffled by the mysteries of female kinship, then with a shrug retreated once more to sleep. He awoke to the afternoon light. Zhao Hao gnawed on a can of meat as he walked, finishing it just before reaching Zhou Qing's room. He tucked the empty can into his spatial storage and pushed the door open. Sister Qing. Zhao Hao stepped inside, but found no trace of her. He closed the door and left. With no choice, Zhao Hao set out to find Wang Xian. He needed to report the emergence of the elven clan to the camp's overseer, a duty usually handled by Zhou Qing or Wang Xian, as Zhao Hao rarely convened the group himself. He wandered the camp for what felt like an eternity, yet saw not a single soul. A chilling sense of abandonment settled over him. Something is deeply wrong. How could everyone vanish without a trace? A primal unease prickled his senses. He searched relentlessly, scouring every corner of the camp, yet found no one. System. He called out again and again, no response. Panic surged. Without the system, how could he possibly stand against hordes of monsters vast as the sea? After hours of wandering in silence, Zhao Hao finally turned toward the warehouse. He gathered enough food and water to last over 10 days, slung the pack onto his back, and departed the camp, glancing back at every step. Alone upon a shattered world, Zhao Hao lived on. Humanity gone, monsters vanished. Blue Planet remained a ruin, scarred by devastation wherever he looked. His heart grew colder with each passing day. If this had all been illusion at first, then, after so many days, he accepted the truth: he had been abandoned. He found a vast expanse of fallow farmland, sowed the few seeds he carried, and became a farmer, struggling daily for survival. Exhausting and arduous though it was, he felt strangely fulfilled. Thus Zhao Hao endured, sustained by those modest plots. He even discovered wild wheat, tending its tender shoots with meticulous care. Against all odds, he clung to life for several years. Coughed, cough. This body grows feebler each day. I must be dying. Lying on a straw mat inside his hand-built wooden hut, Zhao Hao struggled, upright memory flooding back like distant tides. Was the apocalypse merely a dream? He often felt suspended in reverie, yet no matter how he tried to awaken, reality remained unchanging. Resolving to end his suffering, Zhao Hao drew a rust-pitted blade and slowly slit his own artery. Blood flowed steadily. As vitality ebbed from his limbs, a serene smile touched his lips. Then darkness swallowed his consciousness. Honey, wake up. Don't leave Wei Wei behind. You promised. You swore you'd be my man. How dare you go first? Bai Weiwei and Lu Yao wept uncontrollably over Zhao Hao's lifeless body. Around them stood the camp's senior leaders' faces grim. Who could have foreseen his sudden, inexplicable death? Li Yi, this is class time. Save your shouting for after the bell. Now stand up and answer this question. Zhao Hao rose dazed and disoriented, surveying the unfamiliar classroom. Swallowing his questions, he recited the answer displayed on the slide. A beneficial property right refers to the non-owner's exclusive rights to possess, use, derive profit from, and exclude others from another's property, including land contracting rights, construction land use rights, residential land use rights, and easements. Very well, sit down. Pay attention and refrain from shouting. Zhao Hao nodded respectfully at the elegant professor before taking his seat. Li Yi, you've got guts yelling out loud in class. Zhao Hao stared blankly at the stout young man beside him, utterly baffled as to who he was. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a searing pain lanced through his skull, his body locking rigid stiff as a corpse. Did I just transmigrate? Fragments of memory flooded his mind, the host's life. His name was Li Yi, a fourth-year university student of middling grades whose greatest aspiration was to drift through life carefree and unburdened. He'd suffered a cerebral hemorrhage mid-lecture, dying before he could even cry for help. A pitiful, undignified end. Yet fortune smiled. Zhao Hao, now inhabiting Li Yi, resided on a habitable exoplanet named Terra 7. Earth had long since become uninhabitable. Humanity, forced into exile, had colonized 8 Earth-like planets teeming with life. Terra 7 was the penultimate world in that chain. The 8 worlds were ranked by size. Terra 1 largest, Terra 8 smallest. Thus, Terra 7 was significantly smaller than Earth, yet its sparse population lent it a rare, spacious serenity. Zhao Hao reluctantly absorbed this alien past, and recognized the stout youth paying Hai Li Yi's closest friend, affectionately nicknamed Fat C. "Si Shu, don't lecture me. You're chewing sunflower seeds in class, and I haven't said a word." Zhao Hao, now Li Yi, only longed for the bell to ring, desperate to unravel the mystery of his existence. Where had his wife Bai Weiwei gone? Where were all the others? After enduring the morning's lectures, Li Yi asked Pang Hai to bring lunch while he retraced familiar paths back to his dormitory. "System, are you there? I am host." Thank the heavens. So, I've transmigrated. Due to an unknown anomaly, your original body suffered irreversible brain death. The system reviewed your memories after falling asleep. Your consciousness was enveloped by a membranous veil, and you entered a prolonged dream state. For 7 years you survived alone in that dream, until illness drove you to end your life. Is that correct? Yes, that matches perfectly. I sensed I was dreaming, yet could not wake. So I chose death, hoping it would shatter the illusion. And the system, what of Blue Planet? Blue Planet has been utterly destroyed. Not a single human remains. No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept this. My Weiwei, my brothers, how could they all be gone? Li Yi collapsed to his knees, hollowed, as if his soul had fled his body. Host, please grieve with restraint. While you drifted in that unknowable dream, I consumed every ounce of energy from my storage space and inventory, forcing your transmigration into Li Yi's body. Li Yi sat stunned for a long while, then slowly returned to himself. Just then Pang Hai re-entered the dorm. Li Yi sprang up, steadied his breath, and greeted his friend with a practiced smile. Here's your lunch. Thanks. I'll transfer the money later. Humanity had thrived on Terra 7 for over a decade. Everything once known on Earth now flourished here anew. Li Yi ate methodically, while silently conversing with the system. System, can you still open treasure chests? Regrettably, host. I exhausted every erg of energy to bring you here. The chest function is irretrievably lost. And even if it remained, there are no zombies or mutated beasts for you to slay. Fair enough. Then what functions remain? Having absorbed your original system during transmigration, I retain only a fraction of my former capabilities. Most remain locked and inaccessible. So you devour your own kind. Impressive. Open the system interface. Li Yi scanned his newly revealed interface. Li Yi stared at his dismal status panel with a sense of despair, though he was somewhat relieved to have received a beginner's gift pack. System, how does one acquire the beginner's gift pack? It comes from the little system I devoured, which is a wealthy system. Wealthy? Why is it this broken thing? Students familiar with various wealthy narratives knew that this was one of the most foolish systems, especially the type that relied on check-ins, which were deemed the silliest, commonly referred to as a fool system. Li Yi had to reluctantly accept the current system and asked it again. You don't only have this function right. It's like this. Zhao Hao had thought the system would provide some surprises, but all it brought was shock. Open the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, you have received a body enhancement potion and the rebate function is activated. Is that all? That's it. This little system is quite poor. While having something is better than nothing. How many times can this rebate system return a? Currently, it's 2 times. Completing tasks can earn rewards, and there's basically everything in the rewards. Is there nano battle armor? A no. Are there alien battleships? A no. What about a wife? That's not available either, duh. Then how can you say there's everything? A scammer. I'm so mad, Agong. The system was infuriated by Li Yi, but there was nothing to be done after all. It had devoured a weak system. Li Yi ignored the sulking system, said a quick goodbye to Pang Hai, and left the dormitory for the campus. There are 8 Earth-like planets, with the largest planet 1 being nearly identical to Earth, where 50 of humanity resides, while the remaining 50 is distributed across the other 7 planets. Moreover, each planet has its own nations, with Planet 1 mirroring Earth, hosting 197 countries, while Planet 2 is similar to Planet 1. Starting from Planet 3, only countries with sufficiently large populations can enter. As the most populous nation on Earth, Huagua people are present on every planet. On Planet 7 alone, there are 100 million Huagua residents, and the remaining population consists of people from a few other countries, which combined do not exceed the number of Huagua residents. Although Planet 7 is much smaller than Earth with around 200 million inhabitants, it feels quite empty. These 8 planets are neatly arranged with distances comparable to that between Earth and Mars, indicating close ties among them. Currencies remain unchanged, and Li Yi looked at his balance on his phone, reluctantly accepting it. This original self is too poor. Li Yi gazed at the 2-digit balance, unsure of how to react. Planets 1 and 2 are only accessible to the wealthy, while planets 3 and 4 are mineral planets allocated proportionally to all humanity. The remaining 4 planets are inhabited solely by commoners and the impoverished, and Li Yi is just an ordinary person. Li Yi decided to test the rebate function of the system and walked straight into a milk tea shop. Hello, what would you like? 2 cups of original milk tea, please. Okay, please wait a moment. Before long, 2 warm cups of milk tea were in Li Yi's hands. After paying, he indeed received a notification from the bank. Your account ending in 3838 has received a transfer of 60 dragon coins with a balance of 120. 46 dragon coins. Wow, it really works. This broken system didn't lie to me. Li Yi happily sipped his milk tea, feeling as if the world had become beautiful. Just as he contemplated how to snowball his money, someone suddenly patted him on the back. Classmate, could you help me out? Can I buy that cup of milk tea from you? Today's milk tea is sold out. Hearing the voice from behind Li Yi, he was momentarily stunned and only snapped back to reality when he was patted again. Classmate, classmate. Li Yi hurriedly turned to face the girl who had tapped him. Upon seeing her face, Li Yi's heart raced. He suppressed his impulse and pretended nothing had happened as he handed her the milk tea. Sure, this cup is yours. I can't drink that much alone. Really? Thank you. The girl smiled happily, and Li Yi felt overwhelmed, quickly making an excuse that he had something to do, and hurriedly left the milk tea shop. The reason for Li Yi's reaction was that the girl resembled Bai Weiwei in every aspect, including her looks, figure, voice, and even personality, which led to a tumultuous heart, though he still restrained his impulses and buried his feelings deep within. I should have added her on Faishina, you idiot. Li Yi lamented, pulling at his hair, regretting wanting to hit himself. Li Yi secretly noted the girl's appearance and returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found his roommate Pang Hai engrossed in playing a mobile game, cursing loudly at the screen without a single foul word. Look at your gameplay. Oh, just a sprinkle of rice on the screen, and even a chicken would play better than you. What are you laughing at? I've never seen you leave the jungle, in the one who's farming herbs in the canyon, right? And you, the human outline master. The opponent is right on your face, and you still manage to miss. You can donate your eyes if you don't need them. Li Yi watched Pang Hai's tirade, marveling at his talent. Fatty, hurry up at me. Easy your back. Wait a moment, I'll curse them a bit more if they all play like crap. The game quickly ended in surrender due to Pang Hai's relentless cursing at his teammates. You see how have the players in this game become so bad? It's disgusting. Ew, I don't even want to play anymore. Why do you care so much? Come on, let's rank up. The two teamed up for ranked matches. Although the original Li Yi was a bit destitute, he was still good at gaming and had already reached star glory just days after the season started. After selecting heroes, Li Yi chose to play the solo lane, taking out the formidable Lu Bu. Easy Lu Bu. Are you serious? What's wrong with Lu Bu? He's invincible in the late game. Nonsense. Oh, let's see if you can even survive to the late game. The opponents are all early to mid-game heroes, and we only have 3 late-game heroes. Won't we be pounded into the ground early on? What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. The game began, and Li Yi controlled his character, sneaking into the bushes. Lu Bu was fragile early on and couldn't afford to be reckless. His lane opponent was Zhao Hao, Dun, the most versatile hero in the game, equipped with crowd control, shields, mobility, and lifesteal. Li Yi liked to play him too, but he was taken by the opponent, so he had to bring out Lu Bu. In the first level, both sides kept things peaceful. Li Yi was farming the river crab, while Xiahou Dun cleared the minion wave. As the river crab's health was nearing depletion, Xiahou Dun attempted to steal it, but Li Yi skillfully maneuvered Lu Bu to dodge the skill, clearing the crab, and then finishing off the remaining minions. Neither side had engaged in conflict until they were close to level 4, when Xiahou Dun suddenly unleashed a skill towards Li Yi, aiming to detain him. Looks like his teammate is coming, but my teammate is here too. Pang Hai, accompanied by the support, was hiding in the bushes, silently watching as Li Yi was chased by Xiahou Dun, while Li Yi also engaged in a fight, with Xiahou Dun deftly clearing the minion wave. As both sides' health dropped to half, two burly figures jumped out of the grass, Zhao Yun and Niu Mo. Zhao Yun sent Li Yi's Lu Bu flying, and Niu Mo followed up with control, causing Lu Bu's health to plummet. However, Zhao Hao shone with radiant light as he hit level 4, immediately jumping into the fray with minimal health. Pang Hai's Lanling Wang rushed into the battlefield alongside Giguzi, who ensnared 3 enemies. Seeing the exclamation marks above their heads, the 3 attempted to flee, but were instantly crushed by Li Yi's ultimate, combined with Lanling Wang's ultimate, resulting in an explosive finish. Exciting, easy, not bad. You controlled your health perfectly. Hehe, it was just luck. Under the strong leadership of the 2, the game quickly ended with a victory, and the crystal exploded. On board. Fatty, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? You're so poor you rely on me to support you. How can you treat me to dinner? Believe it or not, if you don't come, I'll eat alone. Fine, where are we going tonight? To the big food stall outside campus. TCH, I thought you struck gold, but it's just the food stall. If there's a food stall, you should be grateful. Fatty went back to playing the game, while Li Yi slipped into the bathroom to pull out his precious item. Ahem, not that precious item, but the enhancement potion given by the system. System, why does this look so cheap? It's not diluted, is it? Drink it if you want. Great, now you're angry. Li Yi twisted off the cap and immediately caught a strange smell, pinching his nose as he poured it into his mouth. Drinking it didn't taste strange, but it was a bit sour. System, this must be spoiled bits, all sour. Can't blame me, after all, this isn't my thing. Li Yi waited in the bathroom for quite a while before feeling something unusual in his body. He felt a warmth within, and then a lot of dark, muddy substance expelled from his body, nearly overwhelming him. Wow, this smell is too foul. Li Yi turned on the shower to wash off the dirt on his body. It took over an hour for Li Yi to clean himself until he could no longer smell the stench. Looking in the mirror, is this still me? Standing at 178 cm, Li Yi had now surpassed 180 cm. His previously delicate features were now sharp and defined, his eyes bright and spirited, and beneath his clothes lay 8 solid abdominal muscles and pectorals. Though not overly exaggerated, they contained explosive strength. At that moment, Li Yi felt he could take down a bull with a single punch. I love it. Though the taste was a bit sour, the effect is quite impressive. Li Yi admired his body, feeling immensely satisfied. He also glanced at his well-endowed part, which had grown significantly, and contentedly walked out of the bathroom, changing into clean clothes. Time quickly passed to the evening, and the 2 headed out towards the campus. After leaving the school gates, the 2 of them headed straight for the snack street. They had not walked far when a bustling roadside stall appeared before them. They sat down as if by routine. Previously, meals had usually been treated by Pang Hai. Li Yi had only treated once, and Pang had left before even half full, grumbling the whole way. Now that Li Yi had unexpectedly offered to pay, Pang Hai suspected the young man had more money than usual. Otherwise, he would not so readily volunteer to be fleeced. Boss, 10 skewers of kidneys and 5 of everything else. Today I'm going to make him pay. All right, take a seat, and wait. Uncle Wong will bring the skewers soon. Little Li, did you find money on the ground? You actually offered to pay. That's rare. Hehe, I made a little money. Where else would I come but here, Uncle Wong? Your food is unbeatable, and the prices are fair. Uncle Wong soon set down dozens of skewers of various foods, and even added a few extra as a gift for the 2 of them. Thanks, Uncle Wong. Dig in, I'll go grill your kidneys and meat skewers now. Pang Hai stuffed skewers into his mouth, without pause, polishing off the chives, while Li Yi had to pick at whatever remained. Pang, slow down. If you choke from eating too fast, I don't want any lawsuits on my hands. Shut up, when have I ever choked on food? Watch this. Pang Hai wolfed down 2 skewers of grilled buns at once, chewing voraciously, but soon his face flushed red. Seeing Pang Hai was in trouble, Li Yi immediately performed the Heimlich maneuver. He wrapped his arms around Pang Hai's abdomen from behind, made his fists, and thrust upward and inward with the heel of his right hand into the upper abdomen. Ugh! Pang Hai expelled the bun that had been lodged in his esophagus and gasped for air. Brother, you saved my life. How can I ever repay you? I'll just eat more meat skewers. Pang Hai took up a meat skewer and began to eat again, this time much more slowly, though still faster than Li Yi. Perhaps this voracious appetite was the very reason he had grown so fat. You idiot, eat slower or I'll kick you to death if you choke again. They chatted as they ate, and Li Yi gained a deeper understanding of this world. They ordered several bottles of beer. After a few drinks, Li Yi remained as composed as ever while Pang Hai grew a little tipsy and began to boast loudly. When I go home, I'll inherit millions. If you ever fall on hard times, I'll look out for you. Li Yi's memories contained this history. Pang Hai was a second-generation rich kid. His father was the CEO of a listed company, but he was not the arrogant type. Over 4 years, he had shown special care for poor Li Yi, often helping him when Li Yi could not afford food. Although these were not Zhao Hao's memories, now that Zhao Hao inhabited Li Yi's body, the camaraderie between brothers easily infected him as well. Lucky you, fatso. I won't forget this. Night deepened. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Li Yi went to settle the bill. Short on balance, he had to pay in several installments, which left him slightly embarrassed. After finishing, Li Yi's balance rose to a little over 1,500 long coins, enough to buy something nice. Li Yi helped Pang Hai back to the dormitory and flung the drunken man onto the bed, then left him be. With Li Yi's current strength, lifting Pang Hai's 200+ pounds was effortless. System, are there no tasks? Life is too dull without them. Very well, since you insist, I will give you a task. Task issued within half a month. Successfully catch up to Bai Shui. Reward randomized. Bai Shui. Who is she? The person you keep thinking of. Host. The girl in the milk tea shop who looks exactly like Bai Weiwei. Yes. Host to your best. Even without a reward ID, pursue this task. But a prize wouldn't hurt. If I believe you am a pig. Li Yi ignored the system and began to plan how to pursue Bai Shui. He spent the whole night making plans but felt none of them were solid, so he gave up thinking and went straight to sleep. The next morning, Li Yi woke early. Pang Hai still snored like thunder. After shaking him for a long while with no response, Li Yi left the dormitory. After grabbing something in the canteen, Li Yi strolled around the campus. With so few people and so much space, the university was vast. He had walked for over an hour without reaching its edge. A little thirsty, Li Yi went to the campus convenience store. The cola of peacetime is truly splendid. Drinking the long-missed fresh cola, he found his thoughts drift to his family and friends back on Blue Star. Well, it's all in the past now. Classmate, what a coincidence you're here too. As Li Yi dwelt in nostalgia, a familiar voice called out. Yeah, just came to buy a cola. Li Yi turned toward the girl had been thinking of and spoke. Can I add you on Feixian? I feel like we're quite fated. Sure. I still owe you for that milk tea before. If I don't have milk tea for a day, I feel awful. So you're also a foodie. How about you include me next time you go eat? I want to savor good food too. No problem, I'll take you to every delicious place. They added each other on Feixian. By then it was mealtime, so they walked to the canteen together for a quick meal. The canteen food was passable at best. After more than 3 years of this, Li Yi was nearly sick of it. After eating, they parted ways, and Li Yi took a portion back to the dormitory. Pang Hai was still asleep, so Li Yi slapped him repeatedly until the loud man woke. Pang Hai sat on the bed, his head buzzing and his mind full of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why does my face hurt so much? Li Yi cut off his 3 questions, shoved the meal into his hands, and went back to sleep. In the evening, Bai Shui sent a Feixian message inviting Li Yi out for food. He washed his face, changed into clean clothes, and left the dormitory. Something strange. He's sneaking out tonight. Pang Hai sensed Li Yi's odd behavior, but was too lazy to follow. He turned on his computer and started playing games. Li Yi arrived at the meeting place and saw Bai Shui in a white dress standing there. A breeze stirred her long hair, and Li Yi was momentarily stunned. Even though he had exchanged many deep conversations with Bai Weiwei before, this sight still fluttered his heart. You're here. Let's go. Right. They walked side by side out of the school. By the way, where are we going? To my secret base. Secret base? What's that? You'll see when we get there. Bai Shui felt inexplicably drawn to the boy before her. She wanted to be closer, which left her a little flustered. Though she appeared composed inside, she felt clawed by nervousness. They walked for more than 20 minutes before Bai Shui entered a small shop. Li Yi surveyed the little shop. Small but tidy, it possessed a certain undefinable charm. He stepped in and sat opposite Bai Shui. Boss, the usual. Oh, and another portion. Little Shui's here. Just a moment, I'll bring it right away. Li Yi sat quietly observing the shop's interior. From the outside, the place looked ordinary, but inside it felt extraordinary. The layout hinted at an intimate knowledge of feng shui. Li Yi nodded, inwardly sensing that he had wandered into a mysterious little shop, which made him quietly intrigued. Li Yi did not understand feng shui, but he had a system that knew everything, except when it was in a bad mood. Fortunately, it had been cooperative earlier and had explained the shop's peculiarities. Everything here is quite tasty. I brought you my favorite dish tonight. I hope you like it. I ordered for you. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. It's my first time here. I don't know anything. I'm glad you ordered for me. Good. Hope you'll enjoy it. Soon their plates arrived. Li Yi stared at the fried rice before him, puzzled. What kind of fried rice is this? It looked plain enough. Why did Bai Shui call it the best? Was there some secret within? Bai Shui noticed his confusion and explained to him. Don't judge it by its appearance. The flavor is incredible. Wait until the steam dies down before you eat. The best moment is then. Li Yi sat in doubt watching the steam disperse. Luckily the night was cool, and the fried rice quickly stopped steaming. All right, you can eat now. Bai Shui scooped a spoonful into her small mouth. As the flavors hit her palate, her large eyes curved with delight. Li Yi tasted a bite, and in an instant a surge of savory fragrance struck him straight in the head. He was stunned by the exquisite taste. This is so delicious. Bai Shui, thank you for bringing me here. Hee, I told you you'd like it. Bai Shui wore a proud smile, as if begging for praise. Li Yi casually ruffled Bai Shui's hair, then immediately regretted it. She was not his girlfriend after all. He felt embarrassed at having touched her head so freely. Bai Shui froze for a moment before blushing deeply and lowering her head. Sorry, you're just so cute. I couldn't help it. It's okay. You really think I'm cute? Bai Shui widened her eyes at Li Yi. He met her gaze and replied softly. Truly, you are the most adorable girl I've ever met. But they always call me clumsy and nickname me the foodie. Ha ha ha, you are a bit clumsy. Bai Shui playfully thumped Li Yi a few times, and their relationship drew closer. Soon they finished the delightful fried rice and left the shop. It's getting late, the dormitory gates will close. You're right, let's hurry back. They hailed a taxi and headed toward the school. The taxi kept driving. Li Yi gradually sensed something was amiss. What should have taken no more than 20 minutes on foot, or just a few minutes by car, was stretching on far too long. Excuse me, driver. How much longer until we arrive? Bai Shui also grew suspicious, though she said nothing aloud. Instead, she instinctively edged closer to Li Yi. There's been an accident on the road to your school. I'll have to take a detour. Won't affect your return, will it? Heh, not at all. Li Yi kicked out without hesitation. His boot slammed into the driver's seat. Caught completely off guard, the driver was hurled through the windshield and crashed onto the pavement unconscious. Li Yi brought the vehicle to a halt, then guided Bai Shui out. Outside, over a dozen men closed in around them. Bai Shui darted behind, Li Yi gripping his shirt hem tightly, her whole body trembling. The group, brawny, armed with pipes and blades, encircled the pair. Their leader glanced at the driver sprawled on the ground, then delivered a hard kick to his ribs. What kind of joke is this, Lao San? He's down before we even lift a finger. Brothers, this kid's no ordinary target. Don't let him slip away. Don't worry, big brother. That girl's pure silk. Her face, her curves. Beat the guy half to death and leave her for you first. Smart lad. Move it. Li Yi remained motionless, but his gaze turned glacial. Anyone who dared lay a hand on Bai Shui would pay with their lives. After so many years, he had finally found her again. How could he possibly lose her a second time? As the dozen thugs charged forward, steel rods and cleavers gleaming, Li Yi turned to Bai Shui. Step back. This may get bloody. Li Yi, let's run. Watch out. In one fluid motion, he seized an incoming steel rod and locked eyes with the thug who wielded it. Though Zhao Hao's soul now inhabited Li Yi's body, the aura forged in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood remained intact. The thug froze under that stare, as if pinned by a demon's gaze, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Li Yi wrenched the rod from his grip and swung. Once. The thug flew backward, landing with a sickening thud, his fate uncertain. The others pressed on, dismissing their comrades' collapse as mere bad luck. Rod in hand, Li Yi felt himself transported back to Blue Planet, where these thugs became shambling zombies. One strike felled another, soon they lay broken and unable to rise. Seeing his men effortlessly dismantled, the gang leader spun to flee, only for Li Yi to hurl the rod like a spear, striking the blonde thug, Huang Mao, squarely in the leg. Huang Mao collapsed with a shriek, clutching his shattered right leg. Li Yi stepped forward and delivered a single decisive kick, sending him into oblivion. Li Yi scanned the area, no surveillance cameras. Calmly, methodically, he broke the legs of every thug. Huang Mao received the full treatment, both arms and legs shattered. Having finished, Li Yi took Bai Shui's trembling hand and sprinted toward campus. They barely made it inside the dormitory gates before closing time. Bai Shui, are you all right now? Oh yes, much better. But why did you break their legs? Because they meant to harm you. I'd never allow it. Why are you so kind to me? Aren't we friends? Woo woo woo. Suddenly, Bai Shui burst into tears, leaving Li Yi utterly stunned. Then, without warning, she threw her arms around him, before dashing into the dormitory, cheeks burning crimson. Li Yi watched her vanish, shook his head faintly, and turned toward his own dormitory building. Bai Shui was a sophomore, 2 years junior to Li Yi. When he arrived, the dormitory gate was already locked, but after 4 years he knew the attendant well. 2 calls were enough for her to open up. Grinningly, he exchanged a few cheerful words with the attendant before heading upstairs. Back already? Spill, what were you up to? Nothing much, just took a walk. Rubbish. I know exactly what you're hiding the moment you wiggle your butt. Out with it. Went for a walk, with a girl. Well now, mister. Li 4 years at university and not a single date. Looks like the iron tree's finally blooming in your senior year. Drop it. We're just friends, nothing more. Li ignored the chubby roommate who merely rolled his eyes and dove back into his game. His phone buzzed with a phishing message by Shui. Sorry, I didn't mean to hug you just now. Don't read too much into it. I was just scared, needed some reassurance from you. Tomorrow I'm free. Shall we go out again? Li, no worries. My shoulder's always here for you. Dog face emoji tomorrow. Absolutely. Where shall we go? By Shui. I haven't decided yet. Let's figure it out tomorrow. They chatted a while longer, gradually learning more about each other, then exchanged goodnights and drifted off to sleep. Pang Hai. You jerk. Go to bed already. Just one more minute. This idiot across the lane is unbearable. I'll crush him before I sleep. Pang Hai, hopelessly addicted to mobile gaming, clutched his phone and raged at his opponents. Even as bedtime approached, Li slid out of bed, delivered a precise palm strike, and Pang Hai's eyes rolled back as he slumped into silence. Now that's peace. Li's dorm housed 4 students, but the other 2 were away on internships. Only Li and the perpetually idle Pang Hai remained. He awoke at 7, refreshed, energized, glanced at Pang Hai snoring loudly, nodded approvingly, and headed to wash up. At 7:30 m, Li sat across from Bai Shui in the cafeteria, though she wore deep, weary shadows beneath her eyes, clearly unrest. Bai Shui, what's wrong? Insomnia? Ah, yes, a little. Last night's thugs left me shaken. I couldn't sleep well. Then let's skip going out today, just stroll around campus. That's fine with me. After breakfast, they wandered the grounds. Li checked his bank balance. Barely 1700 yuan. System, do I look like a god-tier tycoon to you? Right now I feel like a penniless beggar. I'm speechless. Very well. Choose a reward as compensation. Any luxury cars? Yes, select your preferred model. The Aston Martin 177. I've admired it for ages. Time I own one. The keys are now in your jacket pocket. Your car awaits in the underground parking garage. Li felt weight settle in his pocket, reached in, fingers brushing cold metal. He pulled them out, indeed a set of car keys. Then it struck him the original Li, too poor to afford lessons, had never obtained a driver's license. How could he legally drive? Ugh, what a disastrous start. Look at other people's systems, cash showers, mansions, elite skills, and mine. Nothing but silence. Refuse the car and I'll retract it immediately. No, don't you dare. Touch it, and I'll hold you personally accountable. Bai Shui nudged the dazed Li, pulling him back from his mental duel with the system. Li, why were you spaced out for so long? Oh, nothing important. And, call me senior brother, would you? Senior brother? Yes. Blushing fiercely, Bai Shui uttered the title, and Li beamed brighter than if he'd just won the car itself. System, grant me mastery of driving, or this car's useless to me. Granted. Congratulations, host. You now possess consummate driving expertise. Any vehicle, any terrain, effortless. Your driver's license has been placed in your trousers pocket. Please confirm receipt. Instantly, Li grasped vehicle dynamics with intuitive precision. Driving suddenly was child's play. May I call you Shui? Whatever you prefer. Bai Shui's heart hammered. Was he flirting? A proper young woman must remain composed. Shui, you've only just met him. Don't act foolishly. She took several deep breaths to steady herself. Shall we go for a drive, Shui? Ah, senior brother, you own a car. Yes, just acquired it. Indeed, acquired moments ago straight from the system. Yes. I've never gone for a drive before. Hand in hand, Li led Bai Shui toward the underground parking garage. The two walked into the parking lot, and right in the most prominent spot was a silver gray sports car. Senior, is this your car? No, Bai Shui said, pointing at a Chevrolet Cruze. Is it this one? No, that one either. Bai Shui pointed at the 7 or 8 cars parked nearby in the underground parking lot, but she dared not point at the most impressive and obviously expensive sports car. Could it be this one? Bai Shui walked over to the Aston Martin 177 and pointed at it. Yes. Li pressed the key and the car door opened. He pulled the dazed Bai Shui and pushed her into the passenger seat. It wasn't until they left the school that Bai Shui came to her senses, staring in astonishment at Li's profile. Senior, this car must be very expensive, right? Indeed, it costs over 40 million dragon coins. Wow, I'm actually sitting in such an expensive car. Is the senior a rich second generation? Li ignored Bai Shui's surprised reactions. At this moment, he had already fallen in love with the feeling of driving a supercar. One must say supercars are truly magnificent, especially one as expensive as this. It's a pity this car doesn't have a convertible roof, otherwise it would be even more exhilarating. Li followed the navigation directly to the Yida shopping mall. After more than a decade, this planet was no different from a scaled-down Earth. Senior, are we going here? Yes, we're going shopping first. Do you want to buy anything? No, I can't let the senior pay for me no matter how wealthy you are. Li looked at Bai Shui, feeling as if he was pursuing his girlfriend all over again. This feeling was quite wonderful, and he enjoyed it immensely. Li Yi smiled and said nothing wanting to take by Shui to increase the money he had in hand. After all, a destined child with a rich system shouldn't only have a little over 1,000 dragon coins. That would hardly be believable. Li Yi first bought a pair of sneakers, clearing out his dragon coins, then doubled his return, reaching over 3,400 dragon coins. After that, he casually bought some casual clothes. He had no particular requirements for clothing, just comfort. After buying a set of outfits, his balance reached over 10,000. Li Yi looked at his phone, which he had used for a long time, and directly walked into the Apple store. Not for any other reason, just because it was expensive. Hello sir, what phone would you like to buy? How much is the iPhone 13 Pro Max? It currently costs 8,000 dragon coins. How much for the top configuration? The top configuration requires 13,000 dragon coins. They'll take one, and I want it in silver. Alright, would you like to pay by scanning or by card? Scanning. Li Yi quickly scanned the code and paid the dragon coins, and the phone was in his hands. He turned around and stuffed the phone into Bai Shui's hands, ignoring her refusals, and then turned around to buy a golden one because it was sufficiently flashy. Senior, this is too valuable. Oh, I can't accept this. Just take it, Shui. Otherwise, I won't be able to use both phones I bought. After several refusals, Bai Shui finally accepted the phone under Li Yi's insistence. Senior, when I have money, I will treat you to a meal. Otherwise, I will feel guilty about it. Alright, I look forward to your treat then. After Li Yi's balance doubled again, he reached 40,000 dragon coins. Li Yi took Bai Shui to the women's clothing area, thinking of buying her a long dress, because he found that Bai Shui looked incredibly ethereal, and long dresses breathtakingly beautiful. Shui, how about I buy you a long dress? No, this phone is already quite valuable. Well, I can't accept anything else from my senior. A dress doesn't cost much, besides you really look great in a dress. Bai Shui lowered her head, fiddling with her dress, thinking to herself, do I really look that good in a dress? Does the senior really like how I look in one? Alright, then I will leave it all to the senior's arrangements. The two entered the LV store. The female staff, seeing customers arriving, hurried to greet them, but seeing Li Yi's attire, she hesitated and pushed her and turned forward instead. Shall we have customers go take a look? Okay, Sister Wang. Li Min approached the two with a smile and began introducing them to the clothes. Li Yi and Bai Shui looked around, but bought nothing. Wang Jia was relieved she hadn't approached the two. It was clear they were just here to broaden their horizons, no need to waste her efforts. Li Yi followed behind Bai Shui as she gazed at the dazzling array of clothes and bags, momentarily dazzled and unsure whether to try anything on. Shui, try on whatever you like. The senior will buy it for you. Then I will try it on. Li Min took a few pieces of clothing that Bai Shui liked and waited outside the fitting room for her to change. Meanwhile, Li Yi fiddled with his phone. This Apple is nice, but I'm not used to the operating system. It seems I need to adapt more to it. Bai Shui, who had finished changing, walked out of the fitting room. At that moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she nervously held her clothes, not daring to look at Li Yi. Miss, you look absolutely stunning in that long dress, like a fairy has descended. Really, is it? Yes, it truly looks great. Wrap this one up for later. Bai Shui continued to try on clothes, and in the end, she bought 6 outfits, a pair of high heels, and a matching bag. Li Yi still insisted on separating the bills. Li Min didn't understand why Li Yi did this, but she didn't care, as long as the payment went through. The two left the store carrying large bags, and Li Min ran up to Wang Jia saying, "Thank you, Sister Wang, for the opportunity. Now I can smoothly transition to full-time. I will treat you to a meal another day." He sounds good. Wang Jia's heart was bleeding as she never expected that Li Yi, who looked somewhat shabby, would buy over 100,000 worth of items in one go, earning her half a month's salary in commission. However, she couldn't say anything as it was an opportunity she had voluntarily given up. She could only continue to work with a bitter face. Li Yi had no idea what was happening in the store at this moment. He had stuffed all the clothes into the car, which was now completely filled. Bai Shui wore the white dress she had first tried on, paired with a pair of red-pointed high heels, showcasing her youthful exuberance perfectly. Holding a small red LV bag, Li Yi found it incredibly beautiful. "Senior, I've spent too much money today. How can I repay you?" "Well, how about you offer yourself in return?" That. If it's the senior, I'm willing, whispering. Li Yi didn't hear this sentence. If he had, he would have been overjoyed as the task would be completed so quickly. "I'm not joking, let's go eat. As for those things, they're all gifts from me to you. Just keep them well." "Alright," Bai Shui replied, playfully bouncing ahead of Li Yi, making him sigh in his heart. "Youth is truly wonderful. Senior, hurry up, I'm starving. Slow down, wait for me." Although the two were still in a state of friendship, fate had already tied them together, and no one could change that. The two walked towards the dining area of the Yida shopping mall. The two found a nice-looking restaurant, sat down, and ordered. "Shua, ladies, first you go ahead and order," he said. "Okay." They entered a Northeast cuisine restaurant where the portions were large, so they didn't order too many dishes to avoid wasting food. Soon the table was filled with chicken stewed with mushrooms de Sencien guabao roe and fried shrimp balls topped off with a bowl of lamb and winter melon soup. Bai Shui took small bites while Li Yi watched her eat. Bai Shui's little head almost bumped against the table. Senior, why are you staring at me instead of eating? Sorry, mainly because you're just too beautiful to ignore. The food suddenly lost its appeal. Li Yi teased Bai Shui, finding her blushing particularly amusing. They quickly finished their meal, and Li Yi settled the bill. Bai Shui intended to pay, but Li Yi stopped her. Every little bit counts, as who would complain about having less money. Li Yi drove Bai Shui back to school. Upon reaching the school gate, the security guard glanced at the car and let them through without asking a word. Oldly, why did you let them through directly? You fool, who drives a car like that if they're just an ordinary person? Would you dare to stop them? After dropping Bai Shui off at the girls' dormitory, he slowly drove towards the parking lot amid the envious gazes of others. This scene was noticed by Bai Shui's roommate, who quickly ran over and hugged Bai Shui's waist, asking, Shue, who was that guy who drove you back in a luxury car? This pile of stuff, did he buy it for you? Were you being sponsored? You're the one being sponsored. Xin, can you stop with the wild thoughts? Besides, he's our senior. Oh, we're just friends. Who would believe you saying that? A senior drives a luxury car to drop you off and brings you a bunch of gifts. Is that just a friend? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Hey, wait a moment, and let me help you with your things. Roommate Wu Xin followed Bai Shui upstairs, chattering about Li Yi, but Bai Shui said nothing. Back in the dormitory, she threw herself onto the bed, reminiscing about their day together. As for Wu Xin, she was busy pulling out Bai Shui's clothes one by one, occasionally gasping in surprise, driving Bai Shui mad. Xin, can you be quiet? I want to sleep. Don't sleep yet. These clothes must have cost a lot, right? I don't know how much they cost, but I can't afford them. If you can afford them, then I'm a ghost. These items together must cost over 100,000. You really weren't being sponsored. Wu Xin. You think I want smack your bottom? Bai Shui didn't care about how much Li Yi spent on her, but hearing the word sponsored made her leap onto Wu Xin, and the two girls tumbled around, bringing springtime to the dormitory. After a while, they hung the clothes neatly in the closet. Shue, why haven't I met such a handsome and wealthy senior? I'm so envious of you. Are you daydreaming again? It's not even spring yet. Nonsense, you're the one daydreaming. By the way, where did those two go? They went to study, but they're probably sneaking a peek at some boys. Never mind, time to sleep. Bai Shui quickly fell asleep, while Li Yi parked the car and returned to the dormitory. What Li Yi didn't know was that news of him driving a luxury car had caused a stir on the school forum. What kind of car is that? Anyone knowledgeable about cars, please tell me about this country bumpkin. That's an Aston Martin 177. There were only 77 of them on Earth initially, and there are still 77 now. In our country, there are only 5. Ooh, I never expected to see this car in my lifetime. The person upstairs knows a lot. This car seems impressive. What a handsome car. Are there really such wealthy people in our school? With such a handsome car, I wonder if the driver is handsome too. A group of gold diggers below were buzzing with excitement, making sure everyone in the school knew about it soon enough. However, due to not capturing the driver, the excitement gradually faded after 2 days. Returning to the dormitory, Li Yi didn't find his roommate Fatty and was about to take a nap when he suddenly received a system task. Ding! A time-limited task is released. Please spend 1 million dragon coins within a day. Reward 1 Lamborghini Veneno. Failure, Little E's lifespan is halved. A task. Why is it so hard to get some sleep? Li Yi had no choice but to get up and spend money. The reward was appealing, but the penalty was unbearable. Currently, Li Yi had over 200,000 left. To quickly spend 1 million dragon coins, he could only buy luxury goods. Li Yi left the school and headed straight to Yida. He noticed there were quite a few luxury goods stores there in the morning, which would be perfect for completing the task. This time, Li Yi didn't drive. He didn't change his clothes either. He took a taxi to Yida. Upon arriving, he went straight to a jewelry store, intending to buy some jewelry for future use. Hello, welcome. Would you like me to show you around? Yes, please. It's my pleasure. Li Yi was led by a beautiful salesgirl to select jewelry. It's worth mentioning that such places rarely have the kind of disdainful attitude. All staff undergo strict training and won't look down on you just because of your attire. In the end, Li Yi chose a diamond necklace. Although some say diamonds are a scam, Li Yi had plenty of money and didn't care about that. He spent all his balance on a blue diamond necklace, which looked particularly stunning under the lights. After leaving the jewelry store, Li Yi prepared to pick a watch for himself. As a wealthy person, he couldn't afford to look shabby. He entered a Vacheron Constantin store and said to the staff, "Do you have any watches in the range of 300,000 to 400,000 that would suit me?" Unfortunately, Li Yi was still somewhat broke and could only buy something cheaper for now. "We have one that would suit you, perfectly priced at 38000 dragon coins." Li Yi looked at the watch the salesgirl brought out, thought it was acceptable, and bought it with a swipe of his card, leaving the store without looking back. This young man is so handsome, and he spent money without blinking. I forgot to ask for his WeChat. The salesgirl was so excited she pounded her chest, causing the panda to tremble and attracting the attention of several old lechers. Li Yi didn't notice. Even if he did, he wouldn't have any thoughts about her, as she didn't meet his standards. Having spent over 600,000, Li Yi continued shopping. He attempted to make a transfer, but the task progress bar didn't budge, forcing him to abandon that idea. What should I buy? Li Yi, who had difficulty making choices, was scratching his chin, feeling conflicted about what to purchase. After wandering around without deciding, the sky darkened, and just as Li Yi was about to head back to school, he noticed a donation box nearby. Li Yi suddenly had a plan and asked the system, does donating count as spending? That can barely count. Then that's good. Knowing it was feasible, Li Yi rushed to the nearest bank, withdrew over 300,000 in cash, and stuffed it into a black plastic bag, completing the system task. However, after a long wait without receiving a system notification, Li Yi checked the task progress bar, finding it unchanged. He then tried to stuff the money into the donation box. The progress bar moved slightly forward. Li Yi realized that as long as the money was still in his hands, the task wouldn't be considered complete. So he shoved all the money in, including the plastic bag. Task complete. The car keys have been issued to your pocket. The car is parked in the underground parking lot at Yida. Please check it out. Li Yi felt something added to his pocket, and without needing to think, he knew it was the keys. Li Yi played with the keys as he walked into the underground parking lot. Li Yi quickly walked towards his car, but saw several women taking photos in front of it. Ladies, do you want to own a car like this? Add me to your fan group, and it'll teach you how to achieve financial freedom. Let me take a picture first. This car is so cool, I need to show off on my social media. Don't push me one at a time. Li Yi shook his head helplessly at the group of women, mostly gold diggers, and didn't even want to look at them. Please make way. Hey handsome, are you here to take photos too? You need to line up. Wow, such a handsome guy, but his outfit isn't great. Oh, just don't ruin my photos. Li Yi frowned and took out his car key, pressing the button. The scissor doors of the car lifted, and he squeezed past the stunned women getting inside. With a press of the accelerator, he left the parking lot. Oh, that handsome guy was actually driving that stunning car. I regret not getting his contact information. Yeah, do rich people really dress so simply nowadays? Li Yi had no idea that the gold diggers were regretting and wishing to bang their heads against the wall. At this moment, he was driving his car on the road, and no vehicle dared to come too close, fearing a collision. This car is just okay. After driving the 177, this poison feels less appealing. If others heard Li Yi's words, they would surely lament the unfairness of life. Before long, Li Yi returned to the school, and the security guard let him through without stopping. He thought it was time to get a villa or something. Otherwise, sleeping in a dorm every day wasn't the style of a wealthy person. Ding, task released. Please help the chubby Pang Hai win a game. Reward a villa in Yunhai. The system understands me. Li Yi, who was thinking about getting a house, felt sleepy. Chubby dad is coming. Li Yi rushed to the dormitory, thinking that this task was really simple. Just winning a game with the chubby guy would earn him a villa. Simply a welfare. Pushing open the dormitory door, Li Yi saw the chubby guy with bloodshot eyes staring intently at his phone screen, as if it contained his father's murderer. Chubby, what's wrong? Easy, save me quickly. This game is too annoying. They are targeting me. Li Yi saw the chubby guy playing a not too difficult game. Why don't you curse them? Sigh, I can't. It feels like out of the 5 opponents, 4 are feeders. I've been so insulted I can't take it anymore. Alright, finish up quickly, let's play again. I want to join in. Okay. The chubby guy quickly surrendered that round, and they teamed up together to enter the game. After removing an annoying hero, Li Yi was on the 3rd floor, while the chubby guy was on the 4th. The couples on the 1st and 2nd floors began to show off their affection. Wife, play support, and follow me. Alright husband, I'll ride on your head with Yao. Love you, Mua. Love you, Mua. They kept kissing each other, making the 2 single guys feel queasy, but they had nothing to say about it. They could only endure the dog food. The bystanders on the 5th floor had no reaction, and Li Yi didn't care too much, picking a counter hero Arthur. The chubby guy played a wolf dog, while the 5th floor chose a fox. The couple was a tiger and Yao. Soon the game started, and the 5 left the fountain to begin their antics. Husband, can you give me the blue buff? Sure baby, I'll give you the red buff too. Li Yi felt that these two might be a bit daft, a support starting with double buffs. Li Yi saw the chubby guy about to curse and stopped him. He wanted to see what these 2 fools were up to. Opposing him was a Guan Yu, the green-hatted 2nd lord. Li Yi planned to take the river crab first. His skill was smite, and the 2nd lord definitely couldn't compete with Arthur. After eating the river crab, he went to farm minions, leveling up to level 2. Both of them reduced each other to half health, and Li Yi controlled Arthur to sneak into the enemy's red zone to steal some birds. The other 2 lanes were normal, but that couple had both exploded, giving their heads to the enemy jungler monkey. The enemy monkey was now the richest in the game, and at level 4 the chubby guy and the 5th floor were stunned, not daring to leave the tower. Jungler, did you just pick some mushrooms? Can you come help the farming lane? What does a dead dog have to do with me? I won't go. What can you do about it? Exactly, just play defensively. How could my boyfriend help you? The fox guy also chimed in, can the jungler and support play properly? The enemy monkey has been fed by you too. The enemy monkey was already super godlike. Each lane had 1 kill, and the rest were all from that couple. The fox guy couldn't watch any longer. He's bullying me. Husband, you need to get revenge for me. Damn fox, just play by yourself. Oh baby, let's not care about them, and just play our own game. At this moment, Li was also feeling a bit angry, but he didn't show it. The chubby guy was arguing with those 2 fools, and he was so furious, he was almost losing it. Easy, why aren't you cursing them? These 2 are too stupid. They play badly, and still love to complain. I've encountered nothing but such teammates all day, or I'm about to be disgusted to death. What's the point of cursing them? It's meaningless, it's better to focus on developing well. Li kept farming. The second lord on the opposing side had already been solo killed by Li twice, placing him second in economy. The monkey was finding it hard now as he had already built 3 major items. Anyone who came would die. Guan Yu, monkey, hurry and assist me. This old Arthur has some skills, let's take him down together. Monkey, coming, watch me ambush him. Guan Yu began to lure Li's Arthur deeper. Li knew well what he was doing, but wasn't falling for it. He just cleared the minion wave and collected his own jungle monsters. Those 2 fools weren't worthy of eating jungle monsters. Guan Yu, this Arthur is really annoying. I have my ultimate, should we force an attack on him? Monkey, let's do it, can't hold back any longer. The monkey was getting anxious, deciding to take down Arthur together with Guan Yu. Guan Yu, that sneaky fellow, come out and face the second lord. Arthur, shut up. You've been solo killed by me twice, and still have the face to complain. Guan Yu, that was me being careless, come out and face me. Arthur, I'll grant you your wish. Li controlled Arthur to walk outside the tower, and just as he was about to leave the defense tower's range, Guan Yu directly activated his ultimate, jumping out of the bushes, using his second skill to knock back Arthur and pushing him out of the tower's range. Li immediately pressed the first and second skill, silencing Guan Yu's abilities, and ran towards the tower. The monkey also jumped out, wanting to take out Arthur in one go. Arthur used his ultimate to jump onto the monkey, and the ice smite was also cast on the monkey. Li successfully reached the tower, and the 2 were so angry they were hopping up and down, but they had no way to kill Arthur. At this moment, the enemy Mark was also killed under the combined efforts of the wolf dog and the fox. Mark, monkey, what are you doing? You can't even kill an Arthur after all this time. I just got killed by the enemy. Stop complaining and reflect on yourself. You're so bad you can't even play properly and dare to scold me. The 2 started arguing while Li continued to farm, and his economy had already matched that of the monkey, making Guan Yu afraid to leave the tower. As for those 2 clowns, they were admiring the scenery in the jungle. The 3 of them couldn't be bothered to scold them anymore, and just let them be. With the efforts of the 3 and the increasingly fierce arguing by the 2 on the opposing team, the enemy crystal was destroyed by Li at 13 minutes, ending this disastrous game. Phew, this game is truly unplayable now. There are all sorts of monsters. You're still amazing, EZ. If it were me, I would have been completely wrecked. Stay humble, stay humble. After finishing the game, Li also received the system's reward. Host completed the task. The reward has been issued, and the property certificate is already in your backpack. Li opened his backpack and indeed saw a large red booklet quietly lying inside. Before long, his phone rang. Hello, is this Li? Mr. Li, I am from the Yunhai Villa District Management. When do you have time? There are some procedures that need to be handled by you. I have time tomorrow, I'll call you when I arrive. Okay, we look forward to your visit. Li took the initiative to hang up and prepared to go see his house tomorrow. Although he had a villa in Blue Star, it wasn't bought with his own money, so he didn't feel that sense of accomplishment. Now that he had both the house and the car, he just needed a girlfriend. Li felt that this was what life should be. After washing up, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Li woke up early and drove his Aston Martin out of the parking lot, heading straight to the area where the Yunhai Villa was located. Yunhai Villa is the best villa area around Li's school, rumored to have a large artificial lake right outside, offering a view of the lake. Following the navigation, Li arrived at the outer entrance of Yunhai Villa after half an hour. He also bought some breakfast along the way, eating as he drove. With Li's excellent driving skills, even driving with his feet would present no issues, let alone one-handed. I wonder if driving a luxury car with one hand would look cooler. Li thought to himself while calling back the number from yesterday. I've arrived at the villa area, please come out and meet me. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be right out. Li didn't wait long before he saw a middle-aged man running out. He knew the person had arrived and walked straight over. Are you Mr. Li? Yes, please show me around here. Sure, please follow me. The property manager, covered in sweat, led Li to the tour vehicle, and they drove around the villa area. Li's car was well looked after by the security guard, who was wary of anyone getting too close and potentially damaging the luxury vehicle. It was under the introduction of manager Li Chong that Li Yi learned that the system had rewarded him with the king of villas in the area, which cost 500 million dragon coins. No wonder the manager personally came to greet him. The issue was here. After a tour, Li Yi took the key handed by the manager, entered his identity information, and proceeded into his villa. It was a 3-story villa covering over 500 square meters, complete with a garden and rockery. Upon entering the villa, Li Yi noticed the walls adorned with numerous calligraphies and paintings, while various porcelain and valuable ornaments were displayed on the cabinets. The first floor had 6 guest rooms, each with its own bathroom, as well as a kitchen and living room. The second floor featured a master bedroom, 5 guest rooms, and a large study. The third floor was partly designed as a swimming pool, with the other half being a gym. There was also a basement level stocked with some daily necessities and a wine cellar filled with red wine. Li Yi remarked that this reward was quite impressive. The system was really generous. The villa was ready for immediate occupancy. Li Yi asked the security guard to drive his car inside, then retrieved his clothes from the car and placed them in the master bedroom's wardrobe. Looking at the empty wardrobe, Li Yi noted that his clothes barely filled a corner, contemplating buying some high-end clothes when he had the time. By noon, just as Li Yi was about to order takeout, he received a message from Bai Shui. Bai Shui, Senior, I would like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you have time right now. I have time. How could I possibly be unavailable when a beautiful girl invites me to dinner? Bai Shui, then I'll wait for you at the school gate. Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon. Li Yi left the villa, got in his car, and drove towards the school. On his way, Bai Shui had already been standing at the school gate, attracting the attention of many men. This was inevitable, as Bai Shui was already beautiful, and with a bit of light makeup and wearing the clothes Li Yi had gifted her, she looked stunning. Any normal man would be captivated by her. This made Bai Shui a bit shy. Gripping her bag, she hoped Li Yi would arrive soon. Being stared at by a group of lecherous men made her feel uncomfortable. A Ferrari suddenly stopped not far from where Bai Shui stood, and a man got out. This man was named Zhou Qian, a well-known rich second generation in the school. His family owned several companies, making him overly arrogant, and in the eyes of many he was seen as a scourge. Zhou Qian stepped out of the Ferrari 488 and walked directly to Bai Shui, saying, "This beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to lunch?" Bai Shui glanced at the man not far away. He was not bad looking, dressed elegantly in a well-fitted expensive suit, his shoes shining in the sunlight, all announcing, "I am a rich second generation." If a gold digger who didn't know Zhou Qian were present, she would surely rush over eagerly. However, Bai Shui was different. She was not materialistic and was an excellent student. How could she be swayed by such tactics? "I'm sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Please look for someone else." Zhou Qian did not get angry at the rejection. He turned and walked away, but stood to the side, wanting to see who this young beauty was waiting for to dare to turn him down. Before long, Li Yi arrived at the school gate in his Aston Martin 177 and saw that beautiful figure from a distance. He parked the car beside Bai Shui and called out, "Shui, Shui, get in the car." Bai Shui opened the door and got in, leaving Zhou Qian with only exhaust fumes and dust. The moment Li Yi parked, Zhou Qian recognized the car and gasped. "Wow, there's actually an Aston Martin 177 on Planet 7. Good thing I didn't provoke that girl, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I'd die." Zhou Qian was filled with regret, driving his Ferrari straight to the bar to vent his frustrations and soothe his wounded pride. Li Yi and Bai Shui headed straight to the small shop, where Bai Shui had taken Li Yi before. "Senior, why are we coming here?" "Because this is where we had our first meal, and there are still many dishes I haven't tried. This place is quite good. Moreover, you must be running low on your living expenses. I don't want you to be broke after treating me to a meal at the end of the month." Bai Shui felt a bit touched hearing Li Yi's words. "You're so considerate, Senior, always taking care of me." Bai Shui secretly glanced at Li Yi's profile, her cheeks turning red again. Li Yi caught a glimpse of Bai Shui and noticed her flushed cheeks, puzzled by what she was thinking. Soon they arrived at the small shop and both got out of the car and walked inside. "Boss, we're here." "Shui, Shui, it's been a few days since I last saw you. Is this your boyfriend?" No, this is my senior," Bai Shui said, blushing. The boss, being quite astute, noticed Bai Shui's feelings towards Li Yi were not ordinary and smiled slightly without saying anything. "Boss, please serve us the dishes I usually order. You two sit tight. Oh, I'll go prepare them for you." The two sat facing each other, drinking plain water. Bai Shui fidgeted with her fingers, unable to look at Li Yi. "Senior, don't mind what the boss said earlier." "Oh, what did he say?" Li Yi feigned ignorance, wanting to tease the adorable girl in front of him. "He said you are my boyfriend." "Oh, that the boss is just joking. Oh, I don't mind." "Oh." A hint of disappointment flashed in Bai Shui's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, smiling without saying a word. Soon the dishes were served, and the two returned to their previous state, ending the lunch with laughter and conversation. Li Yi didn't pay us since Bai Shui wanted a treat. He would not stop her. The meal cost 400 to 500, and seeing Bai Shui's pained expression made Li Yi unable to hold back his laughter. "Senior, what are you laughing at?" I'm laughing at you, silly girl, insisting on treating when you don't have much money. Your little face looks like it's about to touch the ground. Huh, is it that exaggerated? Alright, I'll cover your meal. Oh, I can't let you go hungry. Don't think about refusing me, but settled. Let's go, we'll take you back to school. Li Yi took Bai Shue's hand, and they both got in the car. Li Yi dropped Bai Shue off at the dormitory and parked the car as usual in the parking lot. System, can you transport this car back to the villa? I can't drive both cars back at the same time. Yes, which car would you like to transport? Transport the Aston Martin. They'll play with the poison for a couple more days. Okay. The Aston Martin instantly disappeared from Li Yi's sight. After telling the fat guy he wouldn't be going back to the dormitory, Li Yi drove the poison back to the villa. After entering the vehicle information into the system, Li Yi drove the car into the villa. Li Yi returned to the villa and ordered takeout. After having a good meal, takeout no longer tastes good. Li Yi pouted and went to take a shower and sleep. The next day, Li Yi woke up early because Bai Shue had classes. He decided to attend her class primarily to deepen their relationship, especially since he had a mission. However, even if the system did not issue a mission, Li Yi would not allow Bai Shue to run off with someone else. Driving his poison, he parked in front of a breakfast shop and went in to order some tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. The savory tofu pudding was soulful. He couldn't accept the sweet version. He wondered what flavor you all liked. Li Yi leisurely ate, while his poison was already the center of attention. On the relatively impoverished planet No. 7, such cars were almost non-existent. Who could afford to drive such a vehicle here? Li Yi's poison was black, unlike the silver-gray Aston Martin 177. It was even more expensive than the 177, yet Li Yi still favored Aston Martin. When Li Yi finished eating and walked out of the small shop, he saw a crowd gathered around his car, but no one dared to get too close. What car is this? It looks very expensive. Sir, this is a Lamborghini poison. Please don't get too close, but if you scratch it even a bit, you won't be able to afford it. Isn't it just a car? How expensive could it be? My son's BMW 8 Series sports car costs over 1 million dragon coins. I don't see how this car could be worth much more. Sir, the money your son spent on his car couldn't even buy a single wheel of this one. So do you think it's expensive? The old man stepped back in fright, no longer daring to boast. A group of women surrounded the car, taking pictures excitedly. Li Yi squeezed through the crowd, drawing their discontent. Why is this young man trying to squeeze through? If he wants to take pictures, he should line up at the back. Exactly, he looks quite handsome, but his character isn't that great. This made Li Yi laugh. He took out his key, lifted the scissor doors, squeezed through the crowd, and sat inside. With a press on the accelerator, the crowd dispersed, and Li Yi left. My goodness, that young man was actually the owner of the car. Is the trend now for rich people to be low-key? Maybe we can't understand the world of the wealthy. Li Yi soon arrived at the school. The appearance of the poison in the campus caused quite a stir, but Li Yi had no time to care about that as he was chatting with Bai Shue. Li Yi, Shue, where are you having class today? I'm coming to audit, dog head emoji. Bai Shue, huh? Senior, you are coming. I'm in classroom 3106 of teaching building No. 1. Li Yi, wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon. He first went to buy 2 cups of fruit tea before heading to the classroom. Once inside, he found it crowded and couldn't locate Bai Shue. However, Bai Shue spotted Li Yi at a glance, immediately leaving her seat to bring him next to her. Senior, what made you want to audit the class? I remember you and I are not in the same major at school. I mainly came to see you, and since I was bored, I decided to audit the class. Is this the handsome guy? Hello, handsome, Imwu Xin, Shue's best friend. Hello, I didn't know Shue's best friend was here. Here, this cup of fruit tea is for you. Li Yi gently shook hands with Wu Xin, quickly letting go, and handed both cups of fruit tea to the 2 girls. Shue, is this the senior who drove the luxury car to take you home? Yes, but don't fall for him. How could that be? Someone doesn't allow me to do anything with the handsome guy. Hey, stop that. The 2 girls whispered to each other while Li Yi scrolled through his phone and saw an interesting message. Planet No. 1 is about to release 10 Dodge Warhawks. Pre-sales have already started. It's uncertain who will get them. Our station will continue to follow up on this report. Dodge Warhawk. I might collect one. Li Yi stroked his chin, pondering how to get one when the system suddenly popped up. Host, have you forgotten my existence? Li Yi slapped his forehead, leaving the 2 girls dumbfounded. Why did the senior suddenly slap his forehead? Li Yi ignored them and asked the system, do you have a way to get a Dodge Warhawk? Of course. Issue a mission on Bai Shue's birthday tomorrow. Successfully capture her heart. Reward 1 Dodge Warhawk. The rewards for previous tasks will only be settled after completing the above task. Tomorrow is Bai Shue's birthday. It seems I need to prepare a gift this afternoon. The rest of the morning passed with Li Yi joking and laughing with the 2 girls, while Bai Shue kept stealing glances at Li Yi, not knowing what she was thinking. By noon, Li Yi wanted to take them out for a nice meal, but it wouldn't work since there wasn't enough space in the car. This is the downside of supercars. Next time I have to get an SUV. So the three had to make do with a meal in the school cafeteria. After eating, Li Yi said goodbye to Bai Shui and left the school heading straight to Yida. He'll get Shui a watch and that blue diamond necklace too. The necklace had been in the car, and with over 1,000,000 dragon coins in his balance, Li Yi decided to buy a nice watch. He chose Vacheron Constantine again, and the same store clerk was there. Hello, welcome back. Do you need anything else? Do you have any beautiful and expensive women's watches? Yes, how about this Elegance de la Femme Series 8016 F126GB 499 watch? Li looked at the watch and found it quite nice. Made of 18K white gold and studded with many diamonds, it had a striking appearance, and Li Yi immediately decided on this watch. Wrap it up nicely. I want to gift it to someone. Sure, please wait a moment. The clerk quickly decorated the watch beautifully, and Li Yi paid with his card and left. His balance rose to over 2.6 million, and Li Yi now felt money was just a number lacking much significance unless a small goal was immediately presented to him. Li Yi did not go back to school. Instead, he drove the poison back to the villa. He took out the beautifully packaged necklace from the Aston Martin and placed both the watch and necklace in the poison. In the afternoon, he returned to the dormitory, but he didn't know where the fatty had gone and didn't think much of it, assuming he was out having fun. In the evening, he took Bai Shui to a 5-star hotel for a casual meal and booked a presidential suite, planning to sleep there tonight. Shui, do you have class tomorrow? Yes, I have classes in the morning, but I'm free in the afternoon. I see, then I'll take you back later. After dropping Bai Shui back at school, Li Yi drove alone to the 5-star hotel and found the hotel manager. Hello, how can I help you? It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could help me organize a birthday party tomorrow, preferably with a fireworks display. That's possible. Do you have any other requests? The guest of honor tomorrow is named Bai Shui. Bai means white and Shui means snow. I don't want any fundamental errors to occur. Rest assured, our hotel staff quality is absolutely reliable and won't interfere with your affairs. Then how much will this cost? According to your requirements, at least one private room is needed along with a grand fireworks display. If the dishes are prepared according to the hotel's highest standards plus some decorations, it will cost around 1,000,000 dragon coins. Then I'll transfer you 1,000,000 dragon coins. First, let me know if that's not enough. Thank you for trusting our hotel. We look forward to your next visit. After settling these matters, Li Yi returned to the presidential suite to sleep. The next day, Li Yi continued to attend classes with Bai Shui and chatted with Wu Xin. Please support me with updates and chapter reviews. Your support is my motivation. Thank you all. Today is Shui's birthday, right? Yes. We're planning a dinner tonight. Senior brother, would you like to join us? Wu Xinxin did not question how Li Yi knew this. After all, Bai Shui was sweetly naive and shared everything openly. She must have told him herself. Already made arrangements. How many of you will be coming? You've prepared already. It seems senior brother truly cherishes Shui. There'll be 4 of us, including me. Then please handle the logistics. And keep it a secret from Shui. No problem. We're deliberately concealing it, to surprise her. Bai Shui watched the two converse animatedly, excluding her entirely, her cheeks puffed up adorably. The morning passed swiftly, and at noon, as usual, the three shared a simple meal in the cafeteria before returning to their dormitory. Li Yi headed straight to a car rental agency, hoping to secure a spacious vehicle. His own fleet consisted solely of 2-seat supercars, leaving him no choice but to rent. Hello, welcome. What kind of vehicle would you like to rent? Which is your most expensive SUV? Our top-tier SUV is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class G500. I'll take that one. How much for one night? Since it's overnight, we charge the full daily rate, 4,000 long coins. Li Yi scanned the QR code and paid instantly, then drove the car back to campus after completing the paperwork. Li Yi, do you know how to drive? Wu Xinxin, I do, but haven't driven much. Li Yi, that's fine. I've rented a car. You just need to bring the others to the location I'll send you tonight. Li Yi sent the hotel address. Wu Xinxin confirmed receipt. She puzzled inwardly, why would senior brother rent a car? According to Bai Shui, he was certainly well off, so why go through the trouble? And why inform her? Could there be more to it? Once she reached this conclusion, Wu Xinxin immediately set off to find Li Yi, leaving Bai Shui alone in the dormitory. Bai Shui felt utterly helpless. It was her birthday, and yet everyone around her feigned ignorance, leaving her frustrated and unsettled all day. She didn't crave grand celebrations, only a simple birthday wish. Yet even that modest desire remained unfulfilled, eclipsed by Li Yi and Wu Xinxin's elaborate plans. Senior brother, why did you rent a car? No choice. I only own 2-seat supercars. They won't fit all of you. So you rented it for us. How thoughtful, senior brother. Little miss, how's the task I entrusted you progressing? I'm not that little. Muttering softly, what was that? Nothing at all. Everything's arranged perfectly. Shui's practically on edge, convinced the world has abandoned her today. Excellent. Here are the keys. The car's parked in the lot. Drive carefully tonight. I'd rather not rush out to rescue you. Don't worry. Wu Xinxin declared, patting her chest confidently. As Bai Shue's closest friend, Wu Xinxin possessed striking beauty. Though slightly less ethereal than Bai Shue's, her figure was undeniably voluptuous. With the season mirroring Earth's spring-to-summer transition, she wore a crop top and skin-tight jeans accentuating her silhouette flawlessly. Li Yi couldn't help but glance twice. Afterward, he hurriedly contacted Bai Shue, fearing he might lose composure. Though perhaps losing control wouldn't matter much, as a prodigal heir wasn't having multiple girlfriends perfectly natural. Li Yi, Shue, let's go out for dinner. I'll take you to that same hotel we visited before. Bai Shue, senior brother, I'm feeling dreadful today. Can we skip it? Li Yi, come down quickly. I'm waiting right beneath your dormitory. Bai Shue stepped onto the balcony, pushed open the window, and indeed saw Li Yi leaning casually against his sleek black sedan downstairs. She rushed to dress, slipping into the white dress and crimson heels he'd gifted her, clutching her red envelope as she dashed downstairs. Li Yi waited idly below, observing the vibrant youth around him, and wistfully wondering why fate hadn't granted him a younger self upon his transmigration. Soon Bai Shue appeared within his line of sight, and when he saw her sprinting toward him in those high heels, he strode forward immediately. Spotting Li Yi approaching, Bai Shue lost her footing and tumbled forward. In an instant he darted ahead, catching her just before she fell. Clumsy girl, don't run in heels. A twisted ankle would be disastrous. Let me check if you're hurt. Li Yi gently lifted her upright. Blushing fiercely, Bai Shue murmured, I'm fine, just startled. Good. Let's go. Time for a proper meal. That cafeteria fare is truly uninspiring. Li Yi escorted Bai Shue into the car. Though unharmed, she willingly leaned on him. Meanwhile, he discreetly signaled Wu Xinxin, who with the other three girls climbed into the Mercedes-Benz G500 and headed toward the hotel. All four girls were Bai Shue's dearest friends, and reassured by Wu Xinxin's guarantee, they arrived at the hotel without hesitation. Soon Li Yi and Bai Shue arrived first. As usual, the exterior appeared unchanged, until Li Yi gently covered her eyes. Senior brother, what are we doing? Nothing, just hold my hand. All right. Clutching his sleeve, Bai Shue followed him slowly upstairs to the private dining room. Inside, the room had been exquisitely prepared. The largest banner hung prominently, and fresh flowers, air freight overnight from a neighboring planet, filled the space with fragrance. Humanity's aerospace technology had advanced dramatically. Interplanetary travel now took merely 1 day, and was remarkably safe. Though labeled a small private room, it spanned over 100 square meters, and featured a sweeping floor-to-ceiling window offering breathtaking nocturnal views. The pair arrived leisurely, just as the four girls, guided by hotel staff, entered the room. Thus the scene unfolded. Four girls stood in 2 neat rows holding festive streamers and confetti cannons, while Li Yi and Bai Shue paused quietly at the doorway. Senior brother, is it ready? I'm scared. All set. Here, let me remove the blindfold. Rubbing her eyes, Bai Shue gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in disbelief. Shue, happy birthday. All 5 voices rang out in unison as glittering streamers and confetti burst into the air. Tears, warm and unrestrained, streamed down her cheeks. Thank you all. Shue, this was all senior brother's doing. We were merely summoned to add to the festive atmosphere. Senior brother, Bai Shue flung herself into Li Yi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He cradled her gently, whispering softly into her ear. Shue, will you grant me the honor of protecting you for the rest of your life? She lifted her face. Yes, I will. Rising onto her toes, she kissed him, tentative, tender, wholly inexperienced. The 4 girls erupted into delighted chaos, astonished that Bai Shue had surrendered so swiftly. Moments later, as the two parted, they simply stared, drowning in the sheer intensity of their affection, suddenly overwhelmed by life's unfairness. Bai Shue buried her burning face against Li Yi's chest, too shy to meet her friend's gazes. Li Yi smiled warmly. All right. Everyone take your seats. Let's celebrate our dear birthday girl. Yay? They settled around the table. At Li Yi's signal, waitstaff glided in, presenting dish after exquisite dish. The girls gazed at the feast before them, mouths watering profusely. Once the dishes were served, Li Yi gave the signal to begin. Laughter and chatter filled the air as he repeatedly served Bai Shue, drawing envious glances from the others. When dinner wound down, Li Yi led everyone to the panoramic window. Senior brother, what's next? Yes. Is there another surprise? Settle down. You'll see soon enough. Wu Xinxin effortlessly silenced the group. Li Yi was taken aback, unaware she possessed such commanding presence. Li Yi messaged the hotel manager, and moments later fireworks ascended gracefully, blooming brilliantly across the night sky. They continued uninterrupted for 15 glorious minutes. The girls' eyes sparkled with starlight, gazing at Li Yi with newfound awe. Wow, if someone treated me to such a display, I'd marry them on the spot. Naughty girl, Spring's long past, yet you're still fluttering like a butterfly. The girls playfully tussled, then paused breathless as the climax approached. Li Yi accepted a bouquet from a waiter at the door and walked slowly toward Bai Shui. Bai Shui felt her breath catch. Watching Li Yi advance toward her, the sky behind him ablaze with shimmering fireworks, her heart soaring beyond the stars. Li Yi dropped to one knee holding forth the bouquet. Shui Shui, will you be my girlfriend? For this life and all lives thereafter. I love only you. Earlier he'd entertained notions of pursuing multiple relationships, but in this moment he knew with absolute certainty, whether on Blue Planet or Planet 7, his heart belonged solely to Bai Shui. No other could ever reside there. Yes, I accept. Li Yi placed the bouquet in her hands and withdrew a gift hidden among the blooms. At the precise moment Bai Shui accepted his proposal, the system's mission registered completion, but Li Yi paid no mind to rewards. For now only Bai Shui mattered. Oh, what a stunning necklace. And that watch, it's even more beautiful. Absolutely. Shui Shui is utterly blessed. I'm turning into pure sour lemon right now. Count me in. After fastening the sapphire necklace around her throat, he slipped the watch onto her left wrist. Do you like it, Shui Shui? I love anything you give me, senior brother. Shui Shui, still calling me senior brother. Then, Igij. Now that's perfect. They gathered once more around the table, the birthday cake placed center stage. Li Yi sliced a piece for Bai Shui, then portioned servings for himself and the four girls who savored every bite. This cake is delicious, not the least bit cloying. Indeed, the fruit topping is absolutely divine. Midway through, playful bickering broke out, and soon the remaining cake became ammunition. Faces were smeared, including Li Yi's and Bai Shui's, yet as they locked eyes both burst into laughter. Gently wiping frosting from each other's cheeks, watching the others revel in joyful chaos, Li Yi felt his soul settle, deeply finally at peace. Shui Shui, will you head back to campus tonight, or? She understood his unspoken meaning and hesitated, torn. He gently stroked her hair, soothing her uncertainty. I'll drive you back. You have classes tomorrow. Your studies must never slip. She nodded, though her eyes dimmed with quiet disappointment. Sensing her mood, he whispered near her ear. Silly girl, when the time is right and our bond deepens fully, then shall come the moment. And besides, you're still young. The later such things happen, the better. I'll follow Igij's lead. Cradling her clothes, Li Yi felt as though he held the entire universe within his arms. Once the girls finished cleaning cake from their faces, they departed the hotel together. Wu Xinxin drove them back. No alcohol had been served, as Li Yi had deliberately omitted it. Better for young women to drink sparingly. They arrived at campus swiftly. Wu Xinxin parked in the lot. Li Yi would return the car tomorrow. He drove directly to the dormitory entrance, where students strolling the night paths gathered around his sleek black sedan, eager for a closer look. Li Yi opened his door, then circled to hers, extending a hand to help Bai Shui alight. Instantly, dozens of curious onlookers turned their attention toward them. Summoning courage, Bai Shui planted a quick kiss on his cheek, then fled toward the dormitory, high heels clutched in one hand, her bare feet, adorably clad in pink socks, dancing lightly like woodland sprites beneath the moonlit sky. Li Yi drove away, returning directly to his villa. Once the car vanished, the crowd dispersed, and the four girls reached their dormitory entrance. Li Yi, Shui Shui, shall I show you our home sometime soon? Bai Shui, whatever Igij says, with a charming smile. They exchanged a few more tender words, then bid each other good night, and drifted peacefully into sleep. The next day, Li Yi woke up early because he was about to receive his rewards. System, settle the rewards. The Dodge Tomahawk is already parked in the garage. The keys are on your bedside table. You completed the task of pursuing Bai Shui, and the reward is 100 equity in Dragon Rising Hotel. Dragon Rising Hotel. It's the 5-star hotel you often visit. Is that all you have to say? What's the name? Who cares about that stuff? Li Yi stopped arguing with the system, took the car keys from the bedside table, and headed straight to the garage. In the garage, 3 cars were parked: an Aston Martin 177, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle. This car is just for collecting. Riding it. Forget it, I'm afraid I might fly away. Li Yi drove out in the Aston Martin, the silver gray body shimmering under the sun. Here I should mention that the sun here is different from the one on Earth. It is a massive star similar to the sun, with 8 planets revolving around it. The rotation and revolution cycles are almost the same as Earth's, but due to its size, Planet No. 7 takes just over 22 hours to complete one rotation. However, all planets use the time of Planet No. 1, as it is the most powerful. Almost all important figures are on planets No. 1 and 2. Soon Li Yi arrived at school, buying 2 breakfasts on the way. At this moment, he leaned against the car, eating his portion. Shortly after, Bai Shui came down, took the portion from Li Yi, and quickly finished it. Let's go, it's time for class. Bai Shui led Li Yi to the classroom, where Wu Xian had already arrived and saved seats for both of them. Senior, you came to find Shue Shue early in the morning. Is this love? You little girl don't think too much of studying well is the truth. Exactly, my brother, he is right, and you must be in heat. Hurry up and find a boyfriend. Bai Shue teased, poking Wu Xin Zin's smooth forehead. Wu Xin immediately started tickling Bai Shue's armpits, making Bai Shue laugh to the point of tears. Brother, he saved me. Alright, stop messing around, it's almost time for class. Wu Xin finally let Bai Shue go but pouted, glaring at her. Senior, do you have anyone around you who is as handsome and rich as you? No. Sai, how can such a good pig already have cabbage? What about my little cabbage? Wu Xin. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll spank your little butt. My butt is much bigger than yours, isn't that right, Senior? Ahem, you are indeed quite big. A Shue Shue can't compare to you. See, the Senior admits I'm bigger, and it's not just but that's bigger. Brother, she's bullying me. No way I'm going to work out to make but even perkier and bigger. Li looked at the two girls helplessly and directly picked up Bai Shue, placing her on his lap softly, saying, Silly girl, your figures are just different, you don't need to force it. You are already perfect as you are. Ma, listen to brother. Gosh, I got filled up this morning. Is being a single dog this hard now? The morning quickly passed. The two girls went to the cafeteria while Li returned the car. After returning the car, Li thought he needed an SUV, so he walked into the car dealership. After browsing for a long time and not finding anything appealing, he had to temporarily abandon the idea. Ding detected that the host wants an SUV, now issuing a task. The host needs to treat all personnel in the school to milk tea. The reward is a Kalman King vehicle with no penalties for failure. Oh wow, is it that generous? Kalman King. Li looked up this car online and suddenly felt that this reward was truly hardcore. This is almost like an armored vehicle. It must be super cool on the road. However, Li was a bit troubled as he had no idea how many people were in the school. With no other choice, Li went to the principal's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Li opened the door and saw a middle-aged man inside who looked him up and down and smiled slightly. Student, what can I help you with? Hello, principal. I have a request. Go ahead, what is it? I want to know how many people are in our school, including students, teachers, security cleaners, etc. Oh, I wonder why you want to know this. I want to do some statistics, so I'd like to understand the situation from you, principal. I see, I can tell you that. The principal took out a booklet that clearly listed the number of people in each department of the school. There are 2581 students and 56 teachers. A total of 3001 people, not including interns. Thank you, principal, I understand now. After greeting, Li left the principal's office. The principal felt that this student was not ordinary but couldn't tell exactly why. He shook his head and continued his work. 3001 people, not bad, not too many. The small number of people was mainly due to the low population on the planet, which was only about 200 million, so the number of students in the school was not high. After knowing the exact number, Li headed straight to the school milk tea shop. Hello, how many milk teas do you have here? Just over 300 cups. Just save them all for me. I'll take them all later. Li left the milk tea shop and opened the delivery app to order some. This task is really annoying. Buying milk tea is a hassle, and it has to be delivered cup by cup. Blame me, huh? Li ordered 2700 cups of milk tea, all the same flavor, to save trouble. Li said, Shue Shue, come to the milk tea shop after class. I have a task for you. Bai Shue replied, Okay, brother, kissing expression. Li also arranged for the milk tea at the milk tea shop, but now the problem was how to gather everyone in the school. He decided to seek the principal's help again, blaming his current status. Principal, I'm back. Have a seat, what brings you here? I want to treat everyone in the school to milk tea, but I have no way to gather them, so I came to find you for ideas. Rest assured, as long as you help me, I won't let you work for nothing. I can help you, but what can you give me? Just name a number. Not much, 500 dragon coins will do. I believe you'll definitely get more than that from treating milk tea. Alright, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands lightly, and Li directly transferred 500 dragon coins to the school accountant. Li was about to transfer money to the principal, but the principal stopped him, explaining that he needed the money to replace some desks and chairs, not for himself. Afterward, the principal went directly to the broadcasting room, instructing all the school personnel to gather in the auditorium. Thus, everyone in the school surged into the auditorium, filling it to the brim. The crowd was puzzled about why the principal suddenly gathered everyone here, as they also saw the security guards. Except for a few at the door, everyone in the school was present. Soon the principal appeared on stage. Ahem, teachers, students, and staff, the reason for gathering everyone today is to announce that our student Li has personally donated 500 dragon coins to the school, and everyone present will receive a cup of milk tea. The crowd erupted into chatter with all sorts of comments. A student donated 500,000. Even rich second generations wouldn't be this extravagant. A role model for us. By the way, why is he treating us to milk tea? I'm not short of that cup of milk tea. It's free, so just enjoy it and watch the show. Shui ran off without a trace as soon as class ended. Could it be related to the senior? Wu Xin looked at the stage with suspicion. Let's welcome our donor student Li Yi. The audience erupted into applause, and Li Yi walked up to the stage amidst the applause. First of all, I want to thank the principal for giving me this opportunity to speak here. Secondly, everyone present today will receive 100 dragon coins, each as compensation for my influence on you all. After finishing, Li Yi bowed deeply to the audience. The crowd immediately became restless. Not only was he giving away milk tea, but he was also giving away money. It was like a big shot throwing money around. Quiet down, let's start distributing the milk tea. Li Yi stepped down from the stage, taking Bai Shui and heading to the auditorium exit. Outside, there were delivery guys lined up all there to deliver milk tea, and the milk tea shop's drinks were also brought in by their staff. Li Yi picked up a black bag from outside, opened it, and found it full of 100 dragon coins. The crowd in the auditorium lined up to receive their items while Li Yi and Bai Shui distributed the milk tea and dragon coins one by one. Wu Xin and the other girls also joined the helping team. It took an hour to deliver milk tea to everyone. At this point, the principal was standing next to Li Yi with a cup of milk tea, looking at him with satisfaction. Principal, you won't blame me for suddenly changing the plan, will you? Of course not. What you did can greatly reduce everyone's grievances, and instead they are happily queuing up. I must say your approach is quite good. You're too kind, principal. After chatting for a bit, the principal returned to his office. Li Yi also received the reward sent by the system, and at that moment a key appeared in his pocket. The remaining milk tea was not wasted, it was all given to the delivery guys. Li Yi didn't forget the delivery guys, either giving them money and making them feel like they had met a good person. After this wave, Li Yi spent over 8,000, but received over 1.6 million in return, leaving about 3.5 million dragon coins in his account. The more I spend, the more balance I have. But my spending speed is a bit slow. Li Yi planned to go shopping on the weekend, taking Bai Shui and her friends along. The more people, the more income. Shui, and you few, if you help me, I'll treat you all to something nice. Yay, long live the senior. Li Yi drove out the Kalman King from the parking lot. When this car appeared in front of the girls, they were all deeply attracted. Wow, this car is so tall. Senior, is this an armored car? Pretty much, it has armored plating and bulletproof glass. Today, we're taking this one. This car must be very eye-catching on the road. All right, let's go quickly. I'm starving. Wu Xin pushed the three girls into the back seat while she and Bai Shui sat in the driver's seat. The front seat can fit 3 people, and the back can fit 2, so one person in the back has to sit on another's lap, which made Li Yi quite helpless. The group of 6 headed towards the hotel. Oh, this car is so cool. Li Yi smiled silently, gently stroking Bai Shui's head with his right hand, while his left hand held the steering wheel steady as an old dog. They soon arrived at the hotel. Since tomorrow was Saturday, all the girls ordered drinks, planning to spend the night here without worrying about what Li Yi might do to them. In fact, they hoped he would take a fancy to them, so they could all serve one husband together with Bai Shui. But one could only say that they were overthinking. Li Yi's heart could not accommodate anyone else. Soon delicacies like abalone lobster and hairy crabs were laid out on the table. How could it be shabby in his territory? Naturally, everything exquisite was served. Li Yi looked at the caviar Bai Shui handed him, swallowed it in one bite, and casually kissed Bai Shui's lips, causing the girls to scream in delight. Bai Shui was not shy at all as she returned the kiss. After a few glasses of red wine, the girls became a bit dizzy, and 2 of them, who couldn't hold their liquor, were already slumped on the table, unresponsive no matter how they shook them. At this point, Wu Xinxin completely let loose. She took off her top, revealing her small tank top with the pattern of her underwear clearly visible. Who else is there? None of you can handle it. Wu Xinxin clutched the red wine and gulped it down, then collapsed onto the floor unconscious. Bai Shui beside Li Yi had a flushed face as red as an apple. Li Yi gently bit Bai Shui's cheek, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Iga, why did you bite my face? Of course it's because my Shui is too beautiful and even more stunning when she's drunk. I just couldn't help it. Stop it, Iga, you should take care of them and get them to their rooms. Even if you hadn't said it, I would have arranged that. I can't let them sleep here. Li Yi picked up the unconscious Wu Xinxin, and Bai Shui followed closely beside him. Since Bai Shui hadn't drunk much, she wasn't drunk. Wu Xinxin in her dream wrapped her arms around Li Yi's neck and started kissing his face passionately, then giggled foolishly and fell asleep. Shui, this isn't my fault, as she kissed me. I know you will definitely have many women by your side in the future. I'm afraid I won't be able to have you all to myself, so you must love me, you know. Silly girl, I will love you well. Li Yi felt very touched when he saw Bai Shui agree to him finding other women. After all, which man doesn't have a harem dream? Li Yi held Wu Xinxin and directly claimed Bai Shui's red lips parting after a long kiss. He called over a few female attendants and placed the 3 drunk ones in one room. A big bed should be enough for the 3 of them, right? After tossing Wu Xinxin onto the bed and covering her with a blanket, he stepped out. Shue, I won't have you tonight. The most delicious things are to be savored last. Li Yi embraced Bai Shui and entered the presidential suite. After it became Li Yi's, the presidential suite was no longer open to the public and became his exclusive room. Wu Xinxin was currently in a guest room of the suite. After the two finished showering, Bai Shui clung to Li Yi's arm and talked a lot, sharing about her family, her relationships, everything she could and couldn't say, making Li Yi think about covering Bai Shui's little mouth. But Li Yi just listened quietly, gently patting Bai Shui's back. Soon Bai Shui fell asleep. Li Yi looked at the sleeping Bai Shui and recalled her words. Bai Shui had grown up at her uncle's house with her parents disappearing early, likely already dead. Her uncle was a kind-hearted man who worked hard to support the family of 4 after moving to Planet No. 7. Her aunt, however, was a sharp-tongued woman, making it seem like Bai Shui would eat them out of house and home. They had a son who was 3 years older than Bai Shui and was at the marrying age. This cousin was also unkind to Bai Shui and bullied her. Although Li Yi's expression remained calm, while hearing this, anger was simmering in his eyes. Li Yi calmed himself, covered Bai Shui with a blanket, gently kissed her forehead, and got off the bed. System, you know what I need, right? I do. A mission will be sent to you tomorrow, and am sure you'll be satisfied with the reward. Li Yi pushed open a guest room and fell asleep. The next morning, Bai Shui woke up, rubbing her head. Feeling beside her, she found it was cold, and a hint of sadness flashed through her heart. Shui, you're awake. Have some water first. Li Yi opened the door, carrying a cup of honey water. Bai Shui drank the water, and the sadness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by joy. As the two stepped out of the room, Wu Xinxin had also woken up, her hair a mess and her clothes disheveled, standing at the door. Good morning. You two didn't do anything right. No. Xinxin, hurry and get dressed. Your panda is about to show. Oh, what's there to worry about? I was brought back by senior brother yesterday. I've seen everything, and I'm not afraid, so why should you be? You naughty girl, you have no sense of shame. Indeed, I saw quite a bit. I must say, Xinxin, yours is quite large. As long as senior brother likes it, that's enough. After the three of them finished washing up, they went downstairs for breakfast. The other three had also woken up, looking listless, mechanically eating their breakfast. Hey, what's wrong with you three? They looked at Li Yi with resentful eyes, making his face turn red. One of them said, it's all senior brother's fault. We three slept in the same bed and tossed and turned all night, so we didn't sleep well. Haha, let's eat quickly, and after that I'll take you shopping. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up and began to devour their food. After they had eaten their fill, Li Yi drove the 5 girls and the Carmen King towards the pedestrian street. After arriving at the pedestrian street, Li Yi parked the car and entered with the 5 young women. Today I'm covering all your expenses. Shop to your heart's content. Hooray for senior brother. I'll happily collapse from exhaustion today. Sisters, charge forward. Li Yi smiled faintly, watching the girls sweep through store after store, marveling inwardly at the unstoppable force of women shopping. Let's go, Shui, Xin. Li Yi took Bai Shui's hand, and Bai Shui in turn held Wu Xin's, 3 gliding toward a luxury boutique, while the other 3 followed behind, chattering animatedly and drawing curious glances from passers-by. Is this what wealth looks like? 5 women at once. This guy's truly extraordinary. We can only dream. And each of those 5 is more beautiful than the last. Sour enough to make lemons spill from your mouth. The 6 of them stepped into the Hermes boutique. The sales associate, instantly recognizing Li Yi's entourage, knew this was no ordinary customer and greeted them with warm, eager professionalism, enthusiastically presenting the finest pieces on display. Listening to the attendant's polished commentary, Li Yi found it impressively articulate, so much so that had he been a woman, he might well have impulsively reached for his wallet. Take whatever you like. No need for formalities. The girls nodded and began selecting garments and handbags. Even Bai Shui was gently coaxed by Wu Xin to choose her own attire. Left alone, Li Yi idly settled onto a lounge chair in the rest area, only to find another man already seated, their eyes hollow with existential fatigue. When the man noticed Li Yi approaching, he shifted aside slightly. Li Yi sat down beside him without hesitation. Brother, care for a smoke? Right, no smoking here. How about some gum? Thanks. Li Yi accepted the gum, and in that simple exchange a conversation began. Through their talk, Li Yi learned the man's name was Zhou Xin, a junior employee at an ordinary firm. He'd recently begun dating, and his girlfriend had casually expressed a desire for a designer bag. To preserve face, Zhou Xin had reluctantly promised to buy her one, yet immediately regretted it now, wearing the crestfallen expression of a man who'd overcommit himself. As Li Yi listened, he nodded quietly, wondering if not for the apocalypse and the system that had transformed his fate, he might well have lived just such a life, ceaselessly laboring day after day merely to survive. Brother, you're here with your girlfriend too? Yes, but not just her. 4 of her classmates came along as well. Whoa, impressive, brother. Zhou Xin offered a knowing wry smile. One every man understood. Li Yi said nothing in reply. Just then Zhou Xian's girlfriend arrived. Li Yi glanced at the girl. Neat-featured, perhaps not quite 8 out of 10, yet undeniably well-suited to Zhou Xian. Oh, Xian, who's this? A new friend I've just met, Li Yi. And this is my girlfriend Yao Li. They exchanged polite nods. Yao Li tugged Zhou Xian away while Bai Shui and the others, having finished their selections, rejoined Li Yi. Each of the girls carried several shopping bags, filled with unknown treasures. Li Yi withdrew his card and said simply, "Charge it." A soft beep confirmed the transaction. A notification flashed on his phone, over 1 million yuan spent. Yet after rebates his account balance swelled to approximately 5 million. His confidence rose just slightly. Where to next? Senior brother, we've already bought far too much. Surely that's enough. Yes. We spent over 1 million yuan in one go. We're afraid it might trouble you. Indeed, brother Yi. We truly spent extravagantly today. We're terribly sorry. Li Yi gently ruffled Bai Shui's hair as he addressed them all. I told you not to stand on ceremony. I'm not indulging you out of obligation. Anyone who insists on restraint today will find themselves ignored entirely. Keep shopping. No exceptions. How magnificently commanding, senior brother. I'm utterly smitten. You little flirt. Bai Shui's right here, yet you dare let your passions run wild. As if you weren't equally captivated by his commanding aura. Look at you. Drools nearly dripping from your lips. Nonsense, it's tears. Tears unbidden slipping helplessly from the corner of my mouth. Li Yi led the way into a watch boutique. Its name unfamiliar, but the timepieces within clearly exuded prestige. That very exclusivity drew him in. Not the right ones, but the most expensive ones. Today Li Yi intended to indulge without restraint. Welcome. May I assist you with anything? Please bring out your finest women's watches. The pricier the better. Ah, of course. Right away. The attendant, noting the 5 stunning young women trailing behind Li Yi, each more radiant than the last, especially the one in white, whose grace seemed almost celestial, found himself stealing admiring glances he couldn't suppress. Soon 7 or 8 exquisite timepieces gleamed upon the counter, none priced below 500,000 yuan. Choose whichever pleases you. If none suit, we'll move on to another boutique. While the 4 others browsed, Bai Shui remained beside Li Yi, her arm linked with his, as she accompanied him in selecting a watch of his own. Li Yi currently wore a timepiece valued at 30 or 40,000 yuan, a modest piece ill-matched to his bearing, so he resolved to upgrade it on the spot. The attendant enthusiastically presented the men's collection, all priced above 1 million yuan. Li Yi, indifferent to horology, cared only for aesthetic harmony, and thus chose one effortlessly, a watch priced at 7 million yuan. He paid for it immediately, lest he later struggle to settle the entire bill at once. Upon completion, his balance climbed to roughly 9 million yuan, and he found himself eagerly anticipating how high it might soar by day's end. Of the 4, only Wu Xian remained undecided. The other 3 had each selected watches exceeding 1 million yuan. Li Yi nodded approvingly. They clearly understood the unspoken standard. After checkout, they moved next door, Wu Xian still searching for the perfect timepiece. Welcome to Patek Philippe. May I assist you with a particular model? The moment they entered, a poised saleswoman approached. Only then did Li Yi realize they stood inside a Patek Philippe boutique, and decided without hesitation that this would be their final stop. Xian, choose